The story now takes us all the way up to the tower's 8th floor, where an endless frozen battlefield stretches out before us, a brutal wasteland known as the Plains of Extinction. Across that pale, snow-buried land, warriors from several different factions have gathered in one place, lining up shoulder to shoulder as the freezing wind cuts through the battlefield beneath the gray sky. Behind the front lines, a massive army continues marching through the falling snow, their boots striking the frozen ground in unison as they steel themselves for the dangerous road and the unknown enemy waiting ahead. At the very front of this expedition stands a young man with blonde hair, carrying the unmistakable presence of a leader. He turns toward the assembled soldiers with a firm look in his eyes, then raises his voice, trying to stir their courage before the coming battle begins. This young man is none other than Kazuki Kyojo, the guildmaster who leads the Blue Zone. Kazuki reminds the warriors that their purpose for coming here is to defeat the guardian of the 8th floor. His tone grows sharper and more serious as he warns them not to relax for even a second, because if they fall on this battlefield, then reaching the 9th floor will be completely out of their hands. But just as the tension settles over the crowd, a familiar figure finally appears among the gathered warriors, arriving at the battlefield at a moment no one can ignore. Kazuki's eyes widen the instant he notices the newcomer, surprise flashing across his face as he understands exactly who has come to stand with them. It is the Blue Eyes Guild, and leading them from the front is their mysterious masked guildmaster, stepping onto the battlefield with a presence powerful enough to draw every eye, Subaru Narukami. Subaru is known as the #1 guildmaster, and he is also the central protagonist of this story. The moment Kazuki sees Subaru arrive, his serious expression softens into genuine relief. A bright smile spreads across his face, and he steps forward warmly to welcome his friend onto the frozen battlefield. Subaru offers a calm apology for being late, his voice steady and composed, even though the air around them is already heavy with the pressure of the battle to come. As Subaru speaks, the masked master's hand instinctively moves close to his weapon, his body ready to respond instantly if even the slightest danger appears. But Subaru does not draw his blade. Instead, he reaches out toward Kazuki and quietly hands him something, causing the blonde leader to stare at him in clear confusion. In Subaru's hand rests a radiant ring, its surface shining brightly against the cold battlefield, and he offers it directly to his blonde-haired friend. The item is called the Archangel's Blessing, an incredibly rare ring with the power to recover fatigue. Kazuki is visibly taken aback, stunned that Subaru would casually give him something so precious before a fight like this. Kazuki quickly insists that Subaru needs the ring as well, but Subaru does not waver. He makes it clear that, at this moment, the most important thing is making sure their mission succeeds. Then Subaru tells Kazuki that once this battle is finished, they should return to the Blue Earth together. And when they both make it back alive, Kazuki can simply hand the ring back to him then. Those words strike Kazuki harder than he expected. For a brief moment, his expression grows gentle, and then he answers Subaru with a small, grateful smile. Subaru then adds, with a faint, teasing edge in his voice, that Kazuki can keep the ring only if he has no intention of going back home with him. Before Kazuki can properly answer, a violent tremor suddenly runs through the ground beneath their feet, forcing both men to snap their focus toward the approaching threat. Kazuki understands immediately that the monster has arrived. His face tightens as he admits that he never thought the creature would show itself this quickly. The frozen earth keeps shaking beneath them, and then, at last, the guardian of the 8th floor rises into view, towering over the battlefield and sending fear rippling through the gathered warriors. Kazuki instantly raises his voice over the chaos, shouting for every soldier to brace themselves, because the battle they had all been dreading is finally about to begin. The creature reveals its true form as a monstrous sea dragon, a hydra with several terrifying heads, each enormous mouth packed with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Subaru lifts his gaze toward the hideous beast, his eyes narrowing in disgust as he glares at its grotesque, twisted body and curses how revolting it looks. A dark, ominous energy begins to gather around Subaru's hand, crackling like a storm in the cold air, and even he feels a sharp chill crawl down his spine. Lightning surges across Subaru's body as he declares that this will be the day the creature finally dies. In front of him, the Hydra glares down at the warriors with a furious, bloodthirsty stare, ready to turn the battlefield into a slaughter. One of the Hydra's massive mouths opens wide, drawing in a terrifying amount of power as it prepares to unleash a devastating breath attack meant to wipe out the entire army in one blow. Kazuki screams for everyone to defend themselves, panic breaking across his face, but Subaru stops him before the order can fully spread and calmly says there is no need. Without a second of hesitation, Subaru launches forward on his own, racing straight toward the incoming attack at incredible speed, his movements showing not even the faintest trace of fear. In one swift and perfectly controlled motion, Subaru positions himself to cut directly through the Hydra's breath. He draws his sword, and with a single clean strike, he completely takes command of the situation. A wave of dark lightning erupts from Subaru's blade and tears through the creature's attack effortlessly, splitting the breath apart. The blast separates to both sides of the army, rushing past right before the stunned soldier's eyes. Kazuki watches in pure amazement, once again struck by Subaru's overwhelming power, and remarks that his friend truly never fails to surprise people. Around them, guild members burst into cheers, while a red-haired warrior grumbles in frustration that he had wanted to land the first strike himself. One of Subaru's companions then asks what he gave Kazuki earlier, but Subaru chooses not to answer, keeping the item and its meaning hidden in silence. With his eyes locked firmly on the Hydra, Subaru turns his attention to his team and asks if they are ready. Then he declares that they are going to bring down that dragon and clear this hellish floor once and for all. The Blue Eyes Guild stands before the many-headed Hydra with their weapons prepared, their bodies tense and ready as they brace themselves to dive into the final battle. From a distance, Kazuki keeps his gaze on them, watching their formation closely as he comments on how united and powerful Subaru's team looks together. Farther across the battlefield, the Murin Alliance is also getting into position, and one of its leaders reports that their soldiers have been placed exactly according to the plan. Kazuki listens carefully to the report, taking in the situation, and then asks whether their own forces should begin attacking the monster as well. The hooded man agrees that it is time, while another member offers a brief word of encouragement, wishing them success in the fierce battle that is about to unfold. Nearby, a boy named Toshi watches the entire scene from a distance, his face serious and focused as he follows the movements of every group spread across the battlefield. At that same moment, the Blue Eyes Guild has already shifted fully into position, ready to begin their assault against the mighty Hydra. Together, they charge forward and launch their attacks at the creature with everything they have. The Hydra responds with a furious roar, twisting its massive heads toward the approaching warriors as it prepares to strike back. Suddenly, a girl leaps straight into the middle of the attack, moving before anyone can stop her. Her partner immediately complains that she rushed ahead without giving the rest of them any warning. With a wild, fearless look burning in her eyes, the masked girl raises her dagger and aims for the Hydra's thick hide. She darts forward at high speed, confidently claiming that this fight will be easy for them to handle. Another member follows up by unleashing ice magic, sending freezing power surging forward while she complains about just how stressful this entire situation has become. With a wicked grin spreading across his face, Chia challenges his companion, turning the battle into a contest as he asks which one of them can deal more damage to the monster. Then Chia swings his dagger and releases a powerful attack, the blade wrapped in a sinister red aura as he drives his strike straight toward the Hydra. Chia's strike connects cleanly with the Hydra's body, biting into the monster with a heavy impact. His blonde companion immediately accepts the challenge with a fierce grin of his own, and as he gets ready to attack, he declares that whoever loses this little contest will be paying for dinner, before launching his glowing blue energy blades straight at the beast. The blonde boy in the hood charges forward without the slightest hesitation, closing the distance in an instant. With both glowing blue blades in motion, he swings with all the power he can gather, carving his attacks into the Hydra's enormous body. But the clash only makes the Hydra thrash even harder, its massive body twisting violently across the battlefield. One of their companions is sent flying from the impact, and another boy quickly turns toward Shino, the healer, apologizing for letting the situation become this dangerous. Shino tells him there is no need to worry, and urges the others to keep pressing the attack while she handles her own spell. A bright pink barrier begins spreading around her, forming into a large protective shield, and she calmly tells everyone to leave the defense to her without being afraid. One of Shino's companions suddenly calls out her name in alarm, clearly realizing that something is wrong. But before Shino can fully respond, Kazuki appears right behind her with a sinister smile, asking if she can block this attack as well. Shino freezes on the spot, shock spreading across her face as her eyes widen. In that instant, she realizes far too late that the true danger is not the Hydra looming in front of her, but Kazuki standing directly behind her. Kazuki attacks Shino from behind without a hint of mercy, striking her while her guard is turned toward the monster. His expression stays cold as he says their greatest flaw is that all of them have grown far too arrogant. The moment Subaru witnesses Kazuki's betrayal, fury erupts across his face like a storm. His body tightens with rage, and he prepares to unleash everything he has against the blonde traitor standing before him. Shino crashes heavily onto the ground, her body gravely wounded from the sudden attack. As she lies there, barely able to move, she cannot understand why Kazuki would turn on her and strike her from behind. Kazuki remains standing over Shino's fallen body, looking down at her with a pleased smile on his face. He appears almost satisfied, as if this cruel betrayal had unfolded exactly according to his plan. Subaru's eye begins to shine with a fierce blue glow, and the rage building inside him becomes impossible to hide. Every part of his expression shows that Kazuki has crossed a line he can never take back. With dirt smeared across his face, Kazuki looks toward Subaru and warns him not to lose focus. He tells him that this is no time to take his eyes away from the main battle still raging in front of them. Subaru can barely process the scene before him, his anger shaking through every word. He demands to know why Kazuki would do something so pointless, why he would commit a betrayal that seems to have no meaning at all. Long before this moment, a mysterious message had appeared before them, announcing that they had been chosen by the tower to take part in a special mission. That message ordered them to climb the tower and prepare themselves for the beginning that would soon arrive, leaving no room for them to ignore its command. And because they could not resist the will of the tower, they obeyed its command and turned their eyes toward the very top, a place no one had ever succeeded in reaching before. Warriors from many different worlds, including Earth and Murim, began gathering inside the tower, each one carrying a personal mission, a reason to climb, and a fate waiting somewhere above. Years later, the brutal result of the battle against the Hydra on the 8th floor is laid bare across the battlefield, where blood, destruction, and ruin stretch in every direction. All around Subaru, the bodies of his fallen companions are scattered across the ground. These were the friends who once fought beside him, but now none of them have survived the battle. Tears run down Subaru's face as he kneels among the dead, completely crushed by the grief of losing every friend he had desperately tried to protect. Kazuki shouts that everything Subaru had given him only brought him suffering, tormenting him instead of saving him. And because of that pain, Kazuki says he chose the world instead. Subaru falls silent for a moment, trying to understand the betrayal of someone he once believed was his friend. Kazuki looks down at him and coldly says, "It is a shame," because Subaru's end is already close as he lies wounded on the ground. With a cruel smile, Kazuki holds up the ring and tells Subaru he has no reason to return it anymore since everyone is going to die anyway. Then he throws the item away and tells the masked hero not to look so miserable because Kazuki will be the one who becomes a hero. Subaru responds with a faint smile, even through the pain, and tells Kazuki that even at the very end, he still only listens to the words he wants to hear. Subaru's hand trembles badly from exhaustion and blood loss, his strength nearly drained, but even in that broken condition, he refuses to let this fight end while he can still move. Kazuki turns away from him and starts walking off, leaving Subaru behind on the ruined battlefield as if abandoning him there to die alone. Subaru knows that his life can no longer be saved and he can feel death closing in on him, but even with that truth staring him in the face, he has no intention of simply lying there and accepting the end. Kazuki notices Subaru still trying to move, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. Even after everything, his former friend's stubborn will refuses to disappear. Subaru reaches into his inventory and pulls out a legendary dagger known as Aeolus. Kazuki's eyes widen when he realizes the item still has charges left, while Subaru glares at him and spits out that he is nothing but trash. With Aeolus clenched tightly in his hand, Subaru smiles despite the pain tearing through his body. Then he says that he can still use the dagger 4 more times. When Subaru looks back across the battlefield, he sees that only 4 members of Blue Eyes are still alive. Without wasting even a second, he activates Aeolus and releases a powerful gust of wind to save the last of his surviving companions. The violent wind sweeps across the battlefield like a roaring storm, catching all 4 survivors and hurling them far away from danger before the enemy can finish them off. Kazuki sees the surviving members being blown out of reach, and his expression twists with rage. He immediately orders his men to chase down the fugitives before they can escape. The soldiers of the Murim Alliance surge forward at once, breaking into a desperate sprint as they rush after the fleeing members of Blue Eyes. But Aeolus begins glowing in Subaru's hand with a deep, intense purple light. Subaru steadies his battered body, preparing himself for the worst that is about to come. A sinister smile spreads across Subaru's bloodied face as he faces the approaching enemies. In a low, chilling voice, he says he will not let a single person get past him. Then Subaru forces his broken body back onto his feet and declares that everyone standing there will remain on this battlefield and fight him until the very end. A system warning suddenly appears, announcing that Subaru's fatigue has climbed to 95 and that the power he is using can only be maintained for a limited amount of time. Subaru ignores the warning as if it means nothing and activates his ability anyway, bringing the full force of the Thunderlord crashing down across the battlefield. Kazuki watches the terrifying display unfold before him, yet a smile still lingers on his face. He calls Subaru a truly stubborn bastard, as if even this madness does not surprise him anymore. To endure the pain and keep his fading consciousness from slipping away, Subaru stabs himself, forcing his body awake through sheer agony as his fatigue rises even higher, reaching 96. Subaru then asks what kind of reward Kazuki must have promised all of them. But his voice turns ice cold as he warns that he hopes they are prepared to pay for that reward with their lives. He declares that from this moment on, no one will leave the battlefield unless he allows it. Faced with Subaru's unbreakable determination, one of the soldiers begins to panic. With no other option left, the warriors decide to stake everything on one final attack. Gathering their courage, they charge at Subaru together. Subaru refuses to collapse and keeps fighting through the swarm of soldiers closing in around him. But in one careless instant, one of the warriors manages to stab him, and the bloodied weapon drops to the ground after piercing his body. Even after that, Subaru is still not truly defeated. The soldier begins celebrating, convinced that he has killed Subaru Narukami, but that confidence is nothing more than a terrible mistake. With a furious glare, Subaru grabs the soldier and demands to know exactly who he thinks he just killed. In the next moment, black lightning erupts from Subaru's body and crashes into every nearby soldier with overwhelming force. The warriors scream in agony as Subaru's lightning tears through them, their bodies convulsing violently under the brutal shock of his power. One by one, the soldiers collapse onto the ground, completely overpowered by Subaru's sudden counterattack and left unable to continue fighting. Subaru then reaches down and pulls out the dagger he had used to keep himself awake and focused, his body still trembling as the chaos of the battle continues around him. With the enemies finally wiped from the battlefield, Subaru's body can no longer hold itself up. His strength gives out all at once, and he drops heavily onto his knees, pushed far beyond the limits of any normal warrior after that endless fight. The few soldiers still left standing can only stare at him in disbelief, shaken to the core as they wonder if they have finally managed to bring down the monster in front of them. From farther away, Kazuki watches Subaru collapse, his gaze locked onto his fallen former friend with a strange, twisted sense of awe. Even now, after everything Subaru has endured, Kazuki can only call him a true monster. Kazuki looks over Subaru's ruined body and silently concludes that the age of Subaru Narukami has finally come to an end, and in his mind, that legendary era has ended in a way so simple and pathetic it almost feels laughable. Subaru's fatigue climbs all the way to 99, and the system coldly warns him that death can no longer be avoided. But even with that verdict hanging over him, Subaru lifts his eyes toward Kazuki and says that Kazuki, more than anyone else, should already know exactly what kind of man Subaru truly is. Dragging himself forward through unbearable pain and exhaustion, Subaru forces his battered body upright one final time. He grips an enemy's spear with both hands, roars that victory belongs to him, and hurls it with terrifying speed straight toward Kazuki. Kazuki smiles with complete confidence and tries to activate the Archangel's blessing, expecting the ring to shield him from the fatal blow. But that confidence vanishes the instant he realizes the ring is not responding the way he believed it would. The spear drives directly into Kazuki, piercing him before he can escape. Disbelief spreads across his face as he takes the strike, and Subaru, staring at him through the pain, declares that he is the one who has truly won. After landing that final attack, Subaru's consciousness begins to slip away, sinking slowly into darkness. As the world fades around him, he quietly reflects on the reality that his own death has finally come. But then, Subaru discovers something that should have been impossible. Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago, and somehow, against all reason, he has opened his eyes inside an entirely different body. Panicked, confused, and completely disoriented, Subaru wonders if this entire situation is nothing more than some insane dream. He tries to pull himself out of the trash can where he has awakened, but his unfamiliar body slips, and he crashes painfully onto the ground. Lying flat against the ground, still struggling to make sense of what is happening to him, Subaru notices a tablet resting nearby, just close enough to catch his attention. Subaru reaches out and picks up the tablet, examining it for only a moment before quickly recognizing it as a guide device used by people inside the tower. Without wasting even a second, Subaru begins searching for his former guild, Blue Eyes, desperately hoping to uncover some trace of what happened after his death. But the information that appears on the screen leaves him deeply shaken. Blue Eyes has become the Blue Zone, and Kazuki, the traitor who destroyed everything Subaru cared about, is now listed as its new master. When Subaru sees Kazuki's picture staring back at him from the screen, shock spreads across his face. He can barely believe it, and the first thought that burns through his mind is how that bastard somehow managed to survive. That image drags Subaru's mind back into the past, reminding him that Kazuki Kyojo had not always been the enemy standing in his way. In that memory, Kazuki calls Subaru aside for a private talk and quietly reveals that he has been thinking about leaving the guild. Subaru is caught off guard by the confession, and Kazuki then asks him to tell the rest of the team on his behalf. Kazuki tells Subaru that one day he will understand the reason behind his choice. But at that moment, Subaru can only think about the friendship they share. Kazuki reassures him by saying there is no need to worry, because he will always remain Subaru's shadow, and years later he goes on to establish his own guild, the Blue Zone. Back in the present, Subaru wonders why Kazuki has not truly moved forward at all during those 20 lost years. A tear slips down his face as the full weight of everything that happened while he was gone finally begins to settle over him. Then the tablet displays a location labeled the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall, and Subaru goes completely still, frozen in stunned silence as he stares at the name. Subaru slowly lifts his eyes from the screen and realizes that he is already standing right in front of his own memorial. Cold sweat runs down his face as he takes in the sight before him, forced to admit that the building is far more grand, elaborate, and impressive than anything he ever would have imagined. Inside the hall, a massive screen displays Subaru's past image high above the crowd, and the people gathered below gaze up at him with deep admiration in their eyes. Subaru watches the scene in disbelief, unable to understand what meaning there could be in people remembering him like this after so many years have already passed. As he stares at his own face on the enormous screen, Subaru begins questioning who created all of this and what purpose they had in turning his name into a memorial. Kazuki appears on the screen and proudly declares that the Blue Zone is the only guild that has inherited Subaru's noble spirit. The moment Subaru hears those words, fury surges through him, and he snaps at Kazuki to shut up, bitterly thinking that killing him once clearly was not enough. Kazuki boldly claims that the fallen will never return, but Subaru's eyes harden as he listens. In silence, he promises that Kazuki is about to learn just how wrong those words really are. Kazuki finishes his false speech by saying they will never forget that memory. Watching him with a dark, sinister smile, Subaru swears that he will rebuild this entire story from zero. Then Subaru suddenly turns pale as he notices something even stranger around him. The people inside the hall are wearing masks modeled after his former guild, and the sight leaves him completely confused. Subaru drags a hand across his face, trying to steady his breathing and gather himself as he struggles to process the bizarre situation unfolding all around him. Sweat gathers on Subaru's skin as he looks around the memorial hall, his confusion growing heavier by the second, while he wonders what the hell is really happening in this place. Everywhere Subaru turns, the people inside the memorial hall are wearing the same kind of mask, filling the room with an unsettling echo of blue eyes and making the entire scene feel even more unreal. Without giving himself time to think, Subaru begins pushing his way through the crowd, forcing people aside as he tries to move closer to the altar. The people around him quickly grow irritated, snapping at him to watch where he is going and wait his turn like everyone else. But in the middle of the shoving and confusion, Subaru loses his footing and drops to his knees before the memorial, his hand landing on flowers glowing with a strange bluish energy. Subaru picks up one of the flowers, and the instant he feels the energy flowing inside it, he recognizes it as the power of an old teammate, far away, high above the city on top of a building. Someone quietly watches everything from the distance. The hooded man gazes out over the city below and calmly comments that they have managed to get through another year without any major incident. One of his companions mentions that they almost crossed paths with the people from the Blue Zone, while another questions whether holding this ceremony every single year is truly necessary. Shiguri answers in a steady voice, saying that because they never know what might happen, it is better to remain prepared. With a faint smile on his face, Shiguri says that maybe Subaru will notice the flowers he left behind as a gift. His partner doubts that Subaru could still be alive after all this time, but Shiguri responds that he has not yet seen Subaru's death with his own eyes. The hooded man thinks Kazuki is more likely to find Subaru before they do, and irritation slips into his voice as he says that if their leader were truly alive, they would not have been trapped in this situation for 20 long years. The view then shifts toward a beautiful sunset where birds glide across the glowing sky as the day slowly begins to fade into evening. Back with Subaru, he stands there breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with uneven breaths, but a small spark of hope has finally returned to his eyes. Subaru wonders whether his old companion might truly still be alive after all these years, alone in a quiet place. He keeps turning that possibility over in his mind, and as he stares down at the flower in his hand, he whispers Shiguri's name with certainty. Later, Subaru finds himself inside Subaru Rozoi's room, and the first thing he notices is how plain and simple the entire place looks. Subaru picks up the device again and searches for more information about his old guild, but no matter what he looks for, nothing useful appears. Even though Subaru is convinced that Shiguri survived the massacre, frustration begins building inside him as he thinks about how Shiguri must have stayed hidden for the past 20 years. Subaru concludes that Kazuki must be at the center of everything, because Kazuki would never allow the truth about what happened that day to spread freely. Subaru wonders whether Shiguri really managed to survive on his own and whether the other three escaped as well. But he also understands that as long as Kazuki is still alive, trying to contact them carelessly would be no different from walking straight into a suicide mission. On top of that, Subaru has no real power in this new body, and forcing the situation now would only place him in danger. Looking down at the flower and the mask, he realizes there is something much more important he needs to handle first. With determination sharpening in his eyes, Subaru decides that his first goal must be to regain the strength he once had. Using Subaru Rozoi's memories, he reaches for a training sword left inside the room and grips it firmly in his hand. 2 days later, the tutorial finally begins. The trial that will decide whether Subaru Rasoi is truly qualified to become an official player inside the tower. Subaru quietly tells himself that as long as he can survive this trial, there is still a way forward. If he is alive, and if his old companions are somewhere out there in this world as well, then he believes there is still a chance they can meet again. The test is held inside a massive coliseum, an enormous examination arena built specifically for the tower's brutal tutorial, with wide open space meant to expose every weakness of the people being tested. Across the arena floor, bodies are already scattered everywhere, painting a grim picture before the next challenger even steps forward. This is clearly no ordinary entrance exam. It is a trial where failure can easily mean death. Watching everything from nearby is a bald, bearded examiner named Ugar, his narrowed eyes and stern expression making it clear that he is not the kind of man who is impressed easily. Not far from him, a young warrior stands hunched over and breathing hard, his body exhausted after barely managing to defeat several green creatures in the arena. After looking over the result, Ugar says the young warrior only passed by the thinnest possible margin. Then, almost testing him, Ugar asks if he wants to challenge the next step, leaving the boy visibly confused by the sudden offer. A screen appears in front of them and explains the rules clearly. Each new step will summon another goblin, and the higher the challenger climbs, the greater the rewards will become. The warrior refuses immediately, not even taking a moment to think about it. Ugar clicks his tongue in irritation, saying that just hearing that answer is enough to make his head hurt. But the boy stubbornly stands by his decision, insisting that the only thing that matters is that he passed the test, even if he only managed to scrape through by a tiny margin. Ugar looks deeply disappointed, clearly annoyed that he has no choice but to approve someone so weak. He grumbles that aside from Isaac, who managed to clear step 20, there does not seem to be a single promising recruit this year. With open disgust written across his face, Ugar mutters that the quality of this year's new candidates is absolutely terrible. Then something written on Ugar's clipboard catches his eye. His gaze drops to the page for a moment, and then he looks back toward the arena with a sharper, more focused expression. It is Subaru, stepping onto the battlefield with a sword already gripped in his hand. Ugar reads the name Subaru Rasoi and remarks that it is a heavy name to carry, warning him that only by passing this test will he prove he deserves to use it. Subaru accepts the warning calmly without showing the slightest sign of nerves, and a screen appears in front of him, signaling that his challenge is about to begin. The system generates 2 goblins inside the arena, placing them directly in Subaru's path, and the mission given to him is simple: defeat both monsters. Ugar begins to officially start the tutorial, preparing to announce the opening of the match, but before he can even finish his sentence, something flashes past him like a blur. Before Ugar's words can fully leave his mouth, Subaru has already moved through the arena and cut down both monsters in an instant. Ugar stares in confusion, trying to understand what just streaked across his vision. He had not even blinked, and yet pieces of the goblins were already scattering across the Colosseum floor. Subaru smiles quietly to himself, relieved that the last 2 days spent testing the limits of his new body were not wasted. Now he understands that the body he woke up in is far more exceptional than he first assumed. The screen asks whether Subaru wants to proceed to the next step, and he accepts immediately, without a pause, without hesitation, and without even a trace of doubt. After witnessing Subaru's speed firsthand, Ugar is left completely speechless, standing there as he struggles to process what just happened in front of him. As more monster bodies begin piling up across the arena floor, Ugar watches in growing disbelief, wondering what the hell is unfolding before his eyes. The longer Ugar observes Subaru's movements, the clearer it becomes that the boy is not simply swinging his sword wildly or relying on luck. With the eye of an experienced examiner, Ugar realizes that Subaru is reading every enemy movement 2 or 3 steps ahead, predicting their attacks before they can fully commit to them. Subaru's grip remains steady around the sword hilt as he cuts down one monster after another, his pace never breaking and his body never slowing for even a second. Ugar quickly understands that what he is seeing is not just ordinary talent with a blade. Even Ugar himself cannot perform something like this. Meanwhile, Subaru keeps moving with a confident smile, carrying the calm control of someone who already understands the entire battlefield. For a brief moment, Ugar even wonders if the boy in front of him might actually be the reincarnation of Subaru Norukami himself. Subaru finishes another creature with a precise strike, then turns his sharp gaze toward the final goblin and brings that one down as well. When the next monster appears, Ugar immediately shouts for Subaru to give up, warning him that trying to fight it would be pure madness. He insists that it is basically suicide because the difference in power between Subaru and the creature is simply too massive. Subaru knows that with his current stats, he cannot deal proper damage through a normal fight. Even so, he tightens his hand around his sword and refuses to show even the smallest trace of fear. Subaru has absolutely no intention of backing down. Then, to everyone's surprise, he suddenly lets his weapon fall to the ground and calmly says that he refuses. Ugar panics, wondering if Subaru has finally lost his mind. At the same time, the Goblin King charges forward at full speed, rushing straight toward Subaru while he stands there completely unarmed. In that instant, something small cuts through the air and strikes the monster's shoulder, catching the Goblin King completely off guard before it can understand what hit it. The beast looks down toward its leg and sees a thin needle lodged in its flesh, its expression twisting in confusion. A single drop of blood falls from the Goblin King's body as it struggles to make sense of the strange attack. Then the monster turns its gaze back towards Subaru, who is crouched low against the arena floor, calmly picking something up as if everything is still under control. With a slight smile, Subaru opens his hand and reveals a handful of needles, then asks the creature whether it is surprised, still crouched close to the ground. Subaru watches the monster carefully, waiting for the exact moment to make his next move. As he studies its movements, an old memory rises in his mind, guiding his hands through the battle. In that memory, a younger Subaru is practicing his throws, aiming at a target drawn onto the trunk of a tree. A woman named Rina scolds him, telling him that he cannot throw like that. Then, with a confident smile, she explains that almost anything can become a throwing weapon if he knows how to use it properly. Reina shows Subaru the correct way to hold an object before attacking, teaching him that anything can become a knife as long as he understands where its center of gravity lies. With one smooth and practiced motion, Rina launches the object forward and strikes the target perfectly, proving the precision behind her strict training. Back in the present, Subaru's needles slam into the Goblin King's face, cutting into its flesh and making blood spill from the fresh wounds. The impact makes the creature scream in agony, and its massive body begins staggering backward as both the damage and the poison start weakening it from within. Subaru calmly explains that power comes from rotation, while true precision comes from throwing without even the slightest hesitation. With a serious look in his eyes, Subaru remembers that it was his former companion, Reina, who taught him everything about this technique. He also realizes that the poisonous needles have not disappeared, and he uses that discovery to his full advantage. Ugar is stunned when he realizes that Subaru has been fighting with both his sword and hidden weapons at the same time. Sweat runs down Ugar's face as he admits that Subaru's methods are more than enough to win the fight, and that the boy standing in the arena is nothing less than a true genius. The Goblin King, now pierced all over by needles, roars in pain, but the poison has already spread through its body and left the monster badly weakened. At last, the monster can no longer endure the damage. The Goblin King's strength gives out completely, and it collapses heavily onto the arena floor, defeated before everyone watching. Subaru walks toward the collapsed Goblin King and reaches down to pick up his sword again, preparing to end the fight once and for all. Looking down at the fallen creature, he calmly says he has nothing personal against it, but he needs to finish this tutorial already. With one clean and perfectly controlled slash, Subaru cuts the Goblin King down for good, bringing the brutal battle inside the examination arena to a decisive end. After the fight is over, Subaru pauses in front of the point options, carefully thinking about how he should spend them. Raw destructive power pulls him in one direction, while survival feels like the smarter and safer choice, and in his mind, the decision balances like a scale that could ruin him later if he chooses wrong. Then, as Subaru studies the shop screen more closely, his eyes catch something strange buried within the display. Something he almost missed at first glance. He realizes that the item list does not actually stop where he thought it did. There is still more below, and by scrolling farther down, he can reveal additional hidden options. That is when Subaru finds a skill called Brand of Greed, an ability designed to suppress the side effects that come from using certain powerful items. Seeing that skill suddenly pulls Subaru back into a memory from his previous life, to a time when someone once asked him for an autograph, and Subaru awkwardly admitted that he did not have one prepared to give. But the kid refused to let the matter go, stubbornly pressing Subaru again and asking him to at least write his name inside the notebook. Back in the present, Ugar scolds Subaru for his rude attitude, clearly irritated by the way he is behaving, but Subaru only mocks him in return, looking completely unbothered by the examiner's anger. Subaru refuses to answer Ugar's questions and instead demands that the results of his test be kept secret. Ugar's temper immediately flares and he snaps back that he will personally teach Subaru some proper manners. Ugar then offers Subaru a place in the cavalry guild, but Subaru rejects the invitation on the spot, showing not even the slightest bit of interest. A screen appears in front of Subaru, asking whether he wants to advance to the second floor, and Subaru accepts the option instantly without wasting even a single moment. In the very next instant, Subaru disappears from the arena, leaving Ugar behind as the examiner shouts after him and tells him to wait. Left standing there alone, Ugar lets out a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, Subaru arrives on the second floor of the Great Tower, stepping into a lively and crowded place known as the Land of Beginnings. As Subaru looks around the busy streets, the familiar scenery makes him realize just how many years have passed since he last stood in this place. This is his second chance, and he knows better than anyone that he cannot afford to waste something this rare. Because Subaru has already lived through this world once before, he understands that he must handle everything better this time. For the companions who may still be somewhere out there waiting, and for the revenge still burning inside him, failure is not an option. With that purpose fixed clearly in his mind, Subaru heads to a private training room, ready to test the new abilities he has obtained and see exactly what his current body can handle. Outside the training rooms, the attendant sits quietly at his desk, dozing off in peace as though nothing unusual could possibly happen during his shift. Suddenly, the attendant jerks awake after sensing a strange presence nearby. Still half asleep, he rubs at his eyes, unsure whether he has actually woken up or is still trapped inside a dream. Then Subaru steps out of the training room, and behind him a thin trail of blood drags across the corridor floor, marking the path from the doorway. The attendant freezes in shock, because not even 10 full minutes have passed since Subaru entered room 5. Worried by the blood and the eerie silence, the attendant walks over to the door and knocks, nervously asking whether the dreamer boy is still inside. He opens the door just a crack and peeks through the narrow gap, only to go completely still in horror at the sight waiting for him inside. The entire room has been utterly wrecked, destroyed beyond recognition, and the attendant can only stare in disbelief while wondering what on earth happened in there. Elsewhere, Subaru wakes up in his bedroom with sunlight falling across his face. He stretches his stiff body and wonders how long he was asleep, thinking that if it had been an ordinary cursed sword, he never would have escaped its effects so easily. Later, while sitting in a cafe, Subaru realizes that the burden pressing on his body has clearly become lighter, and that he successfully managed to extract the power of the sword. With Subaru's current stats, he should not even be capable of lifting that weapon properly, let alone drawing out its strength and making use of it. That can only mean the compatibility between Brand of Greed and the sword is far better than Subaru expected, almost so perfect that it feels as though the two were made to work together. Subaru smiles as he thinks that combining the sword's power with his lightning skill should produce excellent results. But just as that possibility excites him, another problem surfaces in his mind. His skill levels are still far too low. Since Subaru has only 50 credits left, he quietly complains to himself that he has fallen so far that even managing a tiny amount of credits has become a serious struggle. Just then, a cheerful blonde boy walks into the cafe, and his bright energy instantly draws the attention of nearly everyone around him. The blonde boy, who appears to be a streamer, suddenly receives a donation of 1,000 credits from a fan named Alexandra, and his face lights up with pure excitement. In his excitement, the streamer spills coffee all over himself, but even that does not stop him from repeatedly thanking Alexandra for the donation. Watching from a distance, Subaru stares at him in disbelief and wonders whether that guy is completely insane. With a sharp, observant look in his eyes, Subaru continues watching the scene unfold, slowly piecing together what is happening in this strange new era. On his tablet, Subaru reads an article about how people earn points now, and he discovers that this era has become heavily dominated by live streaming. Subaru finally understands what the blonde streamer was doing. But before he can think any further about it, someone suddenly calls out to him by the name Subaru. The one who greets him is a well-dressed young man with silver hair and a polished smile. He approaches Subaru casually, saying it is crazy to run into him here and asking if he lives nearby. But the instant Subaru sees him, a chill runs through his body, and he realizes this new body is reacting to the newcomer purely on instinct. In a sarcastic tone, the silver-haired young man complains that Subaru is ignoring him and making him look like he is talking to himself. Subaru then understands that his discomfort is not random at all. This man must have been connected to the original Subaru Rosoi from the moment he arrived on this floor. The man leans casually against Subaru's table, acting far too familiar, and says he is surprised to find him sitting in a place like this. Then, with a cruel smile curling across his face, he adds that he never expected a weakling like Subaru Rosoi to actually pass the tutorial. Those mocking words immediately irritate Subaru, and in that moment, the memories finally connect. He remembers the face of the bastard standing right in front of him. In a flashback from the original body's memories, Subaru Rosoi looks up at Isaac in fear and confusion, asking him why he is doing this to him. Isaac looks down at Subaru Rosoi with pure contempt and snaps at him not to make that angry face. He shouts that even Subaru's name irritates him and that Subaru cannot follow even a simple order, while the poor boy cries that the credits Isaac gave him were not enough to complete the mission. Isaac continues boasting without shame, bragging that he even learned a B-rank skill as a reward from the tutorial. Back in the present, Subaru rises from his seat to leave and tells Isaac not to rush their conversation. But Isaac orders him to buy a coffee on the way back, saying even a cheap one will do, then grows irritated when Subaru does not obey and complains that he is still as disobedient as ever. With anger creeping into his voice, Isaac asks what is wrong with Subaru and whether his soul was swapped with someone else. Subaru calmly replies that he has no credits, then impatiently tells Isaac to buy his own coffee. Isaac's expression hardens at once, and in a firm, threatening voice, the silver-haired young man orders Subaru to say that again. Subaru thinks to himself that he has no time to waste carrying out the original body's petty revenge. But if Isaac intends to stand in the way of his plans, then the situation changes completely. With determination sharpening in his eyes, Subaru makes it clear that he will not allow anyone to ruin his future. Seeing that defiant attitude, Isaac snaps and grabs Subaru's arm tightly, trying to stop him from leaving. With his eyes burning red from fury, Isaac threatens Subaru and asks what happens to runaway trash. But Subaru only meets his gaze coldly and tells Isaac to let go if he knows what is good for him. Isaac's eyes were blazing now, filled with a rage he no longer bothered to hide. The glow in his stare sharpened even more as his fingers sank deeper into the protagonist's arm, his grip tightening with such vicious pressure that it felt like he was trying to crush him on the spot. Pain shot through the protagonist's arm, sharp enough to make his body tense, but he forced himself not to react. He stayed perfectly still, holding everything in, because he knew better than anyone that causing a scene in a place like this would only make things worse. If he let his temper slip even a little right now, the whole situation would spiral out of his control. Before he could even explain what had happened, the blame would turn back on him, dragging him straight into trouble he could not afford. But when Isaac noticed how calmly the protagonist was enduring the pain, his reaction only became uglier. He suddenly threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, as if watching someone struggle to restrain himself was the funniest entertainment he had seen all day. Isaac leaned into the cruelty of the moment, wearing that same mocking attitude as he told the protagonist not to look so scared. According to him, he was only giving him a harmless little scare, just like they used to do in the old days. Then, as if that was not cruel enough, he drove the insult even deeper, sneering that with abilities that pathetic, it was honestly a miracle the protagonist had somehow crawled his way through the tutorial at all. But the protagonist did not step back. Instead, he moved forward, closing the space between them inch by inch, facing the bully who had spent so long looking down on him as if he were beneath notice. Isaac's expression warped with pure contempt as he spat out the word trash, staring at the protagonist like he could not believe he had the nerve to stand up to him. He asked if he was really trying to pick a fight, then coldly warned him that making someone like him disappear would barely take any effort. Then, as if the threat had never happened at all, Isaac abruptly let go of the protagonist's arm and put on a fake, revolting smile, casually calling him his friend. The protagonist only stared back with icy disgust written across his face, silently wondering what kind of twisted person could call that friendship. A system screen appeared next, laying out one of the most basic truths of this tower world. For any player who wanted to become stronger, there were essentially two major paths available to them. The first path was to face the trials prepared by the Great Tower itself. By challenging those trials, clearing them, and collecting the rewards that followed, players could gradually build themselves up, step by step, through the tower's own system. The second path, however, was much more direct and far more aggressive: hunting. By defeating monsters or clearing additional dungeons outside the normal tower trials, a player could force their growth forward much faster than those who relied only on official challenges. But that faster path came with a terrifying condition. Since those hunting grounds existed in the real world, dying there did not mean losing a few points or respawning somewhere safe. If a player was killed outside the tower, that death was permanent and real. The scene then shifted into a deadly dungeon known as the Nest of the Whispering Orcs. The place was soaked in danger from the very atmosphere alone, making it easy to understand why most players avoided hunting unless they absolutely had no other choice. But the protagonist was not thinking like an ordinary player. Sitting beside the corpse of a defeated orc, breathing heavily in the grim silence of the dungeon, he came to a clear conclusion: the safer the route, the slower the growth. The opposite was just as obvious to him. The more danger he was willing to throw himself into, the faster he could rise within the tower's merciless system. After allowing himself a short moment to recover, the protagonist reached for his tablet. He brought up the screen in front of him, intending to check the newest information while the dungeon around him remained quiet. As he scrolled through the feed, one thing immediately froze his attention. Someone was live streaming under his old name, Narukami Subaru, and even more unbelievable than that, the stream already had 80,000 viewers watching in real time. On the broadcast, the imposter stood there confidently and announced to the audience that he was about to challenge the third-floor trial of the tower. People were already using his name, copying his image, and even wearing a mask like his. Then, as if that alone were not enough to make his blood boil, a mission worth 20,000 credits suddenly appeared on the stream. The fake Narukami Subaru cheerfully thanked the donor like it was nothing special, while the protagonist stared at the screen in complete disbelief, unable to wrap his head around a single mission being worth that much money. And it did not stop there. More donations started coming in one after another, stacking up rapidly, while the fake streamer kept smiling, bowing, and thanking the viewers as the credits continued pouring into his account. While that imposter sat comfortably in front of an audience, making easy money by borrowing the protagonist's identity, the real one was down in brutal dungeons, putting his life on the line just to grow even a little stronger. When the protagonist looked at his own balance and saw only 50 credits, he could not help but grumble that the imposter was making an absurd fortune. But as he continued watching the stream from his device, irritation slowly gave way to something else, and a new idea began forming in the back of his mind. With a quiet sigh, the protagonist pushed himself back up to his feet. He shook off the brief frustration, straightened his posture, and prepared to face whatever fight was waiting for him next. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he drew out his demonic sword. Looking ahead, he remarked that before leaving, he might as well take on one more job. At that exact moment, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble. A massive orc foot slammed down right in front of him with crushing force, shaking the dungeon floor like something huge had just arrived. A furious horde of orcs surged into view inside the dungeon, every one of them looking ready to tear him apart. At the same time, the system issued a warning that the dungeon boss, the general, had finally appeared. The protagonist faced the monsters head-on and calmly said that he had something far better than poisonous needles. After he finished clearing the dungeon, the protagonist stood in the aftermath with his mask in hand. He stared down at it quietly, as if accepting a decision he had been avoiding, and admitted that he would have to use it again. Back in his room, everything finally clicked into place. He now understood how he could make money, and if he was going to take that path, he decided he would do it the right way. Holding the mask in his hand, he declared that he would go all out, because this was the one thing he knew he was truly good at. The protagonist lifted his old mask and placed it back over his face, returning to the identity he had once used. With that familiar image restored, he readied himself for everything that was about to happen next. With his sword secured firmly across his back, he stepped out with a renewed confidence in his stride. No matter how many imitators appeared, or how many people tried to steal the name, there was one truth he knew better than anyone. He was the real Narukami Subaru. At that very moment, a notification appeared for viewers to see, announcing that Narukami Subaru had just started a live stream. The scene shifted to an empty office at SOT Entertainment, where a woman dressed in traditional clothing sat quietly by herself, watching something unfold on the screen of her device. Her expression quickly tightened with disgust. The longer she watched, the more irritation showed on her face, until it was obvious that whatever she was seeing had completely ruined her mood. Then, without the slightest warning, she sprang up from her seat and kicked her coworker, shocking him so badly he barely had time to react. Furious, she snapped that the streamer was trash and barked that not even 5 people could make it past that point. Her coworker, still rattled from being kicked out of nowhere, looked at her in confusion and asked what had happened. She answered sharply, telling him that the streamer's name was Sue Beckett. The man asked if this was just another fake trying to ride Subaru's name, but she did not answer so simply. Instead, she said it might be something stranger than that, maybe a strange blend of both truth and imitation. He groaned in frustration, saying that lately everyone seemed completely obsessed with copying Subaru. But she immediately told him not to throw around scary comments like that so casually. The man went on, saying that even real players were starting to get bored of the whole situation. Then he addressed her by name, calling her Hatsuka. Hatsuka asked him why he had abandoned climbing the tower just to sit around in a place like this. With a sad look settling over his face, the blue-haired man replied that the tower had simply become too boring. Then he pointed out that she had given up too, adding that if she were truly free, she would probably be out there hunting for fresh talent herself. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought back to his original reason for climbing. His goal had been to meet Subaru, but once that dream slipped out of reach, his motivation faded away along with it. Then, all of a sudden, he shouted that there was an incredible boy out there. Hatsuka immediately turned toward him with suspicion in her eyes, asking if he had gone and found yet another weirdo. Hatsuka showed him the latest cosplay copying Narukami Subaru's look, and the man could only stare at it in silence for a moment before admitting that the entire situation had become completely ridiculous. He then complained that she was seriously watching a live stream with 0 viewers. Hatsuka did not even try to argue with him. Instead, she simply accepted it and agreed. Hatsuka admitted that whenever she saw someone wearing that mask, she could not help herself. Even if it was foolish, some small spark of hope always stirred inside her. Then she sent a donation of 1,000 credits without hesitation. The man instantly collapsed to his knees on the floor, begging her for forgiveness with the kind of desperation only someone truly panicked could show. The scene returned to the protagonist as he began the second-floor trial. With the dungeon stretching ahead of him, he stepped forward with a clear goal in mind. He was going to clear it. But even as he advanced, a strange sensation crept over him. It felt as though someone watching the live stream was observing him far too closely, with an attention that went beyond that of a normal viewer. A viewer using the name Love Money appeared in the chat, typing a question for him. They asked what floor he was currently on and whether this was his first time attempting it. The protagonist answered calmly that it was. He confirmed that this was, in fact, his first real great challenge. The viewer then asked if it was really fine for him to be streaming, especially if he did not even know the proper route. And just as that warning-like question appeared, a bat-like monster suddenly emerged, spreading its wings wide before flying straight toward the protagonist. The bat-like monster shot straight toward him, aiming directly for his face with its jaws snapping open near the mask, as if it wanted to rip it clean off. But the attack was so clumsy and off-target that the protagonist barely even flinched, standing there as if the creature had missed by a mile. Then, in the very next heartbeat, the protagonist moved with a kind of calm speed that came from real experience. His hand went to his sword, the blade flashed out in one clean motion, and with a single decisive slash, he sliced the monster in half before it could recover. The system instantly confirmed that the bat-like creature had been defeated. Still completely composed, the protagonist looked forward through his mask, his confidence untouched, and asked in a calm voice whether there was any problem. Immediately after that, the system announced that the second-floor trial inside the beginner dungeon had officially begun. The message made one thing clear. Everything up to now had only been the opening, and the protagonist's real challenge was just starting. With the livestream now showing 3 viewers, the chat finally started reacting. One viewer praised how sharp and fast his reflexes were, while another quickly warned him that he should probably turn back and wait until he had a proper party before pushing any deeper into the dungeon. The protagonist answered politely, thanking the viewer for the advice without dismissing it outright. But even though his tone was respectful, his decision was already set, and he made it clear that waiting around for a group simply was not something he could afford to do. He then stated openly that he preferred to handle every challenge by himself. The moment he said that, the viewers started making fun of him, instantly assuming he was nothing more than another reckless rookie trying to sound brave in front of a tiny audience. Even while the chat kept running its mouth, the protagonist noticed something important. The name Narukami Subaru was already attracting attention on its own, and while the viewers were focused on teasing him, the next monster quietly waited for the perfect chance to strike. Without any warning, a strange fish-like monster suddenly launched itself toward him, its body twisted in an unnatural, grotesque way as it tore through the air, rushing in with clear intent to attack. The protagonist did not lose his composure for even a moment. Instead, he tightened his grip around the demonic sword, planted himself firmly, and prepared to cut the creature down before it could even get close enough to threaten him. With one swift movement, he sliced through the monster as if it barely counted as an obstacle. After bringing it down, he remained calm and said that what he really wanted was to find out just how far he could push his own limits. A notification quickly appeared, confirming that the monster had been defeated. But the viewers watching the stream were left completely lost because the strike had happened so quickly that most of them had barely managed to see what he had done. As the viewers watched the dangerous situation continue to unfold, some of them immediately wrote him off. To them, he looked finished already, and they casually joked that they would probably see him again on his next attempt after this one failed. Then a new mission suddenly appeared on the screen, offering 100 credits if he could defeat all the monsters waiting ahead. The viewers reacted right away, quickly deciding that a request like that had to be some sort of trap. The protagonist simply thanked the donor for the 100 credits, his voice steady and almost too relaxed for the situation. His calm reaction to such an unreasonable-looking mission only made everyone watching even more confused about what kind of streamer they were dealing with. Meanwhile, back at the office, the blue-haired man clenched his fist so tightly that his frustration was obvious at a glance. His face twisted as he watched what was happening, unable to hide how badly it was getting under his skin. He shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what he had done wrong. From his perspective, he had been doing well up until that point. Yet somehow, despite all of that, he had still failed the mission he had received. Back inside the dungeon, the protagonist suddenly moved like a blur. In one sweeping strike, he cut down 3 more creatures at once, proving with his blade that he was far beyond what anyone would expect from an ordinary beginner. For a brief moment, the viewers were stunned into silence. Then one spectator finally broke through the shock, calling out the person who had dismissed him as a rookie and demanding that they show themselves. The protagonist paused for a short moment, his posture becoming almost thoughtful. Then he casually commented that trying to communicate with monsters was actually much harder than it looked. One of the viewers reminded him that he still had to accept the mission credits. Only then did the protagonist realize he had completely forgotten about it. He quickly took out his tablet and started working through the screen to finalize the mission. Because of that sudden pause, the spectators began to grow suspicious. Messages appeared in the chat asking whether the stream had started lagging or if he was having some kind of connection problem at the worst possible time. In the office, Hatsuka became more and more excited as she watched, her imagination running wild. She said he might really be the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru, just like in the stories she had read. Clutching her head as if the thought was making her dizzy, she asked her coworker what would happen if she closed her eyes right then. The man immediately shouted at her not to do it, panicking as he asked if she was seriously thinking about recruiting this streamer into their agency. Hatsuka answered as if that was the perfect idea, but her coworker quickly warned her that he was still a brand new streamer with almost no audience to speak of. He insisted that Hatsuka was not reading the situation properly at all. From his point of view, betting on someone this risky would only get them in trouble, and their boss would absolutely scold them if they tried to push it through. But Hatsuka's eyes burned with determination as she told him to just wait and see what would happen with this new talent. Then she turned her focus straight back to her device, completely absorbed in watching the protagonist continue fighting his way through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally arrived at the end of the path, where a huge stone structure loomed in the dim dungeon light. He stopped before the massive stone door, looked up at it, and said that this was the end of the dungeon he had been searching for. The giant stone gate towered over him, radiating a heavy and intimidating presence that made the space feel even more tense. Facing it head-on, the protagonist gathered himself and prepared for whatever might be waiting beyond the door. He slowly stretched one hand forward and pressed his palm against the cold stone surface. With that movement, he prepared to uncover whatever secret or opponent was hidden on the other side. Beyond the door, he found an enormous werewolf-like creature seated on the ground. Its massive body filled the chamber with such weight and pressure that the entire room seemed to become darker and more oppressive around it. This creature was the wolf warrior Greg. The moment the viewers saw him on the stream, the chat began reacting to the overwhelming pressure coming from his body, as if his presence alone was enough to make the air heavier. A screen appeared before the protagonist, revealing the condition of the mission. The wording sounded simple enough, but its meaning carried real weight. He had to earn the approval of the dungeon's guardian. The protagonist quickly understood that Greg was not merely another monster placed there to be killed, he was a gatekeeper, someone meant to judge the players who reached him. Then, just as that realization settled in, another mission appeared, this time offering a reward if he could defeat the wolf warrior himself. The protagonist's eyes widened behind the mask when he saw the amount attached to the reward. The mission was offering an unbelievable 3,000 credits, a number far too large for him to ignore. The viewers immediately began warning him through the chat. They made it clear that Greg was not the kind of opponent players were normally supposed to defeat, and that challenging him directly was anything but a normal part of the trial. Ignoring every warning flashing across the screen, Greg slowly rose from where he had been sitting. His enormous frame lifted into place, and the atmosphere shifted as the wolf warrior prepared himself for battle. With his HP fully restored, the wolf warrior stood ready to face the masked boy before him. Everything about his stance suggested that he had accepted the challenge from the one bold enough to come after him. The guardian of the second floor towered in front of the protagonist, staring him down with a deadly, piercing gaze. A sinister smile spread across Greg's face as he called the protagonist a user, making it clear that the fight was about to begin. Another screen appeared, once again reminding the protagonist of the true purpose of the trial. He did not need to destroy everything in his path. He simply had to be acknowledged by the great wolf warrior. Greg studied him with suspicion and asked whether he had really come here alone. When the wolf pressed the question a second time, the masked protagonist answered without hesitation, saying that of course he had come alone. The guardian seemed intrigued by that answer and said he could smell the scent of a great warrior. The protagonist realized that the wolf tribe could recognize a very special kind of scent, and Greg explained that it was not the scent of the body at all, but the essence carried by a true warrior. With that, Greg declared that the test was already over and that the protagonist was free to move forward. But instead of being relieved, the protagonist seemed confused and even a little disappointed, saying that it was a shame because his actual target was Greg himself. The wolf warrior stared at him in surprise and asked if he truly meant him, not the door standing behind him. Behind the mask, the protagonist's expression turned serious as he confirmed it without backing down. He explained that someone had given him an order to take down the wolf warrior. Greg smiled at that response, saying it was exactly the kind of answer he would expect from someone carrying the soul of a warrior. Then the scene shifted away from the dungeon, cutting instead to a potted plant placed inside a bright and modern office. Hatsuka and her blue-haired partner were now standing in front of their boss. Their excitement was obvious, but the man before them looked far too busy with his own work to indulge whatever passionate pitch they had brought into his office. His hands moved across the keyboard at incredible speed, typing without pause. This was John Tai, the department head, and without even slowing down, he asked how many viewers the livestream had. The blue-haired man answered that it had around 20 people, only for Hatsuka to immediately cut in and correct him. With a proud little smile, Hatsuka announced that the stream had already passed 30 viewers. Her correction instantly irritated her partner, and as the two began bickering, John Tai's patience snapped. He glared at them and demanded to know if they were treating their work like some kind of joke. John Tai complained that he already knew the two of them enjoyed making risky bets, but what he had asked them to bring in was someone with real promise, not a streamer whose audience was barely hovering around 20 people. Hatsuka corrected him again without even hesitating, firmly insisting that the number was 30 viewers, not 20. That stubborn little correction only made John Tai look even more annoyed than before. John Tai then turned the conversation directly toward Hatsuka. With a pointed look, he suggested that maybe she should become a streamer herself, because with her talent and presence, she would probably be able to attract plenty of fans on her own. Her blue-haired partner glanced back toward the livestream screen, and the moment he saw the viewer count had already jumped past 40, he looked like he was about to lose his mind. Even while John Tai kept yelling at them, the scene shifted back into the dungeon, where the protagonist now stood face to face with the towering wolf warrior, both sides ready for the battle to finally begin. Greg spread his razor-sharp claws and lowered his huge body, taking the stance of a predator seconds away from striking. Then, with terrifying force, he launched himself forward and charged straight at the protagonist. The protagonist wrapped both hands tightly around the hilt of his demonic sword. As Greg rushed in, he forced every stray thought out of his mind, reminding himself that once the fight began, hesitation and overthinking would only slow him down. The system warned him that using the weapon would drain his life in exchange for a boost to his stats, and almost immediately that brutal pain tore through his entire body. But the wedge of greed resisted the effect, giving him just enough room to steady his breathing as he told himself to fight with the same sharp focus he had back when everything felt like his first true battle. Greg did not give him even a second to settle in. The wolf warrior kicked off the ground with explosive speed, closing the gap between them in an instant as he rushed straight toward the protagonist without the slightest hesitation. The masked protagonist stepped into the charge instead of running from it. His sword slammed against Greg's claws with a heavy metallic clash, and the force of both attacks rang through the air like the dungeon itself had been struck. A blue light began gathering around Greg's paw, pulsing with dangerous energy. The glow grew stronger as the Guardian prepared another devastating attack, one powerful enough to crush the battle in a single blow if it landed cleanly. Greg unleashed that strike with brutal force, swinging down with overwhelming power. But the protagonist dug his feet into the ground, raised his sword, and somehow managed to block the attack despite the terrifying weight behind it. Even though he defended himself in time, the impact still blasted him backward. His boots scraped hard against the ground, carving out the distance he was forced to give up and showing just how monstrous Greg's raw strength truly was. As Greg's rapid attacks kept crashing down, the protagonist continued blocking as best he could, feeling the pressure build with every strike. He had to admit the wolf warrior was unbelievably strong, and brute force alone would never be enough to defeat someone like this, which meant he needed to find another way to win. Even while pressing him with attack after attack, Greg actually praised him. The wolf warrior said this level of resistance was exactly what he would expect from someone worthy of being called a great warrior. Greg immediately followed with a spinning attack, trying to strike from an angle that would catch the protagonist off guard. But the masked boy slipped away with sharp, agile movement, then warned that even with all that power, the Guardian's movements still could not keep up with his own abilities. With that brief opening right in front of him, the protagonist tightened his grip on the demonic sword until his hands locked around the handle. This was his chance to stop defending and turn the battle around with a counterattack of his own. The viewers watching the live stream noticed that most of what he had done so far was defend and evade, but even that alone was enough to leave them amazed, because every movement he made still looked ridiculously strong for someone in his position. Messages began filling the chat, with people saying the person who gave him this mission was probably regretting it now. After all, if the protagonist had just followed the normal route and gone through the trial properly, he would have passed without any trouble. A faint smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he watched the flow of the fight. Then he said that sometimes there were ways to win that worked far better than simply relying on strength alone. And in the next moment, Greg's massive body suddenly gave out. The proud wolf warrior lost his balance and collapsed heavily to the ground, the impact making it clear that the battle had reached its end. The system announced that the protagonist had defeated the wolf warrior, and with that victory came a level up along with improved stats. As if that were not enough, he also received 500 achievement points, leaving the livestream viewers completely stunned by what they had just seen. With dirt smeared across his face and the lingering tension of the fight still surrounding him, the protagonist calmly confirmed that Greg had been defeated. At the same time, the viewer count on the livestream climbed all the way up to 56. The mission was officially marked complete, and the protagonist received the promised 3,000 credits. He thanked the donor calmly for the money as both his credits and points increased, and at last the great dungeon door began to open before him. Back at the agency, the entire team stared at the huge screen in the room. Every pair of eyes was locked onto the livestream, watching the result unfold in real time. The moment they realized what had happened, Hatsuka and the others burst into excitement, shouting and celebrating as the numbers rose faster than anyone expected. Hatsuka was especially thrilled, not only because the viewers were growing, but because the protagonist now had 3 trial options laid out in front of him. Even John Tai had to acknowledge that the result was impressive, especially since people had always claimed the wolf warrior was impossible to defeat. Still, he remained cautious, believing that trying to recruit a rookie who had only reached the 2nd floor was far too dangerous for their agency. When Hatsuka heard the doubt in his voice, she looked straight at John Tai without backing down. Right there on the spot, she challenged him and asked if he wanted to settle the matter with a bet. Hatsuka declared that if the protagonist failed, then she and Seed would spend the next 5 years working under a fixed salary, putting their own future on the line for this streamer. Seed instantly panicked, shouting that he had never agreed to be dragged into such a ridiculous bet. But before he could protest any further, John Tai cut him off coldly and told him to shut up. John Tai still did not fully believe her, pointing out that the only player who had ever reached the lightning trial was Narukami Subaru himself. Hatsuka simply smiled with confidence and answered that they would only know the truth if they actually allowed this to play out. With a sharp smile of his own, John Tai accepted the bet. Hatsuka immediately clamped a hand over Seed's mouth to silence his desperate protests, and meanwhile, inside the portal, a new system screen appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that the lightning trial had officially begun. Then, all at once, the protagonist sensed danger nearby and shouted a warning to the man close to him, telling him to be careful. The monster smashed its fist into the ground with explosive force, releasing a destructive blow that could have crushed anything caught in its path. But the protagonist reacted fast, moving out of the way before the attack could land. The protagonist could already tell the monster had a weakness somewhere, while the man he had just saved shouted for him to run. But the protagonist had no intention of retreating, deciding instead to end the fight quickly before anyone else had a chance to interfere. With his sword gripped firmly in hand, the protagonist charged straight toward the monster. That forward rush marked the beginning of the real confrontation. Moving at incredible speed, he used the monster's own arm as a springboard. His foot landed against it for only a moment before he launched himself upward into the air. The creature swung with all the strength in its massive body, trying to smash him down before he could move any higher. But by the time the attack came through, the protagonist was already airborne and beyond its reach. Preparing to counter, he planted his foot firmly against the monster's arm again. He used the impact and recoil to build even more momentum, propelling himself higher toward the creature's vulnerable point. His eyes glowed red as he readied himself to deliver the decisive blow. Down below, the man he had rescued could only stare in complete awe at the masked hero soaring upward toward the monster. Without wasting even a second, the protagonist ran along the giant's massive body, aiming directly for the weak point at its neck. Then, with a clean and precise strike, his demonic sword carved deep into the creature's flesh. The monster released a pained roar from the sudden attack, its voice shaking through the area. But the protagonist was not done yet, and he showed no sign of backing away. The deafening roar only seemed to irritate him. With the beast still howling, the protagonist prepared to silence it once and for all. He told the creature to stay quiet for the rest of its life, then raised his sword and brought it down to deliver the finishing blow. With one exact, merciless slash, the protagonist ended the creature's life. The monster's enormous body toppled backward, then crashed lifelessly onto the ground with a heavy impact. The giant fragment's eyes slowly lost their glow, making it clear the monster had finally been defeated for good. The system announced that the protagonist had beaten it and cleared Phase 4, leaving everyone watching the livestream completely shocked. With that victory, the protagonist received a huge number of points, along with new items, including the giant's heart. The viewers could barely believe he had earned 4,000 points, and they realized he had cleared everything in one massive run. The man he had rescued could only stare at the protagonist in silence. After witnessing such an unbelievable fight up close, he was still too shaken to fully process what had just happened. Finally, he asked what the protagonist even was. The masked hero answered with calm confidence, saying that the answer should be obvious just from looking at him. Then the protagonist made his purpose completely clear. He had come to that place for one reason only, and that reason was to defeat the giant. The scene shifted to a quiet mountain village, peaceful and still beneath the open air. People moved along the stone streets of the small town at an easy pace, and everyday life continued calmly around them. Inside a simple room, the protagonist sat on the bed with his device in hand. After the battle, he calmly scrolled through the screen, checking through the information in front of him. The viewers on the livestream grew curious and began asking him to show the items he had received from defeating the giant. Their attention turned from the battle itself to the rewards he had earned. The protagonist agreed to show them, partly because he was curious about the rewards as well. So he decided to pull them up on the screen, letting everyone watching see exactly what he had gained. The first reward he opened was the giant's heart, and instead of looking like an ordinary item, it appeared as a rare ring pulsing with a heavy hidden power. Its effect was just as impressive as its appearance, raising both his maximum health and the natural regeneration that would keep him standing longer in future fights. The second reward turned out to be a rare piece of armor carrying the power of lightning itself. What made it even more valuable was its special ability, which could cancel negative status effects before they had a chance to weaken him or drag him down in battle. The protagonist equipped the new lightning armor without wasting any time. The moment the armor settled onto his body, another mission suddenly appeared on the screen, and this one came with a reward worth 5,000 credits. As soon as that mission showed up, more requests began appearing one after another, filling the stream with new offers. The protagonist looked toward the live stream interface and thanked everyone watching for all the support they were sending his way. Then, with the viewers all paying close attention, he made a clear promise to them. He said he would learn the lightning skill for their sake, giving the audience exactly the kind of moment they had been waiting for. Even so, part of him could not help wondering why so many people were so focused on that one specific skill. And that was when the truth finally settled in. His old identity, Narukami Subaru, carried far more influence and emotional weight than he had ever realized. Just then, a knock sounded from the door. The protagonist told them to come in, and the man he had saved earlier stepped into the room, this time accompanied by a mysterious blonde knight. The rescued man apologized for arriving late, then introduced the blonde knight beside him as the village captain, Lord Peleus. He explained that giant attacks had been happening more frequently lately, forcing the knights to remain on high alert, and because of the danger, every villager had been ordered to stay inside their homes no matter what. The man also pointed out that finding an unfamiliar outsider during such a tense and dangerous time was strange. At the same time, Peleus turned toward the protagonist and thanked him sincerely for protecting the village while he himself had been away. The protagonist calmly replied that he had only done what anyone should have done in that situation. Peleus, remembering his name, introduced himself more formally as the face of the village, then explained that they had fortunately managed to locate the giant chief. With resolve hardening across his face, Peleus said that he and the knights were ready to put their lives on the line. Their plan was to corner the enemies, even if doing so meant walking straight into danger. Then, setting aside every bit of pride they had, Peleus and his companion lowered themselves to their knees in front of the protagonist. With their heads bowed, they begged him to save the village. The protagonist said nothing at first, letting the weight of their request hang in the room. Meanwhile, the viewers on the livestream began growing anxious, openly worrying about Peleus and what might happen to him next. As the silence stretched on, the protagonist searched through his own memories. He tried to remember exactly what was supposed to happen in this part of the story. Then it came back to him. In the original story, the blonde knight Peleus was destined to die. Returning his focus to the present, the protagonist reached his hand toward him and quietly asked the knight to raise his head. With a steady and determined look behind his mask, the protagonist gave Peleus his answer. He told him clearly that he would cooperate with them. Peleus thanked him with visible relief, the tension in his body finally loosening for a moment. At that exact time, the system activated the next stage, announcing the beginning of Phase 5 in the protagonist's survival challenge. Peleus's companion lifted his hand and pointed ahead. In the distance, they could see an enormous giant lying completely motionless on the ground. It was the body of the giant chief, stretched across the earth in a way that made the terrifying monster look almost as though it were only sleeping. Peleus explained that he would draw the giant chief's attention, then asked the protagonist to attack from behind when the opening appeared. But the protagonist immediately stopped him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him to wait. Something about the creature did not sit right with him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at the motionless giant and said that there was something strange about it. Suddenly, a mysterious light began shining up from the ground. The glow appeared dangerously close to the fallen giant chief's body, making the entire scene feel even more unnatural. The earth began trembling violently beneath them, and panic spread through the knights as the situation slipped out of control. Wearing a serious expression, the protagonist realized that this thing was not a normal living giant at all. Then the giant chief's chest started to split open from deep inside its body. A strange and unnatural energy began pulsing, revealing that something horrifying was hidden within. From the giant's opened body, several smaller monsters began crawling out one by one. Their sinister smiles made the sight even more disturbing, turning the fallen giant into something far worse than a corpse. The instant those creatures emerged, they rushed straight toward the knights. In seconds, the whole group was thrown into chaos as the monsters charged without hesitation. Peleus panicked and screamed, his voice breaking with shock. He could not understand what he was seeing, let alone how something like this could be happening right in front of him. One of the giants grabbed a knight in its huge hand, trapping him helplessly in its grip. The knight cried out in desperation, begging the monster to stop before it crushed him. Seeing his knights being overwhelmed so quickly, Peleus shouted another order at the top of his lungs. He commanded everyone to run, telling them to get away as fast as they could. The knights were clearly terrified, their formation falling apart under the pressure. Even so, one of them forced himself to speak, insisting through his fear that this could not be how all of them met their end. Everyone began fleeing from the battlefield in a desperate rush. As Peleus pulled back with the others, he called out to the protagonist, saying he was counting on him. The blonde knight turned toward the protagonist with a serious, conflicted look. But the protagonist looked right back at him and said those words were actually supposed to be his line, leaving Peleus confused before the protagonist asked why he still had not started running. The protagonist made his position perfectly clear. He told Peleus that he could not fight properly while the knight was still standing there, warning him that if he refused to leave, both of them would end up dead. Peleus shouted that he could not simply abandon an outsider to face danger alone. But the protagonist cut him off sharply, ordering him not to say something like that again. In the end, Peleus reluctantly stepped back, even though every part of him clearly hated doing it. Before leaving, he told the protagonist to hold out until he could return with reinforcements. Peleus ran off, shouting for the protagonist to stay alive as he left him behind on the battlefield. The moment he was gone, the horde roared and charged straight toward the masked hero without hesitation. The protagonist did not take even a single step back. Instead, with his sword gripped in his hand, he ran directly toward the monsters and met their charge head-on. He warned the creatures that if they were looking for a fight, then he was the one standing in their way. His voice carried the calm confidence of someone ready to take them all on. As one of the giants launched an attack, the protagonist slipped past the blow with sharp movement. In the same motion, he sliced through the creature's leg with incredible speed. Then he spun straight into the center of the horde, his blade flashing in a wide arc. The strike cut across multiple enemies at once, turning their numbers against them in a single sweeping movement. One creature screamed in pain while the others froze for a brief moment, confused by how quickly the attack had landed. The system immediately informed the protagonist that he had defeated 2 creatures and earned 20 conquest points. The protagonist remarked that he was not exactly used to being left behind to fight by himself. Meanwhile, away from the battlefield, Peleus sprinted desperately through the forest, trying to escape and survive long enough to get help. Even while running, Peleus could not stop himself from glancing back over his shoulder. The worry on his face made it clear that the battlefield he had just left behind was still weighing heavily on him. Sweat ran down Peleus's face as he pushed himself forward, his breathing ragged and tense. He kept looking back again and again, even as he forced his legs to keep carrying him away. With a determined expression, Peleus bit down on his lip and continued running from the dangerous battlefield. Every step carried the weight of the decision he had just made. Back on the battlefield, the protagonist continued cutting through the monsters without slowing down. He swung the demonic blade and struck down another creature that came rushing into his path. He leaped high into the air and began slicing through multiple enemies at once. Then, from above, he descended with full force onto the monsters gathered beneath him. The creatures reached up with their massive hands, trying to snatch him out of the air before he could strike again. But the protagonist's movements were far too quick, slipping beyond their grasp before they could catch hold of him. With a powerful kick, he drove his foot straight into one giant's face. The impact carried all the strength he could put behind it, smashing into the monster with brutal force. The live stream chat exploded as the viewers watched the insane battle unfold. People pointed out that in a fight this dangerous, one wrong move would mean instant death for him. The Wedge of Greed fought back against the demonic sword's life-draining effect, resisting the worst of the damage for him. Little by little, the protagonist could feel his stamina returning, and even his exhausted mind began to sharpen again through the pain. Even with that small recovery, the protagonist understood that he did not have much time left. He needed to find the leader before his body completely hit its limit. And then, all at once, he sensed a powerful presence hidden among the horde, and finally located the one commanding them. A bearded giant stepped into view with a wicked grin spread across his face, sharp teeth exposed beneath that cruel smile. He swung his massive club with enough force to crush the ground, and the protagonist reacted instantly, leaping away at the last possible moment to avoid being smashed flat. The protagonist immediately understood that this fight would be decided in one decisive instant. If he failed to bring the giant down with a single strike, then he would be the one left defeated on the ground, and as the monster raised its weapon to crush him, all he could do was trust that his plan would work. There would be no second chance after this. The protagonist stretched his hand forward, gathering a huge surge of energy into one point as he prepared to pour everything he had into his next attack. The system reacted immediately, warning that the protagonist was activating Thunderstrike at full power. A massive explosion of lightning tore across the battlefield, lighting up the chaos in a blinding flash. The thunderous impact echoed everywhere, as if the sky itself had cracked open above them. The smaller giants were swallowed by the electric blast before they could escape. Their bodies froze and convulsed under the shock as their screams rang out through the battlefield. Even the horde leader was caught off guard by the sudden lightning strike. His huge body was forced backward, stunned by the electric force for one brief but crucial moment. Filled with rage, the giant threw back his head and roared the word human, every bit of hatred in his voice aimed directly at the protagonist. The protagonist did not waste that tiny opening. Without the slightest hesitation, he sprinted up the monster's massive arm, using the chance to close the distance and move in for the finishing strike. With the demonic sword gripped firmly in both hands, the protagonist readied himself to end the battle right there, putting everything behind the blow that would decide it all. He drove the blade deep into the giant's shoulder, the impact biting hard into the monster's body. The sudden force made the massive creature stagger, throwing its balance off for the first time. But the protagonist refused to pull back. He pushed the sword even deeper, forcing the blade farther in as blood spilled from the giant's mouth, and the monster struggled desperately to withstand the attack. Then, drawing out one final burst of strength from his battered body, the protagonist unleashed a powerful finishing blow and finally brought the giant leader down. The monster's enormous body collapsed heavily onto the ground, completely defeated at last. In the aftermath of the impact, the system announced the protagonist's victory. With that, the protagonist cleared Stage 5. He earned a major achievement, leveled up once again, and gained even more increased stats from the hard-fought victory. The livestream chat exploded into complete chaos. Viewers frantically tried to understand how he had just defeated a monster that, by all normal expectations, was never supposed to be beaten. The protagonist thought to himself that if he were some kind of manga hero, this would probably be the perfect moment for the scene to end in the coolest way possible. But above him, the dark sky continued to rumble with lightning. That sound made it painfully clear that no matter how dramatic the victory looked, the trial still was not over. The remaining giants began closing in from every direction, surrounding him as exhaustion pressed down on his body. Then the system delivered another warning. His ability had failed to resist the demonic sword's power. His body finally reached its limit. The protagonist started staggering where he stood, barely able to keep himself upright, and even though he had cleared the stage, the monsters around him still had not disappeared. He forced himself to drag his body forward across the battlefield, knowing that the creatures would only vanish once the trial itself had truly reached its end. The very mechanism that had helped him overpower the enemy earlier was now tearing through him from the inside. What had been his advantage a moment ago had turned into unbearable suffering. With blood smeared across his face and his breathing growing heavier, the protagonist realized just how desperate the situation had become. His strength was almost completely drained away, and the giants continued to creep closer, surrounding him as they prepared to deliver the final attack. Then, without any warning, a strange golden energy erupted from the ground, bursting upward with overwhelming force. The protagonist released every last bit of power he still had left inside him. Desperate to end everything with one final attempt, he poured it all into that last surge. The golden energy detonated violently, blasting outward across the battlefield and carving a massive crater into the ground. Then the scene shifted far away from the chaos, deep into a dense and isolated forest. Hidden among the towering trees was a small wooden cabin, tucked away so quietly that it felt like a secret place no ordinary person was ever meant to find. On the porch of that cabin, a black-haired girl sat casually in the open air. She seemed relaxed and completely at ease, passing the quiet moment by playing on her handheld console. She was so absorbed in her game that all her attention stayed fixed on the screen. Because of that, she did not even notice someone approaching her from nearby. A long-haired man with silver hair stepped into view, carrying himself with the familiar air of someone who clearly knew her from a long time ago. He asked what she was doing out there, but the girl did not look bothered in the slightest. Instead of answering directly, she calmly remarked on how pleasant the weather was. She said that this peaceful moment was something they could only enjoy for now. The silver-haired man agreed, adding that they had at most 1 year left before their plan would finally be ready. His expression then turned serious, the calm mood fading from his face as he said that the time was coming to put an end to everything. The girl complained that he was the one getting distracted in the middle of their serious conversation, calling him out as if he had no right to act so focused now. The silver-haired man stepped closer to her, lowering his gaze toward the device in her hands. Curious and slightly irritated, he asked what could possibly be interesting enough to hold her attention like that. She turned the screen toward him and showed him the image displayed there. Then she explained that the boy on the screen was called Narukami Subaru. The moment that name reached his ears, the silver-haired man panicked and asked if she had really just said Subaru. The girl quickly calmed him down, explaining that it was only a streamer using Subaru's name. On the live stream, the protagonist appeared on screen, and with a serious look, she asked whether he already knew the truth. She said that if the real Subaru were still alive, then the traitor Kazuki would already have been erased from the tower by now. Anger sharpened her voice as she said it plainly. Their former leader was dead, and the silver-haired man needed to stop running from that reality and accept it. The silver-haired man turned as though he was about to leave, but before he could walk away, the girl called after him by name Shigur. Now clearly furious, she asked how long Shigur planned to keep living in the shadow of their former leader, as if he had never moved on at all. Irritated by her words, Shigur turned back toward her and demanded to know what she meant. Then he snapped that this was exactly why she kept burying herself in distractions, like the console she was still holding. The girl answered that she had only been passing the time, trying to brush it off as nothing important. But before she could fully dismiss it, her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened as she stared at the livestream screen, shock spreading across her face. Whatever she was seeing had completely stolen her attention. Shigur came back over and turned toward her, asking if she was still thinking about that stream even after everything they had just talked about. Then his own expression froze. Stunned by what he saw, Shigur grabbed the device from her hands and stared hard at the screen, asking himself what in the world was happening. On the live stream, golden energy erupted across the battlefield in a massive explosion, surging outward and slamming into every giant surrounding the protagonist with overwhelming force. The moment that strange light swept across the creatures, they let out piercing shrieks, their warped bodies twisting and convulsing as if the power was burning through them from the inside. One by one, the mysterious radiance began purifying them, stripping away the corruption buried deep within their monstrous forms. Immediately after that, Narukami Subaru gained access to the lightning ability. A system notification flashed before him almost at once, proudly congratulating him and announcing the achievement like he had just overcome some major trial or unlocked a huge new stage of power. Because of that successful breakthrough, Subaru received another 2,000 points. And now that he had finally satisfied the requirement, the system granted him permission to move forward and challenge the next floor. At the same time, the live stream chat went absolutely wild. Messages flooded the screen non-stop, with viewers losing their minds and demanding answers about how Subaru had suddenly managed to learn a lightning-type skill out of nowhere. But while the audience watching from the other side of the screen was fired up with excitement, Subaru himself did not look happy at all. His brows tightened into a frown because somewhere deep inside, he understood that this situation was far too strange to be considered normal. A system window opened in front of him, laying out the details of the ability he had just obtained. Subaru read it briefly, then shifted his gaze back toward the monsters still standing ahead of him, silently telling himself that whatever had just happened, the important thing was that he had survived. Before long, several massive donations worth thousands of credits began appearing one after another on the screen. Subaru stared at the sudden wave of support in clear surprise, then quickly gathered himself and thanked every viewer who had sent them with genuine sincerity. His credit total shot upward in no time, passing 20,000 before he could fully process it. Seeing just how generous the viewers had been, Subaru smiled faintly and told them that if they were willing to support him this much, then he should at least give them a performance worth watching. In front of him, the remaining giants roared with rage, their voices shaking the battlefield. Their huge bodies tightened like coiled springs, each one preparing to charge Subaru with whatever strength they still had left. Subaru decided that this was the perfect moment to show how much power he could truly pull out. Without hesitating, he spent 20,000 credits all at once, pouring them directly into raising the level of his ability. With that investment, the Wedge of Greed advanced to level 3. The upgrade made it much more capable of withstanding the intense strain created by the lightning skill, allowing Subaru to handle the violent power without being overwhelmed as easily. A mass of crackling lightning began gathering in Subaru's hand, the brilliant energy twisting and snapping around his fingers. With that fierce glow building brighter and brighter, he prepared to wipe out every monster standing before him in a single attack. Subaru stood alone at the center of the battlefield, facing the advancing swarm directly. Compared to the towering monsters rushing toward him, his figure looked small, but he did not step back even once as the enemy horde closed in. Once Subaru felt that he had enough control over the unstable power, he slammed his foot against the ground and launched himself forward. In an instant, his body shot ahead like a streak of lightning, cutting straight into the crowd of giants charging to meet him. His hand clenched tightly around the mysterious demon sword. The blade responded immediately, flaring with savage lightning that surged along its edge, pulsing with a destructive force so intense it seemed ready to rip the very air apart. Subaru raised the sword high above his head, his stance firm even with danger pressing in from every side. Then, with a calm but daring voice, he declared that it was finally time for him to let loose, even if only just a little. Just as he had done long ago, Subaru brought the sword crashing down with overwhelming force. A massive red rift burst outward, fused with roaring lightning, and tore straight through the enemy formation in one devastating sweep that swallowed the giants in its path. When the attack finally ended, Subaru was still on his feet, but only barely. His breathing came out rough and heavy, sweat streaming down his face as he bitterly cursed his own miscalculation, realizing far too late that he should have saved enough strength to return safely. He slowly turned his eyes across the battlefield and saw the corpses of giants scattered everywhere around him. Only then did the full weight of it sink in. He had poured every last bit of energy he had into that single overwhelming strike. His body began to wobble dangerously, and Subaru stabbed his sword into the ground, using it like a support just to keep himself from collapsing. But at that exact moment, a group of armored knights appeared in the distance, sprinting toward him as fast as they could. Commander Peleus noticed Subaru's body starting to give out, and the color instantly drained from his face. Shock and fear flashed across his expression as he cried out in alarm, "The Savior!" Without wasting even a heartbeat, Peleus rushed straight toward him. At the same time, Subaru's completely exhausted body finally reached its limit, and under the crushing weight of fatigue, he began falling helplessly toward the ground. Through his fading, blurry vision, Subaru could just barely make out Peleus running toward him, panic written clearly across the commander's face. Even in that state, Subaru weakly muttered to himself, calling him an idiot for actually coming all the way back. Just before Subaru's body could hit the ground, Peleus reached him in time. He stretched out his hand and caught Subaru at the last possible second, stopping his exhausted body from crashing down onto the battlefield. Hatsuka stared at him in complete, stunned silence, unable to immediately form a response. Beside her, her companion looked on and bluntly remarked that he truly did not understand women at all. Hatsuka grabbed her head with both hands, her expression collapsing into visible distress. As the reality of the situation hit her, she realized with growing panic that things had become seriously bad for every single one of them. Her face turned bright red in an instant, embarrassment and panic mixing together until she could barely think straight. Flustered beyond control, Hatsuka frantically wondered what on earth she was supposed to do now. Regret struck her almost immediately. Hatsuka replayed the message in her mind and began worrying that it had sounded much too cold, wishing she had at least softened the tone by adding more emojis. Her partner pointed out that the message sounded less like a fan reaching out and more like a formal business proposal, which had probably made the boss think she wanted to behave like a proper businesswoman. But Hatsuka snapped back in frustration, shouting that before anything else, she was a passionate fan and that she simply could not control herself. Then she thrust a finger toward the boss and reminded him of exactly what she had warned him about before. This man was Hokai, someone well known for using both his sharp eyes and even sharper judgment to crush his rivals inside the tower. With a single look and a few precise words, he had built a reputation as a terrifying analyst. Hokai announced that a new rising talent had appeared, a player named Kurokawa Aman. According to him, this newcomer was climbing through the tower at an astonishing pace, fast enough to draw serious attention. He also mentioned Kazuki Kyojo, the former member of Blue Eyes who had now become a representative of Earth. By bringing him up, Hokai made it clear that the current spotlight was filled with powerful and noteworthy players. Even with all those names in the conversation, Hokai stated his opinion without hesitation. No matter what anyone else might say, aside from Narukami Subaru, he would always consider himself the greatest of all time. With that bold declaration hanging in the air, Hokai began his stream. He addressed his viewers confidently and told them that today's topic would be the player everyone was currently talking about, the hottest name in the spotlight, Narukami Subaru. When one viewer asked him to give a final summary, Hokai suddenly stopped mid-flow. For a moment, he seemed to realize that he had completely forgotten to deliver his usual one-line comment. After taking a moment to think it over, Hokai finally said that in terms of control, this kid might even surpass the original Narukami Subaru from his prime. It was an enormous statement, delivered with surprising seriousness. Hearing himself compared to the original Narukami Subaru on that level left Subaru utterly stunned. His eyes widened, and for a moment, all he could do was sit there as the weight of Hokai's words settled over him. Then the system's voice interrupted the moment, announcing that Stage 6 was now ready. A prompt appeared before Subaru, asking whether he wanted to suspend the trial before continuing any further. Although his physical exhaustion had already recovered, Subaru's mind was still worn down from everything he had just experienced. For the first time in quite a while, he seriously considered stopping the test and taking a proper break. He picked up his device and checked the live stream details, expecting nothing too unusual. But as soon as his eyes landed on the numbers, he noticed something that genuinely caught him off guard. When Subaru saw that 742 viewers were watching the stream, surprise immediately showed on his face. He thanked everyone sincerely, then wondered aloud when his audience had grown that much without him even realizing it. Subaru apologized to the viewers and explained that his next stream would be the day after tomorrow, since he needed to rest properly first. After he ended the broadcast, a blue portal of light appeared in front of him, finally offering a way out of the trial. Subaru stepped through and left the ordeal behind, returning once again to that strange white space that stretched between the tower floors. The battlefield was gone, replaced by an empty and silent expanse. Now, standing alone in that blank open place, Subaru began to look around carefully. The vast white stage seemed to spread endlessly in every direction, making him feel completely isolated as he explored his surroundings. While checking his device with a cautious eye, Subaru continued walking forward. Before long, a stone gate emerged in his path, standing ahead of him like the next marker in this mysterious space. At that moment, a message arrived from Soida Entertainment. The sender introduced herself as Hatsuka, a woman from the company's management department. Sweat began to gather on Subaru's face as he stared at the message on his device. The wording and timing felt suspicious enough that he could not help wondering whether this was some kind of spam meant to trick him. Without his mask on, Subaru's confusion was even easier to see as he looked over the company name, unable to fully understand what was going on. Soon after, the scene shifted to a bright sunny day at a cafe, the place he seemed to be heading toward. Inside the cafe, Subaru sat quietly with a cup of coffee in front of him. He took calm sips while scrolling through his device, searching for more information and trying to make sense of the message he had received. He eventually found information about Soida Entertainment and learned that it was a streamer company. As Subaru read through the details, he could not help thinking about how much the world had changed. He soon realized that the company was not small at all. It was actually quite large, ranking among the top names in the entertainment industry. On Subaru's device, the screen was packed with comments about Hokai's livestream. Viewers were still excitedly talking about how boldly Hokai had praised the new Narukami, and the reactions kept rolling by as if the whole audience was still caught up in that one shocking comparison. As Subaru continued scrolling through the information, he found out that Hokkai was also signed under Soida Entertainment. The man apparently had a reputation for being an extremely brutal critic, someone who rarely praised anyone. Even so, Subaru's mouth curved into a small smile, and he quietly admitted that the streamer did seem to have a sharp eye when it came to recognizing talent. Just then, the calm atmosphere inside the cafe suddenly changed. A pair of stylish black boots stepped through the entrance, and the moment that person walked in, the people nearby instinctively turned their heads, their attention drawn toward the newcomer. The person standing there was Kurokawa Amon. He stopped right in front of the cafe with his posture firm and steady, his expression serious, and a determined look fixed across his face as if he had arrived with something heavy on his mind. On his own device, Kurokawa Amon had seen Hokkai's comment comparing the new Narukami to the original Narukami. The moment those words appeared in front of him, they struck a nerve, digging under his skin and immediately stirring up his anger. Sitting inside his Audi, Kurokawa Amon was practically burning with rage. His teeth clenched hard as he complained that the guy had only managed to reach the second floor, so there was no way he deserved to be compared to the original. Furious that Hokkai would even dare to say something like that, Amon swore that once he found him, he would rip those eyes out himself. Then, unable to hold back his frustration any longer, he slammed his foot down and let all that anger burst out. With his morning already completely ruined, Kurokawa Amon stepped into the cafe and tried to shove the whole irritating matter out of his head. He forced a dark, stiff smile onto his face, pretending he had regained his composure. But the anger simmering underneath was far too obvious for anyone to miss. Then his gaze landed on Subaru. The moment he noticed him, Kurokawa Amon's mood seemed to sour even further, and he wondered if today was simply cursed because he kept running into one annoying person after another. Subaru, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed in his seat inside the cafe. He quietly scrolled through his device, calm and detached, as if none of the tension around him had anything to do with him at all. Without any warning, Isaac suddenly appeared behind Subaru. He stood close enough to cast a heavy presence over him, his posture cold and intimidating, carrying a seriousness that made it clear he had not come over casually. Isaac deliberately bumped into Subaru's table as he passed. The table jolted from the impact, Subaru's coffee tipped over, and a second later, the cup crashed down onto the floor. Hot coffee splashed out violently, and Subaru's body jerked back on instinct. The sudden burn caught him off guard, making him cry out sharply in pain. Subaru immediately turned toward Isaac with a sharp, furious glare. But Isaac only gave him a fake apology, his voice carrying no real regret at all, just a mocking tone that made the insult even clearer. A wide grin slowly spread across Isaac's face as recognition flickered in his eyes. Looking Subaru over with amusement, he asked whether this really was the Subaru he knew. Isaac remarked that the two of them had been running into each other far too often lately, adding that the second floor was starting to feel a little too cramped for both of them. Subaru, clearly uninterested in entertaining him, gave no meaningful response and simply returned his attention to his device, as if Isaac were not worth acknowledging. When Isaac saw that Subaru had no intention of reacting, he leaned in closer and asked whether he wanted compensation for the spilled coffee. His words were laced with mockery, as though he was looking down on Subaru for not even being able to afford another cup. Even then, Subaru still refused to give him the reaction he wanted. That silence pushed Isaac's temper higher, and one of his eyes began to glow with a fierce red light, revealing the rage he could no longer keep buried. Subaru finally rose from his seat, clearly done with the entire situation and ready to leave the cafe behind. But before he could get away completely, Isaac called out after him and stopped him halfway. Subaru turned back with a serious expression and bluntly asked if Isaac had a screw loose in his head. That insult finally snapped Isaac's patience, and he lunged forward, grabbing Subaru by the collar while snarling at him like an enraged bastard. Through clenched teeth, Isaac threatened Subaru directly. He warned him that if Subaru refused to listen, then he would finish him off just like he used to do in the old days. But before Isaac could continue throwing threats around, Subaru cut him off with a sarcastic apology. In the very next moment, he suddenly caught Isaac's hand in his own and gripped it with crushing force. Subaru coldly told him that he did not have time to deal with this kind of nonsense. Then he tightened his hold even more, squeezing Isaac's hand until Isaac's expression twisted in shock, his mind racing as he wondered whether Subaru had always been this strong. After making his point, Subaru released him without a hint of panic. He calmly told Isaac to consider the spilled coffee paid for, then turned away and walked off without bothering to spare him another look. Isaac stood there trembling with humiliation and anger, his pride clearly wounded. Unable to accept being dismissed so easily, he shouted after Subaru, ordering him not to leave and demanding that he wait right where he was. But Subaru did not slow his steps for even a second. He ignored Isaac's furious voice completely and walked straight out of the cafe as if the man behind him no longer mattered. The cafe door swung shut behind Subaru, and the small bell above it rang softly through the room. That gentle sound only made Isaac's fury feel even more isolated as he was left standing there by himself. Now left alone inside the cafe, Isaac let out a long, heavy sigh. His anger did not disappear, though. It simply simmered in the quiet around him, pressing down on him in the silence. All Isaac had wanted was to climb the tower peacefully without being bothered. Instead, he angrily complained that first it had been Narukami, then Raso, and now even Subaru was getting on his nerves. Finally, unable to keep his irritation contained, Isaac stormed out of the cafe. As he left, he shouted in frustration that every single one of them kept provoking him again and again. Outside the cafe, Subaru looked down and checked his device once more. As he held it in his hand, something suddenly came back to him, and he remembered the message he had received earlier. The scene then shifted to a small rubber duck floating peacefully in a bathtub. It bobbed gently across the surface, drifting between thick layers of white foam. There in the bath, Hatsuka from Soida Entertainment was relaxing in the warm water. Even while soaking, she was sending Subaru a message, asking him to meet with her. Then the view changed again, this time cutting to a dark cave. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters Subaru had already defeated, their bodies scattered across the shadowy space. With his demonic sword in hand, Subaru stood alert in the cave. His body was ready for action, and he prepared himself for whatever danger would appear next on his journey. Subaru moved with incredible speed, slipping past the creature's attack before it could land. He flashed across the battlefield so quickly that his body looked like a streak of lightning cutting through the darkness. His focus sharpened to an intense point, and for a brief moment the image of his old self seemed to overlap with him. That illusion-like glimpse made it clear just how much Subaru had changed and how far he had evolved. The salamander roared in frustration when its attack failed to catch Subaru's fast-moving body. Enraged by missing its target, the beast opened its jaws wide and fired a massive fireball straight toward him. Subaru channeled lightning into his demonic sword, and the blade immediately began crackling with violent power. With that energy surging along the weapon, he prepared himself to deliver the finishing blow. Without reducing his speed at all, Subaru charged directly into the path of the incoming fireball. He cut straight through the danger, forcing his way forward as he pushed toward his final attack. The strain from his skill was something even Subaru could not fully resist, and his fatigue started rising at a dangerous pace. Even so, he refused to stop, pressing onward and continuing his attack against the beast. Then, out of nowhere, a stranger approached and casually made a comment about hunting. Subaru looked toward him in confusion, trying to figure out who this man was and why he had suddenly appeared there. The hooded man stared at Subaru with a sinister gaze. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his eyes glowed eerily in the darkness, making his presence feel even more unsettling. At last, the man revealed his face. With a strangely familiar confidence, he said this was quite the surprise, then claimed that he had known Subaru for a very long time. Subaru looked back at him with a guarded expression, clearly wary of the man in front of him. He called him persistent for showing up again and standing in his way. Isaac said he had spent a long time thinking about this, but his anger had finally burned through the last of his patience. The two of them faced each other in tense silence, the air between them ready to snap at any moment, until Isaac caught up to Subaru with a smile and suggested they settle everything right there. Subaru stared at Isaac with a serious, narrowed gaze. In that moment, he quietly understood that this guy was no longer just an annoyance, he was turning into a real problem. Meanwhile, the focus shifted away to a lively city. Crowds filled the busy streets, and at the center of it all, a massive tower rose high above the buildings, like the heart of the entire place. Among the many people moving through the streets, the famous streamer Hokkai walked forward with a stern look on his face. His expression was serious, making him stand out even in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, Hokkai stopped in place. From nearby, his boss called out to him, saying that he had finally managed to find him there. Inside a cafe, the agency boss, Johnny Tell, sat waiting for his employee. He carried himself with a calm but expectant air, as though he had been patiently waiting for Hokkai to arrive. Johnny Tell greeted Hokkai in a calm, easygoing tone, asking how his recent streams had been performing. But even as he spoke casually, his relaxed expression made it obvious that this was not just small talk. He already had another subject waiting beneath the surface. Hokkai answered with very little enthusiasm, saying that the streams were doing only decently at best. From the sound of it, the audience had not changed much, and the people showing up were still the same familiar viewers as always. But Johnny Tell did not treat that as a bad thing. Instead, He told Hokkai that slow, steady growth was actually a healthy sign, because something that rises little by little is far harder to shake loose or bring crashing down. Hokkai narrowed his eyes, clearly sensing that Johnny had not called him out here for casual conversation, and asked why he had been summoned so suddenly. Johnny Tell praised that sharp intuition of his, then went straight to the real topic, asking whether Hokkai had genuinely meant what he said about the rising newcomer, Narukami Subaru. Hokkai did not hesitate for even a moment. He confirmed that those words had been his honest opinion, saying that the newbie's talent might truly be great enough to surpass the original Narukami Subaru. As their conversation centered more and more on Subaru's potential, Hokkai's eyes shone with clear interest. That was when Johnny Tell finally revealed what he had been thinking all along. He was considering bringing Subaru into the agency. Hokkai seemed to like the idea, but he also pointed out the problem they could not ignore. Subaru's viewer count was still small, and aside from the recent burst of attention around him, his public name value had not grown very high yet. Johnny Tell accepted that point, but said Hokkai's own praise had made him even more confident in Subaru's future. Because of that, he suggested setting up a collaboration between Hokkai and Subaru, hoping it would push the boy's name into the spotlight and help him pursue the lightning mastery that had caught Hokkai's attention in the first place. Elsewhere, Isaac's fury finally burst out in full. He cursed the name Narukami Subaru with venom in his voice, snarling that someone carrying that name should have stayed quiet in the grave where he belonged. A hateful red glow burned in Isaac's eyes as his anger continued to boil over. He growled that everyone around him kept irritating him again and again, never allowing him even a single moment of peace. Then Isaac grabbed Subaru by the collar and yanked him in close with rough force. His face twisted with rage as he demanded to know whether Subaru understood exactly what kind of situation he had walked into. Sweat slid down Subaru's face as he stared back at Isaac from close range. Inwardly, Subaru thought that he had never imagined waking up in an era where so many people were running around imitating him. Subaru then asked why Isaac was treating him like some kind of lifelong enemy. Isaac immediately snapped that it was because of Subaru's name, so Subaru pressed further, asking why that one name was enough to fill him with so much hatred. That question struck Isaac harder than expected. The blonde-haired young man froze where he stood, his expression stiffening as if the words had caught in his throat and left him unable to answer. Isaac suddenly screamed something about his father, his emotions spilling out in a rough, broken burst, but Subaru only looked at him steadily and asked what that had to do with the conversation they were having right now. Then the name Reinhardt surfaced between them. With that, it was revealed that Isaac's father was a ranker from the 9th floor of the tower. Subaru's eyes widened the moment he heard that name. Staring at Isaac in shock, he asked if he was talking about the famous one-slash-swordsman Reinhardt, the very Reinhardt that Subaru knew. At that instant, a memory from the past rose up in Subaru's mind. It carried him back to an unbelievable emergency that had once shaken the entire tower. In that flashback, Narukami Subaru stood against Reinhardt, the powerful ranker from the Runar continent, and defeated him with a single strike. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds, and although Reinhardt desperately tried to force himself back onto his feet, the trembling in his arm made it painfully obvious that he had already lost. With no strength left to support him, the mighty swordsman finally reached his limit. Reinhardt's body gave out completely, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated by Subaru. Back in the present, Isaac exploded in rage all over again. He shouted at Subaru not to say his father's name so casually, as if even hearing it from Subaru's mouth was unbearable. Subaru began to put the pieces together and asked if all of Isaac's hatred came from the title his father had carried as a swordsman. His voice stayed steady, but his gaze sharpened as he watched Isaac's reaction. Then Subaru asked whether Isaac had any idea how much Narukami Subaru had suffered because of that incident as well. Isaac, furious that Subaru would even dare say such a thing, screamed for him to shut up as flames suddenly flared to life around his body. But Subaru did not back down from Isaac's fury. Facing him head-on with a serious expression, he said plainly that he would not shut up for him, no matter what Isaac did. Subaru stood directly in front of the rising flames, his gaze firm and unwavering. Even as the heat blazed in front of him, there was not the slightest trace of fear in his posture or his eyes. Isaac's entire body burned brighter, the fire around him swelling with dangerous intensity. He gathered his flames tighter and tighter, clearly preparing to unleash every bit of power he had against Subaru. Isaac screamed at Subaru to stop talking and just die already. Wrapped in flames from head to toe, he shouted that he hated Narukami Subaru, and that the very sound of that name made him sick. Isaac spat out that the guild leader had been arrogant, and that arrogance had infected every teammate around him. In his eyes, they had all become conceited because of the person standing at the top. Hatred twisted Isaac's face as he declared that they had deserved the tragic ending they met inside the tower. His words came out cruel and bitter, loaded with years of resentment. Isaac sneered that they were probably rotting in hell by now, and that carrying the Narukami name meant Subaru's luck had finally run out. With that, he launched a powerful fireball straight at Subaru. But when smoke rolled across the area and began to clear, Subaru simply walked through it unharmed, as if the attack had done absolutely nothing. Isaac's confidence shattered on the spot, and he panicked, insisting that he must have miscontrolled the strength of his flames. Trying to pull himself back together, Isaac forced a smile onto his face. He then said that maybe his next victim would be that masked streamer from the live broadcast. The moment those words left his mouth, Isaac suddenly froze. He repeated the word masked under his breath, and a creeping realization began to enter his voice. Unsettled and confused, Isaac stared into the drifting smoke. From within the fading flames, he saw Subaru's silhouette slowly taking shape and stepping forward. Subaru revealed his mask and calmly asked if this was the person Isaac had been talking about. Isaac immediately lost his composure, shouting that such a thing was impossible. Isaac demanded to know how Subaru had taken his fire head-on and still walked through it like nothing had happened. His voice was full of disbelief, as though the scene in front of him refused to make sense. Subaru stomped the ground beneath him with a firm, heavy motion. Then he asked Isaac whether that unpleasant feeling had finally reached him. With anger burning in his eyes, Subaru rushed forward. As he closed the distance, he said that a brat like Isaac had no right to speak that way. In the very next instant, Subaru drove his fist straight into Isaac's face. The force behind the blow hit so hard that Isaac was completely shocked, unable to process what had just happened. Pain flashed through Isaac's eyes as the impact fully sank in. The strike rattled him far harder than he had expected, shaking both his body and his confidence at the same time. Subaru slammed Isaac down into the ground with brutal force, and Isaac's screams of agony echoed out without stopping. Blood dripped from his mouth as he writhed there helplessly, unable to hold back his cries from the pain. Subaru looked down at him with cold eyes and scolded him for speaking badly about his comrades. Beneath him, Isaac twisted against the ground, struggling just to breathe as he asked why Subaru was doing this to him. Isaac could not accept the reality unfolding in front of him, as if the truth itself was too impossible to believe. Subaru leaned into that moment and offered the fallen bully a little quiz. Subaru asked Isaac to guess who he really was. Was he simply the loser named Subaru, the mysterious masked streamer known as Narukami Subaru, or the real blue-eyed Narukami Subaru that everyone still remembered? Isaac refused to believe what Subaru was implying. He snarled back that Subaru was only trying to protect some fake streamer, clinging desperately to the explanation that made the most sense to him. Still consumed by anger, Isaac claimed that the lightning ability had never been anything special in the first place. Then he asked whether Subaru seriously thought he could defeat him with that level of power, boasting that this only proved he stood above even the real Narukami Subaru. With that, Isaac screamed and charged forward once more, flames surging violently around his body. But Subaru moved even faster, and with a single clean strike, he cut straight through the fiery attack. Isaac stood frozen in place, completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. For a moment, all he could do was stare, unable to react. His powerful flame technique had been destroyed far too easily, as if it had never posed a real threat at all. Subaru calmly told him that his answer was wrong, adding that he was honestly amazed by just how much nonsense Isaac could keep saying. Now Subaru's blade rested against Isaac's throat, close enough to make every breath feel dangerous. Isaac swallowed down his fear and asked what Subaru meant, still unable to understand the truth, standing right in front of him. A bead of sweat rolled down Isaac's face as the danger finally became impossible to ignore. In that moment, he understood just how badly the situation had turned against him. Subaru lowered his gaze toward Isaac and asked him if he had even the faintest idea how much Subaru Oz had suffered because of everything connected to that name. His voice was controlled, but the weight behind it made the question feel heavier than any threat. He said it was truly disgusting to hear a brat like Isaac speak down on his friends, as if the pain they went through meant nothing at all. The moment those words reached him, Isaac's body began to tense, cold sweat forming on his skin, as the horrifying truth finally started to take shape in his mind. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief as realization crashed over him. His voice trembled, barely holding together, as he understood that the person standing in front of him was not some imitation, not some fake, but the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru himself. Without giving Isaac even a second to recover, Subaru moved. His demonic sword drove straight into Isaac's chest, the brutal strike cutting through not only his body, but also the arrogance that had kept him looking down on Subaru until now. Subaru stared at Isaac with a cold, serious look in his eyes and told him that playtime was over. From that moment forward, the tone between them was different, and Isaac could feel that Subaru was no longer treating this like a minor annoyance. Isaac's legs finally lost all strength beneath him, and he crumpled to the ground, completely beaten by Subaru's sudden attack. Subaru quietly placed his mask back over his face, then said he had already wasted far more attention on Isaac than he deserved. After that, he told Isaac to think of it as thanks for lending him that body before turning his back on him and walking away. Flustered and clearly overwhelmed, Hatsuka tried to explain that the others in the agency were much more professional than she was. But Subaru calmly told her that was not what he had meant. Even so, as Hatsuka remembered the way he fought, she became more certain than ever that he was no ordinary player, and that realization made her feel as if she was completely doomed. Subaru understood better than anyone that things would only become more dangerous from here on out. The enemies waiting ahead were bound to be stronger, and because of that, he knew he could not afford to sit still and waste time resting. Hatsuka's anxiety kept building as she stood there, desperately worrying about the impression she was making. She knew she had to handle this perfectly, because if she made even one wrong move, Subaru might reject the contract altogether. But then Subaru reached his hand out toward her and said that he understood. He added that he believed he could trust her, and those calm words left Hatsuka staring at him in stunned silence, completely caught off guard. With his hands still extended between them, Subaru asked Hatsuka to take good care of him from now on. His voice stayed calm, but there was a sincere weight in the way he said it that made the moment feel surprisingly genuine. Hatsuka, overwhelmed by emotion, quickly clasped Subaru's hand with both of hers. Her response came out with heartfelt urgency, as she told him that she should be the one saying those words to him. Not long after that, Subaru started his live stream. The very instant the broadcast went live, the chat exploded into motion. Messages rushing upward from every direction as excited viewers poured in at once. Looking at the screen, Subaru noticed that more than 700 viewers were already watching his live stream. The number was far beyond what he had expected, and for a moment even he seemed unsure how the audience had grown so quickly. Subaru was genuinely taken aback by the sudden crowd gathering on his stream. As he looked over the viewer count, he wondered whether so many people had shown up because of Hatsuka's announcement. Hatsuka then stepped forward and announced the schedule for distributing abilities to all of Subaru's fans. Her words made the whole event feel more organized and official, turning the livestream into something much bigger than a casual broadcast. Subaru decided there was no reason to delay any further. The moment he chose to begin, the system responded immediately, activating the 6th legendary phase before the viewer's eyes. The scene changed to a camp drenched in rain, hidden deep inside an extremely dark forest. The sound of falling water filled the night, making the entire place feel cold, gloomy, and tense. Inside one of the tents, wooden crates were stacked against the corner. The cramped space looked like a temporary base thrown together in a hurry, with supplies gathered wherever there was room. At the center of the tent, several knights were gathered around a table, leaning in closely as they discussed their next strategy. The air around them felt heavy, as if every decision they made could determine whether they survived what was coming. The blonde knight asked his men where the benefactor who had helped them had gone, but one of the knights remained cautious, silently thinking that relying on an unknown outsider was far too dangerous. Another man warned that they might have been fooled, suggesting that the enemy they were facing might not actually be the chief of the giants. Hearing his men doubt the boy who had saved him, the blonde knight's face tightened with irritation, and he snapped back at them in anger. Suddenly, one of the knights called out, announcing that their benefactor had finally awakened. All eyes turned as Subaru appeared before them, stepping into the tense atmosphere of the tent. The captain hurried toward Subaru, concern clear in his movements as he rushed to check on him. Subaru, however, remained calm and reassured him that he could already walk normally again. Even with that reassurance, the other knights continued staring at Subaru with suspicion. Their gazes lingered on his mask, silently questioning why he looked so unusual and whether they could really trust him. Subaru noticed the doubt in their eyes and addressed it directly. He asked whether they truly did not believe him, or whether they simply did not want to believe what had happened. A memory surfaced of Hatsuka, explaining how Subaru could adjust his microphone so that only his viewers could hear his voice. Subaru found that feature extremely useful in troublesome situations like this, but to the knights, who could not understand who he was speaking to, his attitude only seemed insolent and strange. Then an older knight stepped forward and extended his hand towards Subaru. With a composed but grateful manner, he said that before anything else, he needed to thank him properly. The older knight introduced himself as Dal, and judging by the way the others treated him, he seemed to hold a leadership role within the group. Subaru greeted him in return, and Dal went on to explain that everyone in the village had been trampled down. A worried look settled deeply across the old warrior's face as he confirmed the truth. The village had been destroyed by that terrifying being, leaving devastation behind in its wake. Subaru asked whether there was truly someone even more dangerous than the chief giant they already knew about. Dahl nodded with absolute certainty, making it clear that this was not a simple exaggeration. Dale explained that the true ancient giants, beings once said to have fought against the gods themselves, had been sealed away long ago and had vanished from the world. He continued by saying that only fragments of those ancient giants still remained scattered across the land. Most of the giants that existed in the present were nothing more than lingering thoughts, faint remnants left behind by their ancient existence. But Dale warned that the giant who had appeared this time was different. This one was far closer to the ancient myth than anything they had ever faced before, and that made the threat feel far more terrifying. In the livestream chat, the viewers reacted immediately to Dahl's explanation. Some said that an enemy like this sounded like something from the 8th floor, a stage so high that no one had ever reached it before. Even after hearing just how dangerous the enemy was, Subaru's gaze did not waver. With a firm expression, he said that they had no choice but to defeat the giant. Subaru admitted that he had confidence in himself, but Dahl quickly rejected the idea as impossible. He said Subaru could not understand the danger yet, because he still had not seen the monster with his own eyes. Before the conversation could go any further, the blonde knight suddenly interrupted. He called out to Subaru, drawing everyone's attention back toward him. With a serious expression, the blonde knight began telling Subaru about an ancient legend. According to that legend, a lightning fragment was hidden somewhere within Millennium Mountain. He explained that this legendary item was not something an ordinary person could simply stumble across by chance. Only someone special would be able to discover where it was hidden. Then the blonde knight revealed what he truly believed. In his eyes, Subaru was the only person capable of finding that lightning fragment. A memory then appeared of the village under attack. Terrified villagers ran desperately through the flames, while the giants known as Padel stormed through the settlement and attacked the residents without showing even the slightest mercy. Then a giant, far larger than the others, emerged from the chaos. In a dark, terrifying voice, he referred to the smaller creatures around him as his children. A helpless knight screamed in agony as the enormous giant crushed him. His desperate cry rang out for only a moment before it was swallowed by the chaos tearing through the village. With sinister eyes fixed on his victim, the creature lifted the knight into the air. Then he declared that he would finish him once and for all. With just one merciless squeeze, the monster ended the man's life instantly. There was no struggle left after that, only the brutal finality of the giant's strength. The giant then raised his bloodied hands and declared that he would send them back drenched in human blood. In the reflection of Subaru's eye, the horrifying scene burned clearly, showing exactly what he was witnessing in that moment. Mounted on his horse, Subaru watched the monster from a distance, taking in the terrifying sight before him. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted in shock, the viewers reacting all at once to the sheer horror of what they were seeing. The horse beneath Subaru trembled and panicked under the pressure of the creature's presence. Feeling that overwhelming, killing intent, Subaru realized aloud that the monster was trying to kill them. The blonde knight warned Subaru that the giants would arrive in 3 days. If Subaru could not find the lightning fragment before that deadline, then he needed to abandon the mission and flee. Subaru rode straight in the direction of Millennium Mountain, the horse carrying him across the rugged path. As his thoughts stayed fixed on one thing, he needed even greater power if he wanted to win. Turning back or running away was never an option that even crossed his mind. With his eyes locked firmly on the road ahead, Subaru declared that there was no trial inside the tower that he could not overcome. His voice carried steady confidence, as if he was speaking not just to the viewers, but to the challenge waiting for him. But the instant those words left his mouth, Subaru realized what he had just done. He had accidentally repeated one of his old catchphrases, and the livestream viewers picked up on it almost immediately, reacting as if they had heard something strangely familiar. Subaru quickly looked down and checked the missions displayed on his device. When he realized that, for the moment, his true identity still had not been exposed, a quiet sense of relief passed through him. He tightened both hands around the reins, leaned his body forward over the horse's back, and urged it to push harder. The rough path stretched ahead, but Subaru pressed the horse to run even faster. With that, Subaru continued forward at full speed, racing through the terrain toward the mountain, where the final challenge of this phase was waiting for him. At last, Subaru arrived at the base of Millennium Mountain. He swung down from the horse and landed in front of the towering rocky slope, the massive wall of stone rising high above him. His horse stood quietly at his side, while Subaru looked up at the enormous stone face of the mountain. Somewhere inside that massive formation, he believed the lightning fragment had to be hidden. Subaru stepped closer to the mountain and pressed his hand against the cold rock, preparing himself for whatever test lay ahead. In his memory, Peleus explained that the fragment came from ancient legends and that no one truly understood what it actually was. Subaru had asked how he was supposed to obtain something so vague and mysterious, but Peleus could only give him the location and repeat the old myth that had been passed down through time. Still, Peleus had added one detail he knew for certain. The person who once wielded that lightning had annihilated the giants. With that memory lingering in his mind, Subaru's thoughts returned to the present. Meanwhile, Hatsuka was staring down at her device, blinking in confusion as she tried to process what had just happened. Her eyes moved across the screen, but her mind was still struggling to catch up. A moment later, Hatsuka suddenly shouted into the phone with pure celebration, overjoyed that the contract with Subaru had finally been completed. Her boss shared in the excitement as well, celebrating the successful agreement from his side. But the instant Hatsuka heard that familiar phrase, her entire expression changed. Her eyes widened in complete shock, as if those words had struck something buried deep in her memory. Startled by the coincidence, Hatsuka sat upright in disbelief. She could not simply brush off what she had heard, because the phrase felt far too familiar to ignore. Then, before she could stop it, a single tear slipped down Hatsuka's cheek. The memory had hit her much harder than she expected, pulling emotion out of her all at once. It was a phrase from more than 20 years ago. Back on Millennium Mountain, golden energy began pouring down from the sky in overwhelming waves, bathing the area in a brilliant and terrifying light. Golden lightning wrapped itself around Subaru's body, and the sudden change left the livestream viewers completely confused. Subaru planted one foot firmly against the ground, braced himself against the force, and asked which of them was tougher as he prepared to face the test head-on. Subaru clenched his fist with determination and said they would keep fighting until the very end, no matter how hard the trial became. Giving up was not something he was willing to accept. Then Subaru drove his fist into the mountain with every bit of strength he could gather. The moment his punch landed, a massive burst of energy exploded outward from the point of impact. The ground around him shattered violently, cracks ripping outward in every direction. Subaru stood at the center of the destruction as the mountain itself seemed to tremble from the force of his strike. Wrapped in golden lightning, Subaru smiled as realization dawned on him. He said that he had finally found the very thing he had been searching for. With the ground split wide open beneath his feet, Subaru stared at the result of his attack while golden energy swirled around his body. The sensation rushing through him was so intense that nothing from his old life could even compare to it. Subaru could feel the immense lightning power calling out to his own electric ability, almost as if the mountain was responding to him directly. When he looked ahead, he saw a fissure torn through the rock, shaped almost like an entrance leading into the final test. With steady, purposeful steps, Subaru moved toward the enormous stone opening that waited inside the cracked mountain. His posture remained firm, as though he had already accepted whatever was waiting beyond it. He eventually stopped before a gigantic door standing in his way. The live stream chat immediately came alive, with viewers urging him to smash the massive stone barrier open. Subaru did not hesitate. He lifted his hand toward the huge stone door in front of him, reaching out as if he already understood what the next step had to be. The instant his palm made contact with the surface, golden lightning sparked into existence. In that moment, Subaru realized the clue had been there from the very beginning, waiting for him to notice it. Lightning surged in response from the system, and Subaru's own ability pushed back against the pressure. He steadied himself, preparing his body and mind for the next test that was beginning to unfold. His pulse raced as Subaru filled his body with power, the energy building inside him with every breath. Meanwhile, the livestream chat went wild at the idea of him forcing his way through the door, and Subaru said that if this power was calling to him so strongly, then he would answer it without hesitation. With a sharp shout, Subaru threw his fist forward with everything he had. It was his direct answer to the mountain's call, delivered head-on without the slightest hesitation. His lightning-charged punch slammed directly into the door. The enormous stone barrier could not withstand the impact and shattered into countless pieces, sending fragments flying in every direction. Subaru stepped through the passage that had just opened before him. On the other side, golden light glowed faintly, guiding him deeper into the mountain. The massive stone door had been reduced to rubble, and beyond it, a path now stretched inward. It led deeper into the mountain, toward the next challenge waiting inside the tower's trial. With the door destroyed, the livestream chat erupted in excitement, messages pouring in all at once. But Subaru did not stop to enjoy the reaction. He simply kept moving forward. Subaru fell silent as he faced whatever waited ahead, his expression turning deeply serious. Step by step, he walked into the darkness without showing even a hint of fear, and, as he continued down the corridor toward his next trial, the system warned him that he had entered the path of lightning and could not leave until the phase was cleared. Meanwhile, back at the camp, heavy rain poured over the tents without stopping. The knights moved through the soaked encampment, preparing themselves for the worst that might come. Inside the tent, the warriors gathered together once again. Their voices were low and tense as they discussed what they should do once the next battle finally began. Dale turned to Peleus and asked if he truly believed Subaru would succeed. Peleus answered with a confident smile, saying without hesitation that he was certain the boy would make it. Dale warned that Peleus was placing far too much trust in a stranger, but Peleus replied that Subaru had already proven his strength, and since they would die anyway if nothing changed, he looked at the older knight with serious eyes and told him that he did not understand anything. Nearby, a young knight trembled where he stood. The memory of the giant's overwhelming power in the village still haunted him, making fear shake through his body. Peleus crouched down in front of the young knight and told him that even then, they could not afford to give up. He asked everyone there to believe in the young hero, who was risking everything for them without asking for anything in return. But the young knight remained desperate, his fear too heavy to shake off. He said it was easy for the captain to speak so bravely when he was not the one being crushed by terror in the same way. The other knights turned toward him with grave expressions, the weight of his words settling over the tent. Just then, a powerful tremor shook the entire camp, and a mug tumbled off the table from the sudden impact. A knight suddenly burst into the tent, his face twisted with panic. He shouted that the enemy had finally arrived, and his warning cut through the room like a blade. The news struck every warrior in the tent at the same time. Shock spread across their faces as they braced themselves for the disaster that was about to unfold. At that same moment, the scene shifted to a vast ice cave. The cavern was silent, freezing, and wrapped in an unnatural stillness that made the cold feel even more oppressive. Inside the icy cavern, Subaru looked around in confusion, trying to understand where he had been sent. He trudged carefully through the snow, thinking over what this place expected him to do. The livestream chat pointed out that there did not seem to be anything there at all. But another viewer responded by saying that lightning moved too fast to be seen so easily, suggesting the answer might not be visible at first glance. Subaru thought about that comment for a moment and realized it actually made sense. After all, lightning was a charge moving through the air, something fast, fleeting, and difficult to catch with the naked eye. At last, everything clicks into place in his mind. The reason the answer has stayed hidden from him is not because he failed to look hard enough, it is because this trial was never meant to be solved with sight at all. Whatever path lies ahead, he has to feel it, grasp it, and follow it through a sense far deeper than his eyes. Then the name of the challenge flashes through his thoughts once more: the path of lightning. In that very instant, he feels it, a fierce, surging current calling to him from somewhere up ahead. His eyes widen as shock runs across his face because he finally understands that this test is tied directly to the power already sleeping inside him. A small knowing smile slowly forms on his face as he realizes his instinct had been right all along. But even after uncovering the truth, there is no easy route, no hidden shortcut, and no way around the danger. All that remains for him now is to press forward with his own 2 feet. The protagonist suddenly breaks into a run, his steps ringing out sharply through the freezing passageway. As he pushes ahead, he quickly understands what this trial is truly testing. This is not only about discovering the correct path, it is also measuring how much punishment his body, spirit, and willpower can survive. His mask is already fractured, and every breath he takes comes out heavier than the last. Even so, he knows exactly what is at stake. If he cannot endure whatever comes next, then this trial will end here, and with it, his chance to continue moving forward will be crushed completely. Meanwhile, across the live stream, missions, comments, and challenge prompts begin flooding the screen one after another. Each message pushes him to hang on just a little longer, to keep forcing himself forward, and to refuse to collapse beneath the weight of the trial. His expression tightens, hardening with renewed determination. Even while fighting his way through the trial, he still takes a brief moment to speak to everyone watching, thanking them for their support, their encouragement, and the rewards they have sent to help him keep standing. Then the scene shifts away from the brutal cold of the trial and settles into a much warmer, gentler place. A pot of stew bubbles softly over the fire, while the cozy glow from the fireplace spreads through the room and fills the space with quiet comfort. Not far from the hearth, a silver-haired boy sits back in a relaxed posture, letting the warmth of the room surround him. He quietly plays around with a device in his hands, looking almost completely at ease as the firelight flickers nearby. But the moment his gaze drops to the screen, that easygoing mood disappears. His hands still, his face grows unusually serious, and the relaxed atmosphere around him seems to fade as whatever he sees on the device captures every bit of his attention. Then, without any warning at all, a girl suddenly appears right beside him. The interruption hits him so abruptly that the silver-haired boy jolts in pure panic, nearly leaping straight out of his chair as his whole body reacts before he can think. She steps in closer, her eyes narrowing with sharp curiosity as she asks what exactly he is doing with that device. Then, with a sly little smile tugging at her face, she teases him, wondering if he has been hiding something from her or perhaps watching something he really should not be watching. The silver-haired boy denies it immediately, insisting in a flustered rush that he is not hiding anything and was only feeling tired. But his answer only makes the girl's smile grow more playful, and she teases him again with a remark about how certain things can supposedly make someone's hair grow faster. She admits that she had stopped watching the live stream because of him, but in the end, curiosity dragged her right back. Seeing how tense and guarded he has become, she tilts the conversation even further and asks whether he truly does not want her relaxing on the sofa in her own home. His face turns bright red in an instant, and he blurts out that she does not have to phrase it in such a suggestive way. Completely flustered, he complains that his eardrums are going to burst from all this, then quickly tells her to just relax however she wants and not worry about him. While trying his best to act casual, the silver-haired boy quietly lowers the volume on his device. He makes the movement as subtly as possible, clearly making sure that no sound from the live stream can leak out and reach the girl standing so close to him. The girl immediately finds his behavior strange. After all, he is usually stubborn, difficult, and the kind of person who refuses to listen to anyone. So, seeing him suddenly become this obedient only makes her suspicion grow stronger. Finally, her patience runs out. Irritated by his suspicious attitude and tired of watching him dodge the issue, she gets up, grabs him firmly by the arm, and begins dragging him away before he has the chance to come up with another excuse. He quickly tries to smooth things over, telling her that she can stay a little longer if that is what she wants. Desperate to calm the situation, he even says she can lie down and properly relax, as long as she stops questioning him about the device. In the end, the girl finally turns away and heads up the stairs. Her footsteps leave the room behind, and the silver-haired boy remains there alone once again, still holding the device in his hands. Once she is gone, the silver-haired boy releases a long, heavy sigh of relief. Only then does he fully realize how close he came to being exposed, and the thought makes his nerves tighten all over again. If she discovered the live stream, it would become a massive scandal, and he does not even want to picture the chaos that would follow. His expression slowly turns serious once more, as another thought settles heavily in his mind. Even if the situation has changed, and even if everything now looks completely different from before, Subaru would never forget them. As he continues watching the live stream, he notices something that becomes harder and harder to ignore. The hero's personality, the way he speaks, the rhythm of his voice, and even his tone all resemble the old Subaru far too closely. On the screen, the hero is thanking everyone for the donations pouring in from the audience. Yet the silver-haired boy still senses a difference beneath the surface, because the original Subaru would have made sure to give proper credit in his own particular way. Then, out of nowhere, the girl taps him on the shoulder once again. Her voice cuts straight through his thoughts as she tells him that he should really start thinking seriously about what all of this actually means. The silver-haired boy freezes on the spot, then turns around in shock to find her standing right there behind him. She asks whether he truly thought she would not notice anything, and with a dark, almost sinister look in her eyes, she warns him that he is still 100 years too early to fool her. Back on the trial screen, a message appears ordering him to trace the path of lightning. At the same time, a tear mixed with golden energy slips down his face, glowing faintly as it falls along his skin. Inside the ice cave, the protagonist steadies himself and pours all of his focus into the challenge before him. Surrounded by frozen walls and biting cold, he prepares himself to confront the path waiting ahead. The instant he takes a step forward, golden energy begins crawling around his feet like living sparks. It spreads across the ground in flickering lines, revealing just how overwhelming and dangerous the power in this place truly is. A bolt of golden lightning crashes down into him without the slightest mercy. At the same time, the screen displays his progress, making it painfully clear that even after everything he has endured, he has barely moved forward at all. He clenches his fist with all his strength as the lightning's energy surges violently through him. The current races across his entire body with terrifying force, striking through him as if every nerve is being hit at the same time. The hero recognizes that sensation almost immediately. This lightning power feels deeply familiar to him because he has faced, endured, and handled this kind of force more times than he can count. With a sharp and serious look in his eyes, he braces himself against the trial. He knows this kind of challenge falls directly within his specialty. His progress finally climbs to 3%, and that tiny number tells him just how painfully long the road still is. Even so, he keeps moving forward with steady steps because a plan is already beginning to take shape in his mind. He starts running through the trial, but the viewers watching the live stream quickly become confused. From their perspective, It looks like he should be moving even faster, racing as hard as he can to escape the lightning before it strikes him again. The hero explains that he cannot read the chat right now, leaving the audience to piece together the situation on their own. Some viewers begin to suspect that his injuries are so serious that even glancing at the comments has become impossible for him. With one hand stretched forward, he calmly thinks through the situation in front of him. Simply reaching the goal is something he believes he can guarantee in this test, but if there is still a chance to push beyond that, then he wants to aim for something even higher. Elsewhere, someone offers advice, saying that Subaru may still be a rookie, but Rocky does not need to overthink the situation. All Rocky has to do is continue creating his content in the same way he always has. The boss smiles as he says this could become a real opportunity to ride the momentum of a comet. John Tyre urges Rocky to become a star rising alongside the hero, and the look on Hookie's face shows that those words have clearly struck deep. A brilliant golden flame suddenly lights up in his eye. It burns with fierce intensity, revealing the enormous determination now surging inside him. He remembers how he once ran away, because he did not trust himself enough to climb the tower. But deep inside, that desire never truly vanished. He still wanted to rise higher and surpass everyone else. The reflection in the streamer's eye begins to shift and transform. What appears there is no longer just a screen, but a vast universe filled with glittering stars, distant planets, and endless space stretching far beyond him. As he gazes at the starry sky on his screen, his thoughts drift toward a dream so huge it almost feels impossible to speak aloud. In that moment, he imagines himself one day becoming one of those brilliant stars. He reaches his hand forward, almost as if he is trying to touch that faraway light with his own fingers, and quietly he wonders whether a day might really come when he could stand among them and shine just as brightly. Suddenly, a loud shout snaps him straight out of his daydream. Startled and confused, the streamer blinks himself back into reality, wondering what on earth he was doing drifting off like that in the middle of work. On the live stream, the protagonist continues enduring the lightning as it strikes him again and again. Each bolt crashes down with brutal force, hammering into him without giving him even a moment to breathe. His body is already badly wounded, yet he refuses to give in. Even as pain spreads through him and weighs down every movement, he continues bearing the overwhelming power of the trial directly, without turning away. He plants his foot hard against the ground with a heavy stomp, forcing his body to steady itself. It is as if he is bracing for the next stage of the path that still waits ahead. Golden lightning keeps hammering down around him, filling the air with violent flashes, but the hero remains standing, enduring every strike with a fierce intensity that refuses to break. His face is smeared with dirt, and his battered body carries every sign of the suffering he has already endured. Even so, his eyes stay sharp, serious, and determined as he faces the challenge head-on. He understands the danger with complete clarity now. The stronger the lightning becomes, the deeper it pierces into him, spreading through his body from the inside and forcing him to withstand its power at the very core of his being. Lightning crackles fiercely around both of his hands as he tells himself that this amount of power should finally be enough. But this time, the current is no longer just dancing across his skin. The violent lightning begins forcing its way deeper, slipping into even the smallest meridians inside his body and spreading through every hidden corner of him. His progress suddenly surges all the way up to 20%, while the golden energy continues pouring into him without pause. Even as the current burns through his body from the inside, he grits his teeth and keeps absorbing it, forcing himself to take in more and more of that overwhelming lightning power. But then, the system suddenly releases a warning. The activation process has already started, and the lightning is no longer behaving like an outside attack. It is beginning to settle deep within his body, sinking into him as if it has found a place to stay. Even with that danger closing in, the protagonist does not retreat for even a second. His resolve burns hotter than the pain tearing through him, and he tells himself that no matter how much it costs him, he has to take control of this power and make it his own. A system screen explains that once his meridians were opened, the internal energy began spreading throughout his entire body. Only then does he understand the deeper problem. Subaru never properly purified his meridians before, and because of that, he is now forcing himself through a risky shortcut that could tear him apart. Pressing one hand tightly against his wound, he grits his teeth and thinks through the process step by step. Normally, this kind of purification would be performed with the user's own mana, carefully and gradually. But by using lightning from outside his body, he can accelerate the process. The only catch is that the pain is so extreme, no ordinary person could even begin to imagine it. His body has already been pushed right to the edge of what it can survive, yet he still refuses to let himself fall. Bolt after bolt crashes down into him, each one more punishing than the last. but not once does he allow his knees to give out. Meanwhile, in her own room, the black-haired girl sits quietly with the live stream playing in front of her. She watches in silence, her face tense and her eyes serious, clearly understanding that what is happening on the screen has become far more dangerous than a normal trial. On the device in her hands, she can see the hero enduring that terrible pain in front of everyone watching. The longer she stares at him, the harder it becomes to hide her worry, until the concern in her expression is impossible to miss. Her eyes suddenly widen as a terrifying possibility hits her. She stares at the screen in disbelief, wondering if he is really trying to open his meridians right there, in the middle of that brutal lightning trial. Then she catches the details in his movements, and begins to understand the method he has chosen. Instead of drawing on his own mana, he is moving his body while forcing outside power to perform the purification for him. She knows exactly how unbearable that kind of method must be. Most people would have blacked out again and again from agony on that level. And even if dying inside the trial would not harm his real body, every single bit of pain he is feeling in that moment is still completely real. The question tears through her mind as she watches him suffer on the screen. Why would he push himself to such an extreme, and why would he go this far just to clear a challenge like this? A faint blush rises across her cheeks, but even then she cannot bring herself to look away. Her eyes remain locked on the live stream, unblinking, as if every second of his struggle is pulling her deeper into the scene. His progress climbs again, this time reaching 50%. At the same moment, the activation of his meridians continues at full intensity, with golden lightning surging through him more violently than ever before. Bent over from the pain, the protagonist begins to turn his thoughts against himself. Guilt sinks into him like a weight, and he feels as though everything was his fault, as if he personally caused the deaths of everyone he cared about. Then, from deep inside his memory, a scene returns to him, the moment he once told his companions there was no trial they could not overcome together. In that memory, his past self smiles with absolute confidence, standing before his friends as if nothing in the world could shake him. Facing them warmly, he reassures them and tells them not to worry about anything at all. At that time, he truly believed every word he said. No matter how difficult the battle became, no matter what kind of enemy or obstacle stood in their way, he was certain that somehow, in the end, he would always come out victorious. Now, blood begins seeping out from beneath his mask as he tears himself apart over the past. Every thought becomes another accusation aimed at himself, and every drop of blood feels connected to the mistakes he still cannot forgive. He thinks bitterly that none of it would have happened if he had not been so careless. If he had not let his own confidence blind him, then maybe everything could have changed, and maybe the ending would have been different. With blood running from his eyes, he grieves over the thought that none of them should have had to die that way. Then the image of the traitor rises in his mind, a sinister smile carved across his face, with a dagger held cruelly in his hand. Kazuki's words echo inside his head like a curse. Kazuki had said they lost because they were arrogant, because they believed too deeply that no one could touch them, and that they were somehow invincible. Back in the present, the hero continues enduring the crushing pain of the trial. But even as lightning tears violently through his body, the guilt from the past cuts into him just as deeply, maybe even worse. He keeps moving forward slowly, each step heavy, shaky, and almost painfully difficult. Again and again, he repeats that everything was his fault, as if those words have become chains dragging him down from the inside. At last, his strength gives out, and he collapses onto the frozen cave floor. Surrounded by the immense power of the lightning, his body looks painfully small and fragile beneath the overwhelming force pressing down around him. Even as he lies there on the ground, golden energy continues rushing through his body without slowing down. His heart sinks under the weight of sorrow, and as he falls deeper into that darkness, he repeats once more that all of it was his fault. Then, all at once, his eyes open in the middle of a green field. Disoriented and completely confused, he looks around at the unfamiliar scenery and wonders where on earth he has ended up. When he lifts his gaze and looks ahead, he sees something that should be impossible. His former companions are gathered together around a campfire, sitting there calmly, as if nothing terrible had ever happened to any of them. Sweat beads across his face, and his eyes widen in disbelief. Shaken to his core by the impossible scene before him, he questions whether the people sitting there are truly his old friends. Overwhelmed by the sight, the hero starts calling out to them one by one. Each name slips from his mouth filled with shock, longing, and a desperate kind of hope that he can barely hold back. Suddenly, a strange force pulls him downward, making his mind spin as he wonders if this could only be a dream. But before he can make sense of anything, the world shifts again, and he finds himself back in that place. Once again, he is among his friends, surrounded by all of those familiar faces. For a moment, it feels as though nothing awful ever happened between them, and the past has somehow been quietly erased. A relieved smile spreads across his face as his heart clings to the scene in front of him. For that brief instant, he tells them he knew everything would work out in the end, almost as if he is trying to convince himself this reunion is real. Then he begins opening up to them, saying that he had a nightmare. With the comfort of seeing them alive again right in front of him, he wants to tell them everything he saw and everything he went through. But in the next instant, the warmth surrounding the campfire vanishes completely. The mood turns cold and heavy, and his friends begin accusing him of abandoning them in the past. Startled by the sudden shift, he calls out to them in confusion. His voice trembles as he struggles to understand why their expressions have changed and why they are looking at him with such painful accusation. One of his companions steps forward in his memory and confronts him directly, asking why he failed to protect them at the very moment when they needed him most. Then Shino appears before him, her body marked by a fatal wound. After he had been so certain they would all survive, she faces him and asks why he could not protect them after all. That horrifying sight reflects clearly in his eye, and his heart twists with pain that is almost impossible to bear. In a broken, barely steady whisper, he says Shino's name. Suddenly, the campfire goes out, swallowing the last trace of warmth in the scene. Then red energy spreads across his former companions, wrapping around them and consuming them one after another. Panic completely overtakes him. The hero screams out in desperation, refusing with every part of himself to accept the nightmare unfolding in front of his eyes as something real. From within the darkness, frightening and distorted shadows begin to emerge, twisting toward him like nightmares that have taken physical form. The souls of his friends reach out and pull at him, dragging him down into a dark abyss. He stretches his hand toward them, crying out as he begs them not to leave him. His voice breaks over and over again as he pleads with his companions not to abandon him for a second time. Tears seem to pour out from the deepest part of his soul, streaming down his face as the pain of losing everyone crashes over him all over again. Collapsed on the ground, he begs them to stay by his side. His voice is filled with raw desperation as he pleads for them not to vanish from him again. Then, without warning, a massive burst of blue light tears straight through the darkness. The flash shatters the illusion surrounding him and violently drags his consciousness back into reality. Back on the cave floor, he lies there breathing hard, his body still trembling from what he just saw. Only then does he realize the truth. It was a hallucination, and the trial had almost swallowed him completely. Then the system announces that his progress is nearly complete. At the same time, his magical power increases by 1, marking the result of everything he has endured inside this merciless trial. A deep feeling of gratitude rises in him at that approval. To him, it is more than just a simple reward. It reminds him of the real reason he is still alive, still standing, and still fighting. With the image of the traitor still burning sharply in his mind, the protagonist steadies his heart. Instead of allowing the past to crush him completely, he turns that pain into determination and fills himself with resolve for the future. Meanwhile, back in the village, the knights and residents began pulling together in tense silence, gathering near the homes they were desperate to protect. Everyone could feel the battle approaching, and they braced themselves for the violence that was about to erupt right in front of their own doorsteps. The villagers gripped whatever they could get their hands on, tools, weapons, anything that might help them survive. Their faces were pale with fear, but desperation kept them standing. Then, without a single warning, a massive giant appeared in the center of the village, its enormous body casting a terrifying shadow over everyone below. Fear rushed through the crowd almost instantly, spreading from person to person like a wave. The creature lowered its gaze toward the warriors, wearing a sinister smile as its huge body towered over them, making it look as if it had come to finish one last massacre. One of the knights finally lost control of his fear and shouted in panic. His voice cracked as he claimed that the masked man had run away, abandoning every one of them to die in the village. But the captain refused to let that despair take root among his men. Standing firmly before them, he insisted that their benefactor would absolutely return when the time came, and that he would not leave them without help. The blond knight snapped, his anger cutting through the frightened voices around him. He shouted at the others for doubting themselves and for expecting a stranger to fight their battle for them, then demanded to know whether men with that kind of mindset could truly call themselves knights. Just then, a steady hand came down on his shoulder, calming him before his anger could boil over any further. The older knight stepped in with a composed expression, quietly agreeing with the blonde knight's words while helping bring the rising tension back under control. The old warrior explained that before they argued over blame or fear, there was one duty they had to carry out first. Their responsibility was to protect the village. Then he drew his crystal sword, its blade shining with a fierce bluish glow, and declared that real knights were not the ones waiting to be saved. They were the ones who stood forward to protect others. With a thunderous battle cry, the older knight told them that if death was waiting for them, then they should die like knights. His words lit a fire in the warriors around him, and with their fear pushed aside, they charged straight toward the giant without looking back. At that same moment, inside the trial, the hero's progress climbed all the way to 99%. He had reached the very edge of his goal, with only the final stretch standing between him and the end. A sphere of golden energy began forming in front of him, glowing with such blinding intensity that the air around it seemed to shake. The power gathered inside it felt overwhelming, as if the entire trial had condensed into that single brilliant orb. He still had no clear idea what that strange golden sphere actually was. But from the progress displayed in front of him, he understood one thing for certain. This had to be the final objective waiting for him at the end of the trial. The system warned him that his fatigue had already climbed to 97. Even through the pain ripping through his body and the exhaustion dragging down every breath, he could sense it clearly. There was only a tiny distance left to go. His mask kept cracking apart as he endured the terrifying pressure bearing down on him. The hero told himself that only one final step remained, while the system continued flashing warnings about the danger waiting directly ahead. He ignored every warning appearing before him and forced his battered body to move. With sheer willpower alone, he pushed forward and took that final step toward the goal. Meanwhile, the battle in the village finally exploded into motion. One knight slammed his foot against the ground with all his strength, and with a fierce cry tearing from his throat, the older knight launched himself straight toward the giant. His sword was gripped firmly in his hand as the old warrior closed the distance. With his body already committed to the charge, he readied himself to deliver the first decisive strike. In one sharp spinning motion, his blade flashed through the air like a streak of light. Before the giant could even react, the sword cut cleanly through its arm and severed it in a single powerful strike. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, splattering through the air and across the ground. That brutal strike made it clear to everyone watching that the older knight still carried tremendous strength inside his aging body. The giant howled in pain, completely stunned by the sudden attack. It tried to retaliate almost immediately, but before it could strike back, the blond knight rushed in and placed himself between the monster and his comrade. With a powerful shout, Peleus called out to the older knight and told him to leave the rest to him. His voice made it clear that he was ready to step forward and take over the fight himself. The captain stomped hard against the ground, preparing his next move with explosive force. Then the blond knight leapt forward, shooting toward the giant with his sword raised high above him. The creature roared in fury as it saw the knight flying straight toward it. In that instant, it understood that another decisive attack was coming directly for its body. Peleus tightened both hands around the hilt of his sword, determination blazing in his eyes. Then he brought the blade down with everything he had, pouring all of his strength into the strike. The Demon King's energy surged through the attack, turning the slash into a powerful flash of blue light. In one overwhelming blow, the strike tore through the giant's body. The creature released a deep, painful growl as the force of the blow ripped into it. Its massive body reeled from the impact, shaken by the power that had just cut through it. Then its head burst apart, and the monster screamed in agony. After unleashing that attack, the blond knight landed safely on the ground, already steadying himself and preparing for whatever might come next. One of the knights shouted in celebration, declaring that they had finally brought the monster down. Driven by a mixture of rage and relief, the other knights cursed the creature and continued striking its fallen body. El called out to them and told everyone to calm down. He reminded the warriors that the most dangerous threat standing in front of them had already been dealt with. But the older knight did not share in their relief. Even with the giant lying defeated, his expression stayed tense, and unease remained clear in his eyes. With a grave look on his face, the old warrior said that the monster he had truly feared was not the one they had just taken down. Even so, the other knights continued cheering loudly, too caught up in the victory to notice his concern. They praised their leaders, calling them incredible for winning such a fierce and dangerous fight. One of the warriors pointed out that the job was not finished yet. All they had to do now, he said, was handle the remaining giants still scattered throughout the village. Then, all at once, an enormous hand slammed down into the ground right where the fallen monster lay. The impact crushed the area with terrifying force, shaking the battlefield and silencing the moment of celebration. The two leaders looked upward in panic, and in that instant, the truth became clear. This was the real danger. A young knight screamed in desperation, realizing that the monster before them was on an entirely different level from the one they had just defeated. Meanwhile, the hero's progress finally reached 99%, and at the end of the trial, he obtained the golden orb that had been waiting for him. Holding the orb firmly in his hands, he declared that he would make the traitor apologize for everything that had happened. At that exact moment, The system displayed his progress reaching 100%. Hatred burned fiercely in the hero's eyes as he made his vow. He swore that he would take Coyote's head as a souvenir. Then he turned and began walking away, golden lightning swirling violently around his body. In the next instant, the energy erupted outward, transforming him into a figure wrapped completely in pure golden light. His new armor shone brilliantly across his body, gleaming with the power he had just awakened. Standing there in that radiant form, he said that he had finally obtained the strength he had always longed for. Covered in blood, he wondered whether the trial was truly over at last. Then his eye blazed with an intense golden radiance, revealing the frightening strength that had now awakened inside him. The system announced that his meridians had been fully opened. With that achievement complete, his powers and overall status increased dramatically, marking a massive change in his strength. But even after surviving the ordeal, he understood the truth all too clearly. If he had been struck even one more time, he definitely would not have been able to endure the pain any longer. Blood dripped from his hand as he weakly begged the system to at least warn him before something like that happened again. Then, with every bit of strength finally drained from his body, he collapsed completely onto the ground. Protagonist lost consciousness where he fell, and as his mind slipped away, the system notified him that he had successfully passed the legendary phase. In the agency office, Chief John Kyle watched the broadcast with a deeply serious expression. Seeing the hero lying unconscious on the screen, he muttered that there had to be a limit to how reckless a player could be. Anger rose in him, and he slammed his hand down hard against the desk. In that moment, he decided that a boy like that was not suited to becoming a real streamer. Just then, his device suddenly began to ring, cutting through the tense silence in the office. The incoming call was from a famous streamer. John Kyle answered the call, and the streamer immediately burst out with excitement. Without holding back, he asked if John had seen the insane scene that had just unfolded live on the broadcast. Hawkeye praised the hero as a star, clearly fired up by what he had witnessed. But Chief John Kyle told him to calm down and explain himself properly. Hawkeye insisted that the boy was outstanding, not only as a player but also as a streamer, while John Kyle could only think that he was still far too rough around the edges. With a confident smile spreading across his face, Hawkeye said that was exactly what made the boy so thrilling to watch. The original Narukami had been a real player through and through, the kind of person whose every movement felt raw, fearless, and impossible for anyone else to copy. Hawkeye explained that the audience had been craving that feeling for a long time. They wanted to witness the style of a genuine player again, someone who was not simply acting for the camera, but making every choice with real instinct, real danger, and the kind of pressure that could not be faked. At that moment, Chief John Kyle finally began to understand the deeper meaning behind Hawkeye's excitement. This was not merely another reckless broadcast from an unstable rookie. What they were seeing unfold in front of them might actually be the first step in the birth of a new legend. His eyes sharpened as that realization settled fully into place. Through the chaos of that livestream, in real time and without any rehearsal, they were witnessing the rise of the new Narukami. Back on the broadcast, the hero's hand gave a faint twitch against the snow. It was only a tiny movement, but it was enough to prove that he had not fallen for good. The livestream audience erupted the instant they noticed it. Comments flooded across the screen in a frenzy as the boy finally began forcing his battered body up from the ground. His gaze slowly lifted, fierce and unwavering. A brilliant golden light burned in his eyes, making the newly awakened power inside him impossible for anyone watching to ignore. He reached for his tablet to check the system, but the moment he saw the state of his body, irritation crossed his face. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he complained that his fatigue was already hovering right at the edge of its limit. With the tablet held firmly in his hand, he scanned the numbers one by one. His fatigue had fallen to 81, but in return his overall status had clearly climbed, showing that the suffering had not been meaningless. Several missions had been completed all at once, and the rewards poured in immediately, granting him thousands of credits for everything he had just survived. When his total finally rose past 20,000, a quiet sense of satisfaction settled over him as he realized how much wealth he had managed to gather. Even so, that satisfaction did not last very long. He quickly understood that it was still far from enough, because upgrading his greed ability would require roughly 40,000 more credits. Holding the golden orb in his hand, the protagonist stared at it with fresh focus in his eyes. Then he declared that this very item would become the key to defeating the giant. A screen appeared in front of him, revealing the item's true name and nature. It was the lightning spear, a legendary weapon that could only be used once inside the tower. The boy studied the item carefully, taking in the weight of what he had just received. After reading its description, he could only agree that a reward like this was far beyond anything ordinary. The livestream viewers quickly began pointing out that the object did not look like a normal spear at all. Hearing their reactions, he opened his inventory and started examining the new gift he had just obtained. The hero calmly explained that high-rank items could change their form depending on the situation. The viewers immediately noticed how naturally he spoke about it, and many of them began looking at him as if he were a true professional. With his goal now clearly set, he stepped out of the cave and moved forward. Leaving the frozen darkness behind him, he headed toward the final challenge waiting beyond it. Meanwhile, back in the village, one of the knights screamed in pure terror at the monstrosity standing before them. The captain and his partner now stood face to face with a dark, massive creature that had emerged to attack them. Its presence felt far heavier and more oppressive than anything they had faced before. The monster revealed itself as a white-haired giant with a sinister gaze. Wrapped in a thick, dark aura, it stared down at the knights as though it had arrived to turn the small village into a slaughterhouse. The system announced its identity in cold, unmistakable words. Giant King Greg, the seed that had swallowed lightning itself. Seeing the terrifying scene unfold, the captain shouted furiously as one of the knights suddenly ran toward the giant to surrender. The knight cried out in desperation, insisting that his companions knew nothing about the monster and should not be punished for it. Staring up at the giant's enormous foot, the knight called the creature a god. In his trembling voice, he said it was nothing like the foolish humans shaking in fear throughout the village. The warrior dropped to his knees and begged the giant to show mercy. But the monster only looked down at him coldly and asked whether he truly believed it was a god like the others. Fury burned in the creature's eyes as it warned him not to compare it to the filthy gods it despised so deeply. The older knight grabbed the kneeling man and shouted at him to stand. Even with death looming right in front of them, he demanded that the knight rise to his feet and fight with the honor of a warrior. Then the older knight turned sharply toward Peleus and ordered him to flee with the villagers as quickly as possible. His resolve had already been made. The old warrior prepared to throw away his own life, using his body as a shield so the others might still have a chance to survive. Seeing what the older knight was about to do, the captain panicked and screamed his comrade's name. But before anyone could stop what was coming, a powerful attack descended from the sky, and the massacre of the knights began right there in the village. The blonde knight was hurled backward by the force of the attack, his body crashing hard against the ground, and as he hit the dirt, the truth became painfully clear. There was no path to victory left for his people. Even so, with a grim and serious look in his eyes, he realized that his only remaining choice was to search for an escape route. But that faint hope vanished almost immediately because more giants had already blocked the way out, leaving the villagers trapped and completely exposed. The captain stared at the scene in shock, his heart sinking as the reality settled in. None of them had any real hope of surviving this situation. Despair spread across the blonde knight's face. He clenched his teeth so tightly that it looked as though he was barely holding back a scream. Then, all of a sudden, he shouted toward the monster, declaring that he knew who was responsible for the death of its son. Giant King Greg slowly turned its gaze toward the small knight. Its expression shifted, filled with cold curiosity as it focused on him. The creature demanded to know who had dared lay a hand on its son. With his sword still gripped in his hand, the captain prepared to point in the direction of the hero. He pointed toward the mountain and claimed that the killer had gone there. The knight explained that the boy had headed to the mountain in order to gain enough power to defeat every giant. Deep in his heart, the blonde knight desperately prayed that the monster would accept the lie and leave the village behind. For a brief moment, Giant King Greg turned away as if it had believed the story. But then it suddenly stopped, and in a cold voice said the words were false, because it could sense the deception hidden inside them. The monster asked whether the assassin was not actually there, or whether the knight had simply pointed to some random place in a desperate attempt to fool it. Just then, the blonde knight froze in shock as a massive burst of power exploded in the distance. Through the blinding radiance, the protagonist's silhouette appeared. He descended like a god stepping down into the battlefield, wrapped in overwhelming light. Peleus recognized him immediately. In a stunned whisper, he spoke the name of the benefactor who had returned to save them. The system announced the beginning of the 7th phase, while the hero looked down over the horde of giants gathered below him. He thought to himself that if anything even stronger showed up now, this could no longer be considered a second-floor test. Even so, his expression stayed calm, and he said it was fine, because there was no reason to panic over the situation in front of him. He told himself there was no need to overcomplicate things. Right now, all he had to do was land one strike on the monster. He understood perfectly well that with his current strength alone, he could not truly win this fight. But before it became too late, he still had to stop the monster from destroying everything. The protagonist raised the orb high into the air, and the system immediately announced that the lightning spear had been activated. A massive pillar of golden energy descended from the sky. flooding the entire battlefield with brilliant light as the system confirmed that the weapon had begun its initialization. The golden energy began spinning faster and faster, twisting into a massive vortex of power above him. Around the awakened weapon, even the air itself seemed to tremble under the pressure. High above the battlefield, the Demon King's golden energy began gathering across the sky. It swirled and condensed like a storm being born in the heavens, as if the world above was preparing to drop a devastating judgment onto everything below. The hero lifted his hand toward that overwhelming power, pulling it closer as the legendary weapon finally began to respond to him. At the same time, the system showed the initialization rate climbing, reaching 10% as the energy started taking shape. Golden light wrapped around his entire body in a blinding glow, pressing against him with the crushing weight of the legendary weapon's power. His fatigue instantly rose to 84, making it clear just how heavy the burden had become the moment he tried to control it. Bit by bit, the golden radiance stretched and sharpened, gradually forming into a spear within his hand. He rushed forward with the weapon, and the initialization rate leapt to 33%. His skill tried to resist the spear's overwhelming force, but that resistance collapsed almost immediately. The effect was far too weak, and he understood at once that his current skill level was still nowhere near enough to properly handle a legendary item. The creature suddenly sprang away from the battlefield, and the captain shouted in desperation, knowing that the giant's opponent should have been him. With a grim look tightening across his face, the blonde knight watched helplessly as the monster abandoned their fight and moved elsewhere. As Peleus saw the giant shift its target, worry cut across his expression. If that monster changed direction now, then the villagers could end up directly in its path with no way to protect themselves. Standing before the mountain, Giant King Greg called out his son's name in deep sorrow. His gaze darkened with grief as he imagined the terrible pain his son must have endured before death finally took him. But that grief quickly twisted into something far more dangerous. Rage flooded through Giant King Greg, and he vowed to repay every bit of his son's suffering. His massive body tightened with fury as he prepared to strike with everything he had. With one thunderous stomp, Giant King Greg unleashed an enormous wave of energy. The force surged forward across the battlefield, marking the opening move of his final attack. His eyes burned a violent red as he advanced toward the mountain. Every heavy step carried his rage forward, and the Giant King looked ready to pour all of his wrath into a single devastating assault. The hero steadied the spear in both hands, forcing his battered body to hold on under the pressure. The initialization rate kept climbing higher until it finally reached 80%. The weapon's power continued to build, growing heavier and more explosive with every passing second. At the same time, Giant King Greg's fist smashed into the mountain, the impact driving forward mercilessly as if it would crush everything in its path. The hero judged the situation in a single breath. His odds were split cleanly down the middle, 50-50. From this point on, there was no safe option left. It was all or nothing. Then, all of a sudden, a human voice echoed inside his mind, telling him never to look away from what was about to happen. In that memory, a man had once taught him that a spear throw truly begins at that exact instant, guiding him into the proper stance. His master told him to strip away every unnecessary thought. He was not supposed to worry about whether the throw traveled straight or curved through the air. He had to forget the spear's path, ignore its weight, and even cast aside the idea of its shape. With a knowing smile, his master said that the hero was different from ordinary spearmen. Then he looked at him and asked whether he understood the reason why. The memory gave him the answer with complete clarity. It was because he was the true Subaru Narukami, not a false imitator borrowing the name. Back in the present, the spear's initialization surged once again, rising sharply until it reached 95% of its full power. The hero's mind raced as he stared at the impact rushing toward him. With the final moment closing in, he wondered what he still had to do in order to complete the attack successfully. Once more, the image of his master appeared before him. That familiar presence reminded him that no matter what happened, this would never be the same as throwing an ordinary spear. His master's voice cut through the chaos with one simple answer. He did not need to throw the spear, he needed to make it explode. Back in reality, the protagonist tightened his grip around the golden weapon as Giant King Greg closed in. Giant King Greg's fist slammed into the mountain with crushing force, shaking everything around them. The livestream audience erupted in panic, begging the hero to hurry and warning that even a single moment of hesitation could mean death. But the boy endured the impact and held his ground, saying he only needed a little more time. He planted both feet firmly against the ground, bracing his body with everything he had. No matter how monstrous the force crashing toward him became, he refused to let himself be swept away. Giant King Greg roared with every ounce of fury in his enormous body as his fist continued driving down against the mountain. The giant was only moments away from crushing the hero, who stood there surrounded by a blazing golden aura. Then a massive explosion of golden energy erupted across the scene. The light burst outward with terrifying intensity, swallowing the battlefield in a flash of overwhelming power. At last, the long preparation was complete. The spear's initialization reached 100%. With his face battered and his body barely holding itself together, the protagonist gripped the completed spear and stared straight ahead. He knew this was the only chance he had to bring everything to an end with a single strike. Holding the fully awakened spear in his hands, he shouted with everything left in his lungs. He declared that he would finish the entire fight with one blow. He poured every last bit of strength into the final throw. Twisting his body into a powerful spinning motion, he hurled the lightning spear straight at the monster. And the moment the weapon left his hand, the protagonist crashed down to the ground, battered beyond belief, but having already given that attack everything he had. The spear struck Giant King Greg directly in the head. For one brief instant, the creature froze in shock, stunned as the attack pierced into him. Golden energy swallowed the monster completely, tearing through his massive body with unbearable force. Then a tremendous explosion of light and power erupted, annihilating Giant King Greg once and for all. Giant King Greg's eyes stared into the blinding explosion as he let out one final gasp of pain. His enormous body began to crumble and disintegrate, and though he tried to speak, it was already far too late. After that brutal clash, the hero landed safely back on the ground. Even though he had survived the exchange, his body was covered in injuries from everything he had just endured. He looked out across the battlefield, taking in the result of his attack. At the same time, the livestream audience exploded with celebration, realizing that he had truly landed the decisive blow. The system announced that he had defeated the monster and successfully passed the 7th phase of the lightning trial. With that victory secured, he leveled up and received several new stat increases. Along with those rewards, a new item appeared in his possession, the lightning heart. The protagonist stared down at the strange item in his hand, confusion crossing his face. He wondered aloud what this lightning heart was supposed to be and why it had appeared now. Suddenly, the crystal in his hands burst with a fierce, brilliant light. At the same time, a wave of immense pain struck through him, and a tear slipped down his face. He barely had time to wonder what was happening before his entire body was transported somewhere else. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar, unsettling place, with no idea where he had been sent. Behind him, a giant and mysterious shadow appeared. Its presence was so overwhelming that the hero was left completely stunned in place. He tried to speak, but no words would come out. Confusion spread through him as he struggled to understand what was happening around him. Then he realized something even more terrifying. His body would not move at all. He was completely paralyzed, trapped in place before that unknown presence. The system warning appeared again and again, repeatedly telling him that a mysterious presence was staring directly at him. The enormous shadow continued watching him in silence. Under that silent gaze, the hero felt painfully small, powerless, and unable to resist. Sweat ran down his face as he tried to make sense of the presence behind him. He wondered whether the creature was attempting to communicate something, or whether it was simply observing him from the darkness. Then he tightened his hand around the lightning heart. In response, a powerful golden light began shining from within his grasp. A brilliant flash burst outward, blinding him completely. The light swallowed his vision and pulled him out of that strange, dark place. The protagonist found himself back on the mountaintop, returned to the very place where the battle against Giant King Greg had taken place. A new image appeared on the screen, and the chat reacted immediately. Viewers began commenting at once, realizing that the hero had fainted. Then Asuka finally told Subaru that she had prepared a gift, especially for him, and the instant those words reached his ears, his gaze sharpened. Whatever casual mood had been hanging between them disappeared, replaced by a clear spark of curiosity. Asuka moved just a little closer to him, lowering the distance between them as her face took on a teasing, almost mischievous look. She made it clear that this was not some ordinary present. No, this was something special. Something she was certain Subaru would never be able to refuse, and the sly curve of her smile made the whole moment feel strangely mysterious. "There's absolutely no way you'll turn this down," Asuka said with a quiet smile, a secretive glimmer shining in her eyes. Then, as Subaru stared at her with obvious confusion, she blushed faintly and told him to look up a streamer by the name of Hai. Subaru did exactly as she said, turning his attention to the search without wasting any time. And just as Asuka had promised, a live stream appeared almost immediately on the screen, where a blonde-haired man was casually talking away with his viewers. The blonde streamer faced the camera with relaxed confidence, speaking as if he had already taken full control of the room. "All right, just like the title says, today we're talking about this. Or maybe I should switch things up and cover something different today. Well, never mind all that extra chatter. Everyone, take a look at this first. Narukami the second. Or maybe, the streamer continued, pausing just long enough to make the words feel heavier. He might even become the original. The moment he said that, the chat seemed to erupt. Comments rushed across the screen, asking if this was more Narukami content again, calling it hardcore otaku material, and saying the challenge itself was completely insane. Hai continued speaking without losing rhythm, promising to explain everything step by step, and before anyone realized it, the warm evening sunlight had started slipping through the narrow gaps of the window. Even after all that time had passed, Hai was still completely absorbed in the challenge, continuing his explanation as if he had no intention of stopping. To put his point simply, he was saying that Subaru had deliberately placed an additional restriction on himself during the exam, making the whole situation even more absurd than it already sounded. Across from Subaru, Asuka remained seated in silence, quietly studying his face and waiting for his reaction. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, and there was a nervous stillness about her, as though she was holding her breath until he fully understood what she had shown him. Just then, Hai raised one finger on the screen as if he had finally arrived at the most important part of the explanation. Oh, sorry, let me summarize this. I don't really need to go any deeper into this part, so I'll put it into one simple sentence. Subaru stayed quiet and listened as Hei's voice filled the room, carrying a bold, almost arrogant certainty that left no room for argument. He himself is Subaru Narukami. The moment those words landed, Asuka's face turned an intense shade of red, so bright it almost resembled a ripe jackfruit. For a second, she looked so embarrassed that it felt like steam might burst straight from the top of her head. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment of the situation, Asuka hurriedly sat back down and tried to compose herself. Money really was important after all. Subaru apologized for asking such a strange question, but Asuka quickly waved it off and reached into her bag instead. Right, the gift, Asuka said, finally pulling the conversation back to where it was supposed to be. Let's talk about Hai, the streamer you just watched. He's affiliated with Sion, and he's a dependable streamer who's already tied to a 6-year contract. His greatest strength is his analytical live streaming style, and he already has a massive fan base supporting him. On top of that, he has a very sharp eye when it comes to recognizing talent. Asuka then placed a document in Subaru's hands. This covers Hawkeye's recent stream, and from this point forward, all revenue from related content will be divided 50-50. Subaru lowered his eyes to the document in front of him, his expression gradually shifting into doubt. He looked as if he was trying to confirm whether he had actually heard her correctly. Split with whom? Subaru asked, still not fully understanding. Asuka answered him immediately, without the slightest hesitation. With you, of course. The content is based on your material, so that includes advertising revenue, donations, archived videos, everything connected to it. Subaru took the thick stack of documents into his hands, still looking a little stunned by how generous the arrangement was. Really, ever since I signed with the management company, good things just keep happening one after another. The moment Subaru said that, Asuka became shy all over again. Her eyes dropped, her face turned slightly away from him, and she awkwardly scratched at her cheek like she did not quite know where to put her embarrassment. You really think so? She asked in a softer voice. Subaru nodded and answered, yes. This is a very unexpected gift. Asuka brushed her hair back with her hand, clearly trying to hide just how flustered his words had made her. This may be a little sudden, Asuka said, carefully choosing each word as she spoke, but as a gesture of goodwill, would you be interested in collaborating with Hai? After that conversation came to an end, time seemed to pass quickly. By the time the scene shifted again, Subaru had already made his way back home. After spending so much time outside, he finally removed the mask from his face. Maybe he no longer needed to keep wearing it all the time. Or maybe the simple act of taking it off only made the problem weighing on his mind feel even clearer. The problem of money. Subaru stood quietly in front of the mirror, staring at his own reflection. He studied the face, looking back at him, as if trying to understand what it meant to show that face to the world. The more people he became involved with, the harder it became to decide just how much of himself he should continue to hide. With that thought lingering in his mind, Subaru shifted his attention toward the system panel. His alias name had now climbed to rank C, reaching skill tier 4. Once fully activated, it had the ability to cancel out the side effects caused by skills and items, while also raising their rank and level at the same time. But then Subaru noticed the requirement listed beneath it, 80,000 reputation points. The moment he saw that number, his brow tightened. Rank C required 80,000 reputation points? Compared with that enormous number, Subaru's current balance looked almost laughable. He only had 120. Disappointed, Subaru released a heavy sigh. Whether he wanted to think about it or not, money was still the biggest thing he had to prioritize. At the very least, the collaboration with Hawkeye from 2 days earlier should bring in a decent amount. Subaru reached into the system space, and from within that strange storage, he seemed to draw out a single flower. Now there are a few things I need to take care of, Subaru thought to himself. Meanwhile, the focus shifted away from him and returned to Asuka. Asuka was lying face down against her pillow, her cheeks still burning bright red. Even her hands looked flushed, showing just how worked up and restless she had become. Inside her mind, Subaru's almost godlike handsome face kept appearing again and again, refusing to fade no matter how hard she tried to push it away. Maybe it was because of money. Or maybe that was only the excuse she was desperately trying to give herself. Suddenly, Asuka slammed her fist into the pillow with all her strength and let out a muffled scream. "That's right!" she shouted into the room, even as her thoughts continued drifting further out of her control. Behind Subaru's stylish mask, there was an extraordinary mystery, something strange and fascinating that kept pulling at her curiosity. But at the same time, Asuka understood something important. If she tried to dig too deeply into that mystery, she might end up hurting Subaru without meaning to. She hit the pillow again and again as if she were trying to beat down her own curiosity through sheer force. "I won't ask, I'm curious, but I won't pry." Ever since Subaru had met her, Asuka, good things had continued happening for him. Just thinking about that made her face turn even redder, and once again, she swung her fist straight into the pillow. "Ah, me too," she blurted out, completely overwhelmed by the feelings rising inside her. Her punch landed with so much force that the pillow finally tore open, sending soft stuffing bursting and scattering all across the room. Asuka was in love. Subaru Narukami was a man wrapped in secrets that no one else truly knew. And after meeting him face to face, he only seemed even more perfect than he had before. From there, the focus shifted again, this time to Noxa, on the 7th floor. There, towering buildings stretched high into the air, their massive shapes looking both majestic and terrifying, like monuments built to intimidate anyone who dared to step inside. Inside a glowing room within the main castle, a man was exercising while watching television, his eyes locked firmly on the screen in front of him. What played on the television was none other than a replay of Hawkeye's broadcast. From the screen, Hawkeye's voice echoed once again. "I don't need to say more, so I'll summarize this in one sentence." The man's hands were drenched in sweat as the metal bar creaked under the pressure of his grip. While pulling himself upward, he spoke in an irritated tone. "I don't like it. Pick one casual speech or formal speech." "And who exactly is this guy?" he asked, still keeping his attention near the screen. From nearby, Limon answered him plainly. "A small-time bird named Hawkeye. He averages around 8,000 viewers and comes from the Blue Zone," Limon continued. Kurokawa Amon's grip tightened around the bar. Then he aimed his body upward and released himself from it. "A small bird, huh?" Amon said, sounding more interested than impressed. "Then I'll experience it myself." But only a moment later he added, "Still, more than Hawkeye, I want you to focus on Subaru Narukami in that stream." Limon looked visibly surprised by that remark, while Amon kept speaking as though the real topic of interest had only just begun. "Oh, that fake has already learned lightning," Amon muttered as he watched Subaru's earlier battle unfold on the screen. Then he gave a short laugh. "Ha, that really is impressive," Limon asked. "You think so?" Amon replied. "Sako Swai, the spear knight of the Blue People, once said this. Never take your eyes off your opponent while throwing." Limon's eyes widened with genuine surprise, and he stared at Amon as if he had just heard something completely unexpected. "Wait a second, Amon, you actually still remember casual lines like that?" Amon lifted his head, his face remaining calm, but there was a sharp intensity in his eyes that made the air feel heavier. "I trained myself to take in everything about them," he said. "Their breathing, their habits, even the smallest details they left behind. They were players who once stood at the very top, but there is one important thing everyone keeps forgetting. The Blue People weren't strong just because Subaru existed among them," Amon continued, his voice steady and serious. "Every single member of that group was powerful enough to be counted among the strongest, and when you look at the way they died, there are still suspicious, vicious circumstances wrapped around the entire incident." "Right then," Hawkeye's voice rang out from the television again, slicing straight through the tension in the room. "He himself is Subaru Narukami. No explanation needed." As soon as those smug words spilled from the broadcast, Amon's expression twisted, and a deep scowl settled across his face. "That arrogant brat," Amon muttered, his irritation clearly rising with every word. "Who does he think he is, talking that smugly, speaking about them with that kind of disrespect?" Limon gave a weary sigh as if this was exactly what he had expected. That's the biggest problem with streamers, isn't it? Once attention is involved, they throw away belief and pride without even hesitating. Amon finally seemed unable to listen any further, so he reached out and shut the TV off. After turning off the screen, Amon looked back at Liman, and the annoyance still had not left his face. "Why did you make me watch this in the first place?" Liman immediately stiffened, his posture going rigid as he hurried to explain himself. "It wasn't my decision. Guildmaster Kyojo was the one who gave the order." Amon paused for a brief moment, as if that name changed the weight of the situation. "Is that so? He ordered it himself?" Amon's gaze grew darker and heavier as he spoke again. "Lightning is the symbol of the blue people, and the blue people are the very origin of our blue zone." At that exact moment, a cart was rolled into the room, its wheels cutting softly across the floor. Liman continued without missing a beat. "We've confirmed that this streamer is obsessed with money." The cloth draped over the cart was pulled away, and in the next instant, a brilliant golden glow poured out across the room. Amon stared at what had been revealed, unable to hide his disbelief. Heavy gold bars were stacked high on the cart, shining so brightly that they almost looked unreal beneath the light. Liman spoke with complete certainty, as if the decision had already been made. "We've prepared more than enough funds. Bring him back, no matter what it takes." For a moment, Amon could only stare, stunned by the sheer amount of money in front of him. Then he muttered under his breath, "Are you kidding me? Is he really that much of a money grubber?" Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to the village, where everyone was busy repairing the damaged system. An announcement echoed throughout the area, warning everyone that the second-floor challenge was now on the verge of beginning. Belos quickly waved his hand, immediately taking charge as he called out orders. "Gather all the injured people in one place, treat the critically wounded first. As for those with lighter injuries, make sure medicine is handed out as quickly as possible." Then, all of a sudden, a set of familiar footsteps reached Belos's ears, pulling his attention away from the busy scene in front of him. When Belos turned around and saw who had arrived, relief washed over his face, as though a savior had finally appeared right when he needed one most. "Benefactor, you're finally awake!" Belos hurried toward him, his voice filled with obvious concern. "How are you feeling? You collapsed outside the village, and everyone was worried sick about you. If you hadn't opened your eyes, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do." Subaru slowly stretched out his arms, still looking a little dazed from everything that had happened. Belos nodded as if Subaru's condition made complete sense. "Yes, it only happened yesterday, so feeling that way is perfectly normal." "Let's not focus on that right now," Subaru said after steadying himself a little. "Can we talk later in the guest room? I have a few things I want to ask." Belos lowered his head slightly in a respectful nod and answered, "Of course." "Ask me anything you want," Belos said before turning to leave. Subaru watched his back as he walked away, and in that moment, he couldn't help thinking that Belos really was a genuinely good person. In the comments, some of the viewers seemed to feel the same way, reacting as if they had been waiting for this exact development to arrive. "Looks like it's finally time to end his misery." Congratulations on the wedding. Back inside the small wooden house, Subaru ignored the noisy chaos in the chat and immediately opened the system panel. "Let's check the rewards first," Subaru said, bringing his focus to the item resting in his hand. A shining gem lay in his palm, and he began reading through its description. Lightning Core. A bound unique item with no level requirement attached to it. Its effects granted 30% resistance to lightning, along with an additional 20% increase in resistance against electric shock. Subaru sucked in a sharp breath, clearly caught off guard. "No way. Seriously?" The viewers immediately began buzzing in confusion, unable to tell whether that reaction meant the item was amazing, terrible, disappointing, exciting, or somehow all of those things at once. But Subaru alone understood its real value. For someone like Subaru, who used lightning, those stats were almost perfectly suited to him. Behind his mask, where the viewers could not clearly see his expression, a bright smile spread across his face. This is insane, Subaru thought, still staring at the treasure sitting in his palm. But just as he was savoring that discovery, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. "Here, please accept this," someone said, while stepping into the room, carrying in a large basket piled with fresh fruit. Subaru looked down at the basket, and the viewers seemed every bit as confused as he was. "Huh? Fruit?" Then Belos peeked into the room, wearing a warm and cheerful smile. "Did you sleep well?" Belos asked brightly. "Your lover came to visit you, you know. Someone has been missing you quite a lot." Before long, Subaru and Belos were sitting across from one another at the table. After taking a moment to think everything through, Subaru finally opened his mouth to speak. "So the legend was true," Subaru said quietly, his tone thoughtful. Belos misunderstood what he meant. But even so, he nodded with visible excitement. "Yes, I saw that light too," Belos said, his eyes shining with emotion as he remembered it. "You saved the entire village." Subaru then removed the item from his shoulder and held it out for Belos to see. This dropped from the giant's corpse, Subaru explained, keeping the item where Belos could clearly look at it. It's called a lightning core. Even Belos, who usually tried to keep himself composed, could not stop the emotion that flashed across his face. Wait, that can't be. Seeing that reaction, Subaru immediately leaned forward with renewed hope. Do you know what this is? Subaru asked quickly, searching Belos's face for an answer. Unfortunately, Belos only shook his head. No, Belos admitted, his voice lowering a little. It looks unfamiliar to me. The answer struck Subaru like cold water being dumped over his head. The chat instantly burst into activity. Yeah, of course he knows. That guy knows everything. Belos lowered his head in embarrassment, clearly feeling guilty that he could not give Subaru the information he was hoping for. I'm sorry, Belos said softly. I only know the old legends. I don't even know whether they were real or what happened after them. Subaru could not tell how much of the story was true and how much had simply been swallowed by time. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go.
It's fine, Subaru said after a moment. Just tell me whatever you do know. Hearing that, Belos began to recount the old story. I only know 2 legends, Subaru repeated the number with curiosity in his voice. 2, at the same time, the images he had once seen began rising back into his mind.
The first legend says that lightning was used to kill giants, Belos explained, and from the way things appear, Benefactor, you are the one who obtained that power. The second legend says that the gods and the giants once fought over lightning itself. The moment Subaru heard those words, his eyes sharpened with interest. They fought over it? Belos nodded firmly, confirming that Subaru had heard him exactly right. Yes. You could say it's a legend hidden inside another legend, Belos said. The gods and the giants went to war in order to gain control over lightning. In the end, the giants were defeated. Subaru lowered his gaze to the gem in his hand. So this gem was deliberately created by someone. Subaru slowly turned the lightning core between his fingers, watching its glow shift as he studied it from every angle, and silently worked through the question in his mind. Who could have created something like this? Even if the legend never stated it openly, the reason behind the core's existence was already beginning to take shape. Then Belos spoke up, giving voice to the answer hanging in the air. It was so humanity could use lightning, because more than anything else, humanity needed that power. Without it, there was no hope of standing against beings who existed far beyond the limits of ordinary humans. As soon as Belos mentioned the gods and the giant gods, his expression changed completely. The weight of those ancient names seemed to settle over his face, turning his voice and posture solemn. Just imagining those beings was enough for Belos to understand how hopeless the difference in strength had been. Compared to those terrifying existences, humanity had been painfully weak, almost too fragile to even resist. In Belos's mind, an image began to form, a future where every human possessed a lightning core of their own, each one finally holding the legendary power that had once seemed completely out of reach. Belos kept his eyes fixed on the stone resting in Subaru's hand, then spoke with absolute conviction. This item had been created so humanity could challenge those impossible enemies and actually win. The very moment his words came to an end, the system announced that every forgotten legend of humanity had now been clarified. With that revelation complete, the system declared that the lightning trial had officially been cleared. At the same time, Subaru's skill level rose, and the reward for completing the trial was confirmed before him. Achievement points were then added to Subaru's total, increasing his accumulated rewards even further. On the display, the remaining timers showed 17 hours and 50 minutes. Subaru's lightning skill jumped from level 1 straight up to level 3. And before anyone nearby could even react to that sudden change, the system's light wrapped around his body and transported him away right in front of Belos, sending Subaru directly to the 3rd floor. Belos cried out in panic, his voice rising with alarm as he watched the light swallow Subaru completely. Benefactor, what's happening? Belos shouted. But the glow disappeared almost as quickly as it had appeared, and Subaru vanished along with it, leaving Belos standing there in total confusion. Huh? In the very next instant, the scene opened onto a magnificent palace, so grand and imposing that anyone who saw it would have stopped in their tracks. This was the 3rd floor, Tenon. At the heart of its enormous city, a teleportation circle began to shine, filling the area with a brilliant radiance. Subaru emerged from the center of that light, appearing almost like a god descending from above. But the viewers wasted no time putting words into his mouth, excitedly shouting that he had finally reached the 3rd floor and wondering if he had truly made it there at last. The people nearby looked at him with clear irritation, their faces tightening as soon as they noticed him. To them, another fake Narukami had shown up, and they were already sick of the whole trend. Then, before the challenge could even properly begin, the system suddenly announced that a viewer named Subaru Narukami Love had donated 1,000 reputation points. Right after the donation, a message appeared, warmly congratulating Subaru for successfully reaching the 3rd floor. Then the message continued with a question: "How do you feel right now?" Subaru was caught off guard by the sudden interview-like prompt, and for a brief moment he had no idea how he was supposed to answer. "How do I feel?" Subaru repeated silently to himself. As he stood there, his thoughts began drifting back to old memories tied to this very place. So, he had returned here again. Back then, in this same place, a woman had suddenly asked him a question, and Subaru had instinctively turned his head in surprise. "Yes," he had answered at the time. Remembering it now sent a quiet wave of nostalgia through him. Back then, she had seemed incredibly difficult to approach. The girl had shyly explained that she had lost her party, then raised her hand and stretched it out to show the height of the person she was searching for. "Have you seen someone about this tall?" Kyokujina asked, looking up at him with anxious hope shining in her eyes. After hearing her description, Subaru brought a hand to his chin and thought it over carefully, as if he were searching through his memory one piece at a time. "He was about a head taller than me, right?" Subaru said after a short pause. Then, as if the memory had clicked into place, he added, "Yeah, I've seen him." The moment Kyokujina heard that answer, her face immediately brightened with happiness. "Really?" she exclaimed, her voice lifting with excitement. Subaru raised his hand and pointed toward the hazy distance ahead. "He went that way," Subaru told her. Kyokujina believed him without hesitation and ran off at once, not stopping to question him even for a second. "Thank you so much," she called back as she dashed forward with the innocence of a child. But after only running a short distance, she suddenly stopped, spun around, and started searching anxiously once again. After turning in place several times, her worried eyes eventually found their way right back to Subaru, as if she had somehow ended up depending on him again. In the end, Subaru let out a small sigh and went after her. "Let's go together. I'm heading that way anyway." That day, Kyokujina looked so happy, she could barely believe what she had just heard. "Wait, really?"
"Are you sure?" Kyokujina asked again, still staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Subaru simply nodded, then started walking ahead as if it was no big deal.
"Yeah," Subaru said casually. "I don't have anything to do today anyway, and honestly, if Subaru had only pointed her in the right direction and left her behind, Kyokujina probably would have chased after him no matter what."
That helps so much,
Kyokujina said, her relief obvious in her voice. "This place is really confusing. I'm Kyokujina. What's your name?" Back then, Subaru had answered simply, "Subaru Narukami." Even now, as the memory lingered, he found himself wondering whether those people were still alive. When his thoughts finally returned to the present, the system panel was still waiting for his answer about how he felt. Subaru's gaze hardened, becoming sharp and steady, as if that simple question had touched something deeply buried inside him. Staring into the empty space before him, Subaru finally answered, "It feels like I've lost something important." The viewers immediately began mocking him for it. What's he suddenly talking about? Is this because he left Belos behind? Why is he getting emotional out of nowhere? Not wanting to be disturbed during the next stage, Subaru decided it was better to end the stream. He politely said goodbye to everyone and told them that the next stream would be a collaboration with Hai. The viewers instantly became reluctant, complaining that it was already ending, saying the stream had been too short, and begging for the chat history to be saved. At last, the system announced that Subaru Narukami had officially ended the livestream. Inside a vast and luxurious room, chandelier lights shimmered overhead, casting a brilliant glow across the polished interior. Then, while Subaru sat at the table, a hand suddenly came to rest on the surface in front of him. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Joe stood across from Subaru, looking down at him with a calm, practiced smile. "Hasuka is on her way here now," Joe explained. "Unlike clearing floors through challenges, traveling between floors takes a bit of time." Then his expression brightened, and he extended his hand toward Subaru.
"Nice to meet you."
"I'm Joe from Sion Entertainment." Subaru felt a faint flicker of annoyance the moment he heard that introduction, and he immediately remembered what Hasuka had once said about him. So this was the talkative one. The chatterbox she had mentioned. Joe blinked in confusion. "Huh?" Subaru shook his hand politely and answered, "I've heard the manager mention you. Nice to meet you." Joe smiled again and settled into the seat across from him. "Normally, I would have Hasuka pass this along, but I wanted to meet you in person." "She has only ever praised 2 players to that level," Joe said, his eyes narrowing slightly with curiosity as he studied Subaru. "So, of course, I became interested." Subaru looked a little surprised by that. "2?" Joe gave a small nod and began explaining. The first one goes without saying, but the instant he spoke the other person's name, Subaru suddenly froze. Subaru Narukami of Blue Eye. Joe crossed his arms and lowered his head in a small, respectful bow. That honestly surprised me, Joe admitted, for someone as strict as her to notice you to that extent, especially when you happen to share the same name. Subaru scratched his head and forced out an awkward smile. I'm not really sure about that, Subaru said carefully, choosing his words with caution. But may I ask something sudden? Before he could fully continue, Joe cut straight to the point. Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eye? Subaru's eyes widened in shock. The moment Joe saw the way Subaru reacted, his interest clearly sharpened. He casually slipped one hand into his pocket, narrowed his eyes, and studied Subaru's face as if he had just confirmed something. That expression of yours, so you're not completely uninterested after all, are you? Subaru's brows drew together slightly, and the confusion on his face was impossible to hide. Why would you suddenly ask me something like that? Joe did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly pulled out a small device, lowered his gaze, and looked down at the screen. That's actually one of the reasons I wanted to meet you face to face, Joe said at last. Then he placed the device on the table in front of Subaru, letting the screen face him. 5 days from now, this will be offered as the grand prize for a tournament being held here on the 3rd floor. The pale glow from the screen reflected across Subaru's mask and the exposed parts of his face as he stared silently at the image. After a brief pause, his voice sank lower. You're joking, right? Under the table, hidden just beyond Joe's clear line of sight, Subaru's hand clenched tightly. Around his fist, faint sparks of lightning began to crackle, tiny arcs flashing with barely restrained force. Elsewhere, Rina stood completely still, her attention fixed on the notification shining from the device in her hand. The message displayed on the screen was short and simple. Subaru Narukami had ended the livestream. Rina released a quiet sigh, her voice low as she muttered, "It's over." Then she turned away from the screen and walked into the forest, still uncertain whether everything else had truly come to an end as well. With every step she took, her high heels brushed through the grass, creating soft rustling sounds that stood out clearly in the otherwise silent forest. Before long, Rina stepped into a wide open grassy area, lightly covered in white snow. And the deeper she walked into it, the thicker and heavier the snow became beneath her feet. Rina eventually stopped behind Seeger and looked toward him. Is it over? Seeger turned back to face her, and a pale cloud of breath drifted from his mouth into the freezing air. It ended a long time ago, Seeger replied. Rina's expression immediately shifted into confusion, and without holding back, she began to complain. Then what were you doing until now? She asked. Seeger turned his gaze away from her, and in front of him stood a person frozen solid in the middle of an attack. Farther behind, several more frozen figures were scattered across the snowy ground. The silent question between them was clear. Should these people be killed? Or should they be allowed to leave? Rina raised her arm, and the frozen figures lifted into the air as if pulled up by an invisible force. Her hand remained perfectly steady, while the blades surrounding them stopped in place, hanging motionless in midair. With only a light flick of her fingers, Rina sent the blades shifting forward. In an instant, every single blade turned and aligned toward the same direction. Her expression did not change at all, as she stared coldly at the frozen group before her. But when Seeger realized exactly what she was about to do, panic flashed across his face, and he shouted, "Hey, stop!" But Seeger's warning came far too late. The blades launched forward all at once, cutting through the frozen bodies with brutal speed and force. The frozen figures were torn apart where they stood, unable to move a single step, unable to resist the attack, and unable to escape the storm of blades rushing through them. By the time the attack finally ended, there was nothing orderly left in the snow. Only a chaotic, ruined mess remained scattered across the white-covered ground. Seeger shouted in alarm, his voice tight with anxiety. "What are you doing?" Rina turned her firm gaze toward him, answering without even the slightest hint of hesitation. "It doesn't matter whether Kyojo sent them or not," Rina said in a cold, unwavering voice. "If we let them walk away, they'll know we're still alive. That hesitation of yours is dangerous, Seeger. You need to become more ruthless." Seeger turned his face away, accepting her criticism with a heavy and troubled expression. "You're right. I'm sorry." Just then, the device tucked inside Seeger's pocket suddenly began to vibrate. Seeger took it out, glanced down at the screen, and immediately held it out toward Rina. "Look at this." Rina snatched the device from his hand, and the second she saw what was displayed, anger erupted from her completely. "What the hell is this?" Her body trembled with rage, and her eyes burned a fierce red. "Those bastards!" Rina spat through clenched teeth, barely holding back her fury. Seeger, in contrast, calmly folded his arms as he watched her reaction. "You're furious, aren't you?" Seeger asked. Rina's voice shook when she answered, her anger so intense that it was difficult for her to contain. Of course I am. Rina looked down at the shoes shown on the device once more, and this time her rage burst out in a furious scream. Because those are Zia's shoes. Before her anger could spiral any further out of control, Seeger reached forward and took the device back from her hand. This is bait, Seeger said flatly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It's a trap designed to lure us out. Hearing that only made Rina even angrier, and veins began to bulge across her forehead. Kyojo had already figured out that they were still alive somewhere. But that doesn't mean we can just stay here and do nothing, Rina snapped, her voice sharp with frustration. We have to take those relics back. Rina turned her face aside, and beneath all that anger, a slightly dejected look slipped through. I know what you're about to say. Your eyebrows just drooped. I'm not good at moving from the shadows. But you've always been good at that kind of thing, haven't you? She added. Then, without waiting for Seeger to give any kind of answer, Rina turned around and started walking away. You're just stating the obvious, Rina said over her shoulder. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to act on my own. Seeger quickly hurried after her and grabbed Rina by the arm. Wait, Seeger said quickly, stopping her before she could get any farther. I'm not saying we should rush in without thinking. Let's wait until the winner of the tournament has been decided before we make our move. That is the safest way to handle this, Seeger said, his grip firm enough to make it clear that he was completely serious. Back in the room, Joe held up the photo of the shoes with a cheerful look on his face. These are Talaria, the relic belonging to a member of Blue Eye. This is the reward the Blue Zone is offering for the tournament. Joe smiled as if he were gently testing how Subaru would respond. Are you interested in participating? Subaru cut him off without the slightest delay. I am, and in that instant, the atmosphere around Subaru turned unbearably heavy. Joe kept his smile in place, but it became a little strained as he sensed the sudden pressure pouring out from Subaru. That's good to hear, Joe said carefully, choosing his words with more caution now. I didn't expect you to be this interested. This entire plan depends on whether you agree or not. When Subaru heard that, he paused slightly. Joe quickly slipped back into his usual calm and professional tone, explaining the idea in a straightforward way. Considering that you're currently broadcasting under the name Subaru Narukami, I believe a storyline centered around pursuing the relics of blue would make incredibly compelling content. Behind Subaru's mask, his expression twisted with rage. How could Joe say something like that so casually? Subaru clenched his fists so tightly that they began to tremble, and power continued to radiate from his body. They were trying to use Zia's relics as an emotional gimmick for entertainment. Seeing the change in Subaru's condition, Joe began to feel uneasy and asked, Is something wrong?
Is there anything bothering you? Joe added, watching Subaru more carefully now. But Subaru gave him no answer at all.
When Subaru finally spoke, his voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air in the room. Let's do it that way. Joe still looked somewhat worried, but even so, a small flash of joy appeared on his face.
Really? That's wonderful. Subaru pushed himself up from the table and pulled his chair back as he stood.
Then I'll take my leave, Subaru said. Joe looked up at him from his seat and replied, Yes, I look forward to working with you. As Subaru walked farther away, Joe raised his voice, trying to make sure he could still be heard. I'll always be cheering you on from behind my screen, Joe called after him, but Subaru did not hear a single word. Rage and resentment had already swallowed Subaru's thoughts completely. I won't let anyone else have it. Absolutely not. Later, back in his own room, Subaru lay flat on the bed, staring silently up at the ceiling. A faint frown formed on Subaru's face as he wondered what kind of format the tournament would use. After lying there for a while, he turned onto his side and faced the wall. Subaru would have much preferred this tournament to be a solo event, the kind of competition where he could simply step in and handle everything by himself. But with the situation already unfolding like this, he knew he wasn't exactly in a position to choose only what suited him best. Just then, from outside his door, a hesitant voice quietly called out,
It's Hasuka.
The second Subaru recognized her voice. He quickly pushed himself up from the bed, sitting upright as if the sound had snapped him out of his thoughts. His eyes shifted toward the mask resting on the table nearby. For one brief moment, a conflicted look passed through his gaze as though he was torn between showing his real face and hiding behind the mask once again. In the end, Subaru made his choice. He walked over to the door and quietly opened it. Hasuka was standing on the other side, carrying herself with the same gentle, composed air as always. Even so, the moment she saw Subaru, her eyes shyly wandered toward his face before she could stop herself. But after that short hesitation, Subaru had still chosen to put the mask back on. Seeing it there, Hasuka couldn't help thinking that he even wore the mask while he was alone inside his own room. Subaru spoke first, his tone calm and polite. Please come in. But the instant those words reached Hasuka, her face turned deeply red, and she suddenly began stumbling over her words.
Yes? You mean I should come inside?
Hasuka asked, clearly flustered, as though the invitation had caught her in a way Subaru had not intended at all. Subaru had no idea how easily his simple words could be misunderstood, so he answered with complete innocence. If you'd prefer, we can talk in the hallway, too. Hasuka hesitated for a moment, and Subaru calmly added, No, it's just that you weren't saying anything. I heard you had reference materials for the tournament. Only then did Hasuka snap back to reality, almost forgetting why she had come in the first place, as she hurriedly pulled out a stack of documents.
Ah, sorry, Hasuka said quickly, regaining her composure as she handed the documents over to Subaru. This tournament is going to use a free-for-all format.
It's a very straightforward structure, Hasuka continued, carefully explaining the setup. Everyone fights for the same grand prize, and thousands of participants are thrown into the same battlefield, clashing with each other without holding anything back. In a tournament like that, the outcome can be victory, or it can mean being sent back to Earth at any moment. Subaru scanned through the pages, his eyes moving quickly over the information before he summarized it in a calm voice. So it's basically a solo competition. Hasuka nodded and replied, Yes, since there's only one reward, it naturally becomes that kind of fight. Then Hasuka's voice grew a little more energized as she went on. The venue will be a virtual training arena. The requirements are simple. You have to be a third-floor player. You need to pay a registration fee of 1,000 reputation points, and there's no limit to how many people can participate. I'll also send you some materials from previous free-for-all tournaments, Hasuka said. Just look through them quickly, and you should be able to understand the general flow. While she was still talking, Subaru's phone suddenly vibrated again. A string of notifications appeared across the screen one after another. Divine highlights of Subaru Narukami's free-for-all battles, Natsuki Subaru's undefeated free-for-all path, Subaru Narukami's free-for-all matches end in 10 seconds. Then another title appeared right after them, How Subaru Narukami Becomes Subaru Narukami in Free-for-alls. After reading through the list, Subaru quietly realized that every single one of them was about him. Then he returned his attention to Hasuka and placed the documents aside. I'll use these as reference material. Thank you for your hard work, Subaru said. Hasuka scratched her head lightly and answered with polite modesty, It's nothing. It's my job after all. Then she paused, seeming unsure for a moment before asking another question. Have you heard anything from the guild leader? Subaru looked at her, not understanding. Heard what? Hasuka chose her words carefully as she explained. We actually received a message. But the moment she brought up the blue zone, Subaru's body went stiff. In his mind, he immediately remembered the man named Itsuki. In the next instant, a sharp killing intent surged out from Subaru's body, so heavy and sudden that it seemed to change the very air around him. Did you say from the blue zone? Subaru asked, his voice dropping low. Hasuka quickly explained that they wanted to meet him once. Since they couldn't contact you directly, they sent the email to us instead, Hasuka said. Subaru was surprised, so they had already begun reaching out to him. Hasuka hesitated again before continuing. Maybe they want to negotiate with you directly. Higher pay, better benefits, more favorable conditions. Subaru clenched his fist tightly and cut the matter off. Ignore it. Hasuka hurriedly answered, Yes, I understand. Then Hasuka paused, as if his answer had only just fully registered in her mind. Wait, ignore it? Subaru answered plainly, leaving no space for doubt or misunderstanding. I have no intention of joining the Blue Zone or any other guild. The very next second, Hasuka suddenly jumped up, raising both hands in celebration before she even realized what she was doing. She released a long, relieved sigh, and her smile became bright and completely honest. I really wasn't sure whether I should tell you, but now I'm glad I did. As Hasuka spoke, she began walking lightly toward the door, her steps almost floating with how much her mood had lifted. Then, please enjoy the time until your collaboration, Hasuka said, before leaving the room. Watching her go, Subaru quietly muttered to himself that she was celebrating as if this were her own personal achievement. Subaru took off his mask and smiled faintly, amused by her reaction. She's just a regular employee, but she's this devoted to her company. Hasuka really is extraordinary. From there, the focus shifted away and moved to a stadium. Inside the stadium, Joe and Hawkeye stood close together, speaking in low voices as though they were discussing a plan that was not meant to be heard too openly. Joe was the first to break the silence, glancing toward Hawkeye as he asked, So this is today's project? A talent comparison test, Hawkeye answered. The old Subaru Narukami versus the new one. Hawkeye looked at Joe with visible anticipation and asked, What do you think? Sounds interesting, right? Joe responded calmly, without getting swept up in the excitement. Directly challenging your own statement is a bold move. But if you lose, the damage to your reputation will be enormous. You understand that, don't you? Joe asked. Hawkeye, however, did not look particularly worried. I welcome it. Either way, there will be a result, and if I want viewers to trust me, I have to accept whatever that result turns out to be. His eyes shone with confidence as he added, Besides, have I ever lost a match? Joe let out an arrogant laugh. In the end, Joe said, his tone carrying a hint of certainty, everything depends on Narukami. Hawkeye scratched the side of his head. I guess so, Hawkeye replied. Then, all of a sudden, the sharp sound of high heels echoed into the space and interrupted them. Leader Hasuka and Subaru are here. Hasuka walked over with a gentle smile, her steps calm, steady, and confident as she approached the two of them. You did well today, Hasuka said. Joe greeted them warmly with a relaxed, Ah, hello. But the moment Hawkeye saw Subaru, excitement immediately surged through him. For Hawkeye, this was his chance to become a rising star, and now the person at the very center of that opportunity was finally standing right in front of him. Subaru, meanwhile, looked around the vast arena and quietly thought to himself, this place was enormous. Had Hawkeye really rented out the entire arena just for this? While Subaru was taking in the scale of the venue, Hawkeye stepped forward and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm the streamer Hawkeye. Subaru accepted the handshake without hesitation. I'm Subaru Narukami. I look forward to working with you. Hawkeye scratched his head shyly, unable to hide how moved he felt. Wow, it really feels like I'm meeting Subaru Narukami in real life. I'm honestly touched. I'm a fan, a hardcore fan. Subaru quickly tried to downplay it. I'm still just a rookie, nobody special. I can't compare to you. Joe stepped in before the atmosphere could become too awkward. All right, save the formalities for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get acquainted. Hawkeye nodded along and suggested, Then let's continue this on stream. The system panel appeared at once, lighting up in front of them as the broadcast prepared to begin. Hawkeye had started a live broadcast. He looked toward the screen, raised one hand in a friendly wave, and smiled with practiced ease. Hello, everyone. It's Hi. Thank you all for tuning in today. In an instant, status panels began flooding across the screen. Deep within Hawkeye's mind, beneath that bright and polished streamer's smile, a darker thought quietly began to surface. He had heard that the notification system had become especially popular lately. But even knowing that, seeing the stream reach 12,000 viewers right from the very beginning was still surprising. Hawkeye raised his voice with excitement. Today is the moment you've all been waiting for. I've invited that person here. As Hawkeye said those words, Subaru stepped forward, his feet landing firmly against the arena floor. Hawkeye turned toward the audience, his excitement clear as he began introducing Subaru to everyone watching. Narukami Subaru offered the viewers a small, composed greeting, keeping his voice calm even as an overwhelming amount of attention suddenly focused on him. Hello, everyone. I'm Narukami Subaru. And the instant those words left his mouth, the stream seemed to explode. Notification after notification started piling up, racing across the screen so quickly that it looked like the audience had been waiting for this exact moment. Hawkeye's eyes moved across the flood of comments as they rushed past, and after catching one that stood out, he read it aloud with a slightly amused expression. No, I haven't seen his face either. From what I heard, even his own manager hasn't seen it. His tone made it clear that even he found the mystery around Subaru a little ridiculous. Almost immediately, another comment shot up through the chat. This one aimed directly at Subaru, like the audience was trying to pry open the secret themselves. Narukami, do you have some kind of secret you're hiding? Subaru lifted a hand and rubbed lightly at his cheek, looking just a little uncomfortable under all the attention. But he still answered with that same steady confidence. No, it's nothing like that. Besides, I'm handsome anyway. The response landed with such force that even Hawkeye looked briefly stunned, caught off guard by how violently the audience reacted to one casual line. Hawkeye stared at the stream activity with genuine disbelief, watching the numbers and reactions surge far beyond the usual pace of his own broadcasts. Subaru's appearance on the stream had clearly created a much bigger impact than Hawkeye had predicted, turning the entire chat into a storm of excitement. Subaru continued talking with the viewers as if the chaotic comment section did not bother him at all, his voice relaxed but carrying a sharp edge of confidence. Sorry, but I'm not planning to lose to any of you. Then, before the line could sound too aggressive, he softened it with an easy follow-up. Of course, we're not fighting. Think of it as a friendly exchange. Watching Subaru handle the situation so naturally, Hawkeye could only let out a quiet sigh inside. The way Subaru responded, adjusted his tone, and kept up with the crowd showed reaction speed and communication skills that were even more impressive than Hawkeye had expected. Subaru kept answering the viewers' questions as they appeared one after another. A girlfriend? No. Friends? None of those either. The second Asuka heard that answer, the tension in her shoulders finally loosened, and she let out a visibly relieved sigh. Joe, standing nearby, could only watch her reaction with a helpless look, as if he had already expected exactly this. After allowing the teasing to continue for a little while, Hawkeye finally decided it had gone far enough. He stepped in, raised his voice just enough to pull the audience's attention back, and said, "All right, that's enough. Let's stop picking on our guest of honor." Then Hawkeye changed the atmosphere in an instant, shifting from playful banter into the real purpose of the stream. Now, let's move on to the main event. As soon as he said it, the system's voice echoed across the entire arena, officially announcing the start of the challenge. In the very next moment, brilliant lights flared to life all around them. Across the battlefield, the golem monsters began to stir. Their huge, heavy bodies moved slowly at first, like ancient machines waking from a long sleep, each one coming alive under the arena lights. Thousands upon thousands of golems stood arranged across the arena in packed rows, every massive body waiting for the signal to surge forward. As the sight stretched out in front of them like an army, Hawkeye kept his tone measured and explained, "You may be wondering why I chose this challenge?" "I'll tell you," Hawkeye continued, his voice carrying clearly, while the golem's heavy feet began shifting against the ground. The battlefield was already starting to rumble, but he remained composed. "There are 2 reasons behind this choice. The first reason," Hawkeye said firmly, keeping his eyes on the battlefield as the arena came fully alive, "is that this challenge tests a person's control ability to the absolute limit." The way he said it made clear that raw strength alone would not be enough here. Then Hawkeye's voice took on a slightly mysterious tone, as if he was just as interested in the outcome as everyone watching. "As for the second reason, this is where I can prove whether the thing I said earlier was right here, and right now." Right at that moment, a notification appeared in front of Subaru. K-Kitch had sent 100 reputation points along with a pointed question that cut straight to the heart of the challenge. "Do you really think you can win?" Subaru looked at the message calmly, without even the slightest trace of panic on his face, and answered as if the outcome had already been decided in his mind. "If I wasn't confident," Subaru replied, his voice steady, controlled, and completely unshaken, "then I wouldn't have accepted this offer in the first place." There was no hesitation in his answer, only quiet certainty. The robots began shifting into their battle formation, their metal bodies aligning one after another. Then, one by one, their eyes lit up with a dangerous red glow, making it clear that the fight was only seconds away from beginning. The comment section immediately erupted, filling with encouragement, skepticism, and wild predictions about whether Subaru could really break the record on his very first attempt. Meanwhile, Subaru stood alone before the approaching robot army, lifting his gaze calmly toward the scoreboard suspended high above the arena. Viewer quests started pouring in rapidly, one after another, and among them was a particularly tempting offer: 10,000 credits if Subaru could defeat more than 43 robots. But the penalty attached to it was harsh. If he failed, he would have to reveal his face. Subaru's first instinct was to reject it, because exposing his identity this early carried far too much risk. But before long, even more donations and similar quests flooded onto the screen, with viewers throwing in thousands of credits just for the possibility of finally seeing his face. After watching the support stack higher and higher, Subaru reconsidered. He accepted the challenge, thanked everyone who was backing him, and promised that if he failed, he would reveal his face. One viewer quickly pointed out that the penalty would fall entirely on Subaru, while under normal circumstances, the reward would be divided, which made the arrangement feel unfair. Hawkeye saw the comment, agreed with the point right away, and announced on the spot that every single credit from this quest would go directly to Subaru alone. A confident smile spread across Hawkeye's face as he declared that the moment had finally arrived. With the audience watching closely, he pressed the timer button, and the countdown began ticking down from 3 minutes. The robot swarm moved all at once, charging straight toward Subaru from every direction. Their metal bodies rushed in like a crushing tide, closing the space around him in a massive wave of steel. Subaru activated his thunder skill, and in an instant, a brilliant golden aura wrapped around his entire body. His speed immediately shot beyond anything normal, turning his movements into flashes of light. He slipped cleanly past the incoming attacks, struck with terrifying precision, and within only a few seconds, scored his very first kill. Hawkeye froze where he stood, shocked by the sight unfolding in front of him. He could barely believe that the legendary power of thunder was being displayed right there in the arena. Subaru did not slow down for even a moment, driving forward as his fists slammed into robot bodies one after another, destroying them at a pace that felt almost unreal. As the seconds continued to tick away, the robots became even more aggressive. Their red eyes burned brighter, and their formation tightened from every side, steadily closing in on Subaru as they tried to trap him in the center of the arena. But Subaru did not retreat. Instead, he launched himself high into the air, twisting and moving through the battlefield with sharp, agile, acrobatic motions. His fighting style mirrored the same aerial combat technique that the original Narukami Subaru had once been known for. He kicked off the robots' metal bodies as if they were nothing more than stepping stones, using each frame beneath his feet as a temporary platform. With every landing and push-off, he changed direction smoothly, keeping his momentum alive and staying just ahead of the swarm. Then Subaru drew his sword, and the blade instantly became wrapped in the crackling glow of his electric aura. Every slash carved through the robots with brutal speed, sending more of them crashing down as his kill counter climbed rapidly, rising all the way to 26. With more than half of the time still left on the clock, Hawkeye and his manager could only stare at Subaru's performance in complete fascination. The viewers were already convinced he would take second place with ease, and some of them were starting to wonder aloud whether he might actually break the record entirely. Hawkeye kept his gaze locked on the arena as Subaru continued ripping through robot after robot without losing speed. By that point, one thing had become obvious to him. Everyone who had placed a bet against Subaru had already lost. When the clock had only 13 seconds remaining, Subaru's kill count had already climbed to 41. His eyes gleamed with fierce concentration, and every movement became sharper under the pressure of those final moments. In the last stretch, Subaru pushed his attack even harder. He smashed through another robot, driving his total up to 42 kills. With just 5 seconds left on the timer, he was now only 1 kill away from tying the standing record. With only 3 seconds still ticking down, Subaru was completely surrounded by robots on every side. But even with metal bodies pressing in around him, his gaze never shook. His eyes burned with intense focus as he prepared to make one final move. Then, in the blink of an eye, just as the timer dropped toward the final second, Subaru lunged toward another robot. His movement was so fast and so precise that the audience could barely keep track of him. The exact moment his attack connected, the timer declared that time was up. A system announcement rang out across the arena, cold and clear. Challenge complete. Total kills 43. Then the next announcement hit even harder, sending a jolt through the entire stream. Record updated, first place, Narukami Subaru. The comments section exploded at once. AOE 43? That's insane. He was just one away. Shocked reactions filled the screen from top to bottom as the viewers struggled to process what they had just witnessed.
This is history!
Someone shouted in the comments, and the excitement was so intense that Hawkeye immediately rushed toward Subaru. He could not hide the thrill on his face after watching such an unbelievable finish. 43! Hawkeye exclaimed, staring at the result like he needed to see it one more time to believe it. He tied with Narukami Subaru. It's a draw! He was so close! His voice carried both amazement and frustration over how narrow the result had been. What do all of you think? Hawkeye asked, turning the moment back toward the audience. The comments surged again like a breaking wave. I've got goosebumps. I thought he only got second place by luck. I didn't expect this at all. Then another notification flashed across the stream. Roombling had donated 100 reputation points. I was so scared I almost peed myself, the viewer wrote. I subscribed. Hawkeye burst out laughing as he read the message aloud, and with that ridiculous comment, the tension left over from the challenge finally started to break. Thanks for the 100 points, Hawkeye said with a grin, still riding the energy of the moment. Immediately after that, another donation notification appeared, and Vit Weeper Heist sent 200 points. Hawkeye reacted right away, sounding both grateful and completely worn down by the familiar name. You again? Please change your username already, but thanks. Then, before he could fully move on, Mushroom Village donated 1,000 points. Hawkeye scratched his head as even more comments appeared, including people asking, are people seriously asking if this is Narukami Subaru's livestream? Hawkeye quickly shook off the confusion and corrected the misunderstanding before it spread any further. Ah, no, it's not. But before the chat had any chance to calm down, an enormous notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Reinhardt had donated 10,000 reputation points. The instant Hawkeye saw that name, he froze in place. His expression stiffened, and for a moment he looked as if he could not believe the name displayed on the donation notification was actually real. The comments went wild all over again. Seriously? Is that Ren? It's probably fake. But what if it's real? The 1/swordsman is here? No, it's real. Hawkeye scratched his head awkwardly, clearly having a hard time keeping his composure with the entire chat spiraling around him. Reinhardt, Hawkeye said, forcing his voice to remain calm even though the shock was obvious in his face. Thank you for the 10,000 points. Subaru quietly watched the reaction unfold from the side, surprised that someone on that level was actually watching the stream. A high ranker like Reinhard, the one-slash-swordsman? For one brief second, Dell's face flashed across Subaru's thoughts, clear and sudden like an image cutting through the noise. But before he could linger on it, another notification popped up and dragged his eyes right back to the stream. Reinhardt had donated again, casually dropping another 1,000 reputation points. Almost immediately after the donation went through, a message appeared with it. "I always watch your streams. Narukami Subaru's run inspired me." The words sat there on the screen for everyone to see, and in that instant the mood around the livestream seemed to shift completely. Hockey's expression softened into a pleased smile as he read the message out, obviously enjoying the compliment. "Really, I'm honored." But Subaru only gave the screen a sidelong glance, his mind tightening behind his calm face. Why was Reinhardt watching this stream in the first place? Had he somehow figured out what Subaru had done to Isaac? Before Subaru could settle on an answer, another donation appeared, and Reinhardt sent 1,000 more points. This time, the message attached to the donation was even more blunt and impossible to overlook. "I always watch your stream. Narukami Subaru, will you collaborate with me?" The invitation remained displayed in front of the entire audience, leaving Subaru with no easy way to pretend he had not seen it. Subaru went completely still as he stared at the screen, clearly caught off guard by the sudden public invitation. The comments section exploded almost instantly. "Joe, this new guy is rising fast. I knew he'd blow up, but even with everyone reacting around him, Subaru did not answer right away. He just lifted a hand and scratched his head awkwardly, looking unsure of how to respond while so many eyes were watching." Right beside him, Joe and Asuka reacted at nearly the same time. Neither of them needed to say much. Their faces and gestures were enough. Both of them were silently urging Subaru to accept, making it obvious that they believed this was a golden chance he could not afford to miss. After letting the silence stretch for a short moment, Subaru finally opened his mouth, carefully picking each word before he said it. "I need to focus on my own challenges first, so I'll have to decline for now." His tone stayed composed, but the answer hit everyone around him like a shock. Joe and Asuka stared at him with their eyes wide, as if they could not believe Subaru had actually turned that offer down. Subaru lowered his head just a little in a modest bow, then added in a quieter voice, "Sorry, I've used up too much energy today." Then Subaru turned his attention toward Hawkeye and asked, "Hawkeye, could you end the stream for me?" Hawkeye blinked, thrown completely off by the sudden request. "Huh? What?" But Subaru was already stepping away, leaving Hawkeye scrambling as he called after him in a panic. "No, wait, Narukami." Joe immediately went after the question that was clearly on everyone's mind. Why did you refuse him? That was a huge opportunity. Asuka quickly jumped in as well, her reaction just as stunned as Joe's, unable to hide how unbelievable Subaru's decision seemed. "I'm shocked too," Asuka admitted, still looking straight at Subaru as though she were trying to understand what had gone through his head. Subaru, however, answered with the same calmness as always. "Is it really that important?" Joe looked completely stunned by how casually Subaru had said it. Getting a collaboration with a ranked player was already something rare, and getting one with a high-ranked player was on another level entirely. "That's all?" Joe asked blankly, still trying to process Subaru's attitude. Subaru simply looked back at the two of them and said, "If becoming a ranked player is that important, then I'll just become one myself." Once those words left his mouth, Subaru quietly moved his gaze between Asuka and Joe, as if the answer had been obvious from the beginning, and there was no need for anyone to make such a big deal out of it. A heavy silence settled between them after Subaru's declaration, thick enough to feel awkward. Then, at just the right moment, Hawkeye stepped in and broke through the tension before it could linger any longer. "Narukami, that performance went way beyond what I expected," Hawkeye said, still carrying the excitement from what he had just witnessed during the challenge. "I'll send over your share of the revenue later." But right after that, Hawkeye's expression shifted into something more serious. "Since the stream is over, can I ask you something?" he said, studying Subaru more closely. "When you were fighting earlier, something about you felt different. It looked like you weren't in your best condition," Hawkeye continued, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Subaru with sharper focus. "Were you injured?" The moment Subaru heard that question, his thoughts shifted, so Hawkeye had noticed it too. Subaru had believed he had hidden it well enough, keeping his movements controlled and his condition from showing too clearly. But even then, Hawkeye had managed to catch the subtle difference. No wonder people called him HCK Ice. That nickname really did fit someone with such a sharp eye. Hawkeye gave a small laugh, almost as if he were trying to soften the seriousness of what he had just asked. "Was it trouble for you?" Subaru's voice lowered a little as he prepared his reply. "The highlight of today's stream was whether I could surpass Narukami Subaru," Subaru said quietly, speaking in an even and thoughtful tone. "That was the part people would interpret as growth. If I had simply won outright today, I would have gained a quick burst of attention. But once the excitement cooled down, that hype would disappear just as quickly. And if I lost, Subaru went on, his voice still calm and carefully measured, then people would just say I was never truly on the real Narukami Subaru's level to begin with. That's why this test needed a result where both sides could stand on equal ground. A draw was the best possible outcome. Hawkeye paused as the meaning of Subaru's words slowly sank in. Then he looked at Subaru with a strange, searching expression. So if you really wanted to, you could have beaten him? Subaru shifted a little to the side, smoothly avoiding the question instead of answering it directly. Who knows, he said in a light tone. The result has already been decided and there's no way to change it now. What matters from here, Subaru added, his voice steady, is how everyone chooses to understand what they saw. Elsewhere, far away from the fading heat and excitement of the livestream, a furious hand slammed down with such force that the entire room seemed to tremble. Nearby, a flag bearing the proud emblem of a lion fluttered in the air, its bold symbol standing out sharply, almost like a warning hanging over the room. The man's fist crashed down again, and this time the table in front of him could not withstand it. With one brutal punch, the surface split cleanly in half under the force. The man standing there was none other than Ren, rank 121 and the guildmaster of the Golden Lion Guild. That insolent brat, Ren growled, his teeth clenched so tightly that every word sounded like it was being forced out through rage. His phone slipped from his hand and fell to the floor, its screen still glowing with one cold message: "Viewer has left the livestream." After hearing the violent crash from outside, Shanghai rushed into the room in alarm. His face was tense as he hurried toward the source of the noise, clearly sensing that something had gone terribly wrong. "Lord Ren, is something wrong?" Shanghai asked carefully, keeping his tone cautious. But Ren's anger only flared hotter as he snapped back. "It's that Subaru Narukami you mentioned." "The streamer?" Shanghai asked, startled by the name. "Yes," Ren replied, his voice burning with fury. "That brat rejected my offer." Shanghai immediately tried to flatter him, saying, "How arrogant, refusing an offer from someone like you," but Shanghai did not even get the chance to finish. Ren cut him off with a voice that had turned colder and sharper than before. "I was planning to crush him in public and shut down those irritating rumors once and for all." "I don't care about the reputation points I spent," Ren said, making it clear that his pride had been wounded far more deeply than his wallet. "What enrages me is that some nameless rookie dared to injure my pride." While Ren spoke, Shanghai silently bent down, picked up the phone from the floor, and held it out to him with both hands. "Your phone, sir," Shanghai said in a cautious voice, trying not to provoke him further. Ren snatched it back from his hands without giving even the smallest word of thanks. Then Ren's eyes sharpened once more, his anger turning toward a different matter. "And what about the matter I entrusted to you?" Shanghai scratched his head nervously, clearly uncomfortable under Ren's stare, before he finally answered. "If you mean Isaac, we're searching as thoroughly as we can." But for someone his age, disappearing for a few days isn't exactly unheard of. Before Shanghai could finish that thought, an invisible force suddenly tightened around his throat like a hand clamping down. Shanghai's entire body was lifted straight up into the air, his feet rising off the floor. The pressure around his neck grew so intense that his face quickly began turning purple. Ren stared at him with chilling, merciless eyes and demanded, "Are you mocking me too?" I'm Shanghai tried desperately to speak, but the force around his throat cut off the air before he could push the words out. Tears and mucus streamed down Shanghai's face as he struggled helplessly in midair. His hands clawed at his own throat, but there was nothing there for him to grab. With nothing more than a casual wave of his hand, Ren sent Shanghai flying across the room. Shanghai slammed into the wall with a brutal impact, and cracks spread outward from the place where his body hit. As Shanghai crumpled there, Ren slowly stepped closer. "Since when?" Ren asked in an ice-cold voice. "Did you start questioning my orders?" Terror took over Shanghai completely, and he dropped to his knees at once, begging for mercy. "Please forgive me. I'll continue the search immediately," Shanghai said, his whole body trembling as he lowered his head. All he wanted now was to survive Ren's wrath and escape the room in one piece. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, a phone began to vibrate, its screen lighting up with an incoming call from a superior. Rika stared down at the ringing phone with exhaustion written all over her face. Just from her expression, it was obvious that answering this call was the very last thing she wanted to do. But the instant she picked up, her entire tone changed. Her tired expression remained, but her voice brightened immediately into something polite and energetic. "Yes, hello. Good evening, manager." Zoe's voice came through the phone, already carrying a clear note of complaint. "Does my call annoy you that much? Where did all your energy go? At least talk to me the same way you talk to Narukami, Zoe complained from the other end of the line. Uika's expression stiffened slightly as that familiar headache returned. Here we go again, she thought, while Zoe kept talking. We've built trust over all these years, Zoe went on, his voice carrying that familiar blend of sulking complaint and lingering attachment. Even if what's between us now is only business. Uika did not let him keep circling around the topic. Before he could drag the conversation out any further, she cut straight through it. You called because you want to propose a collaboration with Ren, right? Yes, damn it, Zoe admitted immediately, his frustration spilling out through the phone without even trying to hide it. There's no way we can let an opportunity this big slip through our fingers. Uika let out a weary sigh, her shoulders dipping as though the conversation itself had drained her. But what exactly are we supposed to do about it? Zoe hurried to soften his tone, trying to sound reassuring now. I know. But Narukami Subaru is still a climber. He should understand better than anyone how massive this kind of chance is. Then his voice turned more persuasive, almost coaxing. Since you're his manager, why don't you try talking to him one more time? Uika's reply came back firm and serious. Narukami Subaru cares more about climbing the tower than working together with other people. And honestly, Uika added, her voice gaining strength as she spoke, for a player, that way of thinking is actually the right one. Zoe gave a laugh from the other end of the call, half teasing and half scolding. You only sound this full of energy when you're arguing with me. After a brief silence, Uika seemed to decide she had already listened long enough. I'm hanging up. Zoe instantly panicked the moment he heard that. Wait. But Uika did not give him even a second more, cutting off the call completely before he could squeeze in another word. Once the call ended, Uika remained standing there in silence, letting her own words settle in her mind. She had defended Narukami Subaru's decision without hesitation, but even so, she could not deny the truth. Ren's offer really was an enormous opportunity for him. After taking a moment to steady herself and gather her courage, she finally lifted her hand and knocked on the door. Narukami, Uika called out softly from the hallway, her voice carefully controlled. Maybe, just maybe, she could try persuading him one last time, she told herself, forcing down the nerves building in her chest. Before Uika could fully prepare what she wanted to say, the door suddenly swung open in front of her, making her flinch on instinct. Subaru was the first to speak, calmly saying her name, Uika. Then, when she saw that his mask was still on his face, the question slipped out before she could stop it. You're still wearing the mask? Subaru answered in the same casual tone as always, as if there were nothing unusual about it at all. Yes, it feels more comfortable this way. Then his gaze settled on her, and he asked her directly, Are you curious about my real face, too? Uika was completely thrown off by the sudden question. For a moment, her thoughts seemed to scatter, and her words tangled awkwardly as she stammered, No, I mean, she quickly tried to pull herself together, clearly hoping she could recover before the atmosphere became even more embarrassing. Well, it's just, Uika struggled to explain what she meant, her voice turning uncertain as she searched for the right words. The mask makes the viewers connect you even more strongly with Narukami Subaru. I mean, obviously you are Narukami. She paused, visibly flustered by her own wording, then forced herself to continue. But one day, you'll probably have to reveal your face. In this world, stability was little more than a beautiful illusion. Anyone who wanted to survive had only one real path in front of them, and that was to keep climbing the tower. And climbing the tower meant earning reputation points. Only after people gathered enough reputation points could they finally stop being swept from one danger to the next. With enough points, they could settle somewhere, build something that looked like a life, and finally breathe without fear pressing against their backs. Step by step, people began to believe that this strange world might truly become their home. In those days, the greatest players gave everyone a reason to hope, making people believe that the tower could be conquered and that humanity might one day live safely in this place. And above all of those great players, standing higher than the rest like a symbol everyone could look toward, was Narukami Subaru. His achievements were not just about reaching floors no one else could reach. Narukami Subaru was the first person who made people truly believe that conquering the tower might not be a dream, but something that could actually happen. Back in the present, Subaru looked at Uika with a faint trace of skepticism in his eyes, as though he were quietly testing how much of that belief she actually carried herself. Do you really think that way too? Subaru asked. Uika leaned slightly closer to him, and her expression softened into something playful, as her voice took on a teasing, almost mysterious tone.
That's a secret, Uika replied lightly, letting the answer hang between them. Just like the face hidden behind your mask. Maybe one day I'll tell you. Subaru quickly shifted the conversation before that strange atmosphere could deepen any further. He opened the door a little wider and gave her a polite invitation to come inside. Anyway, you came here because you had something to discuss, right? Sorry for asking so many questions, Subaru added in his calm, even voice. Please come inside and we can talk properly.
The instant Uika heard that, her face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly waved both hands in front of herself. "It's nothing important," Uika blurted out, clearly too flustered to stay there any longer. "I'll be going now. Good night." And with that rushed farewell, she quickly turned and left, while Subaru remained by the doorway, silently watching her disappear down the corridor. On the other side of the hallway, Uika finally released a quiet sigh of relief. After rambling for so long, she no longer had any energy left to persuade him about anything. Why did he always try to invite her inside like that? Every single time it made her heart beat faster than she wanted to admit. Subaru stayed where he was, still standing near the open door as he murmured to himself, "Hope, huh?" Not long after, the scene shifted to a pure white room and the system's voice echoed through the empty space. "It's nice to see you again, Subaru Narukami love. Thank you for the 1,000 reputation points," Subaru answered in his usual composed tone, standing there calmly in the white space. "Today I hope we win as well." The system display suddenly flashed, bringing up a new mission message in front of him. Golden Lionhead had donated 500 reputation points, and the question that came with it was sharp and direct. "You really don't plan to cooperate with Lord Ren?" Then, right after that, another large donation appeared. J-Roll 3 had sent 5,000 reputation points, along with a formal message that stood out from the rest. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mondo from the J.R. Graco Guild. I have something important to discuss. Are you free?" On the livestream screen, Subaru let out a quiet sigh as the viewers kept pushing him about what he planned to do next. "Which faction are you joining on the 3rd floor? Are you going to keep moving solo?" The questions came one after another, stacking up so fast that the screen felt crowded with pressure. To Subaru, all this talk about cooperation sounded completely absurd, but the donations and comments continued pouring in without slowing down. At this rate, Subaru realized something very clearly. As long as he kept giving the audience the kind of spectacle they wanted to see, they would keep rewarding him with reputation points in return. While that thought passed through his mind, the system announced that the 3rd floor challenge was beginning to initialize. A selection panel appeared before Subaru, presenting him with 2 choices, the Kingdom of Ottoman and the Kingdom of Conrad. On the 3rd floor, choosing a faction meant almost everything. The 2 kingdoms hated each other deeply, and depending on which side Subaru picked, his missions would change completely. At last, the system displayed the decision he had made. "You have chosen the Kingdom of Conrad." Conrad. Only around 3% of players chose that kingdom, and there was a very clear reason why so few people were willing to take that side. 3rd floor, Kingdom of Conrad. Subaru arrived at a mercenary resting place, a rough and uneasy area filled with hardened people who looked like they had already survived more battles than most could imagine. The moment Subaru stepped inside, one of the men nearby noticed him. The man's eyes lit up with interest, as if he had just spotted something amusing enough to break the boredom. "A newbie?" "Perfect timing," the man said with a grin, closing the distance, as though he had been waiting for an excuse to cause trouble. I was bored out of my mind. Everything about the way he approached Subaru made his intentions obvious, from the look on his face to the aggressive tilt of his body. As the 2 of them passed near each other, the man deliberately rammed his shoulder into Subaru, clearly trying to knock him aside and embarrass him in front of the watching mercenaries. But Subaru did not stumble the way the man expected. Instead, he pushed back with enough strength to throw the man off balance, forcing him to twist his foot awkwardly just to keep himself from falling flat on the ground. The mercenaries around them immediately perked up at the sight. "Huh? A fight? Who's the newbie?" "Ken is bullying in E rank again." Subaru listened to the chatter without showing the slightest concern, then replied in an indifferent tone, "B rank? Perfect."
"Let me test something," Subaru said calmly. Ken blinked, completely confused by what he had just heard.
"Test? What?" But before Ken could even finish asking the question, lightning began to gather and crackle around Subaru's legs. In the very next instant, Subaru drove his knee upward with frightening speed, launching a vicious strike straight into Ken's jaw. The impact landed so brutally that it left the man with a painfully unforgettable new arrangement of teeth. Ken's body went limp from the blow as he was kicked up into the air. A moment later, he came crashing back down and slammed flat against the ground. The crowd went stiff with shock, their voices breaking out one after another. "Huh? What just happened? He flew backward. Did I just see a flash of light?" Someone even muttered in disbelief. Was Ken sick or something? Even if he was sick, people don't fly like that. Another mercenary immediately shot back. While the rest of the crowd buzzed with confusion, suspicion, and disbelief, one man kept his eyes fixed on Subaru, watching him far more carefully than everyone else. Several others rushed forward in anger, their faces hardening with open hostility. "Think you're tough now?" One of them barked as he kicked Ken's fallen body aside and stepped in. "I saw what happened. How dare an E-rank show off like this?"
You bastard!
Another rough voice snarled with savage anger. I'll tear that mask off your face, skin and all. In just a few moments, Subaru found himself surrounded from every direction. One of them sneered coldly, "This place is going to be your grave, newbie." Subaru did not answer them. He simply stood in place with a cold, unreadable gaze, quietly observing each person closing in around him. Then, after a short but brutally one-sided clash, the result became painfully obvious. Every single one of them ended up sprawled across the ground, battered, bruised, and unable to keep fighting. The arrogance they had shown just moments earlier had completely vanished, replaced by trembling fear and stunned disbelief. "What the hell is he?" One of them whispered, staring at Subaru as if he were looking at something that should not exist. "He's not human." At that moment, someone approached Subaru with calm, steady footsteps, cutting through the shaken atmosphere around them. "You're strong, kid," the man said, extending his hand toward him. "My name is Domon. I'm an appraiser." Then another man stepped forward, confidently pounding a fist against his own chest as he introduced himself. "And I'm Raymond, a rank examiner." Raymond shook Subaru's hand, his eyes moving over him with careful interest. "I've never seen you around here before." "So, what jobs have you completed so far?" Raymond asked, getting straight to the point. As everyone knew, low-rank mercenaries were only allowed to take on a very limited range of jobs. The chat quickly picked up on the meaning behind that question, and viewers began piecing together what Subaru might be planning. The viewers caught on to Subaru's intention almost immediately. That whole disturbance had not been random at all. He had started it deliberately, using those low-rank vulture-like mercenaries as convenient stepping stones so he could rush through the mercenary job system faster than normal. And just as everyone began realizing that, the system displayed the final objective right in front of him. The trial on the third floor was simple in the most brutal way possible, and that simplicity was exactly what made it such a pain. To advance, players had to complete several mercenary jobs and gather a total of 10,000 points before they were allowed to move on. But there was one massive problem. A low-rank mercenary could earn only about 50 points at most from a single job, and that tiny reward was exactly why so many players got trapped on this floor for so long. Subaru understood that reality better than anyone, and his voice dropped coldly as he said, "That's why I had to take a shortcut. I can't afford to waste even 1 second here," Subaru continued, his gaze steady and unreadable beneath the mask. "This isn't the time for me to climb up slowly by taking ordinary jobs one by one." Raymond rubbed at his beard, quietly repeating the word shortcut to himself, as if the idea left a bad taste in his mouth. Then he narrowed his eyes and studied Subaru more closely. "Hey, are you an otherworlder? Even if you are, I still can't give you special treatment. Everything has to go through the proper order." Subaru immediately pushed back, refusing to let the answer end there. Then there must be a way to shorten that order. His tone sharpened just a little as he added, "Does it really make sense to give special benefits to an otherworlder who might leave eventually anyway?" Subaru's eyes held an unshakable confidence as he finally laid his proposal out in front of Raymond. There was only one way to clear the third-floor trial in a single decisive move. "I'll make your dream come true." The moment Raymond heard those words, his expression tightened. "What do you mean by that?" Raymond asked, his voice turning tense as he stared at Subaru. Subaru did not pause, hesitate, or soften his words. He revealed his target directly. "The Thunder Cave," Subaru declared, every word filled with unwavering determination. "I'll conquer it." The instant that bold statement left his mouth, Raymond cried out in pure terror. "Wait!" Raymond shouted, his face draining of color as the meaning hit him. "You mean that place? Only high-rank mercenaries are even allowed to accept that job," Raymond warned him, trying to make Subaru understand the danger. Beneath Subaru's mask, one eye began to glow faintly. "I know. It's the dungeon at the center of the Pride War between Osman and Conrad," Subaru said calmly. "An unconquerable place that neither side has ever managed to claim for itself." Lightning tore across the dark sky, briefly lighting up the sinister tower-like dungeon known as the Thunder Cave. It stood there like a looming threat, one of the most dangerous special dungeons on the entire third floor. Throughout all recorded history, no player, mercenary or knight, had ever succeeded in clearing it. Between the kingdoms of Osman and Conrad stretched an enormous mountain range, a nearly impassable natural barrier that the two nations had fought over for decades. On the strategic map, the importance of the Thunder Cave was impossible to miss. Whoever conquered it would create a clean route through the mountains, and that single passage could be enough to shift the entire military balance between the two kingdoms. Subaru made his reckless offer to the stunned examiner without showing even the slightest sign of backing down. "If you issue me a rank status trial, I'll clear it. I swear I won't abuse that status." Raymond nervously touched his mustache, hesitation written plainly across his face. As Raymond silently weighed the proposal, Subaru's gaze darkened behind the mask. Without saying a word, he released a pressure that made the air around them feel heavier. Subaru already knew that if Raymond refused him here, things were going to get ugly. If it came to that, he was prepared to take Raymond down as well. Under that silent, crushing pressure, Raymond finally gave in. "Fine," Raymond said at last, surrendering with a heavy breath. "I'll write you a letter of recommendation so you can join the raid." Then, almost immediately, he began trying to justify the decision, as if he needed to convince himself as much as Subaru. "Raid parties always need more manpower," Raymond muttered under his breath. The moment he said it, the chat seemed to collectively relax, relieved that the situation had not exploded into another fight. Raymond turned to leave, tossing Subaru a short instruction over his shoulder as he went. "I'll bring the recommendation letter. Wait here for a bit. The raid party departs in 5 days. Almost right away, new mission windows appeared in front of Subaru. One mission window showed Dylan issuing a challenge to Subaru, daring him to clear the Thunder Cave alone and putting up 20,000 credits as the reward. Another request appeared right after it, this one carrying a more mocking tone. Claire Chan Layers offered 5,000 credits for Subaru to attempt the exact same solo challenge. Subaru silently examined the system screens, calculating the timing in his head. The raid's departure date lined up perfectly with the end of the third-floor tournament. Did Blue Zone set up the tournament schedule with this in mind? As Subaru thought that over, Raymond stared down at the ground and finally spoke with bitter honesty. "Thunder Cave," Raymond murmured, the name itself seeming to weigh on him. "Honestly, I'm still desperate when it comes to that place." With the scroll in his hand, Raymond looked as though he had been pulled back into a memory he would rather leave buried. "It was a challenge I took on when I was younger. I lost half my party there." Raymond's voice carried the heavy weight of that old failure, but Subaru simply reached out and took the document from him with a firm hand. "That won't happen this time," Subaru said. Raymond blinked, not understanding what Subaru meant. "What?" Subaru raised the scroll slightly, making it clear that he had already decided exactly how he was going to proceed. "Because I'm planning to go alone." The instant Subaru said it, the chat erupted in total disbelief. Raymond shouted in panic. "Are you out of your mind? Thunder Cave is supposed to be cleared by a party. You're seriously saying you want to enter that place by yourself?" Raymond could hardly process what he was hearing. They can barely gather 20 people for that raid in the first place. He released an anxious sigh, clearly overwhelmed. "Honestly, this is going to be rough. I assumed you already had companions." "I don't," Subaru cut in immediately. Beneath the mask, his eyes shone with firm, unwavering resolve as he declared it without the slightest hesitation. "No allies." At that exact moment, a pair of boots landed heavily on the edge of a rocky cliff. A hooded figure stood there in silence, watching Subaru's stream without moving. The question passed through the figure's mind with quiet disbelief. Was Subaru really planning to clear Thunder Cave completely on his own? "He really is just like Subaru," the hooded figure thought. On the broadcast, Subaru addressed the viewers bluntly. "Are you asking whether I'll take other trials? No, I'm not interested in any of them." Then he added, as casually as if it were nothing, "That said, I'll be taking a break from streaming." The chat was instantly flooded with complaints. Somewhere else, a woman gasped in disappointment. "Eh? No." When she saw his farewell message appear, she tightened her grip around her device, frustration flashing across her face. "Just when I thought this would help me kill time until the 3rd floor," she muttered, clearly annoyed that the stream was ending far sooner than she wanted. Then, all at once, her irritation melted into a bright laugh. Her cheeks turned faintly red as amusement began to replace her disappointment. "He really does resemble him," she murmured, her smile widening little by little. "No matter what anyone says, he walks his own path." She lifted her gaze toward the cloudy horizon, and a nostalgic softness settled over her expression as old memories quietly rose to the surface. "It's almost like the real Subaru is streaming." She pressed the phone close to her chest, holding it there as though the thought itself was something precious. "Oh, right," she suddenly remembered, her eyes sharpening again. "He's entering the tournament too, isn't he?" Looking down from the cliff with a predatory gleam in her gaze, she made up her mind. "Maybe I'll stick around and chat with him a little." With that thought settled, the figure leapt from the cliff, moving with a clear and dangerous intent. "I hope he doesn't win," she said as she descended, her voice carrying a sharp edge beneath the words. Meanwhile, Asuka walked cheerfully beside Subaru through the city streets, her steps light and her mood bright as she spoke with obvious satisfaction.
"As expected," Asuka said, happily, glancing at him with approval. "You really captured the original's vibe." Subaru quietly thought to himself that this was exactly how Narukami Subaru would have acted, even while the viewers continued cursing him non-stop.
Asuka kept talking with infectious enthusiasm. almost like she was still debating with the chat in her head. If you had just taken normal jobs, the stream wouldn't have felt special at all, right? Subaru turned his eyes toward her and answered.
You think so? He asked.
Then, after a beat, he added, that was thanks to your advice. Asuka looked at him curiously. So what are you doing now? Subaru answered in a plain, practical tone. I'll hunt until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents might show up, so I want to level up a bit first. As they continued walking, Subaru reflected on the matter more seriously. I also need to test how much lightning I can use with my current stats, and how well the Thunderheart performs. Beneath the mask, his eyes shone with absolute determination. I'll never hand the Thunder memory over to anyone. Subaru's resolve did not waver for even a second, and that decision had already settled deep inside him. Elsewhere, a man stormed down a hallway, every heavy step spilling anger into the air around him. Damn it. Don't mess with me. Normally, when Blue Zone calls, people come running. How dare he make me come all the way here just to see him? Jinsaki grumbled as he reached the door, his irritation growing even sharper with every word. I don't care if it's thunder or whatever. Why the hell do I have to dance along to the tune of some nobody who's still stuck on the 3rd floor? Jinsaki snarled under his breath, his irritation boiling over with every step. He did not even bother with something as polite as knocking. Instead, he kicked the door open with arrogant force and strode inside, casually waving one hand as if the room already belonged to him. Hey, I'm here. The man waiting inside barely reacted. His eyes lifted from his phone for only the briefest moment, giving Jinsaki a faint glance before returning to his calm silence. Soon, drinks were placed neatly on the table between them, and the orange light of sunset poured through the room, stretching the quiet into something even more tense. Tae Lee sat across from Jinsaki with a steady, composed expression, taking in the man's rude entrance without showing the slightest disturbance. So, you're Mr. Jinsaki from Blue Zone? I heard you wanted to discuss something with one of our streamers. Jinsaki answered with clear impatience, already glancing around the room instead of giving Tae Lee his full attention. Yeah, Jinsaki said, his annoyance obvious in his voice and posture, but where's the guy who actually matters? Tae Lee replied without letting even a flicker of emotion cross his face. Narukami isn't here. He's out handling other business. Jinsaki leaned back in his chair, and the irritation on his face sharpened immediately. Other business? More important than this? What an arrogant brat! Jinsaki spat, his lip curling as if the very idea offended him. Tae Lee's gaze cooled slightly as he answered in a controlled voice, that matter is private. We are not able to disclose it. Then Tae Lee guided the conversation back to the point, his tone becoming firmer without growing loud. More importantly, we have already conveyed Narukami's wishes to you, haven't we? That is exactly why Narukami is not here. Tae Lee continued, laying it out calmly. From our side, we intend to handle this matter directly with him. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for you to meet him. Jinsaki's jaw tightened, and anger crept visibly across his face. It's not that you can't arrange it, Jinsaki snapped, no longer hiding his frustration. You just refuse to. His palm slammed down hard against the table, making the drinks between them rattle from the impact. If I go back without seeing Narukami, I'm the one who gets punished, Jinsaki growled. Then he leaned forward across the table, his expression twisting into a nasty sneer as he tried to pressure Tae Lee. You're just trying to keep your golden goose locked in your own hands, Jinsaki accused, his voice thick with contempt. Think about it carefully. Wouldn't Narukami Subaru be much better off joining a major guild instead of wasting his time streaming? He flashed a provocative smile, clearly trying to corner Tae Lee with the question. Don't you think so? But Tae Lee only crossed his arms, remaining calm and unmoved despite Jinsaki's attempt to provoke him. Who knows? Tae Lee answered evenly, his voice steady enough to make the room feel colder. These days, famous streamers can earn just as much as top-ranked players, he continued without losing his composure. Every now and then, you meet players who look down on streaming as a real profession. I've met that kind of person myself, Tae Lee added, his words carrying a quiet edge. Jinsaki let out a mocking laugh, his eyes narrowing as he leaned into the threat. Careful. The way you're talking makes it sound like you're trying to turn Blue Zone into your enemy. Tae Lee calmly laced his fingers together on the table and made his stance perfectly clear. We prioritize our streamer's wishes above everything else. Since Narukami has already made his decision, our company will support that decision completely. Jinsaki pointed at him with open menace in his gesture. For a man your age, you really are painfully out of touch. Do you honestly think Blue Zone will stay quiet after this? Tae Lee's expression turned ice cold, and a terrifying darkness seemed to spread from him through the room. You're the one who doesn't understand, Tae Lee said in a low, heavy voice. There are people in this world who cannot be forced to bend, no matter how much power or how many threats you bring. Then he gave a quiet command, sharp enough to cut through the air. "If you're finished talking, get out." Jin Saki froze where he stood, cold sweat beginning to run down his face. What the hell was this? Jin Saki could feel it pressing down on the entire room, an overwhelming wave of mana far beyond anything he had expected from the man sitting in front of him. For a moment, Jin Saki stumbled backward under that pressure, but his humiliation quickly twisted itself into rage. "Get out, you say?" he barked, glaring as hard as he could. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" Tae Lee did not bother wasting words on him. He simply lifted one hand and waved it dismissively, like he was shooing away a minor annoyance. Jin Saki stormed toward the exit, hurling threats back over his shoulder as he left. "You'll regret this," Jin Saki barked, his furious voice echoing back into the room, even after he had turned away. "I swear it." Tae Lee watched him go with his arms still crossed, and as Jin Saki disappeared from view, a mocking smile slowly spread across Tae Lee's face. "Oh my," Tae Lee murmured lightly, sounding not even remotely frightened. "How terrifying." 3 days passed after the announcement, and with every hour that went by, the atmosphere surrounding Narukami Subaru's next move grew heavier and more intense. On the 3rd floor, deep within the Sky Serpent's Nest dungeon, Subaru stood directly before a massive serpent whose monstrous presence seemed to fill the entire cavern. The creature was enormous, and its vicious appearance made it look as though it had crawled straight out of a nightmare. Its huge fangs were smeared with blood, while its crimson eyes burned fiercely in the darkness. The Sky Serpent seemed almost insulted that a single small human would dare to challenge it alone, but from the very start, the beast had already made one fatal mistake. It had underestimated Narukami Subaru. Without showing even a trace of hesitation, Subaru drew his demonic sword and poured thunder into the blade, causing its power to awaken in a sharp crackle of electricity. Then, in the next instant, he unleashed a massive slash straight toward the Sky Serpent's face, forcing the beast to hiss loudly in pain. The serpent could not understand how a mere human had managed to inflict such heavy damage with a single strike. But now that it had been wounded, retreat was no longer an option, and the beast was forced to fight back as the battle truly began. The Sky Serpent roared in furious retaliation, its massive body shifting as it prepared to attack. But before it could properly launch a counterattack, Subaru moved first and struck again. With only one more slash, Subaru carved even deeper damage into the monstrous beast. The Sky Serpent began to stagger, its gigantic body trembling violently as the force of the impact shook through its entire frame. Subaru stood calmly before the wounded monster, his posture alone radiating overwhelming confidence. He slid the demonic sword back onto his back, quietly wondering whether this test run had already given him enough information, or whether he should simply end the fight right there. In the very next instant, Subaru stepped forward without hesitation, and launched himself straight toward the Sky Serpent. His eyes glowed with a sharp yellow light, and every trace of hesitation disappeared from him completely, leaving only pure killing intent behind. Subaru shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. As the Sky Serpent opened its massive jaws wide, it became clear what he was planning. Subaru intended to attack the beast from the inside. Once again, Subaru channeled thunder through his entire body and crashed directly into the Sky Serpent. Lightning exploded outward in every direction, flooding the whole dungeon with a blinding radiance so intense that anyone watching could have lost their sight in that flash. When the overwhelming light finally faded, a system notification appeared in front of Subaru, informing him that the Sky Serpent boss had been successfully defeated. Subaru leveled up, and his strength, stamina, and concentration each rose by 1 point. Soon after, the scene shifted to him sitting quietly atop the lifeless body of the Sky Serpent, calm and composed after the battle. Compared to the serpent's enormous corpse, even the cave around them seemed strangely small. Then Subaru's attention shifted towards something nearby, a faint glow shining from within the remains. It was one of the Sky Serpent's fangs, glowing a deep crimson red like a valuable gemstone. Subaru studied it carefully and wondered whether it could still sell for 10,000 credits. Remembering that 20 years ago it had been worth around that much. After placing the fang aside, Subaru opened his status window to check his progress. He had now reached level 35. His strength, stamina, and mana had all risen to 36, while his speed sat at 33 and his concentration at 30. Even Subaru found it hard to believe that he had gained 9 levels in only 3 days. Subaru decided that this was enough for today, and that he should not let greed push him any further than necessary. Soya was still waiting for him, and Subaru had to keep his mind focused on avenging his friend. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his expression became serious. The scene changed once again. At a cafe, the cute and elegant Hatsuka looked even more radiant than usual, beautifully dressed for the day. When Subaru walked in, she waved at him with a bright smile, and he made his way over before sitting down across from her. Seeing the huge smile lighting up Hatsuka's face, Subaru wondered if something good had happened. Her entire expression seemed to glow with excitement as she leaned forward and asked him whether he had seen it. Subaru looked back at her in confusion, clearly not following what she meant, and asked what exactly she was talking about. Hatsuka quickly realized that Subaru probably had not noticed yet. When he asked again, she explained that she was talking about the collaboration video, and in typical Subaru fashion, he simply replied that he had been so busy grinding that he had not even had time to watch it. Hatsuka took a moment to calm herself, then smiled as if she had expected that exact answer from him. To her, it felt completely natural for Narukami Subaru to act like this, putting training first and treating everything else with that same casual indifference. That nonchalant attitude was part of what made him feel so much like Narukami Subaru. Even so, Hatsuka could not fully shake the feeling that this Subaru was somehow different from the original. Hatsuka then reached into her bag and pulled out an envelope, asking Subaru to take a look at it. Subaru opened it, scanned the contents inside, and was left slightly stunned by what he saw. Hatsuka explained that the envelope contained the revenue statement from her recent collaboration stream with Hawkeye. Subaru stared at the numbers in disbelief, shocked to see that he had earned nearly 50,000 credits, an amount far beyond what anyone would have expected from his D-stream performance. Hatsuka told Subaru that this was not the kind of thing she would ever casually forget. She admitted that, if she had wanted to, she could have handed the money over to him much earlier. But this time, there was another reason she had gone out of her way to meet him in person. The moment Subaru heard that, his curiosity sharpened, and he focused on her more closely, as Hatsuka began to explain, a faint blush slowly rising across her cheeks. Hatsuka said that she knew a man named Kai, and Kai was the kind of person who had a serious weakness when it came to gambling. Because of him, she had happened to stumble across a certain piece of information that felt far too strange to simply ignore. Even while bringing it up, hesitation flickered across her face, as though part of her regretted having to say it out loud at all. She explained that there was a certain kind of gambling where people placed bets directly on players, wagering on who they believed would win. In that system, the stronger a player's odds of victory appeared to be, the lower their payout rate became. In simple terms, if someone bet on a player who was already heavily favored to win, the return would not be very high. But because that player's skill made victory seem far more reliable, gamblers still treated the smaller profit as the safer and more dependable option. What truly made Subaru pause, though, was his own number. At that moment, his payout rate was sitting at 6.1 times, which was already strange enough to catch his attention. But then Hatsuka added that there was another player whose payout rate was only 22 times, which meant that person was being treated as the overwhelming favorite by almost everyone involved. Subaru's interest deepened immediately, and unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he asked Hatsuka who that player was. Hatsuka answered by telling him about Omar, a Blue Zone player who had been trapped on the 3rd floor of the Cave of Thunder for 10 long years. Throughout that entire time, Omar had been completely consumed by the single goal of finally clearing that place. That almost frightening obsession had made Omar famous in its own way, even though he was not a streamer and had never held the title of ranked player. According to Hatsuka, a man like Omar was probably already thinking of some way to cross paths with Subaru. To Omar, Subaru publicly declaring on stream that he would clear the Cave of Thunder alone must have sounded like a direct insult. It was almost as if Subaru had laughed at the 10 years Omar had poured into that dungeon, then stepped right over all of it without the slightest hesitation. Just then, Subaru suddenly broke away from the topic and pointed out that Hatsuka was standing much too close to him. From anyone else's perspective, the distance between them looked dangerously easy to misunderstand. The moment Hatsuka realized what he meant, she became painfully aware of just how close she had leaned in. Her face flushed bright red, and the embarrassment seemed to run through her entire body at once. She quickly turned away and hurried back to her seat, trying to pull herself together. Even so, she continued talking, explaining that with the Cave of Thunder challenge positioned between the upcoming tournament and the next trial, there was a very real chance Subaru would eventually have to face Omar. Hatsuka made it clear that she had not brought any of this up just to scare him for no reason. She simply wanted to warn Subaru ahead of time and tell him to be careful. Once their conversation came to an end, the focus shifted to the 3rd floor of Ortonelle. Their wide streets stretched between rows of large, old-fashioned buildings, their heavy stone structures giving the whole district a deep sense of history. Along the roads, horse-drawn carriages moved back and forth without stopping, filling the area with constant noise and motion. Inside one of those carriages, several people were already talking about tomorrow, when they would finally meet that bastard who had been bragging about clearing the Cave of Thunder by himself.
Two men sat inside, one carrying a spear while the other had a sword at his side. The swordsman turned toward the man beside him and said Subaru was only running his mouth because he did not truly understand what kind of place the Cave of Thunder really was.
He told the man not to let Subaru's reckless words get under his skin. In his eyes, those arrogant claims were not worth taking seriously in the first place. The man sitting there was none other than Captain Omar. He stayed quiet, repeatedly flipping a gold coin between his fingers, as if that small, steady movement was the only thing keeping the unease inside him under control. With a calm voice and an expression that revealed almost nothing, Omar told his subordinate that none of those remarks had disturbed him. He sounded composed, almost unnervingly so. After all, Subaru already had a reputation for saying bold things. But the others kept talking anyway, saying Subaru's career would not last long, and that he was only advancing so quickly because he had become the new Master of Thunder, a title they themselves had been waiting for over a very long time. Even so, they believed Subaru had let it go straight to his head. Just because he had gained mastery over thunder, that boy had apparently started imagining himself as the true Narukami Subaru. But as the subordinates continued throwing insults, Omar suddenly cut them off and told them this was not the time to sink into envy or jealousy. Omar said that belittling someone or dismissing their achievements as empty nonsense was completely wrong. One of the bolder subordinates hesitated, then asked what they were supposed to do instead. Were they supposed to respect Subaru? Omar tightened his grip around the coin in his hand and said that if respect was necessary, then he would give it to Subaru without hesitation. The subordinates were left stunned by his answer. Then their gazes dropped, and they finally noticed something chilling. The gold coin Omar had been flipping so calmly all this time had been crushed by the force of his hand, bent almost completely in half. In that instant, they understood the truth. Omar's voice may have remained calm, but deep inside, his pride had already been shattered. And that made the situation far more dangerous, because the streamer they had watched so casually make those grand claims had no idea what kind of man he had just provoked. They could not help wondering how Subaru intended to take responsibility for his own words once he stood face to face with someone like Omar, a monster of a man who had dedicated his entire life to conquering the Cave of Thunder. The focus shifted again. On a table lay Subaru's demonic sword, and beside it rested Narukami Subaru's mask. Both sat there in silence, like heavy reminders of the identity he had chosen to carry. Subaru was completely absorbed in his research, reading through every piece of information he could find about Omar. The more he looked, the clearer it became that Omar's obsession was real, and that the man had first started drawing serious attention around 5 years earlier. Omar had joined Blue Zone around that same period. But what shocked Subaru most was how quickly Omar had stepped into the spotlight of the Cave of Thunder challenge, as if that single dungeon had become the center of his entire existence. Elsewhere, a hunter stood in front of a shopkeeper with a hide that had clearly been handled carelessly. The work was rough, and scratches were scattered across the surface. After inspecting it, the shopkeeper offered him 15,500 credits. The hunter paused, visibly reluctant to accept such a price. But the strain on his face made it obvious that he needed money badly, and that desperation left him with very little room to argue. The shopkeeper understood the hunter's situation perfectly, and he used that weakness without mercy. He told him bluntly to either accept the offer or walk away, because 15,500 credits was his final price. With no better option in front of him, the hunter finally gave in and took the money. As the shopkeeper rolled up the hide, he quietly congratulated himself on his good fortune. Red roll hides naturally repaired themselves over time and were extremely valuable, but very few people actually knew that. He had made a habit of profiting from that ignorance. Just as he finished rolling it up, a red, crystal-like fang was suddenly placed on the table in front of him. The person who set it down was none other than Subaru. The shopkeeper froze the moment he saw the fang, instantly recognizing it as a sky serpent fang. Subaru calmly asked how much the man was willing to pay. After examining it, the shopkeeper realized the fang was flawless S+ material, with almost no visible damage anywhere on it. Even after realizing how valuable it was, the shopkeeper smiled to himself. In his mind, Subaru had chosen the wrong person to bargain with. He started by praising the fang's condition, smoothly talking about how excellent and impressive the material was. Then, exactly as expected, he began slipping into excuses. He explained that sky fangs were usually treated as high B rank to A rank materials, but then pointed out the tiniest scratch and claimed that this particular product failed to reach the highest possible standard. He went on to say that Subaru's timing was terribly unlucky. According to him, the market had recently seen an increase in sky serpent fang supply, and that sudden supply had caused demand to fall sharply. The shopkeeper pulled out his tablet, typed in the number 8,000, and turned the screen towards Subaru for him to see. With a fake air of generosity, he said that since he happened to be in a good mood today, he was willing to make the deal a little sweeter. Subaru thought back to the prices he remembered from 20 years ago, and for a brief moment, 8,000 credits did not sound all that terrible. But then a voice came from behind him, cutting cleanly into the exchange. The voice said that in its current condition, the Sky Fang was worth at least 15,000 credits because Sky Serpent Fangs were extremely rare and were usually sold at whatever price the seller demanded. Subaru turned around, and at the same time, the shopkeeper's face drained of color. Standing there was Omar, slowly walking towards Subaru with a presence that immediately swallowed the space around him. His massive build alone made the surrounding area feel smaller. And yet, despite that overwhelming and almost threatening aura, Omar was strikingly handsome. His appearance carried both power and refinement, giving him a presence that was impossible to ignore. Omar looked Subaru over carefully, his gaze measuring every detail from head to toe. In his mind, it was as though he were asking whether the boy standing before him could truly be Narukami Subaru. At that very same moment, Subaru also understood exactly who he was facing. The towering man in front of him was Omar, the player Hatsuka had warned him about. The focus moved once again, this time to a cafe on the 3rd floor, where Subaru and Omar sat across from each other at the same table. The surroundings were ordinary, but the air between them felt tight and tense. Subaru wanted to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Around them, people could not help sneaking glances, clearly wondering what someone like Omar was doing inside such a small cafe in the first place. One thing was already clear in Subaru's mind. He and Omar were not friendly acquaintances who could casually relax together in some date-like atmosphere. On top of that, Subaru had never liked long introductions or unnecessary prefaces to begin with. Omar, however, seemed completely unbothered by the awkward mood. He sat there enjoying himself, drinking cup after cup as if this meeting were nothing more than a pleasant break in the middle of his day. At last, Omar finally spoke. He asked Subaru exactly how he had come to claim that he would clear the Cave of Thunder. Subaru did not see anything wrong with what he had said and quietly wondered why Omar was treating it like such a serious problem. Omar explained that, at first, he had assumed Subaru was nothing more than an arrogant drifter, the kind of reckless newcomer who talked loudly without understanding the weight carried by his own words. That had been Omar's first impression, because someone who had only just reached the 3rd floor suddenly declaring that he would clear the Cave of Thunder sounded absurd on its face. Subaru asked whether Omar's opinion had changed now. Omar answered that he was still split evenly, half convinced and half against the idea. Because of that, Omar said he had decided to give Subaru half of his respect. He acknowledged that Subaru had talent, and not just a little, talent was practically overflowing from him. Even so, Omar still could not accept the idea of Subaru being compared to the real Narukami Subaru. While Omar spoke, Subaru continued studying him again and again. At first, he had thought Omar might simply be some strange, obsessive man. But now, looking directly into his eyes, Subaru could tell that Omar was completely serious. Subaru finally asked whether Omar had dragged him back to the same cafe again and again just to earn some badge of bravery and hear a few words of praise. Omar immediately replied that he had a proposal. Then, in the very next instant, his expression sharpened with fury. His eyes glowed blue, filled with something dangerously close to killing intent, and he told Subaru to take back everything he had blurted out that day about clearing the Cave of Thunder alone. To Omar, those words were nothing but arrogance, born from ignorance, and he demanded that Subaru start a stream and publicly apologize. Subaru kept his composure, meeting Snyder's stare head-on without even the slightest flicker of fear. Then, in a calm but pointed voice, he told him that what he had just said did not sound like a proposal at all. Snyder instantly rejected that idea, making it clear that he was not trying to force Subaru into obedience right here and now. Instead, he declared that he would settle everything properly in the tournament and defeat Subaru with his own strength. And once that happened, Snyder said, Subaru would finally have no choice but to realize just how immature he had been all along. In Snyder's mind, that would be the moment Subaru lowered his head, swallowed his pride, and admitted he was wrong. Subaru could only let out a weary sigh, clearly exhausted by Snyder's stubbornness and almost childlike confidence, but after a moment, he accepted the challenge anyway. Then Subaru calmly gave his own condition. If he ended up winning, Snyder would have to tell him everything he knew about the Spirit Cave, with nothing concealed, nothing twisted, and not even the smallest detail left out. And since Snyder was the one who had pushed this confrontation into motion in the first place, Subaru made it clear that a condition like that was only the bare minimum. Snyder let out a confident laugh as he pushed himself up from the table, his attitude completely unchanged. As he turned his back and prepared to leave, he told Subaru that he had no issue with that demand at all. After all, in Snyder's mind, losing was not even worth considering, especially not against some boy who was merely pretending to be Narukami Subaru. Once Snyder had finally walked away, Subaru remained still for a moment before slowly rising from his own seat as well. The relaxed look on his face faded, replaced by a sharper, more serious expression as he quietly began sorting through everything that had just happened. Subaru understood one thing without any hesitation. Snyder was not the type of opponent he could casually dismiss, underestimate, or treat as just another loud challenger. Those 10 long years Snyder had spent obsessively chasing the Cave of Thunder had clearly not been wasted. Every year, every failure, and every bit of that fixation had turned into real experience. And with that thought lingering in the air, the scene shifted away from Subaru and moved to the building of Azure Sky Entertainment Company. Inside Azure Sky Entertainment Company, Hatsuka's friend sat in front of the stream, his eyes moving between the broadcast and the constant flood of notifications on his device. He already knew the tournament was expected to draw more than 10,000 people, and the biggest reason was obvious. The prize waiting at the end was a relic. With a reward that valuable on the line, an absurd turnout was practically guaranteed. Looking at it from his own experience, he was certain that if this tournament had been held back when he was still on the 3rd floor, he would have entered at least once, even if it was only to gamble on that slim chance of victory. As he scanned through the names of the contenders, he admitted that Subaru was hard to predict and dangerous in his own unusual way. But that did not mean the other fighters were pushovers. Snyder, in particular, stood out as a proven and reliable high-yield option for betting, and the man's finger was already drifting toward Snyder's name. With this many participants joining the tournament, the likely results seemed almost painfully obvious to him. Even if the odds only promised a tiny profit, professional bettors did not survive by chasing flashy payouts. What mattered most to them was reliability. He was right on the verge of throwing all his money into the bet, even while a small voice in his head reminded him that gambling was the fastest path to total ruin. But just before he could commit, his tablet suddenly lit up with an incoming call from Hatsuka. Almost by reflex, he tapped the button to answer. But the instant the call connected, he jolted so violently that the tablet slipped from his hands and slammed onto the table with a sharp bang. Completely rattled, he immediately complained that Hatsuka had scared him half to death. For a brief second, his thoughts spun wildly, and he even began wondering if Hatsuka had somehow been watching him this entire time. But then again, even if she really had been spying on him, he decided it probably was not worth panicking over. Instead of letting that suspicion show, he tried to steady his voice and act casual, asking Hatsuka what she was doing as if nothing strange had happened at all. Deep down, though, the man was terrified. He could not understand how Hatsuka might have discovered that he had started betting again. His imagination ran completely out of control, wondering if she had hidden a listening device somewhere in his office, or even worse, somehow planted one directly in his ear. On the other end of the call, Hatsuka could only wonder whether this guy had finally lost his mind. Hatsuka spoke in a gentle tone and told him she had something she wanted to ask. Then she asked what he was doing, not in the real world, but inside that app where he was always spending his credits. The man froze the moment he understood what she meant, because Hatsuka herself was actually thinking about placing a bet. When Hatsuka said she planned to bet on Narukami Subaru, the man was so stunned that he could not find a single word to say. In his head, he wondered if she had gone completely insane and whether she had any idea how valuable credits really were. Then the focus shifted back to Hatsuka herself, standing there beautifully dressed and perfectly composed, her presence drawing attention with effortless confidence. Hatsuka then asked if he was trying to say that Narukami Subaru was going to lose. Hearing the sharp challenge in her voice, the man hurried to explain that this was not about looking down on Subaru. Before any serious better placed money, he said they first had to compare fighting styles, strengths, weaknesses, and payout rates. He continued by explaining that Omar Snyder could no longer be treated as an ordinary third-floor player. His strength had already risen far beyond that level. Some people even claimed that Snyder had achieved more on the 3rd floor than the original Subaru ever did. From his point of view, there was simply no realistic way a streamer who had only recently arrived could beat someone who had spent 10 straight years grinding without stopping. To him, the idea of Subaru winning sounded like a story pulled straight out of a fairy tale. But the longer he kept rambling, the more irritated Hatsuka became, until she clearly wanted him to stop talking altogether. Finally, she cut through his explanation and asked if he was willing to bet against her with his entire month's paycheck at stake. The man agreed immediately, almost with suspicious speed. But at that very moment, Hatsuka sensed a heavy and serious presence nearby. It came from a cloaked individual moving across her path. Her eyes snapped toward the figure, her attention instantly shifting, and without warning, she ended the call before the bet could even be finalized, leaving the man completely hanging. The man stared blankly in confusion, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that cloaked person? Why had Hatsuka suddenly hung up without saying anything? And more importantly, why had she become interested in gambling in the first place? As those questions stacked up one after another in his mind, another unsettling possibility began to creep in. He started wondering whether something had happened behind the scenes, something important enough to actually shift the odds. The scene then moved to the crowded marketplace, where Snyder was walking through the busy streets with one of his subordinates following close beside him. The subordinate brought up Subaru, clearly curious about how their captain truly judged him after meeting him in person. Snyder answered with steady confidence, saying Subaru was not a complete amateur and that the boy at least seemed to know how to handle himself. Even so, the subordinate cautiously pointed out that if Subaru was more capable than expected, then there was a chance their captain might actually lose. That comment visibly got under Snyder's skin, though he did not explode right away. Instead, his jaw tightened, his teeth clenched, and he forced out his answer, saying that after facing Subaru directly, he was absolutely certain there was no way he would be defeated. For Snyder, the idea of losing was completely unacceptable. More than anything else, he could not allow himself to be beaten by a child. But as Snyder continued moving through the marketplace, the same cloaked figure from earlier watched him quietly from a distance, following his movements with silent attention. That cloaked individual was none other than Rina. The moment her attention settled on Snyder, she immediately understood that the mana surrounding him was far from ordinary. Rina thought to herself that if she wanted to obtain the shoes, she would eventually need to defeat Snyder as well. Even so, she had confidence in her own strength, and a faint, quiet smile formed on her face. From there, time moved forward, and the long-awaited day of the tournament finally arrived. All around the venue, the seats began filling one after another, as waves of spectators poured in, eager to watch the battles unfold before their eyes. Inside the Eternal Colosseum, Subaru walked slowly toward the main arena, each measured step bringing him closer to the center of attention and the noise waiting beyond the gate. The moment Subaru pushed open the gate, a thunderous wave of sound crashed over him. The stands were packed with a massive crowd, and their cheers rang out for the contenders who were about to fight. The audience erupted with excitement when they saw Narukami Subaru appear in person. Just hearing that name was enough to send a ripple of energy through the entire Colosseum. Many spectators still could hardly believe it. The streamer everyone had been talking about for so long was now standing right there in front of them, and now that very streamer was truly entering the tournament as a competitor. The voting had finally closed, and Subaru had been ranked second among the candidates most likely to win. Naturally, that immediately made the crowd wonder who had managed to claim first place. Then, from the opposite side of the arena, another gate slowly opened. Through it stepped the massive figure of Omar Snyder, and the moment he appeared, his sheer presence pulled every eye in the Colosseum toward him. A powerful and unwavering aura seemed to surround Snyder as he walked in, making it instantly obvious why so many people believed he was the tournament favorite. But the second Snyder noticed Subaru across the arena. He turned his face away, deliberately refusing to meet Subaru's gaze head-on. The crowd burst into even louder cheers for Snyder. Among the spectators were countless beautiful women, many of them dreaming of the chance to meet him just once in their lives. Since Snyder was famous for his stamina, the entire Eternal Colosseum roared like an enormous soundbox, shaking under the force of the crowd's excitement as fireworks shot upward and burst across the sky. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the very center of the arena. She thanked the audience for waiting so patiently, then introduced herself as Mizuhara of the Blue Zone, announcing that she would be serving as the host for today's tournament. Mizuhara then explained the structure of the competition, telling everyone that the tournament would be divided into two stages, first the qualifiers and then the main event. After that came the moment the entire arena had been waiting for, the official reveal of the grand prize reserved for the champion of the main event. The prize was a pair of shoes once worn by Soya himself. They were not just ordinary equipment, but a symbol of the Blue Zone's pride and a legendary relic known as Terralila. As the beautiful shoes floated above the arena, shining brightly where every spectator could see them, the crowd exploded into an even greater wave of cheers. Mizuhara confirmed to everyone watching that the shoes were completely genuine, removing any possible doubt about just how valuable this prize truly was. Subaru stared up at Terralila, his eyes locked on the relic as it floated before him. Then, in a quiet voice meant for his deceased friend, he told Soya to wait for him, because Subaru had already sworn that he would take those shoes back. High up among the spectators, Hatsuka watched the arena with sharp, focused eyes. Not too far from where she stood, the cloaked woman Rina was also present. As Hatsuka's gaze stayed fixed on the field below, a flush slowly crept across her cheeks, the emotion rising so clearly that she could not fully hide it. To Hatsuka, this moment felt meaningful in a way that was hard to put into words. Narukami Subaru was finally standing at the starting line again, ready to take the first real step toward reviving the dream he had once carried. But when her eyes drifted back toward the cloaked woman nearby, Hatsuka suddenly noticed something that made her pause. This was not the first time she had seen Rina. This time, Rina's face was hidden behind a Narukami mask, but the mask she wore now was a vivid, striking red, and as the seconds passed, the anger coming off her seemed to grow even sharper, heavier, and harder to ignore, like pressure building quietly beneath the surface. The instant Narukami Subaru stepped out onto the field, he finally switched on his livestream. The response was immediate and explosive, like a storm breaking all at once. Cheers rang out from every side, and the screen in front of him was instantly buried beneath a flood of rushing messages. In just the blink of an eye, the viewer count shot beyond 3,000. The number kept rising so fast that even Subaru had trouble processing what he was looking at, his eyes following the counter as it climbed higher and higher. Subaru faced the camera with a slightly awkward smile, his expression carrying a hint of embarrassment. Then he apologized to everyone for disappearing so suddenly before, admitting that he had vanished without giving any of them a proper warning. But the viewers did not react with anger or complaints. Instead, the chat burst into laughter, with people telling him they were already watching him in two places at once, right there in the stadium and through the live stream, turning the whole thing into double the screens and double the excitement. Only then did Subaru truly grasp just how excited everyone had become. The comments were moving so fast that his eyes could barely keep up, stacking over each other in wild, chaotic layers. And right as he struggled to figure out how to respond, a sudden roar surged from the stands, followed immediately by a huge notification flashing across his screen. Someone had dropped 30,000 credits in one shot. Subaru froze for a brief moment, stunned by the sheer size of the amount, and then excitement rushed through his body as if his blood had suddenly started burning hotter. With a wide grin spreading across his face, Subaru drew his demonic sword, and the dark, ominous aura around the blade began to ripple through the air. He gave the camera a small bow and sincerely thanked his viewers for their overwhelming support. At that exact moment, Mizuhara let out a light, confident laugh and formally announced that the tournament was beginning. Firecrackers exploded across the sky, scattering dazzling flashes of light overhead. The entire Colosseum shook with noise as the crowd's cheers, the blasts, and the rising anticipation all crashed together into one thunderous roar. As those echoes slowly began to fade, Mizuhara raised the atmosphere even further by opening a green portal before everyone's eyes. Its surface shimmered and flowed like liquid emerald, rippling with strange light as the world around them began to shift. The ground started trembling beneath their feet, and even the air seemed to vibrate. Then the entire arena began reshaping itself into something completely different, while a vast green aura spread outward in every direction, swallowing the stadium as if the whole place were being pulled into another world. For one brief moment, the massive crowd went silent. Everyone was struck speechless by the sheer scale of what was unfolding before them. Then, all at once, the stands erupted again, this time with voices filled not just with excitement, but with shock, disbelief, and even a faint trace of fear. This was not some ordinary spell performed just to impress the audience. What Mizuhara had created was on a completely different level. The kind of phenomenon people would normally associate only with true elites from the Blue Zone. Even Subaru felt a cold chill slide down his spine as he watched it happen. He understood very well that power on this scale could not be built in a day. It required ruthless training, terrifying natural talent, and years of mastery. And by the time the transformation finally ended, the arena no longer resembled the place it had been moments earlier. Above Subaru, the sky had changed into a deep green glow, with countless shimmering stars scattered across it like lights in a strange dream. Then, right in front of his eyes, a notification appeared. The message confirmed what Subaru could already sense through his entire body. He had now officially entered the preliminaries. From high above, the whole stadium could be seen sealed inside an enormous green spherical barrier. The glowing shell completely surrounded the venue, cutting it off from the outside world like a closed battlefield. Inside that barrier, the battlefield had transformed into a vast forest-like zone filled with thick greenery, dark shadows, and hidden danger lurking between the trees. A moment later, the rules of the tournament rang out across the entire arena. If a participant died, they would be eliminated. Every person other than oneself was to be treated as an enemy, and the round would continue until the number of survivors had been reduced to exactly 1,000. Subaru's expression tightened when he saw the total number of participants had gone beyond 10,000. Reducing that massive crowd to only 1/10 of its size was not going to be a simple or gentle process. That was the moment the reality of the preliminaries truly settled in for him. This was a solo battle, a brutal free-for-all, where no alliance could be fully trusted and no mercy could be expected. Subaru quickly reasoned that in the early stage, no one should be aiming for him specifically just yet. So, for the time being, he decided to preserve his strength and carefully observe how the battlefield developed. But then, without warning, the chat dropped a shocking piece of information on him. The viewers told Subaru that every opponent he killed would earn him 1 credit. Subaru blinked in surprise at that, but before he could even fully take it in, another message popped up and raised the stakes even higher. Another viewer matched the offer, pushing the reward all the way up to 200 credits for every kill. The numbers kept climbing as the chat became louder, wilder, and more chaotic by the second. Then came the biggest shock of all. Whoever defeated Omar Snyder would receive an extra 10,000 credits. Subaru stared at the screen in complete silence, unable to find the right words. His heart pounded heavily in his chest, and one question kept echoing through his mind. Just how many credits did these people actually have? But Subaru had no time to sit there thinking about it. A sharp chill suddenly crawled up his spine, and his instinct screamed that danger was right behind him, so close that the attacker was practically only an inch away. An assassin-type adventurer had slipped through the confusion of the battlefield, choosing his timing with precision and betting everything on a single clean opening. But that opening never truly appeared. Subaru moved as if he had already sensed the strike before the attack even began. Subaru twisted his body with effortless accuracy, letting the blade pass by him with only a hair's breadth to spare. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had known from the beginning that going after Narukami Subaru right away was almost suicidal, reckless to the point of madness. But greed had blurred his judgment, because 200 credits per kill were hovering around Subaru like irresistible bait. What the assassin never understood was that Subaru had already drawn his demonic sword the instant that killing intent brushed against him. The blade gave off a faint hum, almost like it was eager to cut. The assassin's gamble had already failed before it could properly begin, and the battlefield continued moving forward through blood, screams, and chaos. The number of survivors began falling at a steady and terrifying pace. 9,500, 9,000, 8,500 screams echoed through the forest-like arena, and the preliminaries started to reveal just how brutal their true nature really was. Elsewhere, in the transformed battlefield, one figure advanced with an overwhelming presence that demanded attention. It was Omar Snyder, walking forward like a war hero crossing a battlefield whose ending had already been decided. The small-time players around him were so insignificant that they barely entered his field of view. Snyder's attention was fixed on only one name, Narukami Subaru. His resolve did not shake for even a second, and if the situation demanded it, Snyder was prepared to fight all the way to death. Then, without any warning, an attack suddenly shot towards Snyder. At the very last instant, he shifted his body to the side with a calm, precise movement. The arrow cut through the air, slicing past the space where Snyder had been standing just a moment earlier. Snyder turned his head only slightly, and with that single glance he immediately located the attacker. Archer was hiding deep within the bushes. The moment Snyder's eyes landed in his direction, the archer's heart sank because he had been completely certain that his shot had been perfect. The archer had truly believed he had finally found the ideal chance to strike. But in the end, he had overestimated himself, and before Snyder could even make his next move, more figures started appearing from the shadows behind him. It was not just one attacker, but an entire group. They had planned the ambush carefully, coordinating their strike around one simple goal: take down Omar Snyder together and carve their names into the history of the third floor. But a few of them still had enough sense to recognize real danger. After watching Snyder evade the arrow so easily, they immediately whispered that they needed to retreat. They understood that this ambush had been a mistake, and a deadly one at that. But stupidity often speaks louder than reason. Some of the attackers scoffed, laughed, and cursed Snyder to his face, ignoring every warning. To them, this was nothing more than a numbers game. They mocked him as an old relic, a man who had wasted away on the third floor for 10 full years. In their eyes, Snyder was someone whose strength must have faded long ago. The focus narrowed onto Snyder as he stood completely still, calm, silent, and unmoved. Then he finally spoke, admitting that their plan itself was not entirely foolish. Their only real mistake was choosing the wrong opponent to try it on. One arrogant man stepped forward with a sneer and told Snyder that he was talking far too much for someone who was about to die. But those words became the last ones he ever spoke. In a single instant, his head was sliced cleanly from his body. The severed head spun through the air while a fountain of blood erupted behind it. Crimson splashed across the ground, staining the forest floor and turning the scene into something horrifyingly brutal. A heavy silence fell over the remaining men. They froze where they stood, and even though they had witnessed the death with their own eyes, their minds still struggled to accept what had just happened. Snyder had killed the man with a spear from a distance that should have been impossible, and now that very spear was spinning in Snyder's hand, rotating in a perfect circle as if it had no weight at all. The air around the spinning weapon began to tremble, with visible waves of pressure spiraling outward from the motion. Snyder looked at the attackers with cold eyes and spoke again, his voice carrying the heavy authority of someone who had survived countless battles. He told them he had seen punks like them more times than he could ever count, and standing before him, they were no different from ants. After saying that, Snyder brought the spinning spear to a sudden stop, and in the very next instant, his entire body exploded into motion. Snyder became a blur as he launched himself straight into the group, attacking every single one of them without hesitation. His movements were clean, merciless, and efficient, with not one wasted step. One after another, their bodies were torn apart, crushed, pierced, and shattered until they were barely recognizable. Blood soaked into the forest floor, and their screams were cut short almost as soon as they left their mouths. What had been meant to be a coordinated ambush ended as total annihilation. When it was finally over, Snyder stood alone among the remains, as calm as if nothing had happened. Then he spoke for anyone still watching, making one thing perfectly clear: shortcuts did not work in the tower. Tricks, numbers, and borrowed confidence meant absolutely nothing here. In a place as merciless as this, the only thing anyone could truly rely on was their own strength. And in that moment, Omar Snyder no longer seemed like an ordinary man at all. With his spear turning smoothly in his hand as if it weighed nothing, he looked almost like a devil wearing human flesh, and that effortless motion alone was enough to shatter the courage of anyone close enough to witness it. The people watching from the hall could do nothing but stare at the screen in frozen silence. Their throats felt dry, their eyes stayed locked forward, and no one dared to look away as the broadcast continued following Snyder. What appeared on the screen was not a fair fight, but a massacre so completely one-sided that it barely deserved to be called a battle. Every time Snyder moved his spear, the motion was clean, precise, and terrifyingly refined. There was no wasted strength, no unnecessary flourish, only polished technique cutting through his enemies with a level of accuracy that felt almost beyond human. Even when one of the attackers, someone who seemed to be acting as their leader, desperately shouted that this was still just an exam and that everyone needed to calm down, his voice could not stop the horror unfolding in front of them. By then, everyone present had already understood the truth. This had stopped being a fight a long time ago. It had turned into an execution. Meanwhile, in another part of the viewing hall, Rina silently watched the broadcast, her face still hidden behind Narukami Subaru's mask. As Rina followed Snyder's every movement on the screen, her body grew noticeably still. Her posture tightened beneath the cloak, and the expression hidden under the mask became far more serious than before. Among all the people competing in the preliminaries, Snyder was clearly standing in a completely different league. If someone like him kept climbing the tower, then sooner or later, there was no doubt he would force his way into the highest ranks. But Rina's focus was suddenly broken. The moment Hatsuka's voice reached her ears, her mood turned sour almost immediately. Hatsuka looked as bright and beautiful as always, her voice full of cheerful energy as she shouted for Subaru to fight harder and mocked his enemies for behaving like cowards. But to Rina, every single word felt irritating. Hidden beneath her cloak, Rina quietly clenched her fist as her annoyance began building under the surface. Rina noticed that Hatsuka was staring intently at Subaru's stream, completely absorbed in what was happening on the screen. At the same time, Hatsuka's attention shifted toward the cloaked girl beside her, the one who had mentioned Narukami Subaru's name so casually. Hatsuka tilted her head slightly, curiosity showing in her expression. For a moment, she wondered if this cloaked woman actually knew Subaru personally. But almost as soon as the thought appeared, Hatsuka smiled. Hatsuka quickly brushed off the idea, deciding that the cloaked girl was probably just another fan of their boy. When Rina heard that convenient misunderstanding, she silently went along with it, relieved that Hatsuka had unknowingly given her an easy excuse. Then, just like usual, Hatsuka slipped into her cheerful rambling without missing a beat. In a proud and lively tone, she announced that she had been a fan for 20 whole years, before casually introducing herself as Hatsuka. But behind Hatsuka's friendly chatter, there was a clear intention. She was trying to make the cloaked girl give her name in return. Rina froze for a brief moment, caught off guard by the awkward situation she had not expected at all. Then the focus shifted once again. A system update flashed across the screen, revealing that 13,342 survivors were still left. The match was now drawing close to its conclusion, with only a few minutes remaining before the preliminaries ended. Back inside the forest, Subaru moved quietly between the trees. Subaru tilted his head a little, wondering to himself how many opponents he had already taken down. The chat answered almost instantly, telling him the number was 98 kills. Subaru raised an eyebrow at that, then slowly glanced across the area around him. The forest around Subaru felt much emptier than before. The number of players had clearly dropped, and he could sense that the preliminaries were approaching their final stage. And yet, as usual, his greed started to stir. Suddenly, 200 credits per head did not sound nearly as impressive. Even after taking down 98 people, he still would not quite reach 20,000 credits. Subaru clicked his tongue softly, showing just a bit of dissatisfaction. Then a sharp idea flashed through his eyes, and a dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. If the remaining players were not going to come to him willingly, then he would simply force them to. With that decision made, Subaru prepared to reveal his own location and lure more enemies in so he could raise his kill count even higher. The chat immediately exploded in disbelief. Everywhere else in the arena, players were desperately trying to hide, holding back their presence, and silently praying they could survive until the final moments of the preliminaries. But Narukami Subaru was doing the complete opposite. Without the slightest hesitation, he openly drew attention to himself. Viewers called him insane, reckless, and practically suicidal, but not one of them could look away. Subaru lifted his demonic sword, and thunder answered his call. Black and yellow lightning wrapped around the blade as his thunder skill activated, roaring like a living beast. With a single swing, Subaru brought the demonic sword sweeping forward. Trees split apart cleanly in a perfectly straight line, falling one after another as though the forest itself had been sliced open. The shockwave ripped through the trees with brutal force, shaking the ground beneath it as the impact tore across everything in its path. That one attack was powerful enough to shake the entire arena. There was no hiding it, and no participant inside the battlefield could pretend they had not felt the force of it. On the far side of the battlefield, Omar Snyder sensed the surge of power almost immediately. That burst of energy struck Snyder's awareness like a bright signal cutting through the darkness. He did not need even a moment to wonder who it belonged to. There was only one person who could release power like that: Narukami Subaru. Around Snyder's feet lay the bodies of those who had tried to outsmart him. Fools who believed numbers and cheap tricks could somehow close the gap between them and true strength. The last fool who had tried to ambush Snyder finally collapsed as Snyder drove his spear straight through the man's chest. As the body dropped, Snyder's eyes lit up with a sharp blue glow. Dense killing intent poured out of him without restraint, and rage surged through his body as the realization hit him. He had finally found Subaru. But then Snyder suddenly froze. Standing directly in front of him, as if he had appeared there from the beginning, was Narukami Subaru himself. The air between them crackled violently, because Subaru had tracked Snyder's energy just as easily. With a calm grin on his face, Subaru spoke first, telling Snyder that it looked like he had found Snyder before Snyder had found him. The chat instantly went wild, messages flooding the screen as viewers became completely convinced that Subaru was about to crush Snyder and walk away with an easy 10,000 credits. To the viewers, Subaru's victory already seemed guaranteed. But Subaru knew reality was not that simple, and Snyder understood the same thing just as clearly. Both men could feel it in the air between them. The pressure hanging between Subaru and Snyder was crushingly heavy, and the weight of each other's presence pressed down like an approaching storm. They were standing on the same level. A single mistake could mean death, and neither of them could afford to underestimate the other. Then Snyder laughed, sounding genuinely pleased. There was no longer any reason to delay the inevitable. In the middle of that green-lit forest, Narukami Subaru and Omar Snyder stood face to face, their killing intent crashing against each other like violent storms as their duel prepared to begin. But even as the tension between them climbed to its absolute peak, the timer continued ticking down without stopping. Only 102 survivors remained. Subaru understood the rules perfectly. Once the preliminaries ended, only 1,000 participants would still be standing. That was exactly why he had no intention of letting this fight drag on any longer than necessary. He needed to end it quickly. Unfortunately, Omar Snyder refused to give Subaru even the smallest opening. One spear thrust after another shot straight toward Subaru's face with merciless precision. There was no warning, no hesitation, and no softness in the attacks, only a relentless barrage meant to kill. Each time, Subaru barely slipped away at the final instant, avoiding death by margins so narrow they seemed almost impossible. Even then, cold sweat began spreading across Subaru's body when he saw what happened behind him. Every spear strike that missed tore through the trees in its path, smashing thick trunks into broken debris. The destructive force was terrifying, and Subaru instantly understood that if even one of those attacks landed, it would be fatal. Snyder, on the other hand, still had room to breathe. With enough participants left alive to keep the preliminaries from ending immediately, time was on his side. As the seconds passed, Subaru continued watching Snyder's movements with razor-sharp focus. That was when Subaru realized something important. These spear strikes were not activated skills at all. They were pure technique, polished to a frightening level through experience. There was no flashy energy, no obvious signal, and no easy warning. If Subaru looked away from the tip of the spear for even a single instant, he would die. Once again, Snyder started spinning his spear. The weapon rotated so fast that it resembled the blades of a helicopter, tearing through the surrounding air with a deafening roar. Subaru immediately sensed that something was wrong. The spear was reaching farther than it should have been able to reach, and the pressure of the air alone surged outward with violent force, slamming into his body and almost knocking him off balance. Subaru braced himself, lowered his stance, and protected his core, barely stabilizing his body before another slash came flying toward him. Without a moment of hesitation, Subaru activated the demon blade and poured his stamina into it. Power surged through his body all at once, and his strength rose directly in proportion to the stamina being consumed. At the same time, Subaru activated Greed Scale Level 4, using it to suppress the demon blade's secondary effects before they could rip his body apart from within. Even with that boost strengthening him, Subaru only barely managed to counter the attack, deflecting the slash just enough to send it tearing off in another direction. He seized that tiny opening and leapt forward to strike. But the moment he moved, he realized Snyder had already read him 2 steps ahead. Snyder's spear was already in motion, driving straight toward Subaru's chest with unmistakable, lethal intent. But Subaru refused to retreat. At the final possible moment, he twisted his body sideways and launched a spinning kick aimed directly at Snyder's face. Snyder blocked Subaru's kick with effortless control, handling the impact as if he had expected it from the start. In the same breath, he struck back with a vicious slash, trying to overwhelm Subaru completely. Even under that pressure, Subaru forced himself to stay planted and hold his ground. Subaru steadied his posture and met Snyder's spear head-on with his demonic sword. Steel screamed against steel as Subaru pushed forward, answering one attack after another. Every collision sent violent shockwaves through his arms, and his stamina began draining away at a terrifying speed. At last, after enduring one especially vicious exchange, Subaru finally caught the timing he had been waiting for. He gathered his strength into one decisive blow and drove it forward, forcing Snyder to take a step back and, for the first time, breaking the rhythm of that relentless spear assault. For the first time since their duel had begun, Subaru managed to steal even the smallest breath of space. But when he looked across from him, Snyder was still standing there with complete composure. His breathing was steady, his face calm, and there was not even the slightest sign that the fight had worn him down. Snyder tilted his head just a little, a faint trace of confusion flickering through his eyes. The thing he could not understand was simple. Why had Subaru still not used his thunder skill? After watching Subaru move and fight for this long, Snyder was already convinced. Subaru definitely had that power. There was no mistaking the presence of thunder within him. Unable to keep that question to himself any longer, Snyder finally asked Subaru directly. Subaru took in a deep breath, using that brief pause to steady his body and cool his thoughts, before answering in an even voice that using thunder during the preliminaries would only be a waste. After all, Subaru said, this match was already about to end. If the preliminaries were closing out soon anyway, then there was no reason for him to spend such an important card here. Those words struck Snyder's pride with the sharpness of a blade. Snyder glanced across the battlefield and saw the survivor count sitting at only 1,007. Hearing Subaru casually imply that using thunder against him would be a waste made his teeth grind together, rage tightening every line of his face. Snyder's eyes bulged with anger, almost as if they were about to burst from their sockets. He could not tell whether Subaru was intentionally stalling until the timer ran out, or whether he truly did not consider Snyder worth taking seriously, and that uncertainty only poured more fuel onto his fury. Without saying another word, Subaru and Snyder launched themselves at each other again, their weapons crashing together as the duel reignited in an instant. But this time, Subaru read the incoming attack perfectly. He caught the line of Snyder's spear and deflected it cleanly, and the moment their weapons collided, Subaru immediately felt the difference. The strike was clean, precise, and almost flawless. Behind his mask, Subaru let out a quiet laugh to himself. What was wrong with this guy? Was Snyder seriously throwing everything he had into a fight during the preliminaries? Snyder, meanwhile, was burning with rage, his attacks carrying the heat of his wounded pride. But no matter how fierce their clash became, the survivor count in the background continued falling without mercy. One participant after another was eliminated from the battlefield, and at last the number dropped to exactly 1,000. That precise count marked the official end of the preliminaries. The moment the announcement echoed across the battlefield, every fight was forcibly brought to a halt. Snyder and Subaru both stopped where they were and stepped back, each of them suppressing their battle instincts as the system intervened between them. Snyder broke into a smile and told Subaru to be prepared the next time they crossed paths. Subaru, however, felt a faint bitterness settle in his chest as he watched the fight end before either of them could finish it. He had been so close now. The chance to claim those 10,000 credits would have to wait a little longer. As though responding to that very thought, a system notification appeared and informed every remaining player that they were being transferred to the waiting room. The scenery around Subaru shifted in an instant. The waiting room was a vast virtual space, filled with floating windows and glowing notifications drifting through the air like suspended screens. As Subaru looked around, several messages appeared in front of him, announcing that all players had been given a 30-minute break before the next round began. Only then did Subaru finally take a proper look at his own condition. His hands were trembling. The realization settled heavily in his chest. Snyder had pushed him right to the edge. That fight had been far more dangerous than Subaru wanted to admit, and if it had continued even a little longer, the outcome might have changed completely. That was when Subaru remembered something important. He was still live streaming. When he opened the chat, countless messages were already racing across the screen. Many viewers were frustrated that the time limit had cut the battle short, but when Subaru checked the viewer count, his eyes widened slightly. There were now 11,000 people watching. Subaru clearly remembered what Hatsuka had told him before. 10,000 viewers was called the streamer's wall. Once a streamer broke through that number, they could finally be considered someone capable of surviving in the industry. And now, more than 11,000 viewers were continuously watching him. Subaru smiled to himself. For the first time, he felt as though he had truly captured real attention as a streamer. Even his dangerous clash with Snyder had turned into something positive, but now that he had properly experienced Snyder's strength, one question refused to leave his mind. How could someone as powerful as Snyder still have failed to clear the Cave of Thunder? The focus shifted again, moving away from the waiting room and arriving at the hidden base of Blue Eyes. Inside the secret hideout, one of Rina's companions was clearly beginning to lose patience. He leaned back with irritation all over his face, his boredom gradually eating away at whatever motivation he still had left. He could not help wondering what he was even doing with his life anymore. Every single day seemed to repeat the same dull pattern: training, eating, and then watching Narukami Subaru's live stream. And yet, no matter how much he complained, he still could not bring himself to stop watching. From what he could see, Omar Snyder currently had the advantage, and that much was undeniable. Still, something about the situation did not sit right with him. Why was someone like Snyder still stuck on the third floor? More than anyone else, Snyder should have understood that the lower the floor, the harder it became to overcome the gap between levels. At the same time, the man also understood something important about Subaru. If there was one thing Subaru clearly had more of than Snyder, it was thunder. And if Subaru truly possessed talent on the same level as Snyder, then the moment Subaru completely mastered that thunder skill, the balance between them would collapse. That one power could have been enough for Subaru to reverse the entire fight. But from what Rina's companion had just watched, that was obviously not the case. He had observed the battle carefully from beginning to end. Subaru had not been casually holding back. He had been struggling. In a direct confrontation, Omar Snyder had driven him all the way to his limit. The focus returned to Subaru just as a flood of mission complete notifications appeared before his eyes, popping up one after another, each accompanied by the satisfying sound of credits being transferred. In total, Subaru received roughly 20,000 credits as gifts. Like a greedy man afraid his fortune might disappear if he hesitated, he immediately began pressing accept on every single reward. He had no shame about it at all. If wealthy viewers wanted to hand him credits, Subaru would happily take them while still feeling genuinely grateful. Once the reward notification settled and his balance finally stabilized, Subaru made his decision. He spent 80,000 credits to upgrade the greed skill to level 5, leaving himself with only 16,000 credits remaining. The skill ranked up and its effect became much clearer than before. It could now suppress the self-inflicted drawbacks caused by skills or items Subaru used, with the strength of that suppression depending on the skill's rank and level. The next enhancement would require 160,000 credits. Subaru slowly exhaled, thinking that maybe now, this skill was finally starting to become worth using. Meanwhile, the audience began to grow restless. On the screen, Subaru had fallen completely silent. He was not commenting, not moving, and not reacting at all. Viewers started wondering what kind of strategy he was planning, and their curiosity only became stronger with every passing second. The focus shifted once more. The green arena still glowed faintly under the artificial lights, but now night had fallen over the transformed battlefield. Mizuhara stood quietly, her eyes fixed on Soya's shoes. A frown slowly formed on her face as she wondered whether it was really true that a thief was planning to steal them. Mizuhara swallowed, and the unease inside her became harder and harder to hide. She wondered aloud whether this had something to do with Narukami Subaru. Kurokawa, calm as ever, corrected her immediately. Kurokawa said the matter was not only connected to Subaru, it involved both Subaru and Snyder. But even that, he added, was not the most serious part of the problem. Before Mizuhara could ask anything more or press him for details, the focus shifted yet again. This time, the scene returned to Hatsuka and Rina. Rina was visibly shocked, her attention locked firmly on Hatsuka.
Why was such an overwhelmingly powerful woman sitting in a place like this? The contradiction bothered Rina deeply, sharpening her senses and making her more guarded with each passing second.
Hatsuka sensed the tension forming between them and understood that she needed to respond with care. Slowly, she reached up and began removing her mask. In that instant, Rina's expression changed completely. She straightened slightly, trying to regain control of the situation, and introduced herself under the name Tommy. Tommy explained that being called Miss felt a little embarrassing to her. Hatsuka's cheeks colored faintly in response, but even with that soft blush, her gaze remained steady, sharp, and difficult to read. Then Hatsuka pointed out something far more important, something completely abnormal. Aura was leaking from Tommy's body, and just from sensing that alone, Hatsuka could tell the truth. This woman had trained for a very long time. Hatsuka's eyes grew even sharper as she immediately noticed another detail. Tommy's face had been created through a disguise technique. Rina was stunned. How had Hatsuka seen through the disguise so easily? Irritation crept into her expression as she began questioning who Hatsuka really was, and while Rina subtly tested just how much Hatsuka could perceive, a chilling realization suddenly struck her. In that instant, Rina understood that her disguise had been completely exposed. For one cold moment, a dangerous thought passed through her mind. Had Hatsuka been sent by Kiyo Itsuki to assassinate her? But Hatsuka's posture was too relaxed, too natural, and far too open for someone hiding murderous intent. Instead, she simply smiled at Rina, as if she had already seen through everything, and calmly said that Rina must have her own reasons for staying hidden. After all, Hatsuka continued, the stronger someone became, the more secrets they usually had buried beneath the surface. But she did not let the conversation stay vague for long. With that same unreadable smile still on her face, she revealed the real question she wanted answered. Had Rina come all this way to interfere with the tournament? The moment those words reached Rina, the look in her eyes changed completely. Even while keeping her disguise firmly in place, she silently wondered what Hatsuka would do if her answer turned out to be yes. But the instant Rina responded, something inside Hatsuka seemed to snap. Hatsuka's calm expression twisted into something deeply unsettling. Her smile stretched wider than before, almost unnaturally so, as she declared that if Rina had really come here to cause trouble, then Hatsuka would stop her no matter what it took. In that same instant, violent red energy erupted from every part of Hatsuka's body, surging outward like a raging storm and flooding the area with pure killing intent. The pressure was so intense that even the air around them seemed to shake. At that exact moment, the focus shifted back to Narukami Subaru, before anyone could make another move. A bright system window suddenly appeared in front of every participant's eyes. The break was over. The second those words flashed across the system window, the entire space surrounding the participants began to change again. The world around them warped, bent, and reshaped itself, as if the arena was being rebuilt from nothing right beneath their feet. Then, before anyone had even a moment to adjust, another system window opened immediately afterward. The finals were beginning. The instant that announcement appeared, startled voices burst out from every direction at once. What the hell? We were right next to each other the whole time? I couldn't hear a single thing. Confusion quickly spread among the participants, but before they could properly understand what had just happened, a massive arena completed its formation in front of them. This enormous battlefield was now the stage for the next match, and as everyone stared ahead, a huge system window opened before their eyes. The final round would be decided through a territory capture format. At first glance, the rules sounded simple enough: capture the enemy's territory. All the participants fell silent as they stared at the glowing words suspended in the air. At the same time, the host's voice echoed clearly across the entire arena, beginning the explanation of the rules. So, what exactly did territory capture mean? Once the match started, every player would be assigned their own territory. Only 2 people at most could enter a single territory at the same time. From there, each player would have to protect what belonged to them, steal from others, and hold their ground while taking over the territories of rival players. If a player defeated the opponent inside a territory, that territory would immediately transfer to the victor. And once the time limit finally ran out, the winner would be the player who controlled the greatest number of territories. As the explanation reached its conclusion, the host's voice sharpened with anticipation. So who would become the new owner of Teleria? That answer would be decided in 2 hours. The moment those words rang across the arena, the ground beneath everyone suddenly shuddered, then locked firmly into place, as if the battlefield itself had accepted the start of the fight. Then the host's voice rang out one final time, loud and clear enough to cut through the tension covering the entire battlefield. The finals had officially begun. The view pulled far back, revealing just how massive the arena truly was. A vast battlefield stretched in every direction, filled with 1,000 players preparing to clash in the final match. And among that sea of competitors, one figure stood out immediately, Narukami Subaru. As Narukami Subaru surveyed the battlefield, his expression stayed calm and almost calculating. Just as he had expected, no one was rushing to make the first move. If someone started fighting right away, they would only be able to claim a single tile at most. But the longer the match continued, the more valuable each victory would become. Later on, defeating just one player could mean taking over far more territory in a single move. Waiting before acting was the obvious choice, the standard strategy everyone could understand. And then, in one explosive burst, several players were defeated almost instantly, collapsing one after another before they even had time to understand what was happening. A lone figure tore across the battlefield, cutting through everyone in his path with overwhelming momentum. That figure was none other than Narukami Subaru. By the time the dust settled, Narukami Subaru had already taken control of multiple territories. Standing proudly in the middle of the ground he had just conquered, Subaru wore a sharp grin and spoke as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. He would have liked to say he was following the standard strategy, but in truth, he was earning 300 credits per person. At the same time, on the opposite side of the arena, the focus shifted to Schneider. With his long spear gripped in his hand, Schneider advanced without slowing down for even a single second. He captured one territory after another through sheer overwhelming force. To Schneider, the players gathered in this arena were barely obstacles worth noticing. Anyone unlucky enough to step into his path was eliminated almost immediately. Just watching Schneider move forward was enough to terrify many of the nearby participants. Fear spread ahead of him across the battlefield before he even reached them, as if his presence alone was enough to crush their will to fight. One man stared at Schneider with his whole body trembling and shouted desperately, begging him to wait, because he had not even done anything yet. But before the man could even finish speaking, Schneider struck without the slightest hesitation, and ended him on the spot. Then the view shifted behind Schneider, revealing the brutal path he had already carved across the battlefield. The ground behind him was littered with countless bodies, while blood was splattered in every direction, staining the battlefield wherever he had passed. Standing at the center of that carnage, Schneider remained completely still. A terrifying aura poured out from him, pressing down on everyone nearby like an invisible weight they could not escape. Suddenly, Schneider noticed movement coming from another direction. A body collapsed to the ground, dropping lifelessly into view. At the same time, the paths being carved through the arena by Schneider and Narukami Subaru became unmistakably clear. The two of them stood far apart from each other, yet their eyes locked across the distance. Their gazes collided with the sharp intensity of drawn blades. Between them, the players still occupying the remaining territories kept fighting desperately, completely unaware of the dangerous tension building above their heads. Narukami Subaru held Schneider's gaze for a brief moment. Then, without warning, he changed direction entirely, choosing a different path and heading straight into another fight instead of confronting Schneider directly. The instant Schneider saw Subaru turn away, rage twisted across his face. His killing intent surged even higher as he shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why Subaru was going that way and whether he was trying to run from him. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru continued forward as calmly as ever, not looking shaken in the slightest. Then a flood of comments suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Some viewers teased him, asking what was wrong and whether he wanted to talk things out, while others yelled at him to just fight Schneider already. Without stopping his advance, Subaru answered in the most casual tone possible. Not right now, he still had credits to farm. More comments poured in immediately after that. Viewers called him unbelievable, while others joked that he was farming aura instead of just territory. Then the focus shifted once again. Blood dripped steadily from the edge of Narukami Subaru's sword. He had already cut down many opponents, and now another territory had just fallen under his control. As Subaru stood there, his face remained calm, but his thoughts were sharp and focused. He silently realized that the overall level of Floor 3 was much lower than he had expected. He had not imagined the gap between himself and Schneider would feel this enormous. Then, without warning, A system window opened directly in front of Narukami Subaru. Player Donchao had entered his territory. There were now 2 players inside the area, which meant Subaru was no longer allowed to move to another territory. Before Subaru could react any further, a man stepped straight into his territory and blocked his path. The man gripped his weapon tightly, keeping everyone else at a distance as he advanced with careful, measured steps. His eyes stayed fixed on Subaru as he confirmed the name in front of him, Narukami Subaru. Almost immediately, comments began flooding through Subaru's stream again. The viewers recognized him right away. Wasn't that Donchao from the Blue Zone? Some even remembered that he was supposed to be one of Schneider's subordinates. Donchao let out a slow breath, tension creeping into his voice as he said his captain would probably yell at him for beating Subaru here. Narukami Subaru looked straight back at him and calmly replied with only one thing: Blue Zone. At the same time, Subaru raised his sword and pointed it forward. His stance alone made it perfectly clear that he was ready to fight. But Donchao gave him no time to settle in. Tightening his grip around his weapon, he suddenly charged forward and shouted an apology to his captain in advance. In the very next instant, Donchao thrust his long spear straight toward Subaru. At the last possible moment, Subaru slipped out of the attack's path. He moved backward just enough to avoid the spearhead, narrowly dodging the deadly point as it cut through the air right in front of him. Donchao burst into loud laughter and immediately followed up with another attack, throwing himself forward again with frightening speed. Once again, Subaru dodged the strike, but this time his movement changed. As Donchao's spear swept past him, Subaru swung his sword and struck directly against the weapon. A sharp metallic sound rang through the air as his demonic blade carved through it in one clean slash. Donchao's weapon was sliced cleanly in half. For a split second, he could only stare at it, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. He could barely process what had just happened. The weapon he had been holding so firmly only moments ago had been split perfectly into 2 pieces. The broken halves of the weapon dropped to the ground, and Donchao collapsed along with them. Before he could even attempt to move again, Narukami Subaru stepped forward and placed the edge of his demonic sword against Donchao's throat, the cold blade pressing firmly against his skin. Subaru slid the upper edge of his blade tighter against Donchao's neck, and in the next breath he drove the sword downward with merciless force. The strike went clean through Donchao's body in a single brutal motion, sending blood spraying across the ground beneath them. Yet even with that violent scene unfolding right in front of him, Subaru's expression barely shifted. In a calm, almost offhand tone, he simply said he was taking back what he had just said. Captain, that one word seemed to hang heavily over the battlefield, almost swallowed by the silence that followed. And the final image was impossible to ignore, blood spreading across the ground in every direction, Donchao's blood staining the territory beneath Subaru's feet. After that short, one-sided fight finally ended, and the splattered blood settled into the dirt, Narukami Subaru lowered his gaze toward Donchao with a faint frown. He looked more confused than angry, as if he still could not figure out what had been going through the man's head. Then, under his breath, he muttered about what was wrong with that guy, and almost the moment the words left his mouth, the stream chat exploded. The viewers all reacted at once to the overwhelming battle they had just watched unfold. Some of them immediately started jokingly calling Donchao a one-slash-swordsman, as if being defeated in a single exchange had somehow earned him a ridiculous new title. Other viewers were much crueler about it, saying Donchao did not even qualify for a proper swordsman tier and was nothing more than trash. But before Subaru could fully move on from the territory, another system window suddenly flashed in front of him. Player Schneider had entered his territory. The instant that notification appeared, the entire stream chat lit up with excitement. The audience understood right away what that announcement meant. After all the waiting, all the tension, and all the back-and-forth movement around the battlefield, the fight everyone had been expecting was finally about to begin for real. Then, without warning, a furious voice roared out from behind Subaru, thick with rage and an almost murderous pressure. Schneider shouted Subaru's name with enough force to shake the air, and Narukami Subaru immediately turned toward the source of that voice. There stood Schneider himself, already gripping his spear tightly. His body was lowered into a battle-ready stance, his posture tense and forward-leaning, as if he was prepared to launch himself into an attack without wasting even a single breath. The instant Schneider lunged, his voice dropped into a cold, dangerous tone as he said he had finally caught Subaru. The attack came in so fast that Subaru was clearly caught off guard, but even with that split-second disadvantage, he still managed to raise his demonic blade in time, catching the spear before it could tear through him. Their weapons smashed together with terrifying force, and the collision erupted across the territory like a violent shockwave. The ground under their feet shook hard, almost as if the battlefield itself had just taken the full impact of the blow. A massive surge of energy burst out from both fighters at the same time, pouring wildly from their bodies and weapons. The pressure around them grew so dense and suffocating that anyone standing nearby would have felt like the air itself had been crushed out of their lungs. Schneider did not allow Subaru even the smallest chance to steady himself. He pushed forward with relentless spear attacks, each one landing with a crushing weight and power far beyond anything Subaru had dealt with in the tournament up to that point. As Schneider kept driving his spear forward, refusing to ease up for even a moment, his anger finally boiled over completely. With his face twisted by fury, he roared at Subaru with everything he had. He yelled for Subaru to hurry up and use thunder, warning him that if he kept refusing, the next attack would kill him. The battle only grew fiercer from there. Their weapons slammed together again and again, throwing off sparks and bursts of raw energy with every collision. But little by little, the momentum started to tilt, and Narukami Subaru was pushed backward under Schneider's overwhelming strength. Step by step, Subaru's feet scraped and slid across the ground as Schneider forced him farther away. Schneider kept pressing in without hesitation, never giving Subaru enough space to recover his stance or regain control of the clash.
Then, right in the middle of their clash, Subaru suddenly crossed over the boundary line. At the very last possible moment, he retreated straight into another territory, slipping out of the fight just before Schneider could keep pressing him down. Narukami Subaru slowly pulled his sword back toward himself, suppressing the killing intent that had begun to rise around him.
When Schneider saw Subaru draw away from the fight, he let out a sharp, mocking scoff, his face twisted with clear irritation as he asked whether Subaru was planning to run again. But Narukami Subaru did not answer him immediately. Instead, Subaru tightened his grip around his weapon and planted himself firmly in place. When he finally spoke, his voice came out cold and steady, carrying no hesitation at all. Running was something only the weak did. And the moment Schneider realized what Subaru was holding, his eyes widened in disbelief. Subaru was shaping elemental power directly into the form of a weapon. Even the viewers could barely process what they were seeing, wondering if something like that was actually possible. Narukami Subaru began walking towards Schneider one measured step at a time. With every step, the black thunder spear in his hand crackled louder, black lightning snapping and twisting violently through the air around it. Subaru stopped just in front of him, then asked in a calm, controlled voice whether this still looked like running. Schneider swallowed hard, and for the first time the confidence in his face visibly wavered. He answered honestly, admitting that it did not. Subaru gave only the faintest nod, as though that reply was enough, before telling Schneider that he had one more question. Now that Schneider was standing face to face with that terrifying thunder power, Subaru asked whether he would be the one to run away instead. And in that moment, even Schneider could feel fear slowly beginning to crawl into his chest. Sweat slid down Schneider's face as Subaru's overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. But even with fear tightening around him, his eyes did not go dull. Instead, they burned with a stubborn, unshakable determination. Schneider thought to himself that if he could break through this power, then this time he might finally be able to surpass it. At that very moment, a smile slowly spread across his face, and with that smile a memory from the past began rising in his mind. The scene shifted into that memory. Schneider was standing beside his subordinate, Don Chow. Don Chow hesitated for a brief moment, looking as though he was carefully weighing his words before asking if he could say something that might sound a little rude. Schneider glanced over at him and answered in a casual tone. Schneider told him that asking permission like that was already rude. Don Chow scratched his head awkwardly. But even so, he continued, he said he had always wondered why Schneider was so fixated on the Cave of Thunder. With Schneider's strength, he should have been able to reach floor 5, or maybe even floor 6, without much difficulty. Schneider responded with a short laugh.
Schneider said that who could really know the answer to something like that? Men like him, the kind who became too obsessed with one single thing, usually ended up forgetting the reason they started chasing it in the first place. As he finished speaking, the smile on his face faded just slightly.
Don Chow stared at him with open disbelief, clearly not satisfied by that answer at all, and asked what that was supposed to mean. Schneider's expression then turned more serious, and he explained that at its best, that kind of fixation could be called conviction. But at its worst, it was nothing more than obsession. Schneider paused for a moment before continuing in a firmer voice. Still, there was one thing he could say with certainty. Whether he overcame it or failed in the end, the result would change the course of his entire life. His gaze sharpened as he said that was exactly why he could never allow himself to give up. The memory slowly faded out, and the scene returned to the present battlefield. Schneider stared directly at Narukami Subaru, his voice now frighteningly calm, and said that Subaru might become his second obsession. As those words left his mouth, Schneider began spinning his spear at terrifying speed, the weapon blurring in his hands. The air around Schneider seemed to scream as violent energy gathered and churned around his body. In the next instant, he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, and then Schneider vanished from where he stood, completely wrapped in his raging aura and overflowing power. Schneider reappeared like a streak of motion, charging straight toward Narukami Subaru with unbelievable speed. Subaru stepped forward to meet him head-on, his expression unwavering, and spoke without the slightest hesitation. To acknowledge Schneider's 10 long years of grinding, Subaru declared that he would not hold anything back. In the very next moment, Subaru's speed erupted to an entirely different level. His figure disappeared from where he had been standing, and he launched himself straight toward Schneider. The Black Thunder Spear in Subaru's hand released a terrifying surge of power. Black lightning screamed through the air around him, twisting violently as if the weapon itself was tearing through the atmosphere. At the same time, Schneider charged forward at full speed, pouring every bit of his own power into the attack without holding anything back. Then their weapons crashed into each other head-on. The impact unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, blasting outward like a massive shockwave that tore across the battlefield. This time, neither Schneider nor Narukami Subaru restrained themselves even slightly. Both of them poured every ounce of strength they had into that one strike, each one determined to crush through the other's power. The sheer force of their clash ripped the ground apart around them. Cracks spread violently through the battlefield, the terrain twisted under the pressure, and chunks of earth were thrown upward as their energies slammed against each other. It felt as though the arena itself could no longer endure the storm of power flooding through it. And then, a massive explosion erupted. Thunder roared endlessly as blinding energy surged out in every direction. Dust, lightning, and raw force filled the air until the entire battlefield vanished from sight. For a brief moment, nothing could be seen at all. Only raging thunder, violent energy, and swirling debris swallowing everything around them. Then the focus shifted away from the battlefield and returned to Rina and Hatsuka, where the two of them stood facing each other in silence, staring each other down. Rina kept her eyes fixed on Hatsuka, still trying to figure out what kind of person she really was. Then, all of a sudden, Hatsuka spoke up, her expression calm but firm. Hatsuka said it was because she was Narukami Subaru's manager. The moment Rina heard those words, she froze in complete shock, her eyes widening with pure disbelief. Hatsuka gave a small smile and continued, speaking as if the answer should have been obvious from the start. Hatsuka explained that if the tournament ended up getting wrecked, Narukami Subaru's stream would take a serious hit as well. And because of that, there was no way she could simply stand back and allow it to happen. Rina stared at her with a childish, over-the-top look of shock on her face. Still struggling to accept what she had just heard, Rina blurted out in disbelief, asking if Hatsuka was seriously his manager. To her, the idea sounded so unbelievable that she could barely process it. Hatsuka answered immediately, confirming that it was true. Her voice carried both frustration and a strange sense of pride as she complained that getting the position had been an absolute nightmare and that she had to push her way past all those blind idiots who opposed her. After hearing that, Rina became even more amazed. Her shock quickly shifted into admiration, and she looked at Hatsuka with sparkling eyes, saying that it was incredible and that she had been watching Narukami Subaru's streams like crazy ever since the Wolf Warrior fight. Hatsuka froze for a second after hearing that, then leaned forward in surprise, asking if Rina was an old-school fan and whether that meant she had originally been a Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru fan too. The two of them were still swept up in their excited conversation when, without warning, a massive explosion suddenly appeared on the screen in front of them. The whole screen shook violently under the force of the impact, trembling as if the battlefield itself had just been struck by something impossible to withstand. It was the same overwhelming blast that had rattled everything only moments before, a devastating wave of power strong enough to engulf anything caught in its path. That terrifying explosion had come from Narukami Subaru and Schneider's final attacks smashing directly into each other. The collision was so intense that the entire screen became swallowed by a blinding white glare and rolling clouds of smoke, making it impossible to see what had happened on the battlefield. After seeing that enormous blast erupt before their eyes, Rina and Hatsuka were both frozen in place, completely stunned by what had just unfolded. For a short while, neither Rina nor Hatsuka could even force a single word out. Their gazes stayed locked on the screen, and the stunned expressions on their faces showed that even they had never imagined the battle would reach such a terrifying level. At the same time, uneasiness began spreading across Hatsuka's face. Her heartbeat quickened as anxious thoughts rushed through her one after another. What was supposed to happen now? The situation had become too chaotic for her to understand, and it felt like everything had slipped completely beyond anyone's control. Finally, with her voice shaking, she whispered that there was no way this could really be happening. Just then, the scene shifted back toward the battlefield. The heavy curtain of dust and smoke slowly started to fade, little by little revealing the aftermath left behind by the terrifying clash between the two fighters. Through the thinning haze, Narukami Subaru and Schneider gradually appeared again. At first, it almost looked as though that monstrous attack had somehow failed to injure either of them. Wild energy still crackled through the air around their bodies, twisting the atmosphere into something heavy and unreal. But as the smoke continued to clear, the real result finally came into view.
Blood poured from Schneider's mouth, and half of his body had been completely blown away by the impact.
That one horrifying sight made it painfully clear just how absurdly powerful Narukami Subaru's final attack had truly been. Across from him, standing right in front of Narukami Subaru, Schneider finally lost the last remaining strength that had been keeping him on his feet. Schneider's body could not hold out any longer. First, he dropped heavily to his knees, and then he fell forward onto the broken ground. Yet even after releasing such a devastating attack, Narukami Subaru remained standing there without a single visible wound on him. The instant Narukami Subaru was announced as the winner, brilliant fireworks exploded across the sky above the arena. In the very next moment, the entire stadium erupted into a storm of excitement. Narukami Subaru's fans, along with many people who had not even been cheering for him before, were instantly swept up in the emotion of the moment. Roars of celebration shook the arena as the crowd screamed his name with everything they had, celebrating the unbelievable victory they had just witnessed. Hatsuka looked thrilled as well. A bright, relieved smile spread across her face, and she turned toward Rina as if she wanted to share that joy with her. But the second Hatsuka noticed Rina's expression. She realized something was not right. Rina was not smiling like everyone else. While the arena around her overflowed with celebration, she simply stood there with a distant and complicated look on her face, as though this victory had placed a heavy burden on her heart instead of filling her with happiness. Deep down, Rina could only stare in disbelief, unable to accept that this was really happening. In the end, the one who would receive the grand prize was Narukami Subaru. At that moment, the focus shifted back to the host, who stepped onto the stage once again and raised her voice for the next announcement. The host declared it once more so that everyone could hear it clearly. The glorious champion of the tournament was Narukami Subaru. As his name echoed through the arena again, the crowd grew even louder, and word of Narukami Subaru's victory began spreading everywhere at once. The excitement surged outward like wildfire, sweeping through everyone who heard the news. Narukami Subaru himself had now arrived inside the arena, and right after that, the host continued speaking with even greater enthusiasm. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for. Now that the tournament had finally been decided, the grand prize was brought forward at last. With pride in her voice, the host introduced the legendary shoes that had drawn everyone's attention from the very beginning. The prize everyone had been waiting to see was finally about to be handed over to the winner. And after watching everything unfold up to this point, Rina suddenly seemed to make up her mind. Without saying anything to anyone, Rina quickly left the arena, flying away from the scene and heading somewhere completely different. It was almost as if Rina could no longer stand to remain there and keep watching. Hatsuka turned her eyes toward Rina with clear concern, unsettled by how suddenly she had left. She could not understand why Rina would walk away at a moment like this, and a faint look of uneasiness appeared on her face. At the same time, the grand prize was finally placed directly into Narukami Subaru's hands. As Narukami Subaru lowered his eyes and looked down at the shoes, old memories began rising from deep within him all at once. 20 years had already passed. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his vision seemed to blur, and Narukami Subaru was pulled back into the memories of the past. Inside that memory, a boy was yelling furiously in a room, having completely lost control of his temper. He snapped at everyone around him, demanding to know why anyone had touched his shoes when he had clearly told them not to. He kept demanding to know who had worn them, ordering the person responsible to admit it right away. His anger was impossible to miss as he shouted towards someone off-screen, unable to hold himself back any longer. Just then, a guy came walking up from behind him, speaking in a casual tone as if nothing serious had happened at all. He asked what was wrong with Toshiya, teasing him for blowing up again and calling him cranky, before casually adding that the meal had really hit the spot. He even said he was completely full, and in that very moment, one shocking detail became impossible to ignore. On that guy's feet were the exact same shoes that had now become the grand prize. The instant the boy noticed them, his anger exploded beyond control. The boy shouted in disbelief that those were his shoes. Then, without hesitating for even a second, he charged forward in a rage and attacked the guy head-on. As he struck him, he yelled that he had warned him countless times not to wear them because they would lose their shape, and the way he kicked was incredibly strange, sharp, fierce, and unusual enough to stand out immediately. With those powerful kicks, he completely demolished the guy in front of him. Nearby, the old Blue Zone team sat there watching the entire mess unfold. witnessing the chaos as it happened right before their eyes. Then the memory began to fade away, and the scene returned to the present. Narukami Subaru was once again standing in the arena, holding the shoes in his hands. Around him, excited voices started chiming in, joking that the broke Narukami Subaru was finally turning into an item carry player. Other people immediately added that those shoes had to be worth an unbelievable amount if they were resold. Just then, the host turned her attention back to Narukami Subaru and began speaking to him again. But before the host could continue, Narukami Subaru spoke first and made his position perfectly clear. He was not selling them. The host blinked in surprise, then explained that the viewers were saying the shoes would likely sell for an incredibly high price if he chose to put them up. The host added with excitement that the price could reach several 100,000 credits, maybe even close to 1 million. But Narukami Subaru answered in a calm, firm voice that no matter how much the shoes were worth, he had absolutely no intention of selling them. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out across the arena, shouting for Subaru to sell the shoes to him. The person told Subaru to name any price he wanted, promising that he would pay it no matter how high it was, and if Subaru preferred items instead, he claimed he had even better treasures stored away in his warehouse. Another voice jumped in almost immediately after that, offering 2 million credits without even pausing to think. From there, the offers began rising even faster. Someone pushed the price to 2.1 million credits, another raised it to 2.5 million, along with extra items, and then the numbers shot up to 3 million, then 4 million. Bids came flying in from every direction as the crowd grew increasingly desperate to get their hands on the prize. Narukami Subaru stood there listening to the chaos for a brief moment in silence. Then he gave them just one answer: buzz off. In the next instant, black thunder energy began gathering once again in the sky above the arena. This power was not quite as massive as the thunder he had unleashed earlier, but even this smaller surge still carried a frightening pressure that could not be ignored. Cold lightning came crashing down from above, sending a chilling force spreading across the entire arena and making the crowd tense up all at once. Narukami Subaru's voice echoed with absolute authority as he made his answer unmistakably clear. He would never sell the shoes, not even for 10 million credits. At the same time, cold energy poured from his body, drifting through the air like a freezing mist. The pressure was so intense that even the host struggled to keep herself steady, nearly losing her balance beneath the sheer weight of Subaru's aura. After barely managing to compose herself, she turned back toward the audience with a strained smile and spoke again. The host told the crowd that there they had it. But before anyone else could say much more, Narukami Subaru suddenly turned around and announced that he was leaving. He started walking away immediately, and even though the host called out for him to stop, there was nothing she could do to hold him back. With Vansis now in his possession, Narukami Subaru walked away from the stage and left the arena behind, disappearing from everyone's view. The scene then carried us outside the arena, drifting away from the roaring cheers and slipping between tall buildings that loomed over the street. In a narrow alley hidden from all that noise, 2 members of Blue Zone stood quietly in the shadows. One of them was a boy with a serious, focused look on his face, and beside him stood a girl who had clearly been watching everything just as closely. From the way they carried themselves, it was obvious both of them had followed the tournament from beginning to end. The boy spoke first, and even after the match was over, there was still a faint trace of disbelief in his voice. He admitted that Narukami Subaru had actually gone and won the entire tournament. The result was so far beyond what he had imagined that his surprise showed through no matter how much he tried to stay calm. The girl standing next to him broke into a bright, almost proud smile and asked if Narukami Subaru was not incredible. After all, he had managed to defeat Schneider of all opponents. Then she looked over at the boy with curious, expectant eyes and asked what he thought, wondering if Narukami Subaru might one day become like the real Narukami Subaru. That girl was Hanamaki Hiyori. The boy only gave a calm, uncertain answer, saying that nobody could really know. Hanamaki Hiyori heard that and grew a little thoughtful, explaining that lately. People had started saying things like, if the original Subaru could do something, then the new Subaru should be capable of doing it too. The boy's brows tightened the moment those words reached him. Original? New? He immediately questioned what that was even supposed to mean. Hanamaki Hiyori explained that this was what people had begun calling the two of them. Blue Eyes Narukami Subaru was known as the original, while the streamer Narukami Subaru was being referred to as the new one. But the boy clearly could not stand that way of saying it. His expression hardened, and he snapped that it was ridiculous. In his eyes, even the order was completely wrong. If people insisted on comparing them, then it should be the other way around. If the new Subaru could pull something off, then of course the original Subaru could do it too. Hanamaki Hiyori tilted her head, genuinely confused, and asked if that was not basically the same idea. The boy immediately rejected it, saying it was not the same at all. Hearing that, Hanamaki Hiyori let out a tired, irritated sigh. She complained that he was such a troublesome person to deal with, saying this was exactly why Blue Eyes fanboys were the worst. She even pointed out that she had noticed him muttering to himself the entire time. But then, almost instantly, her mood flipped, and she leaned in closer with her eyes sparkling. Hanamaki Hiyori asked what he thought would happen from this point on, her excitement becoming impossible to hide. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed red, and she started blushing hard. Meanwhile, the boy's annoyance only grew more obvious, and his fist tightened at his side. No matter how things played out from here, the boy reminded her that they still had a duty to carry out. Their mission had not changed at all. They still needed to track down and catch the shoe thief. After saying that, the boy turned and began walking ahead right away, not bothering to wait for her. Hanamaki Hiyori was left behind in the alley for a second, and when she realized he was already leaving, she panicked and quickly called out after him. Hanamaki Hiyori hurriedly asked if he was sulking, her voice rising as she shouted for him to wait up while rushing after him. At that moment, it became clear that these two were far from the only Blue Zone members gathered in the alley. Many others were waiting there as well, standing in the same hidden space. One after another, they began moving forward together, all of them clearly heading toward the same objective. Then the focus shifted back to Narukami Subaru. Narukami Subaru continued walking with the shoes now in his possession, while more than 11,000 viewers watched his stream live. Comments kept flooding in from every direction, with some viewers saying that the whole situation had a strangely old-school feeling to it. Other viewers quickly pushed back against those remarks, warning everyone that this was a forbidden topic. At the same time, a few comments simply admitted that this kind of style was not really their preference. As Narukami Subaru kept walking, the name tied to those shoes quietly rose in the back of his mind, Toshiya. Then, in a softer and more reflective voice, he said that even after everything had turned out this way, he was still glad he had been able to come into contact with Toshiya again. After that, Subaru turned his attention back to the viewers and thanked them sincerely for the missions. He told them that thanks to their support, the ache in his heart had felt just a little less painful. While the chat continued filling with message after message, Narukami Subaru opened the item window and began checking the details of the shoes. The item's name was Artilleria. Its rank was listed as unique, and it could only be equipped by someone level 30 or above. It increased movement speed by 25% and raised jump power by 15%. These were the shoes of Hermes, the free thief, and they came with the skill Cloud Stride, usable twice per day, with both uses still available. Those uses would refresh every day. Narukami Subaru studied the item screen for a moment and muttered that he should inspect it more carefully. But right then, a call suddenly came through and he answered it. A worried voice immediately came from the other side, calling him Narukami-san and asking if he was still streaming. The caller sounded tense as they told him they had spotted someone suspicious. The caller added that there was something about her that gave them a bad feeling. Narukami Subaru's expression sharpened instantly, and he asked what was happening. At the same time, the view shifted to a busy area packed tightly with people. Moving among that crowd was Rina, blending in with everyone around her while silently wrestling with her own thoughts. In her mind, Rina wondered what she was even doing, standing so close to Toshiya's shoes. But now that things had already reached this point, she believed there was no other choice left for her. She moved forward with the crowd for a short while, and then, all at once, she stopped. At that moment, Rina's thoughts turned cold and precise, quietly shaping themselves into a plan that no one around her would ever notice. She decided that she would have to cut Narukami Subaru's ankles clean off. With that dangerous resolve hidden behind her calm appearance, Rina slipped back into the flow of the crowd and continued moving forward. The scene then changed to a magnificent villa, a place that felt grand and still compared to the chaos surrounding the tournament. The view slowly moved inside, where Narukami Subaru could be seen entering. Hatsuka was already there, waiting for him. The moment Narukami Subaru stepped inside, she looked toward him and called out his name. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then Hatsuka smiled gently as she congratulated Narukami Subaru for winning the tournament. After that, Hatsuka added that she had already ordered one for him as well. She explained that she figured Narukami Subaru would probably be exhausted after everything that had happened, so she had picked something non-alcoholic. But Narukami Subaru's face turned serious almost immediately. He showed Hatsuka the message she had sent him about a suspicious person and asked what she had meant by it. The suspicious person Hatsuka had been referring to was none other than Rina. Hatsuka became a little flustered as she answered, her voice carrying a nervous edge while she tried to explain. She paused, gathered herself, and said that she had met someone strange in the stands. Subaru repeated her words back to her as if trying to make sure he had heard correctly. Someone strange. Hatsuka nodded, then explained that it had been a female player who was hiding her face behind a Narukami mask. Hatsuka continued, saying that at first she had thought the woman seemed suspicious. But as they talked, the atmosphere between them gradually softened, and they started opening up to each other. In the end, that woman turned out to be one of Narukami Subaru's fans, too. Because of that, Hatsuka said they had no shortage of things to talk about. But then, the moment Narukami Subaru won the tournament, the woman's expression changed completely. According to Hatsuka, she looked just like someone who had been dumped by her boyfriend. Hatsuka looked genuinely confused as she added that if the woman was really Narukami Subaru's fan, there was no way she should have made that kind of face after his victory. And right after showing that strange reaction, Rina disappeared. As Hatsuka spoke, a faint blush rose across her cheeks. Even so, Hatsuka continued explaining. She said that she had tried following Rina just to be safe, but Rina was unbelievably good at hiding her presence. One thing at least was certain, Rina was not an ordinary person. Narukami Subaru silently considered that. Someone who could hide well enough to slip away from Hatsuka, and someone who still called herself his fan. Then Subaru spoke aloud, recalling the moment when Hatsuka had asked whether Rina was a fan of Narukami Subaru. Hatsuka quickly cut in, saying she knew that part because Subaru had already mentioned it. Subaru corrected her calmly, making it clear that he was not talking about himself. Hatsuka understood what he meant and went on. Hatsuka realized that Subaru meant the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru. She explained that Rina's reaction to that question had been difficult to put into words. It was not exactly a yes, but it was not a clear no either. What stood out most was that Rina had definitely not denied it. Hatsuka paused for a moment, searching for the right expression. Then, in a softer voice, she finally said that Rina's reaction had felt nostalgic. The instant Narukami Subaru heard that one word, the look on his face changed completely. Without saying anything more, Subaru suddenly shot up from his seat so abruptly that the chair behind him tipped over and crashed hard onto the floor. He rushed out of the hotel at once, moving before Hatsuka could fully process what had just happened. Hatsuka was left stunned by his sudden reaction, calling after him and telling him to wait as she repeated his name again and again. But Subaru did not stop for even a moment. The scene cut away from him, revealing a wide view of the city stretching beneath the night sky. Then Rina appeared, sitting quietly somewhere far from the crowd. A faint smile curved across her lips as she murmured to herself that she had expected as much. Rina continued speaking, and this time her voice carried a cold, cutting edge. She said that Kyoju had gotten dull. The focus then shifted into a side alley where a spare person and a magician were standing. Rina stared at the two figures standing before her and clicked her tongue, irritation written clearly across her face. If they were serious about coming after her, they should have shown up in person instead of sending someone like this. Did they honestly think a rookie at that level would ever be enough to bring her down? And as if that were not already frustrating enough, Narukami Subaru had actually gone and won the entire tournament. The focus then shifted away from Rina, cutting straight to Narukami Subaru as he sprinted through the street at full speed. Someone nearby watched Subaru race past and muttered in confusion, wondering where he could possibly be running in such a rush. Was he still riding the excitement of his victory, with dopamine flooding his brain or something? But Subaru never even glanced back, and he did not slow down for a single moment. The focus returned to Rina, whose eyes had gone cold and calculating as she measured the situation in front of her. In a low voice, she muttered that she would need -10 seconds. No, actually 5 seconds would be more than enough time to snatch it. As those words left Rina's mouth, memories from long ago began surfacing in her mind. She remembered standing before a white-haired person, calmly reassuring them that there was nothing to worry about. Those shoes were the thing Toshia had treasured more than anything, and Rina had sworn she would never allow anyone else to take them. The scene returned to the present, where Rina clenched her fist tightly, frustration tightening through her whole body. After making such a confident declaration, and coming all this way, she hated the fact that she still could not bring herself to actually go that far. Rina looked deeply shaken, her expression pulled tight with conflict, as her voice trembled just slightly under the weight of everything she was holding back. The truth was, Narukami Subaru did everything almost exactly like the dead Subaru. And just thinking those words, the dead Subaru seemed to twist painfully inside Rina's chest. Unable to contain it anymore, Rina grabbed her head with both hands and sank down right where she stood, shouting in frustration for this to be enough already. Then Rina snapped that she did not care anymore. Her face hardened once again as she declared that if Narukami Subaru ever joined Blue Zone, she would not let him off easily. Turning away to leave, she added in a cold voice that next time she would cut off his neck, not his feet. But just as Rina was about to keep walking, she suddenly stopped. After a brief pause, she slowly turned back, and in a much quieter voice, she admitted that someday She wanted to talk to him. If Rina could look directly at Narukami Subaru's face and speak with him, then maybe, just maybe, it would feel like meeting the real Subaru again. She stood there for only a moment longer before vanishing from the spot in an instant, almost as if she had teleported. It all happened with unbelievable speed. The focus then cut back to Narukami Subaru, who was now completely worn out after tearing through the city at full force. Subaru thought to himself that Teleria had been used as bait, deliberately placed there to draw out Blue Eyes. And if Rina really was skilled at sneaking around? Then what if she had come here to take back Toshiya's shoes and had been hiding her presence the entire time? Subaru kept running as those thoughts rushed through his mind, each one moving even faster than his feet against the pavement. He could sense Shigeru's magic from the ice flowers, and if that was true, then was it possible that all four of them were still alive? That possibility shook Subaru to his core, but almost immediately he forced himself to pull his emotions back under control. No, he had to calm down. It was still far too early to decide anything for sure. But knowing Rina's personality, if Toshiya's keepsake was sitting right in front of her, there was no way she would simply stay quiet and do nothing. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, calling Subaru's name. Subaru turned slightly and saw Hatsuka hurrying toward him from behind. Hatsuka rushed over, breathing a little unevenly, and asked with visible worry if he was all right. After all, he had suddenly bolted out of the restaurant without explaining a single thing. A faint blush rose on Hatsuka's face as she looked at him. Subaru answered quietly, saying he had only thought that the suspicious woman might be someone he knew. Hatsuka's eyes widened as she asked if he meant that suspicious person. Subaru replied that he did, but then he added that it was probably someone else after all. Even though Subaru said that, there was still a faint uncertainty left in his voice. Hatsuka lowered her gaze for a moment, looking slightly downcast, before softly calling him Narukami and admitting that what she was about to say might be difficult to hear. Now the two of them stood facing each other directly. For a brief moment, the air between them seemed to stop moving. The atmosphere became strangely intense, almost beautiful, as if the entire city had quieted down around them. Then Hatsuka looked straight into Subaru's eyes and said it bluntly. He did not have any friends, did he? Subaru was completely caught off guard by the sudden comment. Subaru did not answer at all. He simply fell silent, and Hatsuka kept teasing him, adding that he definitely did not have any female friends either. After a short pause, Subaru turned his face slightly away from her and calmly said that they should head back. Subaru began walking away from the spot. Hatsuka tilted her head as she watched him go, then called after him in a playful tone, asking if she had offended him. The scene then shifted to another part of the city, where a quiet street stretched beneath the glow of the streetlights. In that still, empty atmosphere, someone was waiting. It was none other than the masked spearman. Standing beside him was the magician, who was clearly starting to lose patience. She looked over at him and complained that her feet hurt, that she was hungry, and that she was bored out of her mind. The magician kept pestering him, telling him to say something already, and asking if they had let their target get away. She stared at him the entire time, but at first the masked spearman gave her no response. His eyes remained fixed on the screen in front of him. At last, he calmly said no, then turned the screen slightly toward the magician so she could see it for herself. The magician frowned and asked how he could be so certain. The masked spearman explained that Itsuki had just contacted him through the screen. The message displayed there was simple. They were pulling out. The magician reacted immediately, her face tightening with disbelief the moment she understood what he meant. Pulling out, just like that. She snapped that he had to be joking, especially after they had spent so much time waiting there. The masked spearman explained that Itsuki had said if their targets had truly shown up, they would never have allowed someone else to walk away with that prize. When the magician heard that, her expression changed and confusion slowly spread across her face. She began asking what that was supposed to mean, and the masked spearman continued in the same calm tone. It meant they had been worried for nothing. Itsuki had also said that if it really had been them, they would have come anyway, even if they knew perfectly well that it was a trap. The magician looked at the masked spearman more seriously now, her earlier complaints fading away. She started to ask whether the people they were trying to catch were really who she thought they were, but the masked spearman did not give her an answer. He simply stayed silent. The magician pressed him again, asking if he had not said before that it was nothing more than a baseless rumor. The masked spearman let out a quiet breath and admitted that he had been hoping that was true as well. But if Itsuki was willing to go this far, then maybe the rumor really was true. The rumor that Narukami Subaru had died because Blue Eyes betrayed him. Then the scene cut away once again. Now Narukami Subaru stood alone on top of a tall building in the city, gazing silently up at the moon hanging above him. A soft night wind drifted around Subaru, brushing through the quiet air across the rooftop. Subaru lowered his gaze to the screen in his hand and wondered if this was the reason everyone had stopped showing themselves. On that screen, bold headlines appeared one after another. Blue Eyes had dispersed. Did Narukami Subaru die because of his comrades? Guildmaster Kyoju gave no comment on the internal conflict. Was that same internal strife the true reason behind Guildmaster Kyoju's withdrawal? The truth behind that day. Standing alone beneath the moonlight, Narukami Subaru remained silent as those words stirred the thoughts already swirling deep inside his mind. 20 long years had already slipped by since that day. And after all that time, Kyoju was probably standing somewhere far beyond Subaru's current reach, in a place so distant that Subaru could not even begin to touch him. A quiet, bitter frustration settled deep inside Subaru's chest, though his expression barely moved at all. If a newbie player like him truly wanted to close the distance and catch up to Kyoju, then ordinary effort would never be enough. He needed something uncommon, something powerful, something far more special than normal training. Something like the spear he had revealed during the tournament. Subaru's fingers tightened slightly as fragments of that fierce battle flashed through his mind. For a long time, he had managed to recreate the one-time legendary item he had used on the second floor, the Thunder Spear. Back then, Subaru had honestly believed he understood thunder completely. Its terrifying speed, its destructive force, the way it surged forward and flowed through battle, he thought he had already grasped every part of it. He had convinced himself that he had mastered thunder from beginning to end, but now, standing beneath the endless night sky and looking up into that vast darkness, that confidence quietly began to crack. Subaru had truly believed he knew everything there was to know about thunder. Yet the more he faced the reality in front of him, the clearer it became that he was still nowhere close to understanding its true nature. Thunder was an enormous power, the kind of force that even gods and giants had once desired for themselves. And at the same time, it was also a power humanity had seized with its own hands, turning it into a weapon to rise up and fight back against them. As the darkness of night slowly thinned around him, Subaru's thoughts sank deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, they pulled him toward a truth he had never properly allowed himself to face before. Maybe, after all this time, he had never actually been using thunder the right way at all. That realization shook him more than he wanted to admit. Thunder could not be only about raw destruction or overwhelming speed. There had to be something deeper hidden beneath it, something essential that he had failed to notice until now. The Cave of Thunder. If Subaru could clear that dungeon, then maybe he would finally be able to find the clue he had been missing all this time. Somewhere inside that place might be the true secret of thunder and the exact method Subaru needed in order to become stronger. Morning came, and the view changed completely. Gentle light streamed through the tall windows, spilling across a stunning breakfast table arranged with elegance, comfort, and quiet luxury. Beautiful dishes were lined up neatly across the table, each one prepared with care. In the warm golden sunlight, thin wisps of steam curled up from the food, making the peaceful scene feel almost too perfect to be real. Compared with the tension of the night before, the atmosphere here felt almost strangely calm. Yuika sat at the table, but her eyes looked distant, as though her thoughts were still drifting somewhere far away. Yuika was still thinking about what had happened last night, her expression slightly unfocused. When a voice came from across the table, she barely seemed to register it. She asked what he had said, claiming she could not hear him. The employee sitting opposite her lowered his head a little and muttered an apology for getting full of himself. Yuika blinked and finally snapped back into the present. She apologized, saying she had not been listening, and told him to repeat it. That was when the man's patience finally cracked, and he raised his voice in frustration, shouting that he had already said he was sorry, Jorge, and asking if that was enough. At least she could pretend to hear him. Yuika leaned back with an easy, teasing smile, completely unmoved by his desperation. She told him that she was sorry, but the voice of a broke loser who had blown all his bets simply could not reach her. The man immediately grew frantic, insisting that he had already paid her the money and asking whether she understood how much he had wagered from today's payout. He admitted that he could not even pay his electricity bill now, then desperately changed his tone and begged Yuika, no, big sis, to help him. Yuika's eyes stayed cold as she looked at him, and without showing the slightest bit of mercy, she asked if he really thought sweet-talking her would be enough to get out of this. In a panic, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind, asking what she wanted him to do and whether he should act like a dog before actually barking. Yuika cut him off immediately, telling him to stop because it was disgusting. Her expression sharpened in an instant. Then, after a short pause, her tone changed. Yuika leaned forward just a little, her gaze locking firmly onto him, and asked if he could do her a favor. The look in Yuika's eyes made one thing painfully obvious. Whatever she was about to ask, it was not going to be some tiny request. Behind that smile was careful calculation, and beneath her casual tone was something deliberate and serious. The scene shifted again. This time, the setting changed to the inside of a bar, dimly lit and quiet, with soft music drifting gently through the background. The door opened, and Narukami Subaru stepped into the bar. Subaru had come here for an important reason, to meet someone, and the man waiting ahead of him was someone he recognized immediately. It was Schneider. Subaru walked forward without hesitation and came to a calm stop beside him at the counter. Without wasting any time, Subaru signaled to the bartender and said he would have whatever Schneider was having. The bartender gave him a polite nod, answered as he wished, then wrote down the order and moved away to prepare the drink. Subaru glanced at the glass sitting in front of Schneider, then raised an eyebrow. Cheap beer? Seriously, he remarked, that even a famous guild could apparently be this stingy. Schneider let out a quiet breath, still not bothering to turn and look at him. He said it had always been like this. Back when they had too many members, his wallet would dry up almost instantly every time he treated everyone. Now, Schneider said, he had gotten so used to that taste that other alcohol barely did anything for him anymore. Subaru turned slightly toward him and asked if he had always paid for everyone. Schneider gave a faint smile, one filled more with old memories than real amusement, and said he had. Otherwise, how could he face them? After all, they had all gone along with his selfish decision to challenge the Cave of Thunder. He paused for a moment, as if those memories had appeared right in front of him, then continued. Schneider said he had been poor too. But back then, everyone was poor. They could not even imagine receiving support from a guild the way players did now. And with their level of skill at the time, hunting was not exactly easy either. The two of them lifted their wooden cups, lightly clinked them together, and each took a drink. The dull sound of wood knocking against wood echoed softly through the quiet bar, lingering in the air for a brief moment. Schneider kept his gaze lowered toward his cup as he continued speaking. He explained that they needed credits just to take the exam, but if they died halfway through, they would lose what little they had and end up in an even worse situation. For players like them, hunting had been the only option left. He fell silent for a short moment, then continued in a lower voice. That day had been the same. They had gone out hunting like usual, trying to scrape together enough credits to pay the exam fees. Or, at the very least, they wanted to raise their levels even slightly. Subaru's eyes narrowed a little as he repeated those words that day. Schneider's hand tightened around his cup, and he answered that yes, it was that day. Schneider said they had run straight into a sky serpent. 7 inexperienced players like them had absolutely no chance against a monster like that. Then he asked Subaru what he thought had happened in the end. A heavy silence settled between them before Schneider answered his own question. 4 people died. His teammates, no, not just teammates. They were his best friends. Even after all those years, the anger and regret in Schneider's voice had not faded at all. If anything, forcing the words out only made the pain sound even sharper. His jaw clenched hard, and it was painfully clear that he still blamed himself, still hated the fact that he had survived when he had failed to save them. Subaru watched him closely and asked if they had hated him for it. Schneider let out a bitter laugh and said that yes, of course they had hated him. His expression darkened as he added that he had heard it so many times his ears had almost bled. All at once, Schneider grabbed his head with both hands, his fingers digging into his hair as though he were trying to crush the voices still echoing inside his skull. His breathing grew uneven, and the calm atmosphere of the bar shattered in an instant. He shouted, his voice cracking under years of buried guilt, asking what had been so important about the Cave of Thunder. He cried out that all of this had happened because of him. If he had not been so stubborn, his best friends would not have died. Why was he the one still alive? But those words were no longer truly directed at Subaru. They were echoes from Schneider's past, accusations that had followed him for years. Those voices had never completely gone away. Even now, they continued playing inside Schneider's head, repeating the same blame over and over again. Narukami Subaru was taken aback. The outburst had come so suddenly that for a moment he could only stand there and stare at Schneider. The force of Schneider's regret, his guilt, and the hatred he carried toward himself made the air between them feel painfully heavy. It was unsettling to watch Schneider sink deeper and deeper into that old wound. Before he could lose himself completely to the memory, Subaru quickly spoke up and stopped him, telling him that was enough already. Schneider slowly lowered his hands, but his head remained bowed. When Schneider spoke again, his voice had become rough and hoarse. He asked if Subaru was pitying him now. Narukami Subaru answered without raising his voice, saying that anyone else would have given up after something like that. Schneider responded with a hollow laugh.
Give up?
Schneider said they had died because he was the one who invited them. If he gave up here, then what would become of the ones who died? Their sacrifice would mean nothing. His eyes hardened, carrying not only grief, but also a stubborn resolve that had refused to break. That was why Schneider had remained obsessed with the Cave of Thunder all this time. Though he said he did not expect Subaru to understand. He paused, then turned his gaze directly towards Subaru and added that, thanks to him, he had finally seen hope. Subaru met Schneider's gaze without saying anything. Schneider drew in a slow breath, and when he began speaking again, his voice sounded steadier than before. Then Schneider told him that he would say it now.
Schneider was finally about to explain what the Cave of Thunder truly was. But before the weight of his words could fully settle, the view pulled away from the bar and shifted to a completely different residence.
Inside that room, the lighting was dim, and the air felt heavy with tension. A man stood completely still, staring forward as though he had just witnessed something so impossible that his mind refused to accept it. "No way," he muttered under his breath, disbelief tightening across his face. Did Kyoju really figure it out? For the first time, clear doubt crept into his expression. Maybe he had looked down on Kyoju far too much. The man standing there was Rina's companion, the white-haired man. His face grew darker, as that possibility struck him even harder. If Kyoju had already created a way to see through Rina's stealth technique, then this was not some minor miscalculation. Frustration surged up inside him all at once. He grabbed his head tightly, pressing his fingers hard against his temples, as if trying to force his thoughts back into order. For a brief moment, his whole body looked shaken, like the situation had actually knocked him off balance. But in the very next instant, his mood changed completely. The uncertainty in his eyes disappeared, and in its place came a sharp, burning rage. A violent wave of power erupted from his body, tearing through the room like a storm that had suddenly been unleashed.
Kyoju Itsuki, don't think you're getting an easy death. As the white-haired man released that terrifying pressure, everything around him froze solid in a single instant.
The air turned bitterly cold. Furniture crystallized where it stood, frost crawled rapidly across the walls, and every object in the room was sealed beneath a layer of ice all at once. Then his gaze dropped toward his phone. On the screen, a message from Rina was displayed, casually apologizing and saying that she could not get the shoes back. She even added, as if it were nothing important, that it was no big deal anyway, right? The white-haired man's expression twisted with pure fury. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted, his voice slicing through the frozen room. At that exact moment, a system notification suddenly flashed across the screen. Narukami Subaru had started a live stream. The stream opened right away, and comments immediately began pouring in one after another. Viewers flooded the chat with excited questions, wondering what was happening today, whether something huge was about to happen, and if Subaru was on his way somewhere dangerous. Another system panel appeared on the screen. Finger Licking Good had gifted 10 credits. Immediately after that, a highlighted comment popped up, asking whether Subaru was planning to challenge the Cave of Thunder today. Narukami Subaru looked directly into the camera with a calm, steady expression. He confirmed that yes, they were going to clear a dungeon, and that was the reason he had gone live. In only a few moments, the viewer count surged upward, and 5,000 people had already joined the stream. Just then, a voice called out from behind Subaru, politely asking if he was the streamer Narukami Subaru. Subaru turned his head toward the man and answered evenly that yes, that was him. The man's eyes widened with excitement as he stepped closer, saying what a coincidence this was, because they had received a request to clear the Cave of Thunder. For one brief moment, the air around them felt strangely charged, as if fate itself had quietly entered the room. Subaru's livestream chat instantly exploded with reactions, and the viewer count rose even higher as everyone sensed that something major was about to begin. Subaru looked at the man with a calm face, but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. The Cave of Thunder again. This was no longer just his own personal goal, it was starting to feel like the opening step towards something much bigger. Soon after, the rest of the party came into view. Their team leader turned toward Narukami Subaru and suggested that if Subaru was on a quest too, then maybe they could team up. Narukami Subaru immediately glanced down at his screen. A message from Yuika was still displayed there, warning him clearly that these people were a party thrown together in a hurry just to ride on his clout. After reading Yuika's message, Subaru lifted his eyes back to the team leader and calmly asked what exactly he meant by that. But before the leader could explain, 2 girls from the group stepped forward and answered in his place. They said they would also be accompanying him to the Cave of Thunder, trying to sound confident and useful, as they insisted they were sure they could help. Then they quickly added that it was not as if they were trying to ride his coattails or anything, Mr. Narukami. For several seconds, the air around them went completely silent. The awkward tension settled over the group so suddenly that even the team leader seemed to lose a bit of his composure. Narukami Subaru listened to everything they had said without cutting them off. Then he took a long, controlled breath and finally answered that he understood. He told them they should do their best. Hearing that, the team leader immediately looked relieved, smiling as he reached out for a handshake and said that Subaru had made the best possible decision.
Narukami accepted the handshake, but his voice stayed firm as he added that if they were truly there because of a request, then there was not much he could do about it.
He said it could not be helped, because that was simply how the system worked. The moment Subaru said that, the team leader's smile faltered, and confusion began spreading across his face. The team leader asked what Subaru had just said. Narukami Subaru met his gaze directly and then made his meaning unmistakably clear. He told them that they were nothing more than traveling companions. They were not his allies. Right after that, the view shifted again, revealing a flag fluttering in the open air. Beyond the flag stood a magnificent city, massive in scale and full of movement, with the lively energy of a bustling kingdom spreading through every street. This was the meeting point located on the outskirts of the Conrad Kingdom. As the gathered crowd filled the area, a voice suddenly spoke up, questioning whether there were far too many people here. A giant man covered in heavy tattoos looked around in disbelief and said there was no way this many mercenaries would gather just for the Cave of Thunder. He questioned what was going on with this supposed E-rank mission, then mentioned Raymond, saying he had thought that even if the man lacked skill, he at least had a decent eye for talent. Just from the man's presence alone, it was clear he was no ordinary mercenary. He was Damon, an S-rank mercenary of the Conrad Kingdom. Damon turned his attention toward Narukami Subaru and remarked that Subaru and the others must be outworlders. No wonder, he said, because people like them tended to treat their own lives as if they were disposable. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru responded in a cold voice, asking whether they should turn these people into vultures too. At the same time, countless comments were flooding through the livestream chat, reacting wildly to the tension rising in the air. In the middle of that uneasy atmosphere, Narukami quietly muttered that the scent of blood was intense. Damon suddenly snapped his gaze toward the people around him and shouted. He barked at them, asking what they were standing around for and ordering them to move. But as Narukami Subaru thought it over, something deeply disturbing became clear to him. That smell was not monster blood at all. It was human blood. The stench was not coming from some creature nearby. It was coming from Damon's own companions. And just as that unsettling realization settled in, the scene shifted once again, this time to another meeting point on the outskirts of the Osman Kingdom. There, two groups stood facing each other directly. One side belonged to Schneider, while the other was led by a man confronting him head-on. Schneider's expression darkened as he demanded to know what the man had just said. The opposing team leader answered sharply, asking if Schneider's hearing had gone bad. He repeated that Schneider needed to pull out half of his men because they were taking part in this raid. The man's name was Palayman, and he came from the Blue Zone. Schneider narrowed his eyes and asked if this was Kyoju's instruction. Palayman immediately corrected him in a firm, arrogant tone, telling him to call him Guild Leader Kyoju. Palayman added that this was happening because Schneider had messed up. Since he had allowed precious guild assets to be taken, it was only natural that the guild leader was keeping a close watch on him now. As those words hit, Schneider's anger began to rise. His voice turned icy as he asked whether Palayman was trying to say the same thing would not have happened if it had been him. Palayman only shrugged, brushing him off without concern, and said Schneider should not go out of his way to state the obvious. Then he called it pathetic to spend 10 years on the third floor, only to lose to a rookie who had just arrived. Palayman added that if it were him, he would never waste 10 years of his life in a place like this. Those words instantly ignited Don Chow's fury. Gripping his spear tightly, Don Chow stepped forward and shouted back, asking what Palayman had just said and warning him not to think he could say whatever he wanted just because the captain was staying quiet. But Palayman simply turned his back on them and started walking away, waving one hand dismissively as he told them they should be grateful he had come. He added that this time, they might actually succeed in conquering the Cave of Thunder. Don Chow was still fuming, his anger practically rolling off him as he snapped his gaze toward Schneider and asked, "Boss, should I go stop him?" Schneider, however, didn't show even the slightest reaction. His expression stayed calm, almost indifferent, as he answered in a level voice, "Let him go. Most of the people in this raid party are rookies anyway. Losing a few of them won't be hard to make up for." Then Schneider continued, his eyes narrowing as a quiet but unmistakable resolve settled over his face. Besides, he said, there was one thing he said that wasn't wrong. Don Chow stared at him, completely unable to follow. Huh? What part of all that nonsense was supposed to be right? Schneider's gaze sharpened, and his voice turned firm as he declared, "This time, we're going to conquer the Cave of Thunder." With Schneider's confident words still lingering in the air, The scene shifted again, carrying that tense atmosphere forward as the story moved toward the next stage. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru had already continued ahead alongside Damon and the others, the group moving together toward the dangerous dungeon waiting in the distance. As they pressed onward, Subaru's live-stream chat kept flying by at a frantic pace. The viewers quickly noticed that he wasn't entering alone this time, that he had somehow ended up joining a team, and many of them were clearly annoyed by the change. Damon walked at the head of the group, carefully scanning the area in front of them as if watching for anything unusual. After a short silence, he murmured, "Still, this place really is strange. The entrance only opening at set intervals feels far too artificial." Damon went on, the suspicion in his voice becoming harder to miss. Then he raised his eyes, lifted a hand, and pointed toward the path ahead. "Look over there." The view followed his gesture and shifted toward the entrance, finally revealing the ominous place they had all come here to challenge. It was the Cave of Thunder. As the entrance came fully into view, Damon continued speaking, and his tone grew noticeably more serious. "Under normal conditions, powerful lightning strikes the entrance without stopping," Damon explained. "The whole thing is designed so that no one can get inside except during a very narrow window of time." During the entire walk, Narukami Subaru had barely said a word, quietly observing the surroundings and absorbing every detail. The leader of the team accompanying Narukami Subaru stepped closer and asked Damon, "How many times have you been to the Cave of Thunder?" Damon answered immediately without needing to think. "This will be my third time. Fewer than 10 mercenaries have ever challenged this place and come back alive. I'm one of them." The man looked at Damon with open disbelief. "And even after that, you're still willing to challenge it again?" Damon let out a dry snort, as if the question itself was foolish. "Don't be stupid. Unlike you people, I don't have extra lives to throw away." His sharp words instantly set the comment section off, and the viewers began reacting with obvious irritation. Even after being insulted, the team member didn't back down and kept questioning him. "Then why are you coming with us?" Damon replied at once, like the answer had been carved into his mind long ago. "There's only one thing I'm after, the traces of Thunderbolt. Once I get my hands on those, I can finally walk away from this job for good. I've had enough of living as a mercenary, always standing right on the edge of death." The man still didn't seem fully convinced, and after a brief pause, he asked him something else. "So you're not planning to go all the way to the end?" Damon's face hardened the moment he heard that. Who in their right mind would ever go that far? "You only look so calm because you don't understand anything about this place." Narukami Subaru remained silent, listening closely to every word while carefully weighing what their conversation really meant. Then Damon's eyes shifted toward Subaru, and his voice dropped into something colder. "Especially you, E-Rank, don't do anything pointless. If you're going to die, then hurry up and die quickly." The moment those cruel words left his mouth, a sharp roar of thunder tore through the air, and the Cave of Thunder came into focus before them. Everyone came to a stop at once, their attention fixed on the cave entrance as thunder crackled in the distance. The rumbling sound rolled through the air, filling the area with a heavy electric pressure. Damon stood there casually holding a squirrel in one hand as he spoke to the group. The lightning should stop, and the entrance should open in about an hour. Narukami Subaru watched him in silence. Then, without any warning, Damon suddenly threw the squirrel toward the cold boundary of the cave entrance. The very instant the squirrel crossed that invisible line, a violent bolt of lightning crashed down from above and struck it out of the air. Damon turned back to the group with the casual air of someone who had just demonstrated an obvious fact. "You saw that, right? Unless you want to end up like that thing, stay put and rest until the time comes." The livestream chat erupted immediately, with viewers shouting that whatever Subaru was about to try had to be impossible. But right in the middle of all that panic, Narukami Subaru stepped forward. Damon noticed him moving and instantly raised his voice from behind, mocking him without hesitation. "Hey, E-Rank, were you even listening?" But Subaru didn't turn around, didn't answer, and didn't slow down. He simply ignored Damon completely and continued walking straight toward the entrance. Inside Subaru's mind, the scene felt strangely familiar. This situation reminded him of the trial at Mount Millennium on the second floor. Around him, the others began to panic, their voices rising as they watched him move closer to the deadly entrance. "What does that guy think he's doing? Is he trying to get himself killed?" someone shouted. Another voice called out desperately, "Wait, Mr. Narukami!" And the moment Narukami Subaru pressed his hand against the door, a system window suddenly appeared right in front of him. The Heart of Thunder was resisting the Gate of Thunderbolt. Immediately after that, another panel appeared, showing that Subaru was also resisting the status ailment, electrocution. Then, yet another message flashed across Subaru's vision. The Gate of Thunderbolt was now judging whether he possessed the proper qualifications. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of lightning energy exploded outward from the entrance. The pressure was so intense that everyone else was forced down onto their knees, struggling just to breathe beneath the crushing force. They stared at Narukami Subaru in stunned disbelief, unable to understand how he was still standing upright. Another system window appeared before him. Lightning was reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt. At the same time, the Heart of Thunder was reacting to the Gate of Thunderbolt as well. Even while that violent pressure raged around him, Narukami Subaru stayed planted firmly in place. Blinding arcs of lightning surged around his body, bathing the entire area in flashing bursts of white and blue. And then at last, the final system message appeared. The Gate of Thunderbolt disappeared, and the hidden traces of Thunderbolt finally revealed themselves. With that, the lightning stopped all at once. The fierce energy that had been choking the air faded away, and the Heart of Thunder dropped heavily to the ground. Every person there froze, their eyes locking onto it in shock. Damon was no different, his attention fixed completely on the object. Only moments before, Damon had said that the traces of Thunderbolt were the one thing he had been searching for. And now, the very thing he had spent so long chasing was lying right in front of Narukami Subaru.
How does he have that?
Damon muttered disbelief twisting across his face. Then, without even a moment of hesitation, he drew his weapon and prepared himself to fight. At the same time, Narukami Subaru held the Heart of Thunder in his hand, silently wondering whether it had been waiting all along for someone with the right qualifications to appear. But then, from behind him, a massive X-shaped slash suddenly tore through the air and came straight at him. At the very last second, with almost no space left to move, Subaru twisted his body just enough to deflect most of the attack. Even so, the strike still grazed him, and blood began to drip from his shoulder. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before him. Narukami Subaru had been attacked by a member of his own raid party. A counterattack penalty would not be applied. Damon looked at Subaru with a smug smile and said, "You got lucky just now. Hand that over." Narukami Subaru turned his gaze back toward him, calm and unwavering, and replied, "And why should I do your bidding?" Damon's expression grew colder as he answered, "You people are outsiders. Things from this world should belong to us locals. That's just the way it works. And even if you're not from this world, you're still afraid of dying, aren't you?" As those words reached him, Narukami Subaru fell into a brief, silent thought. Even if dying inside the trial didn't mean dying in reality, the pain itself was still completely real. There was no mercy in it, and no way to pretend it didn't hurt. Even if death here wasn't permanent, the fear, the shock, and the mental scars it left behind would still remain. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of energy began radiating from Damon's body. Damon's presence grew heavier by the second, becoming more threatening as he spoke. When death is standing right in front of you, anyone would turn pathetic. We're already used to killing outsiders. The ordinary members of the raid party immediately began to panic. "Wait, you're joking, right?" one of them stammered. "Damn it, so the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries killing players were actually true? I never should have come here." One of Narukami Subaru's teammates desperately called out to him, trying to stop the situation from getting any worse. "Narukami, let's be rational about this and talk it out with them." But in the very next instant, blood splattered across the ground. Narukami Subaru had already acted. One of Damon's men was down behind him, completely defeated, while Subaru stepped forward with calm, measured movements. His expression stayed steady, without even the slightest sign of being shaken. Subaru looked at all of them and said calmly, "Well, now I've got an excuse." Then, without wasting another second, Narukami Subaru burst forward and closed the distance to the next mercenary. Before the mercenary could even process what was happening in front of him, Narukami Subaru was already there. With that same terrifying burst of speed, he struck the man down in an instant. As the mercenary's body dropped behind him, Subaru's voice turned colder than ice. "Let's turn these guys into vultures too." Damon's eyes flew wide, disbelief flashing across his face as he realized the situation had completely changed. No way, Damon's thoughts began to spiral as panic clawed its way through him. Narukami Subaru was supposed to be nothing more than an E rank, so how could he possibly move with that kind of speed? Where was this absurd strength even coming from? But while Damon was still trapped in confusion, trying to understand what he had just seen, Narukami Subaru had already closed the gap between them. In the very next moment, Narukami Subaru drove straight toward Damon and launched a frontal attack without hesitation. Damon barely managed to take the blow, forcing himself to withstand it, but the impact still shoved him backward. Subaru looked at him with calm, merciless eyes and said, "So surviving one hit is what you call your S-rank pride?" Damon clenched his teeth hard, rage twisting across his face as his pride was trampled right in front of everyone. "You tricked me, you bastard! Who the hell are you?" He raised his massive blade, gathering himself to strike back with everything he had, but before Damon could bring that weapon down, Damon's arm was sliced clean from his body. For one breath, he could only stare in horror, unable to accept what had just happened. Then a scream of pure agony ripped out of him as the pain finally caught up. A demon blade user, Damon snarled through the pain, his voice filled with bitter resentment, even as he reeled from the wound. "You coward! You only got stronger because you're relying on weapons." Narukami Subaru's gaze remained cold and completely unmoved, showing not even a trace of pity. "Don't group me together with trash like you. If you're that angry about it, then save up your money and buy one yourself." "Actually," Subaru added a moment later, his tone flat and brutally merciless, "I guess you won't be needing one anymore." Damon tried to force out another insult, his face twisting as the words started to form, but before he could finish saying anything, Damon's head was severed cleanly from his body. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence as his body collapsed, and in front of Narukami Subaru, a system window appeared. Narukami Subaru had defeated Damon. The entire raid party stood rooted in place, every face drained of color. No one could immediately accept what they had just witnessed, and a suffocating silence settled over the battlefield. Narukami Subaru slowly shifted his gaze toward the mercenaries who were still standing. His expression did not change at all, and in an almost casual voice he asked, "Do you want this too?" One of the remaining men shook so badly that he raised both hands without a second thought. "No way! That belongs to you, Lord Narukami." The live stream chat exploded immediately. Viewers flooding the screen with reactions to Narukami Subaru's overwhelming power, and some of them even began calling him a lord. In an instant, the atmosphere in the comments section completely flipped. The doubt, complaints, and criticism from earlier were swallowed up by shock and awe. Soon after that, the Cave of Thunder appeared before them once again. Everyone stood in front of the entrance, staring into it with tense, uneasy silence. Then Narukami Subaru calmly addressed the group. "All right, let's move." After saying that, Narukami Subaru started walking toward the cave entrance, and one after another, the others followed behind him, none of them daring to raise an objection. A girl hesitated as she watched Narukami Subaru's back, her unease clear in the way her eyes lingered on him. In a quiet voice she asked, "Is it really okay for us to follow him?" The blue-haired boy beside her kept his gaze forward and replied, "What do you mean?" She lowered her voice even more, clearly unsettled. "It's just he's obviously not normal." The blue-haired boy gave a small shrug, trying to sound calm as he answered her. "We'll be fine, as long as we don't do anything stupid like those guys did. And as long as we don't mess with him first, Narukami Subaru can't really do anything too reckless. Streaming is basically a popularity business," he continued, keeping his voice low, so only those nearby could hear. "People like Narukami Subaru still have to maintain a decent relationship with ordinary users like us." Then his expression tightened slightly, and he added under his breath, "As long as those posts don't get exposed?" Just then, everyone's attention snapped forward at the same time, and their expressions changed in an instant. From deeper ahead, a huge pack of wolves came charging directly toward them, their numbers overwhelming as snarls and growls echoed through the cave entrance. Several team members immediately shouted in panic, "Our rear is blocked. The front, too. But there was nothing here when we came in." While confusion spread through the group, Narukami Subaru suddenly remembered something Schneider had told him before. Schneider's warning echoed sharply in Subaru's mind. The first enemies Narukami Subaru would encounter inside the Cave of Thunder would be the Thunderwolves, and just as Schneider had said, they had appeared right on cue. Countless Thunderwolves crowded the path ahead, their bodies giving off faint crackles of electricity. There were far too many to count. If Narukami Subaru tried to cut down every single wolf one at a time, he would exhaust his stamina long before ever reaching the end. Remembering Schneider's words, Narukami Subaru stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and charged straight into the swarm. Around him, the rest of the team fought desperately, swinging their weapons as the monsters closed in from every direction. One of them shouted in alarm, "Narukami, are you leaving us behind?" But Narukami Subaru wasn't abandoning them. His eyes were locked firmly ahead, and Schneider's voice continued to echo in his mind. There was one method that could shorten the fight. Normally, when people thought of the boss of a pack, they would imagine the largest and most intimidating beast. But Thunderwolves didn't follow that kind of logic. The smallest one was the true boss. And there it was, the Thunderwolf boss, smaller than the others, standing quietly behind the swarm and watching instead of rushing in blindly. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru cut through the Thunderwolves, blocking his way with fast, precise strikes. One after another, the Thunderwolves fell beneath his blade. Narukami Subaru kept pressing forward without slowing down, carving a straight path through the pack as he aimed directly for the real boss. At that moment, Narukami Subaru activated the special ability hidden inside his shoes. A system window appeared before him, notifying him that the cooldown for the side effect had begun. Immediately after that, another message appeared. Narukami Subaru could now walk through mid-air for 3 seconds. Without even a moment of hesitation, Narukami Subaru accelerated forward at incredible speed, his steps no longer bound to the ground beneath him. As his body moved through the air, a quiet thought passed through his mind. Toshia, so this is how you always felt, huh? Ahead of Narukami Subaru, 3 thunderwolves leapt into his path, trying to intercept him in mid-air. But he shot past them like a blur, moving so quickly that they couldn't react in time. In the next instant, Narukami Subaru had already reached the boss. Sensing the danger closing in, the Thunderwolf boss attacked first, unleashing a powerful strike that knocked Subaru down from the air. Narukami Subaru came crashing toward the ground. But even then, he didn't lose control of his body. With impressive composure, he twisted himself mid-fall and landed firmly instead of collapsing. A cold energy began to spread from him as his resolve sharpened. An eye for an eye, thunder for thunder. His thunder was, before that thought could even fully form, Narukami Subaru launched his counterattack, and the power behind it far surpassed any ordinary strike. With one decisive slash, Narukami Subaru split the Thunderwolf boss cleanly in 2. A system window appeared in front of him. Narukami Subaru had defeated the Thunderwolf boss. The frenzy of the Thunderwolves decreased. Across the battlefield, the remaining wolves began to slow down, their movements turning uncertain. Their violent ferocity visibly weakened, and the growls that had filled the cave began to fade as an uneasy silence slowly settled back over the area. Another system window appeared before Narukami Subaru. He had leveled up. His strength increased by 1, his agility increased by 1, and his stamina increased by 1. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was still struggling desperately against the remaining wolves. One of them shouted in frustration and fear, "Damn it! There's no end to them!" But Narukami Subaru remembered Schneider's words with absolute clarity. Once the boss was defeated, the battle was already decided. From that point on, Narukami Subaru himself became their boss. Then something completely unbelievable happened. Every Thunder Wolf stopped attacking at the exact same time. One by one, the wolves turned toward Narukami Subaru and gathered in front of him, their bodies lowered to the ground, showing clear submission. At that moment, 2 more system windows appeared before him. Narukami Subaru had subdued the Thunderwolves. He could now command the Thunderwolves within the Cave of Thunder. With that, the entire pack completely stopped attacking the remaining team members. The blue-haired boy stared at the impossible scene in total shock, his voice catching in his throat as he struggled to speak.
What just happened, Narukami?
Narukami Subaru gave him no answer. Instead, he looked straight ahead, his voice firm as he spoke to everyone. "Let's go deeper. Move out." As Narukami Subaru began walking forward, the entire pack of Thunderwolves moved along with him, following his lead like loyal beasts now completely under his command. The others could do nothing but stare after Narukami Subaru, their eyes wide as hushed whispers passed between them. No matter how hard they tried to understand it, none of them could explain why every single Thunder Wolf had suddenly started obeying him with such absolute loyalty. Then Narukami Subaru simply continued forward again. His steps were calm, heavy, and completely steady, as if walking with an entire pack of Thunder Wolves behind him was the most natural thing in the world. As Narukami Subaru led the way deeper into the cave, his eyes scanned the area ahead, and he spoke in a composed voice. "There should be a good spot around here." Then he turned slightly toward the wolf at his side and gave it a short, simple order. "Now howl." The moment Narukami Subaru gave the signal, every Thunder Wolf lifted its head at the same time. Their howls burst out together, sharp and powerful, echoing through the cave walls and carrying far into the darkness beyond. The purple-haired man and the rest of his team froze on the spot, completely stunned by what they were seeing. Unable to swallow his confusion and anger any longer, the purple-haired man shouted toward him, "Narukami, what are you doing?" At almost the same moment, several flying monsters appeared in the distance, drawn in by the Thunderwolves howling. They changed direction in midair and began flying straight toward Narukami Subaru's group. Realizing just how dangerous the situation had become, the purple-haired man and his companion rushed forward in a panic. "Please stop. You're going to lure every monster in this place over here. What are you thinking?" But even with their desperate shouting ringing through the cave, Narukami Subaru didn't flinch at all. In a cold, confident voice, Narukami Subaru answered without hesitation. "A surrounded hunt. This is how I do things." As soon as those words left his mouth, he released his demonic blood, and a fierce, oppressive aura began spreading out from his body. Then Narukami Subaru spoke again. still perfectly calm. "You don't need to worry about me. I've got the Thunderwolves. I'll manage." But that answer only made the others look even more shaken. The purple-haired man immediately snapped back in alarm. "No, wait, then what are we supposed to do?" Narukami Subaru kept walking forward, then turned his head back just slightly to look at them. His voice stayed even, but there was not a hint of warmth in it. "I told you from the beginning, didn't I? You're only tagging along. Survive on your own." The instant Narukami Subaru said those words, the entire area around them collapsed into chaos. Monsters came rushing in from every direction, attacking from the front, the back, and both sides all at once. The desperate fight for survival began immediately. Panicked screams, clashing weapons, and battle cries filled the cave, and then the view pulled away from the battlefield. Somewhere else, someone was watching everything unfold through Narukami Subaru's livestream, following the chaos on the screen in real time. A girl standing beside him looked at the stream with obvious concern and asked, "Should we really let him do that?" The yellow-haired man answered calmly, his eyes still fixed on the broadcast. The streamer made his decision. It is what it is. Even so, the girl still seemed unsure. Her expression stayed troubled as she looked at the screen and murmured softly, "But still, this is kind of..." On the screen, the battle inside the cave had already become brutally intense. The Thunder Wolves fought beside Narukami Subaru, colliding violently with the monsters that kept swarming in from every direction. After watching for a moment, the yellow-haired man pulled out a device and said, "Yeah, normally, if someone did something like this, they'd get flamed to hell. But this time, the situation's different." Right after he said that, a screen appeared, filled with lines of information and data flashing across it. The view returned to the yellow-haired man as he calmly explained the situation. "A hitchhiking tour. There's solid proof of it, so there's no reason to suspect anything else. Honestly, those people don't have anywhere near enough strength to clear the Cave of Thunder by themselves. It's basically a free taxi ride. Who wouldn't want to hop on?" At the same time, the screen showed the people inside the cave running for their lives, fleeing in terror as monsters chased them down without a shred of mercy. Watching the chaos continue, the woman beside him spoke with worry in her voice. "Do you think the viewers will understand it that way too? Even if it was annoying, wouldn't letting them tag along have avoided this kind of messy backlash?" The yellow-haired man was quiet for a brief moment before answering, "Maybe if it only happened this one time." The woman looked at him again, her concern deepening. "You don't mean," the yellow-haired man continued in a firm, matter-of-fact tone. "If people find out Narukami Subaru's taxi is free, they'll never leave him alone. Let them ride once without paying the price, and next time they'll swarm him like ants. Narukami Subaru is using them as an example. He's showing everyone watching that they shouldn't even think about leeching off him." As the yellow-haired man said that, the scene returned to Narukami Subaru, who was charging forward at incredible speed and cutting down monster after monster without the slightest hesitation. Then, right in front of Narukami Subaru, a system screen suddenly appeared, announcing that he had leveled up. Another screen followed immediately afterward, showing that 3 of his stats had each increased by 1 point. As the battle raged on, monster blood splashed across Narukami Subaru's mask. Around him, the ground had already become littered with the remains of the creatures he had cut down. Standing in the center of that violent chaos, Narukami Subaru remained completely unfazed. His posture stayed steady, and when he spoke, his voice was cold. "No complaints about this being a solo run now, right?" Meanwhile, the livestream chat was overflowing with reactions, countless viewers typing all at once as the screen flooded with comments. Some viewers were stunned silent by the ruthless scene in front of them, while others openly praised Narukami Subaru's overwhelming strength and frightening efficiency. No matter how wildly the chat reacted, Narukami Subaru stood calmly in the aftermath of the battle. Surrounded by fallen monsters and the thick scent of blood, he spoke again, this time with a chilling warning in his voice. "If anyone tries to leech off me again, be ready for this." After that cold warning, the view cut back once more to the same screen outside the cave. The yellow-haired man was still sitting beside the girl, but this time he burst into loud laughter, almost unable to hold it back. Yet even while he laughed, his eyes stayed sharp and calculating. Inside his mind, the yellow-haired man was already breaking down Narukami Subaru's actions. Narukami Subaru wasn't shallow enough to ignore how his words would land with the audience. That meant every move he made and every line he spoke had been deliberate. Still wearing that smile, the yellow-haired man admitted aloud, "I have to say it, he's top tier as both a player and a streamer." Then the view shifted to another screen, where a contact name appeared. "Nagging Boss." The call connected, and Hatsuka appeared on the other end. Hatsuka answered casually, sounding as if she was already busy with something else. "Chief, I'm busy right now, so I'll..." But before she could finish her sentence, the yellow-haired man cut her off. It's about Narukami Subaru. The moment Hatsuka heard Narukami Subaru's name, she paused. Her tone changed immediately, becoming sharper as she asked, "What about him?" The yellow-haired man replied, "Just answer one thing. Did you tell Narukami Subaru about the tag-along recruitment post?" Hatsuka answered without the slightest hesitation. "Yes, I told him." After hearing that answer, the yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes just a little. "I see. So this whole thing was your plan from the very beginning?" Clearly annoyed by the accusation, Hatsuka snapped back immediately. "Huh? Plan? If you're going to start saying weird nonsense, I'm hanging up." And just like that, Hatsuka cut the call without another word. The yellow-haired man stared at the disconnected screen, looking genuinely surprised for a moment. Then he turned toward the girl sitting beside him and asked, "You saved a copy of that forum post, right?" The girl nodded right away and answered without delay. "Yes, it's all prepared." A faint, confident smile spread across the yellow-haired man's face. Then it's our turn to make them understand that Narukami Subaru has a powerhouse agency standing behind him. With that, the scene shifted again, returning to the tower. The Thunderwolves charged forward at incredible speed, tearing across the battlefield like a living storm of claws, lightning, and fangs. But then, all at once, the view changed, cutting away to a completely different location. There, Blue Zone's guild was being completely overwhelmed. The situation had turned so disastrous that the entire group looked as if they were on the brink of being wiped out. In the middle of the chaos, the team captain shouted, "Schneider." At that moment, Schneider and his entire team were standing nearby, watching the battle unfold while panic and disorder erupted all around them. One of the opposing captains, clearly frustrated and furious, stepped forward and shouted at him, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Are you mad because I joined the raid squad or something?" But Schneider showed no reaction at all. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent, as if the accusation meant nothing to him. Then, without any warning, Schneider spoke in a quiet voice, "I found you." In the very next instant, Schneider pulled out a small knife and hurled it forward with incredible speed. The small blade ripped through the air with terrifying speed, cutting forward so fast that its path was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The opposing captain saw the knife fly and immediately shouted in disbelief, his face twisting as shock and anger hit him at the same time. "That bastard! You've got to be kidding me!" But before his outrage could even finish leaving his mouth, the blade had already crossed the battlefield and buried itself straight into the wolf boss's head. The instant the knife struck, a violent surge of energy burst out from the creature's body. The massive wolf was overwhelmed by the impact and collapsed under its own weight. For a second, the opposing captain stood frozen, staring at the fallen monster like he couldn't accept what he had just seen. Then he clicked his tongue in irritation. "Come on, I thought you were finally making a real move, but it was just one lousy mob." Schneider merely tilted his head a little, his expression cold, blank, and completely unimpressed. "Huh? Are you talking to me?" That casual response only poured more fuel onto the captain's anger. His face tightened, and he stepped forward as his temper rose. "You've been picking fights with me this whole time." "Fine. Then let's settle which one of us is actually." But before the captain could finish throwing out his challenge, Schneider cut him off with calm precision, his eyes steady, sharp, and completely unmoved. "The wolves." The moment Schneider said those words, every wolf on the battlefield suddenly stopped in place. The chaos that had filled the air only seconds earlier vanished all at once, replaced by a strange and heavy silence. Everyone around them froze in confusion, glancing between each other as they tried to understand why the attack had suddenly come to a complete halt. The opposing captain's eyes widened as he desperately tried to make sense of what was happening. But nothing about the scene matched what he expected. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, he snapped and shouted, "Hey, what the hell did you just do?" Schneider didn't look even slightly interested in arguing with him, let alone giving him a proper explanation. In a calm, almost dismissive voice, he simply replied, "You really don't understand a single thing about the Cave of Thunder? And it isn't just you," Schneider added coldly, making it clear that his judgment wasn't limited to the man standing in front of him. The higher-ups in Blue Zone are just as clueless. After saying that, Schneider started walking forward without caring about their reactions at all. With his back already turning away from them, he added in an almost casual tone, "You should turn back right now.
Unless, of course, you want to embarrass yourself in front of all your subordinates."
The other captain's pride had clearly been wounded, and his anger made his voice stumble. "Why, you bastard?" But Schneider didn't even bother giving him a reply. His expression remained exactly the same as he continued forward, leaving them behind as if they weren't worth another second of attention. The focus then shifted again, moving away from Schneider and returning to Narukami Subaru's side of the battle. Right in front of Narukami, the enormous Thundermaw boss lunged toward him, its massive body surging forward with crushing force as it prepared to attack. Narukami didn't step back. Instead, he planted himself firmly where he stood, facing the charging monster head-on with his body ready and his focus locked completely on the fight. Then, in the very next instant, Narukami burst forward with incredible speed, closing the distance almost faster than the beast could react. Without even the slightest hesitation, he drove a lightning-charged attack straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. The force of the blow was overwhelming. The Thundermaw boss was swallowed by the impact and destroyed almost immediately. As the dust and crackling energy began to settle around him, Narukami remembered Schneider's earlier words. "I made it that far pretty smoothly. It only took me about 3 years," Schneider had said, "but that was when I finally understood something. The real Cave of Thunder only begins from there." Now, standing in the silence left behind after the fight, Narukami looked ahead and saw an enormous, imposing gate waiting before him. The gate's presence alone felt heavy, almost as if it marked the boundary between two completely different worlds. Narukami stared at it for a quiet moment before murmuring to himself, "So this is what Schneider was talking about, the true Cave of Thunder." At that exact moment, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Narukami, glowing clearly in the air before his eyes. The message displayed itself in bright letters. "You are entering the first gate of thunder." Immediately after that, another screen appeared without delay, following the first message like the next step of a ritual, beginning the thunder trial. As the massive gate began to open little by little, Narukami Subaru remained still, quietly watching the heavy doors part in front of him. His thoughts were surprisingly calm as he took in the scene. Up until this point, the Cave of Thunder honestly hadn't felt that different from an ordinary dungeon. As he watched the space ahead begin to change, that realization settled clearly in his mind. The heavy doors groaned as they slowly opened, revealing the path that waited beyond them. Narukami kept his eyes fixed forward, and Schneider's explanation surfaced in his memory once again. According to Schneider, this was the exact place where everything truly changed. At that exact moment, another system window appeared before him, its message shining across the air. "You have entered the first gate of thunder." A second message followed immediately after it. "The trial of thunder will now begin." And as Narukami stepped forward, the entire atmosphere surrounding him transformed completely. The sky overhead twisted into something unnatural, warping as though the world itself had begun to bend out of shape. Then, far in the distance, a massive and bizarre dragon-like figure started to emerge. Its size was so enormous and its presence so overwhelming that it barely felt real. It looked almost like a living image painted directly across the sky. Narukami narrowed his eyes as he stared up at it, and one thought settled into his mind. From here on out, on the live stream, the viewers were completely stunned by what they were seeing. The sheer scale of the creature alone was enough to shake anyone watching from the other side of the screen. At that moment, Schneider's earlier warning echoed through Narukami's mind again. The first gate of thunder. It took me over 5 years to get through that place. So, how long do you think it'll take you? The scene snapped back to the present as another system message suddenly appeared before Narukami, cutting into the tense silence. Assessing your thunderclap qualifications, high above him, the words seemed to hang in the air while the pressure around him continued to build. The dragon's enormous eyes appeared to focus directly on Narukami, locking onto him as if they were judging not just his strength, but his very existence. Then a deep voice rolled through the space, echoing like thunder rumbling across a distant sky. Thunderclap is the earth's shaking roar when lightning strikes, but that roar, too, is still part of thunder. Either way, it carries the same power. So if you're asking whether the Cave of Thunder's reward has anything to do with my thunder, Narukami's thoughts stayed cautious and honest as he considered it. Honestly, I still have no idea. Even if it's the same element, that doesn't mean the skill itself is going to work the same way. As that voice faded away, the energy surrounding Narukami began to grow stronger. A cold, overwhelming force spread across the area, gathering together and condensing into something enormous. Right before Narukami's eyes, that power took form as a colossal thunder dragon, radiating a level of strength far beyond anything he had faced up to this point. A system screen appeared once again, revealing the name of the being standing before him. Judge of Thunderclap, Ragnell. Narukami slowly lifted his gaze toward the towering entity above him. Even beneath the crushing pressure pouring down from Ragnell, his eyes remained steady. He could feel that something decisive was about to happen. And just then, Schneider's warning rose once more in his memory. "You're the one who defeated Greg, the wolf warrior, right? But you'd better not even think about trying to take down Ragnell." Back in the present, the pressure around Narukami grew heavier, almost suffocating. Narukami gripped his head for a brief moment, feeling the full weight of the situation pressing down on him. But instead of fear, a faint spark of defiance appeared in his expression. "What do you take me for, Schneider?" he muttered, staring straight up at the thunder dragon above him, ready to face whatever came next. One look was enough to understand the truth. This was not the kind of opponent someone could simply defeat. That thought passed through Narukami Subaru's mind as he faced the overwhelming presence before him. At the same time, Schneider's words echoed once again in his memory, clear and heavy with warning. Ragnall's trials are different every single time. Sometimes he makes you endure tens of millions of lightning strikes. Other times, he seals away all 5 senses and traps you in pitch-black darkness. And sometimes, he summons a massive monster and forces you to fight it head-on. Back in the present, the massive thunder dragon loomed high above Narukami, its voice rumbling through the air like the sky itself had begun to speak. "Are you the one who will challenge the trial of thunder?" Narukami didn't hesitate for even a second. He looked directly at the dragon towering over him and answered in a firm voice, "Yes." The thunder dragon slowly descended closer to him, and its presence became even more suffocating as it studied Narukami with growing interest. "Most intriguing," Ragnall said. "You have already proven countless qualifications. Take out what you have in there." The instant Ragnall gave that command, something inside the space began to shift. Deep in Narukami's pocket, a faint pulse of thunder energy stirred on its own, leaking out in tiny crackling sparks that flickered into the air like the object had suddenly awakened. Narukami noticed the reaction right away, and his brows tightened with suspicion. The trace of thunder Schneider hadn't mentioned anything about it reacting like this. He reached into his pocket and pulled the object out into the open. The moment its glow appeared in his hand, the thunder dragon let out a low, knowing sound, as if it recognized exactly what Narukami was holding. "So you opened the thunderclap gate and entered by your own power." Narukami kept the glowing object resting in his palm, then lifted his gaze toward Ragnall and asked, "Wasn't there anyone else besides me who had one of these? Like that bearded guy who carried a spear, for example?" Ragnall answered without the slightest hesitation, his deep voice calm as he corrected Narukami's misunderstanding. He did not enter by opening the gate. He simply happened to pick up a stone that had been formed from the dungeon's condensed energy. After hearing that explanation, Narukami quickly began putting the pieces together in his mind. Now that Ragnall had said it, the situation actually made sense. If Narukami was the only one who possessed thunder, then this kind of reaction could only happen with him. Then Ragnall delivered his judgment without wasting even a moment, his voice sinking into a heavy tone that allowed no argument. "Now I shall impose your trial. Swallow it. That alone shall be your trial." At that exact moment, a system window opened in front of Narukami, displaying the details of the object lying in his hand. Trace of thunder, rank, category, a crystal left behind after thunder roared through the skies. Narukami stared down at the glowing crystal in his palm, and for the first time, a conflicted expression crossed his face. "This thing is ridiculously valuable, isn't it? Am I seriously supposed to just use it like this?" he said aloud, his voice carrying a rare trace of hesitation as he weighed the choice being forced on him. At the same time, his thoughts began racing. Passing the trial didn't automatically mean the reward would be better than the crystal itself. When he looked at it that way, swallowing something this precious almost felt like throwing away a treasure. But then Narukami's expression slowly hardened as he forced himself to consider the bigger picture. He had been holding on to this from the beginning for the next trial, and after making it this far, backing down now would only make him look pathetic. Narukami Subaru muttered under his breath, his eyes still fixed on the crystal shining in his palm, but almost immediately, that thought sharpened into something even heavier. No, it would not just bring shame to Narukami himself, it would also be an embarrassment to Blue Eyes. The moment that realization settled in, every trace of hesitation vanished from his face. Without allowing himself another second to waver, Narukami raised the crystal to his mouth and swallowed it. A system window flashed open in front of him immediately. "You have swallowed the trace of thunder." Almost at once, another message followed. "The gate's trial will now begin within your body." The very moment those words appeared, a violent burst of thunder energy exploded inside Narukami. The power surged through every inch of his body, raging wildly as if raw lightning had been unleashed directly into his veins. The pain was unbearable. His muscles locked tight, his breathing shattered, and a sharp, overwhelming force tore through him from the inside out. Unable to suppress it, Narukami screamed as the thunder continued ripping through his body. Then the scene suddenly shifted. A soft, cozy room came into view, warm light filling the space and creating a peaceful contrast to the brutal trial Narukami was enduring. This was Hatsuka's room, and she was watching the live stream with her full attention locked on the screen. Hatsuka's face was filled with shock and worry as she blurted out, "Does he even realize how much that stone was worth? And Narukami is seriously obsessed with money too. I hope he's okay." Just as her concern grew heavier, her phone suddenly started ringing. She glanced down at the screen and saw Kiyoharu's name displayed there. Without wasting a moment, Hatsuka quickly answered the call and said, "Hello, Kiyoharu?" From the other end of the line, Kiyoharu's voice came through calmly. "I'm about to arrive." Hatsuka sounded a little surprised when she heard that. "Already? Well, I guess it is close to you." Then she fell quiet for a moment, hesitating like there was something more she wanted to say but couldn't quite bring herself to voice. Kiyoharu noticed the silence right away and asked, "What is it?" After a short pause, Hatsuka finally managed to answer, her voice softening with guilt. "I'm really sorry." But before she could go any further, Kiyoharu cut her off in a firm voice. "Forget it. Just keep your promise, okay? If you come asking for it later, I'm not handing it over. No means no. I called because I wanted to make sure you understood that there's no turning back now. All right. Good luck with the monitoring." With those words, Kiyoharu ended the call. Hatsuka slowly lowered her phone, her gaze still resting on Kiyoharu's name glowing across the screen. Her expression gradually grew more serious, as if the full weight of what he had just said was finally sinking in. Then the focus shifted once again. Now Kiyoharu himself came into view. His face looked tense and troubled, like he was carrying something heavy on his shoulders, and even the air around him felt uneasy. A system notification appeared. Floor 5, Burning God Forging. Before Kiyoharu stood a massive, majestic palace, ancient and imposing, filled with an overwhelming presence. He gazed at it in silence, his eyes carrying both old memories and quiet resolve. Then, in a low voice meant only for himself, Kiyoharu murmured, "Never thought the day would come when I'd return here." After that, the focus returned once more to Narukami Subaru, who was still trapped in the middle of the brutal trial. Another system window appeared in front of him. The message displayed the condition again with cold clarity. "The trial of thunder will now begin within your body." In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning crashed directly into Narukami, surging through his entire body like a violent storm. His body jerked from the impact, and for one brief instant, it felt as if everything inside him was being torn apart. Then, little by little, Narukami's eyes snapped open again. Another system message appeared before him. "The trace of thunder has settled into your body. Your mana has increased by 1, but Narukami wasn't given even a single moment to recover." A new warning flashed immediately afterward. "Accumulating fatigue. Your fatigue has reached 67. Your mana has increased by 1." The strain continued to rise. Another alert appeared. "Your fatigue has reached 73. At the same time, Narukami felt something strange deep inside his body, a sharp and unnatural pulse running through his veins. His thoughts tightened as he realized something was wrong. No, this is the opposite of what happened last time. It felt as though something was blocking the flow of his magic instead of helping it circulate. The pain grew stronger, spreading through every part of him. Then another system message appeared. "The trace of thunder spreads through your entire body." Narukami could barely move anymore. His body refused to obey him properly, as if the thunder raging inside him had taken control of his limbs. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Narukami thought, "I can't move the way I want." The thunder's heart and the trace of thunder, are they reacting to each other? Confusion tangled with the agony as another thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't the thunder's heart supposed to be an equipable item? Before Narukami could fully grasp what was happening, another surge of lightning crashed down from above and struck his body with brutal force. The energy tore through him once again, pushing him even closer to his limit. Another system update appeared, showing his mana increasing once more until it reached a total of 81. By now, Narukami had fallen to his knees, barely managing to keep himself upright beneath the crushing pressure. His breathing came out heavy and uneven, and his body trembled as the overwhelming energy ripped through him. Looking inward at the power changing inside him, he muttered with difficulty, "It looks similar, but it's completely different from the trace of thunder." Narukami Subaru clenched his teeth as a sudden realization struck him. When Ragnell told him to swallow it, maybe that command hadn't only been about the trace of thunder. Maybe it had also been a hint telling him to swallow the thunder's heart. The moment that possibility took shape in his mind, Narukami moved without wasting another second. He took the thunder's heart and swallowed it as well. The instant it went down, everything changed. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Narukami's body, and this time it wasn't only one force being released, but two distinct powers bursting out at once. White thunder and golden thunder began pouring outward together. twisting around each other as they intertwined, expanded, and grew steadily stronger. The intensity continued rising with every passing moment, building higher and higher without slowing down. Even Ragnell watched closely, observing the transformation without making any move to stop it. Inside Narukami's body, something began to change. Deep within him, a new form slowly started to take shape, unmistakable and powerful, as if the two forces were forging something entirely new. Then Ragnell finally spoke, his thunderous voice carrying a quiet sense of acknowledgement. "So, you have finally noticed. As the process keeps moving forward, something strange begins to take shape deep within Narukami's body. It is not just loose energy anymore, but a heavy, condensed core of power, slowly gathering the surrounding thunder and pulling it together into one focused source inside him. The instant Narukami understands what is forming within him, a wave of awe rushes through his mind. So this is the thunder's heart. Above him, Ragnall lowers his gaze, watching Narukami with an expression that carries both amusement and disbelief, as if even the dragon cannot quite believe what he is seeing.
You did not even understand how to use it, Ragnall says, his deep voice rolling out with a dry, judging weight. To leave such a treasure wasted like that is almost laughable. Even so, there is meaning in reaching the truth with your own hands.
Narukami, still trembling from the brutal pain he barely managed to survive, clenches himself and fires back in frustration. His voice comes out rough and strained, as if every word scrapes against his throat. "You've got to be kidding me. I almost died back there." But even after hearing that, Ragnall does not react in the slightest. To him, Narukami's complaint seems tiny compared to the scale of the trial he has just endured. The Thunder Dragon simply continues, calm and unmoved. The previous wielder of thunder could not withstand this power. But this time, I have high hopes. As Ragnall's words echo through the space around them, an enormous surge of energy floods into Narukami's body once again. But now, the sensation is no longer the same as before. This time, the power does not feel like it is violently ripping him apart from the inside. Instead, it begins to sink into place, settling more naturally within him, stabilizing around his core and strengthening Narukami from somewhere deep within his body. Then, one system window after another starts flashing in front of him in rapid succession. The skill level of Thunder LV3 has increased. Almost immediately, another message appears right after it. Thunder LV34, the notifications keep coming, each one marking the rising storm of power building inside Narukami. Thunder LV5 end. And just as that message fades into his vision, one final new notification appears before him. The skill rank of Thunder has risen to S. In that moment, the energy inside Narukami rises into an entirely different realm, far beyond the level it had reached before. And then, the focus begins to shift away from him. Meanwhile, Schneider, the opposing captain, and both of their teams are still gathered in the same place as before. But as soon as Schneider looks around the area, his expression tightens. Something about the space feels off, as if a key piece has vanished without warning. "It's not here," Schneider says quietly, his eyes moving across the empty space with growing seriousness. "The painting is gone." At Schneider's words, Don Chow starts looking around uneasily, only now noticing how strange and bare the area feels. "Captain, doesn't this place feel kind of empty, or is it just me?" Schneider's eyes sharpen as the missing detail finally becomes clear to him. In a low, grave voice, he says, "The dragon is gone." Don Chow turns his head and checks the area again, and this time his eyes widen as realization catches up to him. "Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. Did you erase it, Captain?" Schneider immediately shakes his head and responds in a calm, steady tone. "I did not even take the test. Someone other than us must have entered this place and done it." The moment that possibility settles over the group, Don Chow's face fills with clear shock. What? Someone else had come here before them. Don Chow's mind instantly jumps to a single possibility. Don't tell me, was it Narukami Subaru? But even if it was him, what could Narukami have possibly done to make the dragon disappear like that? Before Schneider has a chance to explain anything, the Blue Eyes team captain cuts in impatiently, his attention locked onto something completely different. Dragon painting, dragon tattoo, whatever it was, I don't care. If Narukami Subaru already passed through this place, then we need to hurry. The Blue Eyes team captain's voice grows sharper as he presses the point. Are you really okay with him taking all the rewards before we even arrive? Schneider turns his gaze toward him, and his expression hardens with a faint trace of irritation. Do you really think I came here just for the rewards? The captain falters for a second, his confidence slipping as he tries to respond. Well, I mean, but Schneider does not give him the chance to finish. He steps forward instead, and for once his voice carries a rare spark of excitement. There has finally been a change. Someone besides me has actually reached the end of the Cave of Thunder. As Schneider moves closer to the captain, His tone drops lower, and a dangerous edge slips into his voice. The tension around them thickens, making the air feel heavier with every step he takes. Right now, I'm flying higher than ever, so do not even think about ruining the mood. The captain immediately backs down, lifting one hand slightly in a calming gesture. Okay, fine, I get it.
Dong Chao then steps between the tension and places a hand on the captain's shoulder, trying to keep the situation from boiling over. There's no need to rush. I fought that guy once in a tournament. The captain looks over at him, clearly confused by where this is going. So what?
Dong Chao's face grows more serious as he continues, choosing his words carefully. What I'm saying is, even Narukami Subaru wouldn't be able to get through what's waiting ahead that easily. The captain frowns, still not quite grasping the warning hidden in Dong Chao's words. But before the captain can question him any further, Schneider raises his voice, cutting across the group and addressing everyone gathered there at once. Stay sharp. If we want to witness the first historic conquest of the Cave of Thunder, then the bare minimum requirement is surviving. As soon as Schneider says that, the captain thinks to himself, so this guy is not even planning to clear it himself. Then what the hell is waiting for them up ahead? Not much later, the group finally reaches another enormous door, standing in their path like the entrance to something far more dangerous. The door looms silently before them, giving off an ominous pressure that makes everyone in the group tense up. Schneider steps forward and begins to open it, saying, "Beyond this door lies the end of the Cave of Thunder." Then, after a short pause, Schneider adds in a quieter, heavier voice, and right now, Narukami Subaru is probably already beyond it. As the massive door slowly opens, a system message appears before every single member of the group. You have entered the second gate of Thunder. The moment they step through, an enormous hall spreads out before them, stretching wide and silent into the distance. At the very center of that hall stands a throne, imposing and mysterious, as if it has been waiting there in silence for the next challenger to arrive. A message is written clearly upon it. Please take a seat on the throne. After seeing those words, the entire team begins moving forward slowly and cautiously. As they advance, they scan every corner of the hall, carefully watching their surroundings and staying alert for even the smallest hint of danger. But no matter how carefully they look, nothing about the place seems to make sense. The hall is quiet, far too quiet. After studying the area for a while, Schneider's expression gradually darkens. "He's not here," Schneider says in a low, controlled voice. The Blue Eyes team captain looks around the empty hall, his confusion obvious as his eyes sweep the space. "What now?" Schneider replies calmly, still keeping his gaze fixed on the surroundings. "I said Narukami Subaru is not here." The captain, already irritated by how Schneider keeps bringing Narukami up again and again, snaps back at him. "You've been going Narukami this, Narukami that, non-stop. Give it a rest already. He probably just sat on that throne and moved on ahead." But Schneider shakes his head immediately, his answer firm and certain. "No, that should not be possible." The captain frowns, staring at him with frustration. "And why do you think that?" Before Schneider can fully explain, the group takes another step deeper into the hall. In that exact instant, a system window appears in front of them. "You have trespassed upon the domain of the throne." At the same moment, a blinding light begins to shine down from above. A powerful force descends with frightening speed, crashing down in front of the group with overwhelming pressure. Everyone freezes where they stand, staring at the terrifying mass of energy gathering before their eyes. Then another system message appears in front of them. The Night of Thunder has appeared. The group stares in disbelief, and someone mutters, unable to hide their confusion. "The Night of Thunder? A boss monster?" Another uneasy voice follows. Uncertain and shaken by what they are seeing. "Why does a monster look like a human?" Schneider steps slightly forward, his eyes locked on the figure taking form within the light. In a serious voice, he says, "You cannot move forward unless you defeat the Night of Thunder." Then, after a brief pause, Schneider speaks again, quieter this time, his voice weighed down by memory. "That is him. This is the wall I faced, the one no one could ever surpass, Peleus." The name hangs heavily in the air, and for one brief moment, the focus drifts away from the present and slips back into the past. In that memory, Schneider is seen speaking with Narukami Subaru, explaining everything he knows about the opponent waiting deep inside the Cave of Thunder. And that was the name he introduced himself with, Schneider had said. Apparently, it was the first time he had ever told a challenger his name. Narukami, curious about the connection, asks, "They're not just two different people with the same name, right?" Schneider thinks it over for a moment before answering. "Both are trials tied to thunder. It makes the most sense to assume they are the same person." Narukami still doesn't look convinced by Schneider's explanation. His brow tightens a little, and instead of letting the subject drop, he pushes one step deeper, clearly trying to pin down how all of this is connected. Even so, Narukami says, his curiosity now sharpening into something more serious. If this is really that important, why has nobody uncovered it until now? There should be plenty of people out there who already know about Peleus. Schneider meets his gaze and answers in a steady, composed voice. But I'm the only one who knows the Knight of Thunder's real name, Schneider explains. And even for me, I didn't truly realize what kind of existence he was until that exact moment.
Your thunder skill and the Knight of Thunder are without a doubt tied together somehow. That connection is the entire reason this situation matters so much.
The scene snaps back into the present. Schneider is standing once again inside the enormous hall, his attention locked on the figure gradually completing its form in front of him. As he watches it appear, a quiet thought moves through his mind. I was hoping he would show himself before I got here this time. But now, right before their eyes, the Knight of Thunder, Peleus, steps forward into the open. The pressure of his presence is suffocating, and a fierce wave of energy begins pouring from his body, spreading through the entire hall like a storm. Then Peleus speaks, his voice low, heavy, and commanding enough to echo through the vast space. You've come again. Faced with Peleus standing directly before him, Schneider's eyes slowly narrow with guarded focus.
Schneider studies Peleus with a careful, searching stare before asking, "You were waiting for someone else, weren't you?" Peleus looks right back at him, his expression calm and impossible to read, then replies, "You catch on quickly."
Schneider doesn't let even a second slip by. He immediately presses the question further and asks, "Then, did you meet the person you were waiting for?" Peleus answers at once, without the slightest hesitation. "No. Not yet." As soon as Schneider hears that answer, he slowly draws his weapon, the tension around him rising as he prepares for battle. "Then let's see," he says. At the same moment, the captain of the Blue Eyes team barks an order to his members, block off his escape. The Blue Eyes members surge forward all at once. They fan out across the hall, spreading into position as they try to close every route around Peleus and trap him from all sides. Watching from behind them, Schneider instantly understands what they are trying to do, and his expression changes. His warning cuts sharply through the hall, mindlessly charging in will. But Schneider doesn't even get the chance to finish the sentence. Before his warning can fully leave his mouth, Peleus has already made his move. With a single effortless swing, Peleus cuts through every one of them at the same time. The strike is so brutally fast and overwhelming that the attackers don't even have a moment to defend themselves or react. In the span of one blink, the entire formation is wiped out. Schneider watches the result with a grim look, clicks his tongue under his breath, and mutters, "Cheap tricks like that don't work against the Knight of Thunder." Even after witnessing that terrifying gap in power with his own eyes, the captain of the Blue Eyes team still can't bring himself to retreat or accept defeat. Forcing his body back up with visible effort, the captain glares fiercely at Peleus and shouts, "If Schneider won't do it, then I will." The moment the words leave his mouth, he charges straight in and swings into a direct attack. But the very instant the captain's sword clashes against Peleus, the blade breaks apart completely. It shatters like fragile glass, as if it never had even the slightest chance of reaching him. Before the captain can process what just happened, Peleus's weapon is already resting against his throat. The sudden threat freezes the fight in place, ending his attack before it can go any further. The focus shifts away from the hall and returns to Narukami Subaru. After some time has passed, his eyelids slowly lift, and he finally begins to regain consciousness. Still groggy and trying to pull his scattered thoughts back together, Narukami murmurs under his breath, "How long was I out for?" A system notification suddenly appears in front of him, its glowing text hanging clearly in the air where Narukami can see it.
Won't sleep till you've cleared. It has gifted 100 credits. Right after the gift notification, another message pops up alongside it.
"I'm sick of seeing you pass out, so the next time you do, make a collab with Narukami Subaru." Narukami reads the message in silence, then pauses for a moment as the idea starts turning over in his mind. After all, the collab with Hawkeye ended up turning into surprisingly good publicity. And if he were to collaborate with Narukami Subaru, someone with an audience that massive, wouldn't the effect be even greater? Narukami lowers his gaze to his own hands, gives a small, thoughtful nod, and says, "Okay, count me in." Immediately after that, a status window appears before him, displaying his current level. Level 37. Narukami's eyes move carefully across the rest of his stats, checking each number one by one. The more he reads, the more serious his expression slowly becomes. The amount is pretty worrying. Narukami mutters quietly to himself. Then he draws in a deep breath, steadies his mind, and says, "All right, let's shake it off and keep going." The focus shifts back to Peleus once again. He is just about to bring the fight to an end with the final blow, but at that exact instant, Schneider suddenly steps in and blocks the attack. The impact rings violently through the hall, and without losing even a heartbeat, Schneider and Peleus crash into each other head-on, their weapons meeting with explosive force. Their battle erupts in an instant, and the intensity between them rises to a level far beyond anything before. Watching from a distance, the Blue Eyes team captain stares in disbelief and murmurs, "So this is the difference of 10 years. When Don Chow hears those words, he gives a faint, almost mocking scoff and replies, "Come on. Did you really think the guild didn't trust Schneider and chose to send you instead? You're just a tool bait meant to stir up the captain's pride." Meanwhile, the battle between Schneider and Peleus continues to escalate, growing more violent and intense with every passing second. Each exchange between them sends tremors through the surroundings. Their movements are so fast, and the force behind every strike is so overwhelming that most of the onlookers can barely keep track of what is happening. The Blue Eyes team captain watches in stunned silence, unable to look away from the battle unfolding before him. Under his breath, he mutters, "Narukami Subaru, he beat Schneider, didn't he?" On the battlefield, Peleus suddenly releases a tremendously powerful attack straight at Schneider. Schneider manages to block the attack, but the weight behind it is enormous. His entire body strains under the crushing pressure, making it painfully clear that even someone like him is struggling just to keep up. Then, right in the middle of the clash, disaster strikes. One of Schneider's arms is severed. Even so, he refuses to collapse, clenching his teeth and forcing himself to endure the pain. Schneider steadies himself once more. But deep down, he can no longer ignore the truth in front of him. "I still can't do a damn thing against Peleus. How many more minutes can I hold out? 2 minutes, at best. Not even 1 second more than that." Just then, several other fighters rush in to back Schneider up. They leap toward Peleus from different angles, trying to overwhelm him with a coordinated assault. But their support changes absolutely nothing. With one effortless strike, Peleus defeats them all at once, sweeping them aside as if they are barely worth noticing. Without slowing his advance in the slightest, he keeps moving straight toward Schneider, ready to finish the fight. As Schneider sees Peleus closing in, his thoughts suddenly sharpen, cutting through the fear and pressure all at once. Schneider knows there is no time left, and no room for even a moment of hesitation. In that case, he thinks, tightening his grip around his weapon, "I'll put everything on this one strike." Then Schneider launches himself forward. Schneider's attack connects cleanly, his blade striking directly against Peleus's body. But the result is so unbelievable that for a moment, Schneider can only stare in shock. The blow does not leave even the faintest scratch. It is as if Schneider's all-out attack had meant nothing from the very beginning. Peleus calmly steps forward, raises his weapon to end the battle and says, "You've grown quite a bit." Peleus is just about to swing down and deliver the final blow, but before the attack can land, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly erupts across the battlefield. A massive explosion bursts outward with violent force, blasting both Schneider and Peleus backward. The entire hall trembles under the shockwave as the impact tears through the space. For a brief moment, everything is swallowed by blinding light, roaring energy, and total chaos, making it impossible to see what is happening inside the blast. Then, from deep within the center of the explosion, a figure slowly begins to appear through the fading light and swirling energy. Narukami Subaru steps out from the blast. The presence around him feels completely different now, and the power surrounding his body has clearly risen to a level far beyond what he showed before. The air around Narukami crackles with intense energy, stronger than anything they had seen from him earlier. Even Peleus reacts, his eyes narrowing slightly as he says, "Narukami Subaru." Narukami takes one step forward, then silently signals for Schneider to stay back. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Narukami calls his demonic blade into his grasp. The weapon forms in his hand, like it has been pulled straight out of the roaring thunder gathering around him. A violent rush of thunder energy explodes out from Narukami's body, spreading across the hall in every direction. At the same time, Peleus unleashes his own power as well, and in that instant, it becomes clear that neither of them is holding back anymore. Terrifying surges of energy burst from both sides and crash together in the center of the battlefield. The force is so intense that the entire space trembles, and the air itself seems to split apart beneath the pressure of their colliding thunder. Then, in the span of a single heartbeat, Peleus disappears from the spot where he had been standing and reappears right in front of Narukami. Without giving any warning at all, Peleus drives a powerful attack straight toward him. Narukami reacts just in time, raising his blade to meet it head-on, but the impact is massive, forcing him back a little as their power erupts between them at close range. As their thunder energies grind against each other with a violent roar, Peleus speaks once more. Beneath the calm weight of his voice, there is something strangely familiar, almost like he is addressing someone he has waited a long time to see. It has been a while, my benefactor. Narukami keeps his feet planted firmly, holding his blade against Peleus's pressure, and answers in an even voice, I've heard the story. From the side, Don Chao watches the exchange with complete confusion written across his face. His eyes dart between Narukami and Peleus before he finally blurts out, What exactly is going on here? At that moment, Peleus slowly raises both hands to his helmet. Then, with deliberate calm, he removes it, revealing his face for the first time as his gaze settles directly on Narukami. In a calm, certain voice, Peleus says, I am not sure whether you remember my face, so allow me to greet you properly. It is me, Peleus. After that day, I never knew where you had vanished to. But I believed that if I came to this place, then sooner or later I would be able to meet you again. Narukami stares at Peleus, trying to absorb everything he has just been told. After a pause, he asks in a low voice how much time has passed since then. Peleus meets his gaze with steady eyes and replies, You really are an otherworlder. I cannot tell you exactly how long it has been. After roughly 100 years went by, I simply stopped counting. The moment those words reach him, Narukami Subaru is left stunned in silence. Inside Narukami's mind, the pieces begin turning over one by one. The Thunder Trial should only be a virtual test, a challenge that players can attempt again and again as many times as they want. So why is Peleus still able to remember him at all? While Narukami wrestles with that impossible question, Peleus continues, his voice steady, yet carrying a quiet heaviness beneath every word. After I learned that otherworlders existed, I began to wonder. Perhaps you, too, were not truly someone from this world. Narukami's eyes narrow as he asks him directly, What happened to the villagers? And why do you look like this now? For a brief moment, a heavy silence falls between them, pressing down on the hall. Only after that silence does Peleus finally answer, and his tone carries the weight of everything he has endured over the years. After you disappeared, the giants' invasion did not stop. It continued on, and in the end, the village was destroyed. I was the only one who survived. Peleus pauses for a short moment, as if forcing the memory back down, then continues in a voice that grows firmer with determination. I made a vow that I would become strong, just like you. My benefactor, I searched for the power you once used. I kept chasing after it until, at last, that search led me to this cave. As Peleus speaks, the air around him begins to tremble, and his power slowly starts to climb. In the end, I found it, but the price I had to pay for reaching toward that power. For someone like me, someone who lacked the qualifications to seek something so great, that price was far heavier than I could have ever imagined. Peleus's voice sinks lower, darker, as he finally reveals the cost. I lost both of my eyes. I could no longer see anything, and after that, I was cursed, unable to take even a single step outside this cave. The only thing left for me was to remain here and wait. Wait for the day you might return. As Peleus says those words, a terrifying aura erupts from his body. His power surges wildly, filling the entire space with a crushing, overwhelming pressure. Then, in a deep and solemn voice, Peleus speaks to Narukami with what sounds like his final request. My benefactor, this is my final wish. I beg you, please grant this pitiful man standing before you eternal rest. When Narukami hears that request, his gaze lowers slightly. The full weight of Peleus's words settles over him, heavy enough to make the air feel still. In his mind, Narukami quickly checks the condition of his own body. My fatigue is already close to the limit. If I don't want this fight dragging out, then I need to go all out from the very beginning. At that exact moment, an immense wave of energy begins gathering deep inside him. A system window appears directly in front of Narukami, its text glowing sharply in the air, charging the thunder's heart. Immediately after, another warning flashes into view. Your fatigue has reached 78, but even with that warning, the power building inside Narukami continues to climb without the slightest sign of slowing down. Lightning bursts outward from his body, and his aura grows more intense with every passing second. Then Narukami looks straight at Peleus, his voice filled with firm resolve. Very well. I will grant your wish. In the next instant, Narukami and Peleus both unleash their full strength. Their thunder energies collide with terrifying force, creating a violent clash that shakes the entire domain with destructive power greater than anything shown before. The focus then shifts away, and Rina appears as she walks toward her base. Her steps are cautious, and her thoughts are already filled with unease as she quietly realizes that he is probably going to be angry. It is not simply that Rina failed to retrieve it. The real issue is much worse. She chose not to take it back. As that thought weighs heavily on her, her expression turns anxious, troubled, and harder to hide. Just then, Rina lifts her eyes toward the base ahead of her, and her entire body stiffens in shock. The whole structure before her has been completely sealed in ice. Staring at the frozen base, Rina mutters weakly, "Oh, he's definitely mad." After that, she opens the entrance and glances upward, only to notice countless sharp ice shards hanging above her like deadly traps. The moment Rina steps forward, the ice shards suddenly begin dropping from above at frightening speed, crashing down toward the ground around her. Startled and completely overwhelmed, she shouts, "This is way too much. Are you trying to kill me?" Then Rina looks ahead and sees someone stepping out from inside the base, his whole presence radiating cold, unmistakable anger. Sight alone terrifies Rina so badly that she immediately falls into panic. Flustered and desperate to survive the situation, she blurts out, "You're right. I should pay with my life now. Wait. No. I sincerely apologize." The white-haired man fixes her with a cold stare and says, "You let him have it on purpose, didn't you?" The moment she hears that question, Rina quickly tries to deny it. "No." But the white-haired man presses her again, his tone leaving her no room to dodge. "Just say it straight." Rina hesitates, caught under his stare, before finally admitting the truth. "Oh, yes." The white-haired man continues to stare at Rina, then asks her one more question.
Why did you do that?
Still nervous and stumbling over herself, Rina explains, "I didn't see his face, but everything he did felt exactly like Subaru. So I thought it might be okay to let him have it. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything bad." After listening to Rina's explanation, the white-haired man falls into silence. For a moment, he looks slightly troubled, as though her words have left him unsure of what to say next. But then the white-haired man turns away and starts to leave. As he walks off, he speaks in a calmer voice. "I see. Well, it's true that I put you through a lot too, since you made it back safely. Let's call it even." Rina watches him go, still not fully sure whether she heard him correctly, and asks in a hesitant voice, "You'll forgive me?" The white-haired man answers calmly, but the words that follow are not exactly the relief she was hoping for. "Put the house back to normal." The instant Rina hears that, her fear gives way to pure irritation, and she shouts back in frustration, "You're the one who wrecked it." Then the focus shifts once again. The cold, chilling energy of the area fills the scene once more. Members of the Blue Zone team look around with confusion and disbelief on their faces, unable to make sense of the sight before them, until one of them mutters, "Is this really the third floor?" After hearing their response, Don Chao's expression turns heavy, his face making it painfully clear that there isn't even the smallest gap they can take advantage of. At the very same time, the focus shifts ahead, where Narukami Subaru and Peleus are already locked in a terrifying battle, their clash so fierce that the air around them seems to shake with every movement. The pressure surrounding the fight is almost suffocating, as if each collision between them is pressing down on the entire battlefield. Watching closely from the side, Schneider narrows his eyes, carefully reading the flow of the battle, and points out the one weakness Peleus can never fully overcome. His greatest flaw is that he cannot see. Then the battle explodes into full motion. Narukami Subaru charges forward without allowing Peleus even a second to settle himself, launching one strike after another in a relentless rush that keeps driving the fight ahead. Peleus responds with just as much force, sometimes cutting in with his sword in brutal, precise arcs, and other times driving his kicks forward with crushing power, each blow tearing through the space between them like a heavy impact. Even while Subaru dodges, shifts his footing, and trades strikes in the middle of that storm-like exchange, he is not moving without thought. His gaze stays sharp, and behind every motion, his mind keeps searching for the one path that might let him break past Peleus' defenses. Subaru thinks to himself that if he can hide his presence, even for just a brief instant, then he may be able to create the opening he needs. Right then, a glowing window flashes before his eyes, warning him that his fatigue has already climbed to 81. Across from him, Peleus remains utterly confident, declaring that this amount of pressure is nowhere near enough to shake him. But at that exact moment, another attack suddenly tears through the air, flying straight toward him with tremendous force. Peleus reacts at once. Turning aside the incoming strike with effortless control, after deflecting it, his focus immediately shifts back toward Narukami Subaru. Subaru glances over his shoulder and quickly understands who sent that attack. It was Schneider. Realizing how perfect the timing was, Subaru gives a faint sign of approval and says that the strike was placed exactly where it needed to be. And that single attack was far from meaningless. The power behind Schneider's strike had been strong enough to blast away one of Peleus' arms completely. Even after losing an entire arm, Peleus shows no panic, no fear, and not even the slightest wavering in his posture. Instead, he remains frighteningly composed and simply says that he still has one arm left. But when Peleus turns forward again, ready to continue the fight as if nothing happened, he suddenly senses that something is wrong. The space in front of him is empty, and Narukami Subaru is no longer standing where he should be. A moment later, Subaru's voice rings out from a different direction, calling to Peleus and telling him that he is right there. At the same time, a system window appears before Subaru, announcing that Cloud Stride has been activated. With that ability, Subaru can step across the air itself, gaining the power to walk through midair for 3 precious seconds. Using that short window to its fullest, Subaru moves through the sky and closes in from above. His next strike surges with freezing cold energy and crackling lightning, the two powers twisting together into one devastating attack. The blow lands with overwhelming force. It cuts through Peleus so completely that his body is torn apart and split into pieces. In his final moments, Peleus does not speak with hatred or resentment. Instead, his voice remains calm and respectful as he apologizes to his benefactor, saying he is sorry for causing trouble right up until the very end. With those final words, Peleus offers his gratitude to Narukami Subaru. Soon after, his true soul rises from the shattered remains of his body, and a bolt of lightning crashes down on that very spot before the battlefield finally sinks into silence. At last, the battle is over, and the monster has been completely defeated. As everyone stands there, still absorbing what just happened, a throne suddenly appears before them. Narukami Subaru and the others all turn their attention toward the throne. Subaru's gaze remains fixed on it, but before he can move forward without interruption, someone suddenly drops down from above and attacks him with a sword. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Subaru immediately wonders who would be reckless enough to attack him at a moment like this. The attacker soon reveals himself as none other than the current leader of the Blue Zone team. The Blue Zone captain shouts furiously, demanding to know how this situation is any different from Schneider's earlier fight. Behind him, Don Chow calls out in disgust, accusing him of acting like a coward and relying on filthy tricks. The captain ignores Don Chow completely and turns his attention to the people around him instead. Raising his voice, he yells that this is their only chance, while Narukami Subaru is exhausted, pushing everyone to attack Subaru all at once. Some of the people nearby begin to waver, their faces showing clear hesitation as they consider the captain's words. Seeing that uncertainty, the captain shouts even louder, desperately trying to pull more of them over to his side. He snaps at them, demanding to know if they are even listening, then reminds them that Narukami Subaru is the man their so-called great captain has been chasing all this time. He urges them to kill Subaru right here and settle everything once and for all. But the people the captain expects to support him do not move. One after another, their silence speaks louder than any answer, making it clear that none of them are willing to stand with him. Across from him, Narukami Subaru simply watches the captain without saying a word. As anxiety rises inside him, the captain thinks that Subaru still has not shown any sign of using thunder, which must mean he is nearly burned out. If there is any weakness to exploit, it has to be now. Then, all at once, he turns toward Schneider. The captain shouts at Schneider, demanding to know why he is just standing there doing nothing. He tells Schneider that this is finally his chance to take revenge. But Schneider stays exactly where he is, showing no reaction at all. Schneider does not move even a single step. The captain keeps pushing him, insisting that the opportunity is right in front of him, and that is the moment Schneider finally snaps back in anger. Schneider fires back, asking what exactly the captain expects him to do with his injured arm. He tells the captain not to drag him into this mess, and when the captain hears that response, his whole body visibly stiffens, shaken and confused. The captain stammers, asking what Schneider means, and bringing up the reward, then warns that the guild will not stay quiet about this. Schneider, still calm and collected, replies that the captain is talking nonsense. The reward clearly belongs to Narukami Subaru, and besides, Schneider only joined Blue Zone for one reason, to conquer the Cave of Thunder. Schneider makes it plainly clear that he has no interest whatsoever in the guild's internal affairs. Hearing that, the captain's expression darkens, because he finally understands that Schneider has no intention of helping him. With no other choice left, the captain quickly turns his focus back to Narukami Subaru and calls out his name. Then, trying to twist the situation to his own advantage, he suddenly presents Subaru with an offer. The captain tells Subaru that he has an incredible deal for him. If Subaru joins Blue Zone, then every reward from the Cave of Thunder will be handed over to him. On top of that, he promises Subaru treatment equal to a semi-ranker, insisting this is not empty talk, but an official guild offer. At the same time, however, the captain is privately thinking that his original plan had been to claim Thunder for himself and secure that position personally. But now that the situation has unfolded like this, The captain realizes he no longer has the luxury of choosing. For now, the smartest move is to bind Narukami Subaru to Blue Zone and bring him under the guild's control. The captain keeps pushing the offer, trying even harder to persuade Subaru. He says that with terms like these, there is no reason for them to remain enemies anymore. But Subaru only looks at him with a cold, unreadable expression and asks what made him think Subaru would ever accept. In the very next instant, Subaru moves without the slightest hesitation. His attack flashes through the air in one clean motion, slicing straight across the captain's neck. The Blue Zone captain's body immediately loses its strength and collapses right there where he stood. Everyone present witnesses it happen. Shock spreads through the entire group as they stare at the fallen captain, unable to believe what they have just seen. For a moment, nobody moves, and the silence grows heavy in the aftermath of Subaru's strike. After that, Narukami Subaru turns his attention elsewhere and calls out Schneider's name. The instant Subaru says Schneider's name, Schneider's teammates tense up and prepare themselves for a possible fight. But Schneider stops them before the situation can escalate, saying that more importantly, he wants to know what lies beyond them. Subaru asks Schneider if he intends to come with him. Schneider responds with a slight smirk, asking if Subaru is scared, then turns toward his own team and orders them to withdraw. His teammates are stunned the moment they hear that order, but Schneider continues in a firm and unwavering voice. He tells them that this will be his final command as their captain. Then Schneider adds that it is also his last request to them as comrades. Those words hit his teammates emotionally, and one of them quickly steps forward to hand him a knife. Schneider accepts the knife and says there is still one more thing to do. Then, after making a mark on his own leg, he asks how that works as proof. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru has already turned away from everyone else and started walking forward, heading directly toward the throne. From behind him, Schneider calls out that everything has been settled. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru continues advancing toward the throne without turning back. Everyone behind Subaru, including Schneider, watches him in complete silence. The moment feels tense and almost unreal, as if the entire battlefield is holding its breath. At last, Subaru reaches the throne. Without showing any hesitation, he lowers himself down and takes his seat. But the instant Subaru sits on the throne, something feels wrong. A strange pressure begins gathering around him, and an unfamiliar, powerful energy presses in from every direction. A system window suddenly flashes open in front of Narukami Subaru. Its message is cold and direct, announcing that he has taken his seat upon the unused Thunder Throne. The instant that notification appears, a strange and unfamiliar energy begins twisting around Subaru. It coils through the air like a living current, wrapping around his body from every direction. Subaru's condition worsens almost immediately. His face tightens in pain, his body strains under the invisible force, and it becomes obvious that both his mind and body are being pushed into a dangerous state. It looks like Subaru wants to get up from the throne right away, but his body refuses to listen. The crushing pressure pins him down completely, pressing harder against him with every passing second. Just then, the door at the far end of the room begins to open little by little. From beyond that doorway, a shadowy figure steps inside. At first, nothing about this person is fully revealed. But even while the entire area is drowning in that overwhelming pressure, the man walks forward as if it has no effect on him at all. With red hair and armor covering his body, his presence alone makes it clear that he is not an ordinary opponent. The red-haired man fixes his eyes on the figure seated on the throne and speaks in a calm, controlled voice. He admits that in his current condition, he still cannot endure the power of thunder. Because of that, he says he cannot claim the seat for himself. But one day, he will return as a vessel worthy of the throne, and he has come here only to deliver those words to his father. Everything the man says only makes the situation even more mysterious, leaving the meaning behind his words impossible to understand. Without explaining anything further, he simply turns away and begins walking back the way he came. As the red-haired man leaves, the pressure surrounding the Thunder Throne becomes even more violent. It feels as though his departure has caused the power around the throne to spiral further out of control. Subaru is pushed all the way to his limit, barely managing to withstand the enormous weight crashing down on him. The force grows so intense that even the structure beneath the throne begins to split apart, cracking and collapsing under the strain. Then, in the very next moment, everything is swallowed by a massive explosion that tears through the entire area. The whole place is thrown into complete chaos. Broken debris scatters in every direction, and the air fills with the heavy aftermath of destruction. And yet, somehow, after all of that, Narukami Subaru is suddenly standing in a completely different location, as if he has been moved there without any warning. He looks around in confusion, then mutters under his breath, wondering if the viewers also couldn't see that sudden cut. Right after that, another window appears in front of Subaru.
At the same time, his live stream is still running, and the comment section is flooding non-stop with reactions from the viewers. Subaru doesn't waste even a second. He reaches out and grabs the item in front of him, and the moment his hand closes around it, a system window appears, announcing that he has cleared the Cave of Thunder. The next message reveals that Subaru has obtained the Hollow Heart of Thunder. Immediately after that, more notifications continue appearing, confirming that he has leveled up 3 times. His strength, stamina, and agility each increased by 2 points, while his concentration rises by 3. Then, another window appears, telling him he can receive AP from the Central Guild, while the strange item he just picked up remains in his hand. The Hollow Heart of Thunder is still a complete mystery. Its rank, its effects, and even its true nature are all hidden. Subaru keeps staring at it with a thoughtful expression before muttering that, for a test that difficult, the reward honestly feels kind of terrible. Then Subaru pauses and looks at the item again, as another thought crosses his mind. He wonders if it might be the same type of object as the Thunder's heart. At that moment, Schneider finally speaks up, clearly, still confused by everything that just unfolded. He asks what that was and what exactly happened, while Subaru answers calmly that the item appeared from the dust. Schneider studies the object more closely and asks Subaru what it is supposed to be. Subaru answers honestly that he has no idea, and hearing that, Schneider looks a little surprised before giving a faint smile and saying that even Subaru does not know. Schneider lets out a small, tired reaction, almost sounding amused despite the situation, and mutters that this really is troublesome. Then Schneider says that if he wants to see the results of the 10 years he spent chasing this goal, he has no choice but to watch Subaru's stream. Subaru, with a serious look on his face, replies that those results are only the beginning. Subaru asks whether Schneider will be leaving this floor soon as well. Then, as Subaru starts walking away from the area, he casually adds that if Schneider is going to watch, he should at least send some donations. Subaru then remembers something else and says in an almost casual tone that he still needs to take care of the missions. Behind him, Schneider calls out in disbelief, asking if that is truly the first thing Subaru plans to do after clearing the Cave of Thunder. He says Subaru really is a strange person, and right then, several system windows open in front of Subaru one after another. The notifications begin appearing in sequence. One window announces that a mission has been completed, and that mission villain has gifted Subaru 20,000 credits. Then another window follows right after, announcing another completed mission and revealing that Safe Assets has gifted him 10,000 credits. After receiving such a huge amount of credits, Subaru looks genuinely pleased. Turning his attention back toward the live stream audience, he thanks everyone who stayed and watched all the way to the end. Subaru then wraps up the broadcast, saying that this will be all for today's stream. The moment those words leave his mouth, the live stream ends and the view shifts to another location. In that place, a screen displays the message that Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. There, the white-haired man is watching together with Rina. He remarks that this is always how things go with Subaru, and Rina answers with a worn-out expression that it is honestly exhausting. The white-haired man then asks what she thought. When Rina looks confused and asks what he means, he clarifies that he is talking about seeing Narukami Subaru in person. Rina thinks it over for a moment before admitting that the masked streamer did resemble him. Rina admits there was definitely a resemblance, but she insists there is no way that person was actually Subaru. As she stands up and begins to walk away, she suddenly stops in place and turns back toward the white-haired man. Rina says this is what he wanted to hear, isn't it? Since nobody can even see the streamer's face through the mask, she had also wondered if Subaru might truly be hiding his identity. Hearing that, the white-haired man quietly admits that he already knows. But Rina continues, saying that she had been hopeful at first as well. Still, once she thought about it calmly for even a moment, the idea began to fall apart. Her first reason is simple. Subaru hates being the center of attention. Because of that, Rina says there is no way Subaru would willingly livestream himself like that, practically turning his own image into a product, and even going as far as wearing his own signature mask. Then Rina gives her second reason. With the way the tower system works, nobody can simply restart the trials from the first floor, unless they somehow reincarnate like a character in a manga. So if that streamer really were the real Narukami Subaru, he would need to satisfy both impossible conditions at the same time. The white-haired man answers calmly that something like that would never happen. Rina simply agrees with him, and with that, the scene shifts to Floor 5, Buren Godforging. Soon after, the main area of Godforging comes into view, revealing the heart of that powerful domain. Godforging is an incredibly influential force within the world of Buren. Among martial artists, its authority and strength are so great that it stands second only to the Martial Alliance. It is a place that represents martial power itself, and it is also the very place where the blue-haired man grew up.
At that moment, a group of soldiers can be seen escorting someone forward. The person being led through the area is the same man Hatsuka had spoken with earlier. As the soldiers guide him along, the man speaks with a trace of irritation, saying they are making him look like some kind of criminal. One of the guards responds in a formal tone, asking what he just said, and the blue-haired man quickly brushes it off by saying it was nothing. He tells them to forget about it, as the guards continue leading him forward. One of them then warns him to avoid unnecessary comments and says that if he has something to say, he should say it directly to his lordship. Hearing that, the blue-haired man lets out a quiet remark. The blue-haired man murmurs that he never expected things to turn out like this. At the same time, he thinks to himself that Hatsuka is the kind of person who never asks for favors, so if she came to him for help, it must have been serious. That is exactly why he came here. Before long, a massive door appears ahead of him. As the blue-haired man walks toward it, uneasy thoughts continue turning through his mind. He wonders whether he can truly hold his ground in front of that person. Then he steps into the room alone, and as he crosses the threshold, one name and title weigh heavily in his mind. That person is the Lord of Godforging, one of the tower's highest-ranked high-rankers and the number 2 figure in the martial world, Untenkyoku. The blue-haired man greets Untenkyoku with respect, lowering his head slightly as he says it has been a while, and asks whether his lordship has been well. Untenkyoku responds in a calm, almost familiar tone, telling him there is no need to act so stiff. Untenkyoku tells him to call him uncle, just like he used to. It is then revealed that this man is rank 6, the Lord of Godforging Untenkyoku. The blue-haired man nods obediently and answers, "Yes, uncle." Untenkyoku then turns the same question back toward him, asking how he has been doing lately as well. The blue-haired man keeps his posture respectful and controlled, answering simply that he has been doing well. Untenkyoku continues speaking in that same calm, composed tone, remarking that Azure Sky Entertainment has grown into quite an impressive company. After a brief pause, he adds that recently a young warrior named Narukami Subaru has been attracting a great deal of attention. The blue-haired man is clearly taken off guard by that comment. Confusion flickers across his face as he asks when Untenkyoku even found out he was working for Azure Sky Entertainment, but Untenkyoku answers with complete indifference, saying a detail like that hardly matters. Still uneasy, the blue-haired man tries to push back, saying that maybe it does not matter to Untenkyoku, but before he can finish speaking, Untenkyoku calmly cuts him off and tells him they should move on to another subject. Then Untenkyoku continues, guiding the conversation exactly where he had wanted it to go from the very beginning. His voice stays even, but the weight behind it is impossible to miss. Untenkyoku says the blue-haired man must have had some reason for returning here alone, then asks if he came to deliver Yuika's answer. The blue-haired man gives a small nod and says that he heard the answer directly from Yuika herself, but the moment he says that Yuika refused, the atmosphere inside the room changes completely. The air turns sharp and heavy, as though the entire room has suddenly tightened around him. A terrifying force begins pouring from Untenkyoku's body, filling the space with pressure so intense it feels almost impossible to breathe. Untenkyoku's mere presence becomes overwhelming as he slowly repeats the word refusal. Then a dangerous curiosity slips into his voice as he calls it interesting and asks whether the blue-haired man even understands what question Yuika was answering. The blue-haired man answers honestly and says he does not know. Hearing that, Untenkyoku's eyes grow sharper, and he asks if the blue-haired man truly came all this way without even knowing something that important. The blue-haired man quickly explains that Yuika only asked him to pass along one message, and that message was simple. She refuses. After all, Yuika is his irreplaceable friend. The moment those words leave his mouth, the terrifying pressure radiating from Untenkyoku weakens slightly, as if he has chosen to rein himself in. His expression settles back into something more controlled, and he says that the blue-haired man is merely Yuika's messenger, nothing more. But the blue-haired man shakes his head and adds that it is not exactly like that. He only came because he lost a bet. Before he can properly finish that explanation, a crushing wave of pressure suddenly slams down on him. The force is so overwhelming that the blue-haired man can barely speak. His body trembles under the weight of it as he struggles just to remain standing, while Untenkyoku's energy surges again, even more frightening than before. In a cold, commanding voice, Untenkyoku tells him to listen carefully to his message as well, and to make sure he delivers every word exactly as spoken. The pressure continues growing heavier, crushing down on the blue-haired man until blood begins spilling from his mouth. Even then, Untenkyoku does not hesitate or soften in the slightest. Untenkyoku warns that if Yuika keeps acting on her own, she will be forced to pay the price. His voice turns even colder as he adds that the warning includes the place where she is staying and every person connected to her. With that threat still hanging in the air, the view shifts back to Earth, where rain is falling steadily. Beneath a building, two people stand together while the rain continues pouring outside. Hatsuka looks over the stats displayed in front of her, lets out a small sigh of relief, then turns to the yellow-haired man and asks if he was the one who guided all of this. Hatsuka looks at him with genuine curiosity in her eyes and asks how he managed to pull off something like that. The yellow-haired man answers casually, saying he investigated the whole thing himself. He pulled an all-nighter, going through the details one by one until he finally found what he was looking for. He explains that public opinion was not very favorable at first. People were wondering whether those players had simply jumped onto the trend or whether they had actually been trying their best. So he made sure the truth spread clearly that they were not skilled players at all, but trolls. He tells Hatsuka that she does not need to blame Narukami Subaru for any of it, because Subaru's decision was the right one, plain and simple. Hatsuka calmly answers that she is not blaming Subaru, because before she is his manager, she is his fan. Hearing that, the yellow-haired man looks at Hatsuka and tells her to keep that mindset. A manager, he says, should always be the streamer's biggest fan. His tone softens a little as he continues, saying that Hatsuka has seemed far more alive ever since she was assigned to Narukami Subaru. When she first joined, she always looked gloomy, but now she takes initiative at work, smiles more often, and seems more engaged. Then he adds that streamers really do matter. He admits that streamers are important, but tells Hatsuka that his subordinates matter just as much to him. He hopes they can continue moving forward at this pace and work together for a long time. Hearing all of that, Hatsuka feels awkward because the way he is speaking makes it seem like he is treating her like a child, leaving her uncomfortable despite his good intentions. The yellow-haired man notices the strange look on Hatsuka's face and asks what that expression is supposed to mean. Still embarrassed and unsure how to answer, Hatsuka quickly says it is time for her to leave, so she will be heading out first. Outside, the rain is falling hard. Seeing that, the yellow-haired man calls after Hatsuka and tells her to take an umbrella with her. But Hatsuka is already too embarrassed to stay any longer, and without even turning back, she says she does not need it. She tells him to leave her alone, then complains that bringing only one umbrella is exactly the kind of disappointing thing he would do. Elsewhere, Narukami Subaru sits quietly, staring at the blue orb resting in his hand. His eyes remain fixed on it as he sinks deeper into thought. Subaru mutters that he still has no idea how he is supposed to use it. It is not like he can simply try swallowing the thing, but that strange cut, only he had been able to see, continues lingering in his mind. He remembers what happened back on the second floor, when he encountered the giant and finally found the answer he had been searching for. Subaru wonders if meeting that person again might help him figure something out. Just as that thought crosses his mind, a knock suddenly sounds from the door. From the other side of the door, Hatsuka's voice calls out, announcing that she has arrived. Hearing her, Narukami Subaru answers calmly and tells her to come in. Outside the door, Hatsuka is already blushing intensely. Her cheeks flushed bright red before she has even stepped into the room. A moment later, Hatsuka and Subaru are inside the room together, feeling nervous and completely out of place. Hatsuka says they really did not have to meet here, while Subaru answers casually that going outside in the rain would have been a hassle. Hearing that, Hatsuka's thoughts immediately begin racing. Being alone with Subaru inside his private space makes her imagination wander far too much, and the situation only becomes more awkward for her. Trying to pull herself back together, Hatsuka forces a smile onto her face and shifts herself into a more professional tone. Hatsuka explains that once Subaru finishes the trial on floor 4, he will finally receive an official rank as well. Because of that, she begins giving him a quick overview of how the ranking system works. Narukami Subaru looks at Hatsuka as she begins her explanation, quietly listening from across the room without interrupting her. But deep down, Subaru is already thinking that he probably knows more about the ranking system than nearly anyone there. Back when he was still in the guild, he even researched the mechanics behind ranking in detail. Hatsuka explains that once a player reaches floor 5, the system automatically assigns a rank to every single player. From there, a system process begins, calculating that player's position based on several different factors. The exact method behind the calculation has never been fully revealed. Even so, there are a few general standards people know about, with trial performance being the biggest factor. On top of that, the system also considers the player's influence in their world, their reputation among other players, and their battle results against people who are already ranked. In the end, ranking is basically decided through a complicated mix of many different factors, with certain parts still vague and messy, even for the people who try to study it. That is the conclusion most people have reached so far. After finishing her explanation, Hatsuka closes the laptop in front of her and looks at Subaru with open curiosity, saying she is honestly interested to see what rank he will receive, especially since his reputation has been rising so quickly lately. Hatsuka adds that viewer reactions are also included as part of the criteria. Speaking honestly, she says that when it comes to streamers who have grown at such an incredible speed, even within their agency, Narukami Subaru is the only person who comes to mind. Then Hatsuka suddenly remembers something else. After hesitating for a moment, she brings up the collaboration with Narukami Subaru that Subaru had promised his viewers before and asks if he could possibly reconsider it. Subaru looks at Hatsuka and asks plainly why he should reconsider. Hatsuka explains that Narukami Subaru has another nickname, and this one sounds far more ominous, the Destroyer King. Hearing that title, Subaru responds with a hint of disbelief in his voice, saying that Narukami Subaru really did not seem like the kind of person who would have such an intense nickname. Hatsuka nods and continues, saying that Narukami Subaru is incredible in many ways. He has collaborated with more than 20 streamers so far, and every single one of them ended up disappearing. What made the whole situation even stranger was that the collaboration streams themselves had never failed. Every single one of them had brought in solid viewership, the audience response had been positive, and from the outside there had never been any clear sign that something was wrong. By all accounts, there was no obvious reason for those streamers to suddenly disappear afterward. Subaru stays quiet while Hatsuka explains everything, listening closely without cutting her off even once. But once he understands the main point, his gaze sharpens with focus, and he asks the question that naturally comes first: if the collaborations were actually successful, then what exactly is the problem they are dealing with? Hatsuka's face grows noticeably tense as she gives her answer, like even saying it out loud makes her uncomfortable. She admits that the whole thing almost feels like some ridiculous curse or an insane jinx, because every person who works together with Narukami Subaru eventually ends up tumbling straight into hell. The moment Subaru hears that, his eyes narrow slightly, his expression turning more serious. Subaru presses her a little further, asking whether she can truly say with certainty that Narukami Subaru himself is not the one causing all of this. Hatsuka falters for a brief moment, clearly not completely sure how to answer. Then she says that he probably is not the cause, mostly because Narukami Subaru has already been with their company for a long time.
Once Narukami Subaru has heard Hatsuka's full explanation, he does not spend much time hesitating or overthinking it. After taking in the situation, he gives his answer plainly and decisively, saying that they should move forward with it.
From there, the scene shifts over to floor 3. Narukami Subaru makes his way to the Central Guild, arriving there to finally settle the unfinished matter connected to the Cave of Thunder. By the time Subaru walks through the guild, his livestream is already running, with more than 11,000 viewers watching his every move. As he continues forward through the building, he speaks to the audience in a calm, steady voice, telling them that he is heading out now to take care of things. Ahead of him, at the guild counter, one of the staff members notices his approach and looks up. Keeping a formal posture, the staff member begins handling the procedure in the usual official manner. The staff member addresses Subaru directly and tells him to present 2 things: his mercenary license and the proof showing that his assigned quest has been completed. Subaru does not waste time asking questions or adding any unnecessary words. He simply takes out his license right away and hands it across the counter in silence. But the instant the staff member looks down and reads what is written on the license, his whole expression shifts. His eyes widen as if he cannot process what he is seeing, and even his voice begins to tremble with disbelief. The staff member stammers as he reads the information aloud: Otherworlder, E-rank, and the Cave of Thunder. Each detail seems harder for him to believe than the last, and he asks in a shaky voice whether this can actually be real. But after checking the documents properly, he has no choice but to confirm it, still visibly stunned by what is in front of him. In disbelief, he mutters that someone has actually managed to clear the Cave of Thunder. Then, without letting another moment slip by, he stamps the document to finalize the process. Immediately after that, a system window appears announcing that Subaru has successfully completed the quest to conquer the Cave of Thunder. The reward notification follows right in front of him. Subaru receives 300,000 AP, and then another message appears, confirming that he has officially cleared the Conrad Kingdom's trial. Almost immediately, a new window opens before Subaru. It informs him that the required conditions have now been satisfied, and then asks whether he wishes to bring the trial to an end. With the trial cleared and the path ahead open, Narukami Subaru does not hesitate. He continues forward, advancing beyond this stage and toward the next level of the tower, the 4th floor. The moment Subaru arrives there, everything around him changes in an instant. Floor 4 unfolds before his eyes with such breathtaking beauty that the entire place feels dazzling, unreal, and almost dreamlike, as if he has stepped into a completely different world. This is Floor 4, known as Elysium, the floor where more players end up stuck than anywhere else. At first glance, it looks like something pulled straight from a fairy tale, filled with enchanting sights and scenery so captivating that anyone who enters could easily lose themselves in it. The allure of Elysium is so overwhelming that many players eventually forget the goals, ambitions, and dreams that once drove them forward. Instead of continuing their climb, they choose to stay in this paradise forever, and that is exactly how this floor earned the name Elysium. Narukami Subaru walks through the streets of Floor 4, quietly taking in the beautiful surroundings around him. In front of him, the comments from countless viewers keep pouring across the screen, but Subaru remains calm as he tells the audience that today's stream will end here. After that, Subaru continues on foot until he eventually stops in front of a grand palace. He tilts his gaze upward toward the magnificent building, taking in its impressive appearance, then casually comments that it looks pretty fancy. Just then, Hatsuka comes up to Subaru and asks why he is not going inside. Subaru hesitates for a moment, his eyes drifting back toward the palace, and then he honestly admits that the place feels a little too far above his level. Hatsuka answers him with confidence, reminding Subaru that he is already a proper mid-tier streamer now. She tells him to make sure he gets some decent rest, but Subaru soon turns the conversation towards something more practical, asking what they should do about his streaming schedule from this point on. Subaru brings up specific concerns, including the starting date of the trial and what kind of content they should prepare next. Hatsuka, looking slightly flustered and a little shy, tells him that she will organize everything properly and let him know soon. At that moment, another voice suddenly calls out to Hatsuka from nearby, cutting into the conversation. The voice continues, saying that there is somewhere he wants to stop by first. Then, in a light and almost casual tone, he points out that Hatsuka is late. Hatsuka quickly apologizes, explaining that her work has been piling up lately. As she says this, the scene shifts to reveal the blue-haired man, who responds to her with a familiar tone that carries a hint of teasing. The blue-haired man tells Hatsuka not to act that way, saying that stiff, formal apologies do not suit her at all. Then he brings up the forest behind Godforging, reminding her of the time they spent there together and saying that moments like this really make him remember when they were still children. He recalls how they used to become so completely absorbed in playing that, before either of them even realized it, dusk would already be settling in. And right around then, Hatsuka's bodyguard would appear out of nowhere, rushing over to bring her back home. Hatsuka listens in silence, unable to find the words to answer him as the blue-haired man keeps speaking. He says that he had always believed they had grown up a long time ago, but in the end, perhaps nothing between them has really changed since those childhood days. Then the blue-haired man tells Hatsuka that her father knew everything. The words hit Hatsuka hard, leaving her visibly shaken. He continues, saying that her father knew exactly where she was and what she had been doing. After a brief silence settles between them, Hatsuka quietly says that maybe she should quit this job. The scene changes again, this time moving to the Blue Zone Guild House on floor 8, inside the room. A man sits in front of a screen, crowded with streaming messages, watching the information unfold before him. With a troubled look on his face, the man stares at the messages as they continue stacking up one after another. Seeing the situation grow more complicated, he mutters under his breath that things are starting to become troublesome. Even more messages appear across the screen, and the man quietly murmurs that there has been yet another rejection. It is then revealed that this man is Akari Genji, the sub-guild leader of Blue Zone. While speaking through a call, Akari Genji addresses the guild leader in a serious tone. He explains that the matter they need to discuss concerns the recruitment of Narukami Subaru. Akari Genji then makes it clear that they are no longer staying at the same stage of the plan. Instead, he states that they will now proceed into the next phase. Right after that, a window appears in front of Narukami Subaru. It shows that Mission Valiant has gifted him 100 credits, along with a message asking what the plan is going to be this time. Even at that moment, Subaru's ability to observe the situation remains sharp. He stays silent for a short while, calmly thinking through what is happening in front of him, before finally opening his mouth and saying that he understands. Subaru explains that progress on this floor depends completely on physical stats, so his strategy is straightforward. He intends to climb as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the viewers immediately start reacting in the comment section, their messages spreading across the stream. One viewer comments that the road ahead is incredibly long, while another points out that this should be Subaru's very first time on this floor and wonders how he already knows so much about it. Similar reactions keep appearing one after another as the chat continues to buzz. On Subaru's side, another system window appears directly in front of him. This time, the message tells him that he must pay 3,000 credits. The moment Subaru pays the required amount, his body slowly starts to change. It adjusts and strengthens itself, preparing him for whatever comes next. Then a fresh system message appears, announcing that the fourth floor trial is about to begin. The system welcomes Subaru to the Forest of War. From there, the rules of the trial are laid out clearly. 8 players are split into 2 teams of 4, and those 2 teams must face each other in a small-scale war. The battlefield is arranged like a strategic combat arena. There are 3 major lanes, top, mid, and bottom, while a jungle area stretches between them, creating routes and spaces for players to move through. Each player must defend their assigned lane against enemy attacks, while gradually increasing their stats by hunting enemies or defeating soldiers along the way. The objective itself is simple, but brutal. Break through and destroy the enemy's base. Whichever team succeeds in destroying the opposing base is declared the winner. It is also revealed that the fourth floor trial cannot be cleared right away because a player must reach the challenger rank through repeated victories, turning the trial into a long and demanding climb. Once the explanation finishes, a system window appears in front of everyone with an important update. Subaru has been placed at the rank of Bronze 3, and to match that rank, all of his stats are adjusted down to 50%. Narukami Subaru appears again, standing there and listening carefully as the trial continues, revealing more details about how this floor works. Players earn points by winning matches against the opposing team. Then, little by little, those accumulated points allow them to rise through the ranking system and push toward higher tiers. After hearing the full explanation, Subaru calmly comes to a conclusion. Reaching the very top will take at least 6 months. The system then shows the complete rank progression in order: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and finally challenger. After taking in the full explanation, Subaru falls silent for a moment, thinking it through on his own. To some players, this fourth floor trial is not just another challenge, it becomes an impossible wall, something they can spend their entire lives struggling against without ever breaking through. And not long after that thought settles in, another system window appears in front of him, presenting the final instructions. The message makes the condition perfectly clear. This trial will not truly end until Subaru gathers enough points to rise all the way up to challenger. To reach that height, he has to defeat enemy players, secure victories in battle, and steadily push his rank higher and higher. The win condition itself is simple and unforgiving. If Subaru's team can destroy the enemy base, then the match will immediately be counted as their victory. With that explanation finished, the scene changes, and Narukami Subaru's 3 teammates for his very first match finally appear in front of him. This marks the real beginning of his fight on the fourth floor, but the instant the 3 of them arrive, their attention goes straight to Subaru's displayed rank, Bronze 3. All 3 teammates silently react with clear disbelief, as if they are asking themselves whether they seriously have to enter a match with someone ranked that low. They do not even need to say much for their frustration to show. It is written plainly in the way their faces tighten and their moods drop. Every one of Subaru's teammates is ranked platinum, and just like in any harsh competitive game, a low-ranked player gets judged before they even get the chance to prove anything. They are looked down on, underestimated, and treated like a liability from the start, and that exact heavy atmosphere begins gathering around Subaru. But then, the girl on the team suddenly stops and asks whether he might be that famous Narukami Subaru. Before the girl can explain what she means, a muscular bodybuilder-like man cuts her off with a blunt, dismissive remark. He says that Narukami Subaru died ages ago. The girl quickly shakes her head and corrects him, explaining that she is not talking about that Narukami Subaru, she means the streamer. The bodybuilder clicks his tongue the moment he hears that Subaru is a streamer, his irritation coming through immediately. He asks whether being a streamer somehow gives Subaru the right to ruin other people's games, then flatly declares that with a bronze player on their side, the match is already lost. Even with those insults thrown directly at him, Narukami Subaru does not lose his composure at all, standing there without raising his voice. Subaru simply looks the bodybuilder straight in the eye and tells him that if all he intends to do is complain, then he might as well quit right now. That one calm sentence is enough to set the man off completely, and he fires back in anger, demanding to know who Subaru thinks he is talking to. Seeing the tension between the 2 of them on the verge of boiling over, the girl quickly steps in and tries to cool things down. She tells them not to start fighting their own teammates and reminds everyone that, for now, they are supposed to be on the same side. Even if the situation is not ideal, she says they should still do what they can, then assigns each person to a lane and asks Narukami Subaru to take the jungle while helping support the rest of the team. She turns her attention back to Subaru and asks if he understands how that role is supposed to work, clearly trying to make sure he at least knows the basics before the match actually begins. The jungle role is then explained more clearly. The player in that position has to move through the jungle, watch every lane, influence the entire battlefield, and decide where support is needed most, making it one of the most strategic roles in the match. But in Subaru's case, it is obvious they are not assigning him jungle because they trust his judgment. They simply feel too uneasy about leaving a bronze player alone in any lane. The bodybuilder throws another mocking comment at Subaru, asking whether a bronze player even knows how to time a proper gank. But before the tension can get any worse, the system's announcement rings out across the battlefield. The system declares that soldiers will begin spawning in 30 seconds and wishes all players good luck. Soon after that announcement, the bodybuilder turns his back on the others and heads down his assigned path by himself. As he walks away, the bodybuilder keeps grumbling under his breath. He calls Subaru cocky for someone stuck in bronze and wonders if Subaru really believes being a streamer makes him special. He even complains about Subaru's outdated mask while moving forward, but then his attention shifts. Looking ahead, he suddenly spots a player from the enemy team. His eyes narrow as he identifies the opponent as an archer and immediately realizes that he has the elemental advantage. The bodybuilder tells himself that since this matchup favors him, he will have no choice but to carry the fight on his own. Across from him, however, the archer does not look worried at all. He simply watches the bodybuilder approach with a faint, confident smile. That strange confidence on the enemy archer's face says more than words ever could. In that instant, it becomes obvious that something about this situation is wrong. Without realizing it, the bodybuilder has pushed forward too far and left himself completely exposed. The moment he notices how dangerous his position is, his expression changes, and he finally understands that he has walked straight into a trap. He curses under his breath as the truth hits him. The enemy team baited him in. Right after that realization, another opponent suddenly bursts forward at terrifying speed, charging directly toward the bodybuilder with the clear intention of ending him in a single strike. The enemy attack comes in sharp, fast, and clean, aiming to finish the exchange before the bodybuilder can properly respond. But at that exact moment, something completely unexpected interrupts the attack. A powerful spear of lightning drops from above and crashes into the battlefield, cutting off the enemy's assault in an instant. And there is no mystery about who fired it. The enemy, who had rushed in with so much confidence, is wiped out immediately. On the other side, the archer is completely stunned by what just happened. Shock spreads across his face as he looks around in confusion, asking where that attack came from. But before he can even finish processing the situation, another strike hits him. In the very next instant, the archer is eliminated as well. He is taken out so quickly that he never gets a real chance to fight back. Watching that sudden reversal unfold right in front of him, the bodybuilder thinks that at least someone on their team seems to know what they are doing. But when he turns around to see who saved him, his whole body freezes in place. Standing directly behind him is Narukami Subaru, holding a cold, crackling lightning spear in his hand. Earlier, Subaru had not been able to handle his powers properly, but now he wields them with frightening efficiency, controlling every strike with sharp, precise force. The scene then shifts to another part of the battlefield, where one player is desperately shouting for everyone to retreat back to the turret. But before he can actually reach safety, a thunder trap suddenly activates beneath his feet. The instant the trap goes off, a violent surge of lightning erupts from the ground and slams into him with overwhelming force. The attack is so destructive and sudden that he is eliminated on the spot. A system window appears immediately after the strike, announcing the result for everyone to see. Narukami Subaru has defeated Rod. Another announcement follows almost right away, declaring that Narukami Subaru has also defeated Clientry. Meanwhile, Subaru himself remains perfectly calm, simply standing there and watching the battlefield develop, while the viewers experience everything live and flood the chat with excited reactions. Off to the side, the bodybuilder starts pulling himself together again, trying to recover his composure after the sudden turn of events. When Subaru notices him moving, he looks over and casually wonders aloud what the man is even doing. After watching Subaru wipe out the enemies with such ridiculous speed, the bodybuilder can only stand there in shock, muttering to himself because he still cannot understand what just happened. At the same time, the comment section is overflowing with viewers talking non-stop about Narukami Subaru's unbelievable performance. Subaru, still completely calm, looks at the bodybuilder and asks what is wrong with him. He tells the man to hurry up and clear the minions so they can push the turret, adding that he is moving even slower than a bronze player. That sharp comment snaps the bodybuilder back to reality, and he quickly answers that he understands. Just then, another system window appears in front of Subaru. Mission Vellini registers a new mission offering him 20,000 credits if he can clear the entire 4th floor within 1 month. Right after that mission appears, the battlefield is thrown back into fierce motion. One clash after another breaks out between Narukami Subaru's team and the enemy side, turning the match into a rapid chain of fights. In the middle of all that chaos and fighting, another viewer steps in by sending credits and registering a mission of their own. This new mission comes from Narukami Subaru Love, who boldly declares that they are willing to bet 20,000 credits on that exact same goal. By this point, Subaru has taken complete control of the entire battlefield. He cuts down multiple enemies on his own, overwhelming the opposing team with brutal speed, precise timing, and a level of dominance that feels completely one-sided. As the battle keeps going, even more viewers begin sending credits his way. Donations of 10,000, 20,000, and even 50,000 credits appear one after another, with people cheering Subaru on and placing their bets on whether he can really succeed. At last, after a relentless series of clashes, Subaru's team completely crushes the opposing side and drives the match all the way to its conclusion. A large screen appears above the battlefield, displaying the final result. The enemy base has been destroyed, and with that, the match is officially over. Immediately afterward, Subaru receives his rewards for the victory. He gains 147 points and is promoted from Bronze 3 up to Bronze 2. Then, another window suddenly pops up. Right after it appears, a viewer angrily complains in the chat, telling Subaru not to mess with him. And yet, despite sounding irritated, that same viewer still donates 100 credits and registers a new mission. The condition attached to that mission is extremely harsh. If Subaru loses even a single match, then he has to refund every credit that viewer has ever donated to him. But if Subaru manages to reach Challenger without suffering even one loss, the viewer promises to reward him with 50,000 credits. Seeing the challenge appear, Narukami Subaru takes a slow breath while the chat erupts around him, everyone reacting to the risky and high-stakes mission. After letting the moment hang for a brief pause, Subaru finally gives his answer, speaking in the same calm and steady tone as always. He accepts the challenge without hesitating, simply saying that they should go ahead and do it. With that response, the same viewer immediately sends him another donation. Then the scene pulls away from the battlefield and shifts to an entirely different location, leaving Subaru's match behind for the moment. In that new place, a girl appears facing her viewers. Looking toward the people watching her stream, she begins introducing herself. She says that her name is Dettel, and that her streamer handle is Mizumega. Then, with a strange emptiness in her voice, she admits something deeply unsettling, that she cannot cry when she wants to, and she cannot even laugh when she wants to. The second those words come out, the expression she had been trying so hard to hold together completely collapses. Her eyes well up, tears spill down her face before she can stop them. And even while sniffling through the embarrassment, she forces herself to keep speaking. In a shaky voice, she admits that this is exactly why people call her a dead channel streamer. On the stream screen, the numbers make her situation painfully obvious. Right now, only around 50 viewers are watching her broadcast. Even with that tiny audience staring back at her, she still tries to raise her voice, straighten her mood, and act like she has everything perfectly under control. She insists that she is serious this time, saying she really feels like today is the day she can win, and asks why none of them believe her. She tries to make it sound like playful frustration instead of desperation. Then, as though making a grand promise to the few viewers still watching, she declares that she will keep the stream going until she reaches Diamond. But even after that bold announcement, the thoughts hiding deep inside her are completely different from the cheerful act she is putting on. In her mind, she bitterly complains that her viewers do not understand anything at all. If she were not streaming, she tells herself, she would have reached Challenger a long time ago. The only reason she keeps playing together with them like this is because she has no other way to make money. Almost immediately, she pushes those ugly thoughts down before they can show on her face. She stretches a smile back across her expression and lets out a small, awkward laugh, telling her viewers that they are being so mean and that they should focus and get back into the game. And right as she says that, her full team lineup appears in front of her. The match screen finishes loading and settles clearly before her eyes, displaying the players who have been gathered together on her side for the upcoming fight. Among those teammates is Narukami Subaru. The instant she notices him, her eyes lock directly onto the mask covering his face, and surprise slips out before she can hold it back. She blurts out that mask looks familiar and asks if he is the new Subaru. Narukami Subaru, however, gives her absolutely no reaction. He does not answer her, does not turn his head, and does not offer even the smallest bit of attention in her direction. Then, when she notices the rank displayed beside him, irritation immediately starts rising inside her. Silently, she curses her terrible luck, thinking that out of all the possible teammates she could have been matched with, she somehow ended up with a silver. If she had only run into him later, she thinks, he might have become useful material for a proper promotion instead. Just then, the same person who had previously given Narukami Subaru a mission shows up again. This time, however, he offers a mission to her as well, and the condition could not be simpler. All she has to do is lose. In return, he promises her 30,000 credits. The moment that number reaches her, her mood changes completely. Her face brightens with an almost instant smile, and she cheerfully thanks Safe Asset Sam for the mission. Still wearing that smile, though clearly trying to keep herself looking calm and professional, she turns her attention back toward the team and tells everyone to stay calm. At that exact moment, a system screen flashes in front of all of them. The message announces that Gorimak has defeated Dettel. Narukami Subaru watches everything unfold without saying a word, his gaze quietly following the details of the situation as he starts piecing together what is really happening. As Subaru observes the direction of the match, a quiet thought passes through his mind. It seems that the time has finally come for him to encounter them. The scene shifts again, showing Dettel throwing herself back into the fight. She returns to the battlefield and once more faces off against a member of the enemy team. But the outcome stays exactly the same. Dettel is defeated again, and her body is forced all the way back to the spawn point as the respawn process takes effect. Even after she returns, she is given almost no time to recover or regain her footing. The same opponent reaches her again almost immediately and cuts her down once more. Watching the same pattern repeat again and again, Subaru's eyes narrow with suspicion. In a low, sharp voice, he says that this is painfully obvious trolling because not just anyone could throw themselves away on purpose that cleanly. He starts wondering who Dettel really is beneath the surface. As his hand slowly tightens around the hilt of his sword, the scattered clues finally begin falling into place. His expression turns colder, and he quietly mutters that now he understands. Subaru murmurs that this is what has been going on, and then his focus sharpens even more, addressing Safe Asset Sam. He tells him not to worry. With that calm declaration hanging in the air, Subaru draws his sword from its sheath. The instant the blade slides free, a fierce, icy light bursts from the steel. That chilling glow spreads outward with an intense pressure, giving the weapon such a powerful presence that the air around Subaru seems to grow colder and heavier. Then Subaru speaks with complete confidence, declaring that the credits Safe Asset Sam bet on the other side will remain perfectly safe in his hands. Soon after, Gorimak appears directly in front of Narukami Subaru. Standing there with a fierce look in his eyes, he stares Subaru down and speaks with a mocking edge, asking if he is that streamer, Narukami Subaru. Gorimak asks whether someone gave Subaru a mission to fight him one-on-one, clearly trying to provoke a reaction. Subaru only lets out a slight smirk and answers without hesitation that it is too bad, because it would have been nice if a mission like that actually existed. Gorimak scoffs at the reply, amused, and immediately mocks him in return. He tells Subaru that even if such a mission did exist, Subaru would fail it anyway. His voice grows heavier and more certain, the confidence in his words pressing forward like a threat, as he reminds Subaru that this place is the forest of war. Gorimak continues, saying, "There is no way a diamond-ranked player would lose to a silver here. After all, silvers are trapped beneath a 75% stat penalty, making the gap between them brutally clear." Subaru listens to every word without flinching, completely unmoved by Gorimak's attempt to intimidate him. Then, with his expression still calm, he replies that if stats alone decided everything, no one would bother calling this an exam. Those words strike directly at Gorimak's pride, like a spark landing on dry wood. His face twists with anger, and without wasting another breath, he activates his ability, Golem's Arm. The ground beneath them begins to quake violently. Behind Gorimak, enormous arms made of stone force their way up from the earth, gathering together and locking into shape with crushing power. The entire battlefield trembles, as though the land itself is responding to his rage. One massive rocky limb after another rises into the air, each one radiating raw, brutal strength. Gorimak releases even more of his aura, and the pressure surrounding him grows so heavy that the space between him and Subaru feels almost suffocating. His furious voice echoes across the battlefield as he glares toward Subaru. He says Subaru's viewers have been spoiling him far too much, and that all the attention has clearly made him full of himself. The gigantic stone arms behind Gorimak finish forming completely, looming over Subaru like massive weapons ready to come crashing down at any second. Gorimak raises his voice even higher, every word carrying the weight of his confidence and dominance. He tells Subaru that he will welcome him properly to the 4th floor, calling him a kid. Faced with that overwhelming ability, Narukami Subaru stays silent for a brief moment, calmly studying what stands before him, before finally speaking in a measured tone. Subaru notes that body transformation is definitely not the kind of skill commonly seen on the 4th floor. As he says this, golden lightning begins flickering across his body, crackling over him wildly as if responding directly to his will. His expression grows cold and intensely focused. In a low voice, Subaru adds that it just so happens he also had something he wanted to test. There is a chilling certainty in his words, as though he has already decided exactly how this fight will end. Subaru makes it clear that everything he is about to unleash will be done using the power of this new heart. and he warns Gorimak to brace himself properly before facing it head-on. Then, with a faint but piercing look in his eyes, Subaru adds that he has been looking forward to the day they would meet again. The moment those words leave Subaru's mouth, he slowly lifts one hand upward toward the sky. In the next instant, a massive bolt of lightning rips down from above, crashing toward the battlefield with terrifying force. The impact makes the very air tremble, vibrating violently as the overwhelming flash of power spreads across the battlefield and then begins to fade. On the other side, Gorimak braces himself with everything he has. He draws together his stone arms and transformed body to withstand the strike, but taking that enormous surge of lightning head-on proves far more devastating than he expected. The sheer force of Subaru's attack leaves Gorimak in a terrible state, his body straining under the crushing pressure as he shouts in confusion, unable to understand what kind of power Subaru has just unleashed. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru begins walking forward. At that moment, a system window appears in front of Subaru, announcing that the Lord of Thunder's trial will now begin. With his demonic blade gripped firmly in his hand, Subaru continues advancing, completely ready to keep the fight going. In a strange way, it almost looks as if he is merely farming ore now, treating the entire battle as another opportunity to grow stronger. After witnessing all of this, Gorimak tightens his hold on his weapon and growls that whatever this power is, he will still fight. In the very next instant, Gorimak throws everything he has into a full-force attack. Every stone around him responds to his command, surging forward with incredible speed. Countless rock projectiles rip through the air, rushing towards Subaru from every direction at once. And yet, even with that overwhelming barrage closing in on him, Narukami Subaru does not move even a single inch from where he stands. Right then, system windows open before him, showing that Heart of Thunder resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. At the same time, another message appears in front of Subaru, showing that Wedge of Greed LV6 also resists the recoil of the Lord of Thunder. Narukami Subaru thinks to himself that the Heart of Thunder and the Wedge of Greed really are reacting together at the same time. Just then, another system window appears, announcing that the penalty from the Lord of Thunder has been reduced by 30%. Without wasting even a fraction of a second, Subaru bursts forward with incredible speed. He slips through the storm of incoming stones, charging straight into the attack, as if the barrage cannot slow him down at all. Subaru's movements are unbelievably sharp, each step placed with clean precision and perfect timing. The stones tear through the air toward him one after another, but none of them can even brush his clothes. No matter how many chunks of rock come flying in, Subaru slips past every single one by the narrowest margin. Even as he continues pushing forward through the barrage, Subaru's mind stays completely calm and steady. He quietly thinks that, at least for now, this level of power is already more than enough. And in the very next instant, he closes the distance all at once, appearing directly in front of Gorimak before his opponent can properly react. Seeing Subaru reach him so easily sends a clear jolt through Gorimak's body. His expression stiffens, and for the first time even the faintest trace of fear flickers across his face. Subaru does not let that opening slip away. He swings his demonic blade without hesitation, unleashing a brutally powerful strike straight at him. Gorimak is forced to pour every bit of strength he has into his defense. The moment their powers collide, the impact explodes between them with terrifying force, shaking the air itself and sending tremors across the battlefield around them. But even after bracing himself with everything he has, Gorimak still cannot fully withstand the raw strength packed into Subaru's attack. The blow sends Gorimak flying backward, his body hurled across the battlefield before crashing down some distance away. His condition is clearly getting worse, and even getting himself steady again becomes a struggle. Gorimak slams his massive golem arms into the ground, using them to keep himself from being thrown back any farther. He forces his body into position again, gritting his teeth as he mutters that Subaru's attack was not as impressive as he had expected, but even while saying that, he refuses to back down. In the next moment, Gorimak gathers his strength once more and charges in with even greater speed, pushing his power to its limit. As he rushes forward, a system window appears before him, showing that Gorimak's stat correction has reached 200%, and that boost immediately fills him with renewed confidence. Gorimak declares that his arm, empowered by the Forest of War itself, has now become even stronger than a diamond. At the same time, new system windows appear in front of Narukami Subaru, announcing that the Lord of Thunder has responded to his call. Another message follows right after, revealing that Narukami Subaru has now been officially acknowledged by the Lord of Thunder. Even after that message appears, Subaru's expression does not waver in the slightest. A quiet sense of readiness settles over him as his eyes lock onto Gorimak. Then, in a calm but decisive voice, he says that the preparations are complete, and with that, both of them launch toward each other at incredible speed. Powerful energy erupts from both of their bodies, crashing against the air as they rapidly close the distance. The pressure is so intense that it feels like this single collision could decide the whole battle. In the next instant, they pass each other in a blinding flash, and waves of crackling lightning spread across the battlefield, filling the area with a cold, overwhelming force. After the clash, Goromak is still standing, but he looks completely stunned. His voice shakes as he mutters in disbelief, unable to accept what just happened. How could someone like him actually take an attack from a mere silver?
Right then, the very arms Goromak had been so proud of, the arms he claimed were harder and stronger than a diamond, begin to crack apart. At first, only thin fractures appear across the stone, but then the damage spreads rapidly, and the huge limbs start crumbling piece by piece.
On the other side, Narukami Subaru stands with energy glowing around his body, his posture calm, steady, and completely unshaken. He looks straight at Goromak and speaks in an even voice, reminding him that he already said it before. Stats are not everything in an exam. The moment Subaru says that, an enormous bolt of lightning comes crashing down directly onto Goromak. The strike lands with devastating force, tearing even deeper into his already battered body and leaving him completely overwhelmed. A system notification appears announcing that Narukami Subaru has stopped Goromak's kill streak. Somewhere else, Detol watches the same update through her own system window, frozen in place as the meaning of the message begins to sink in. Shock spreads across Detol's face as she stares at the screen, unable to understand what she is looking at. She asks what on earth is happening. Her voice full of disbelief, then complains that she even threw away her pride to carry him. Her frustration and confusion twist together, but before she can fully process any of it, another notification appears. The new message announces that Narukami Subaru has slain Libri. Then, almost immediately afterward, another notification follows, saying that Narukami Subaru has also slain Sinyal. And then yet another message appears, declaring that Subaru has slain Johan as well. As the victories keep stacking up one after another, Detol is left completely shaken, her eyes fixed on the nonstop stream of system alerts. Her disbelief quickly starts twisting into anger. Detol clenches her teeth hard, her face tightening as the frustration she has been holding back finally begins to boil over. She snaps that it is enough, and then, no longer able to hold herself back, she suddenly shouts at the top of her lungs. Her anger bursts out all at once as she yells for them to stop messing with her. She shouts that they were the ones who kept egging him on in the first place, and that anyone would have done the same thing if 30,000 credits had been on the line. Then her voice sinks, turning small and unsteady as the weight of everything finally catches up to her. In a quiet, defeated mutter, she says that it is over. Right after that, one final window appears across the screen, confirming that the match has officially come to an end. Meanwhile, Narukami Subaru speaks calmly to his viewers, his voice relaxed and almost casual, as if that intense battle had been nothing out of the ordinary. He simply tells them that this will be the end of today's stream. He adds that he will be streaming again tomorrow, and that for a while he plans to stream every single day. As Subaru finishes saying this, another notification appears in front of him. The system announces that Narukami Subaru has ended the livestream. And with that, the scene begins to shift. Narukami Subaru is now walking alone down a quiet street. The fierce tension of the battlefield is gone, replaced by a calm, almost peaceful nighttime atmosphere. Then, from up ahead, a voice calls out to him softly, welcoming him back. The person standing there waiting for him is Hatsuka. Subaru looks at her with mild surprise, noticing just how late it has already become. He asks if she was seriously waiting there for him the entire time. Hatsuka answers him with a gentle smile before speaking. She softly reminds him that they had promised she would give him a summary of the schedule. Hearing that, Subaru gives a small nod, acknowledging that she is right. Subaru starts to answer, saying that it is true. But before he can finish his thought, Hatsuka cuts in. Her tone becomes a little more earnest, as she explains that she really wanted to give it to him today, and that there was also something else she wanted to talk with him about. Subaru tilts his head slightly, curiosity showing in his expression as he repeats that she wanted to talk about something. At those words, Hatsuka's expression begins to shift. A faint uneasiness settles over Hatsuka's face, as though this is something she has been holding back for a while. She says that Subaru's streams have been doing really well lately, then continues with a voice that carries both admiration and worry, reminding him that just earlier he had 13,000 concurrent viewers. Hatsuka admits that everything is going well, but then she hesitates, and the emotions she has been trying to suppress begin to show through. For some reason, she says, watching him makes her feel anxious. As those words leave her mouth, her composure starts to crack, and her feelings spill out more honestly than before. Narukami Subaru looks at her with a hint of confusion in his eyes and asks if she is drunk. Hatsuka immediately shakes her head, rejecting the idea without a moment of hesitation. She tells him that does not matter right now. Her voice grows more serious as she struggles to put the feeling into words, saying that it seems like he is being chased by something. Then she corrects herself, wondering if maybe it is more like he is the one chasing after something. After saying that, Hatsuka looks directly into Narukami Subaru's eyes, searching his face as if trying to find the truth hidden beneath his calm expression. She says she has been wondering about it for a long time, then asks whether there are circumstances he is dealing with that she does not know about. Subaru pauses after hearing the question, then answers quietly. He tells her that he cannot answer that. At least, not right now. Hatsuka listens quietly without interrupting him. Then, unexpectedly, Hatsuka smiles, almost as though she had already expected him to answer that way. She says that is exactly what she thought, and for some reason, deep down in her heart, Hatsuka lightly places a hand over her chest, her voice trailing off as something slips from her mouth. She murmurs about the same face as him. Then, as if drawn in by that thought, she suddenly reaches out and places her hand on Subaru's shoulder. But at that exact moment, something slips loose from her grasp. A letter falls from her hand and drops onto the ground between them. The instant Hatsuka notices it, her expression changes. Unease flashes across her face, and she quickly bends down, moving in a hurry to pick the letter back up. Inside her mind, confusion rings sharply. She wonders if she really just said the word face out loud. Narukami Subaru steps forward naturally, trying to help her, and asks in a gentle voice if she is okay, but Hatsuka immediately stops him, her voice suddenly tense and urgent. She tells him not to come near her. She tells him to just pick that up and go home, please. Then, no longer able to keep herself together, Hatsuka sinks down where she stands and starts vomiting, her condition visibly worsening right in front of Subaru. The scene cuts away abruptly, moving to a completely different place. There, a cold, matter-of-fact voice can be heard speaking, answering with, "Yes, Vice Guildmaster." The voice asks whether, if words will not work, they are being ordered to drag her back by force. After a short pause, the same voice continues in an almost casual tone, as though the matter barely concerns them at all. The voice continues in that same dry, uninterested tone, saying he might as well treat this whole trip like a short vacation. And only then is the person behind the voice finally revealed, ranked 50,845th, a player belonging to Blue Zone. His name is Shiro Yuhi. He keeps walking forward with a sharp, irritated look on his face, his mood clearly sour as he grumbles under his breath, making it obvious that every step feels like a complete waste of his time. Shiro Yuhi mutters bitterly that he had been so close to reaching the 8th floor, and the frustration in his voice makes it clear that being pulled away now has seriously gotten under his skin. He complains that he really had to go out of his way and come all the way down to the 4th floor just for this. His tone is soaked with annoyance, like the entire assignment is nothing more than a tedious chore someone forced onto him. After walking for some time, Shiro Yuhi finally arrives in front of an enormous, luxurious hotel. He looks up at the expensive-looking building with clear irritation on his face, clicks his tongue, and grumbles that seriously. Every single thing about this situation pisses him off. But the moment Shiro Yuhi steps through the entrance and goes inside, the irritation on his face suddenly begins to shift. Inside, a girl is sitting quietly, her posture calm and composed, yet there is something strangely captivating about her presence. Her identity is not revealed right away, but she looks completely at ease, almost like she has been waiting there for someone to show up. The instant Shiro Yuhi sees her, he stops for a brief moment. Then his attitude changes with almost casual speed, and he corrects himself, saying that actually, he takes back what he just said.
Right then, the girl quickly lowers the device in front of her, the very same device that had just been playing Narukami Subaru's livestream.
Compared to how she looked the night before, Hatsuka seems to be doing much better now. Even so, there are still faint traces of uneasiness lingering on her face, as though something buried deep inside her has not fully settled yet. Just then, the seat in front of Hatsuka slowly slides back, and a man's voice addresses her. He asks if she is all alone, Miss Hatsuka. Startled by the sudden approach, Hatsuka looks straight at him and asks whether they have met somewhere before. The man, Shiro Yuhi, calmly takes the seat across from her. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, he answers her with a simple no. He tells her this is the first time they have met, then immediately asks for her name. Hatsuka does not answer right away. Instead, she carefully studies him, watching his face, his posture, and the easy confidence in his attitude with growing caution. Almost instantly, Hatsuka senses that something about Shiro Yuhi feels off, like there is a wrongness in the way he is approaching her. Without wasting another second, Hatsuka rises from her seat and speaks in a firm voice. She tells him she sees no reason why she should give him her name, then adds that she is busy and asks to be excused. Hatsuka has only just started walking away when Shiroyuhi suddenly appears directly in front of her, blocking her path before she can make her escape. A subtle wave of energy releases from Shiroyuhi's body, stopping Hatsuka in place where she stands. In that instant, confusion races through her mind. Hatsuka wonders when he even got up from his seat and how he managed to move in front of her so quickly. Wearing an easygoing smile, Shiroyuhi tells her not to be like that. Then he softens his tone, puts on a charming expression, and says he merely saw a beautiful flower and could not bring himself to walk past it. Shiroyuhi tells her that he is not some shady guy holding out a card toward her as if that should put her at ease. Hatsuka glances down at it, but inside her mind, her first thought is that this person is unbelievably creepy. Even so, Hatsuka cannot help keeping her eyes fixed on the card he is holding out in front of her. Printed on the card are the words, Blue Zone, 7th floor player, Yuzi Joe. After watching Hatsuka's reaction closely, Shiroyuhi lets a faint smirk tug at his mouth and tells her that he saw her eyes light up just now. He says it is only natural for an ordinary girl to be drawn toward a talented guy. His voice carries a quiet arrogance, as if he has already decided exactly what kind of person Hatsuka is. Hatsuka, clearly unimpressed, looks straight at Shiroyuhi and asks why a Blue Zone sub-ranker would be in a place like this. Shiroyuhi only lets out a small chuckle and brushes the question away, telling her not to ask such boring things and asking whether she has anything that could help the two of them get a little closer. There is a playful edge in Shiroyuhi's voice, but it only makes Hatsuka feel even more uncomfortable. Without hesitating, she steps forward with a colder expression and says that if that is the case, there is no need for them to keep talking. Seeing her about to leave, Shiroyuhi is visibly caught off guard and blurts out for her to wait, quickly reaching forward and grabbing her hand. Hatsuka's expression hardens immediately. She jerks slightly, her irritation coming through sharply as she tells him not to touch her so casually and to know his limits. For a moment, the tension between them hangs heavy in the air. Then Shiroyuhi's eyes narrow slightly as he changes the subject. Shiroyuhi slowly brings up what she had been watching earlier, carefully observing her reaction as he asks whether it had something to do with that streamer. The question makes Hatsuka freeze for just a split second, surprise flickering across her face as she wonders if he means Narukami Subaru. Hatsuka's thoughts race in silence while Shiroyuhi continues, his tone now carrying an obvious layer of mockery. He says she had been staring at the screen like she was completely obsessed, even though the guy is only some fake stuck on the 4th floor. Shiroyuhi continues, mocking him for cosplaying as the outdated Narukami Subaru and everything. His words grow sharper and more deliberately provocative, like he is trying to dig under Hatsuka's skin on purpose. Her eyes narrow at that, and without holding herself back, she fires back. Hatsuka challenges him, asking whether someone from Blue Zone can really afford to talk like that. But Shiroyuhi does not back down in the slightest. Instead, he looks directly at her and bluntly asks if she thinks everyone in Blue Zone worships Narukami Subaru or something. Hearing that, Hatsuka immediately pushes back, her voice firm and unwavering. She says she is not claiming he has to respect him, but insulting him like that is wrong, especially since Blue Zone is the successor to Blue Eyes. There is real conviction in her voice now, because to Hatsuka, this is no longer some casual argument. Shiroyuhi, however, looks completely unimpressed. With a faint scoff, he asks how long she plans to stay trapped in something from 20 years ago. He says that these days, plenty of players are far better than Narukami Subaru or Blue Eyes, and one of those players just happens to be standing right in front of her. Shiroyuhi's confidence is so extreme that it borders on pure arrogance, as if he genuinely believes he stands above everyone Hatsuka has mentioned. That finally pushes her past her limit. Hatsuka snaps at him to get over himself already, saying that just because the Blue Eyes members are gone before her words cut off, but her anger does not fade. Her emotions begin surging visibly, and a faint red energy leaks from her body, making the air around her feel heavier. Shiroyuhi steps closer, completely unfazed by the change in Hatsuka's aura. His voice lowers as if he is about to reveal something important, and he quietly asks whether she really believes that. He tells her this is classified information that only a handful of people in Blue Zone know, though it will probably appear in the news soon enough. Shiroyuhi pauses on purpose, watching Hatsuka's face before dropping the bombshell. There is a scoop going around that one of the Blue Eyes members joined forces with demons and is still clinging to life. The moment those words reach Hatsuka, she is completely stunned. For one brief second, her mind goes blank, unable to process what Shiroyuhi has just told her. and at that exact moment, the scene shifts. Narukami Subaru's live stream appears on the screen. In the broadcast, Subaru casually notices how late it has gotten and tells his viewers that this will be the end of today's stream. The stream shuts down, and the view changes again, returning to the 4th floor, Elysium. Narukami Subaru walks alone along a quiet path, his footsteps faintly echoing through the empty surroundings. His face remains calm, but his mind is clearly still active as he reflects that his stream has become stable now, with more than 15,000 viewers tuning in. Subaru thinks to himself that, honestly, this is not a bad pace at all. But then, in the stillness of the alley ahead, a figure suddenly comes into view, standing directly in his path. It is none other than Shiro Yuhi. However, Narukami Subaru does not give him so much as a glance. Without slowing his steps or acknowledging him in any way, Subaru simply walks past as if Shiro Yuhi is not even there. That is when Shiro Yuhi speaks from behind him. His voice casual on the surface, but clearly intentional, asking whether Subaru has a minute. Junior. Subaru stops right where he is. Slowly, he turns around, and his expression sharpens with obvious annoyance. Subaru bluntly asks who the hell Shiro Yuhi is, especially after being called Junior like that. Shiro Yuhi only smiles, completely unfazed by Subaru's hostility. Instead of answering properly, he goes straight to the point, speaking as though he is offering Subaru an incredible opportunity. Shiro Yuhi tells him to join Blue Zone now, still calling him Junior, and says they will give him benefits that no one else can match. The moment Subaru hears that, his expression turns cold and completely uninterested. Subaru mutters in a flat, bored voice that this is just another recruiter. Shiro Yuhi gives a small laugh in response and says he heard Subaru has already turned them down several times. Shiro Yuhi continues, saying he understands Subaru's thinking. He assumes Subaru wants to raise his own value first, adding that everyone thinks that way in the beginning. His tone mixes amusement with condescension, like he believes he has already figured Subaru out. Then Shiro Yuhi offers what he calls advice from a senior, telling Subaru that everything should be done in moderation. He steps a little closer, his voice turning more persuasive, and says Subaru does not have to join them immediately, but at the very least he should show his face. After that, he can leave everything else to the Vice Guildmaster, and he will not regret it. Subaru looks at Shiro Yuhi for a moment, clearly unimpressed by the pitch, before bluntly asking who this Vice Guildmaster even is. Shiro Yuhi's smile widens slightly, as if he has been waiting for that question, and he answers with confidence, a 9th-floor high-ranker, Ikari Genji. Then, with a hint of surprise in his voice, Shiro Yuhi asks if Subaru really does not know him. Hearing that name, Narukami Subaru pauses for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as a thought crosses his mind. Subaru thinks the name Ikari Genji over to himself, then realizes who it refers to. That lapdog who used to trail after Kyojo actually managed to reach the 9th floor and become Vice Guildmaster. But that idea does not move Subaru in the slightest. If anything, the suggestion sounds so ridiculous to him that it almost feels like a joke. Across from him, Shiro Yuhi calmly extends one hand forward, carrying himself as though Subaru should obviously understand the value of the offer and accept what is being handed to him. Shiro Yuhi's tone begins to harden, and the faint patience in his voice starts wearing thin, like he is already irritated that Subaru has not responded the way he expected. Don't tell me you don't even understand what a huge opportunity this is. But before Shiro Yuhi can say another word, Subaru suddenly stops his outstretched hand right in midair. His gaze is icy, his voice cuts straight through the tension, and there is absolutely no excitement or temptation in his expression. I have zero interest in your deals, so get lost. The rejection hits Shiro Yuhi much harder than he was prepared for, and for one short moment, he can only stare in genuine disbelief. After all, no one talks to Shiro Yuhi with that kind of contempt. But Subaru still is not done with him. With a cold, almost careless attitude, he adds one more sharp insult, and that final remark strikes directly at Shiro Yuhi's pride. After being humiliated so openly, there is no chance Shiro Yuhi is simply going to turn around and leave. In the next instant, his face sinks into a darker expression, and the atmosphere between them changes completely, becoming sharp, hostile, and dangerously tense. Subaru, however, does not back down even a little. He simply looks at Shiro Yuhi with a calm but irritated expression and says, "Is this really how someone who was just trying to recruit me is supposed to act?" Shiro Yuhi tilts his head just slightly, and every trace of friendliness disappears from his voice. I don't remember ever recruiting anyone." As he says it, his fingers close more tightly around the handle of his sword, and the mask he had been wearing finally begins to slip. A sharp wave of killing intent pours out from Shiro Yuhi, filling the space around him. "Either way, Junior, if you don't come with me, you're dead." The second those words leave his mouth, his blade flashes through the air. A heavy slash rips forward with terrifying force, but by the time it reaches its target, Subaru has already disappeared from the spot. With speed that feels almost like a bolt of lightning, Subaru reappears a short distance away, standing perfectly unharmed. He turns his calm gaze back toward Shiroyuhi and says, "Blue Zone cares more about its public image than anything, doesn't it? Are you seriously planning to cause a scene right here in the middle of the city where everyone can see it?" Shiroyuhi's energy suddenly begins to swell, surging around him with violent force and growing heavier with each passing second. A faint smirk curls onto his face as he answers, "Good question. Why do you think I bothered coming here personally?" Then Shiroyuhi lowers his voice and speaks only one word. "Cyrus." The moment he says it, a red system window appears in front of them, glowing ominously in the open air like a warning that something unnatural has begun. The system announces that Narukami Subaru is now being dragged into the isolated space known as Cyrus. More system windows begin popping up one after another, each one flashing with a disturbing effect. Subaru's balance is reduced by 40%, and every part of his reaction speed is lowered by 30%. Around them, the scenery starts to twist and warp as the ability fully activates, separating them from the outside world. Now, within that altered space, Narukami Subaru and Shiroyuhi stand facing each other, their eyes locked through the strange, distorted air between them. The atmosphere grows suffocating, so heavy it feels like it is pressing down against their bodies. This is no longer just a confrontation on an ordinary street. As the battle begins inside this sealed-off space, the danger closing in around Subaru becomes even more intense. Narukami Subaru quickly sorts through the situation in his head, forcing his mind to stay clear despite the pressure. This is a field-type silence skill, one that blocks both sound and vision. Shiroyuhi has cleared trials 3 floors higher than him, and Subaru himself is already exhausted from going through test after test without rest. His condition is nowhere near ideal, but he understands that the worst thing he can do now is hesitate. Right then, another system screen appears in front of Subaru. It shows his power rising rapidly, his thunder abilities growing stronger, his demon blade reinforcing his stamina, and each of his stats beginning to climb little by little. As that surge spreads through his body, Subaru's eyes sharpen with determination. He immediately understands that this fight has to end fast. Without losing even a single second, he launches himself forward at incredible speed, closing the gap between him and Shiroyuhi in an instant before striking straight at him. But right as Subaru's attack is about to connect, Shiroyuhi's voice drifts through the space, calm, steady, and almost mocking. Getting in close isn't a smart move. After all, it makes everything easier to hear.
Subaru's strike lands, or at least it looks like it does. But in the very next moment, Shiroyuhi's body starts fading away, dissolving into the air as if the person standing there had never been real to begin with. Immediately after that, another red system window flashes directly in front of Subaru's eyes.
The system warns him that the curse of hallucination has been strengthened. Subaru has now acquired the status ailment, fear, and from this point on, any pain he receives will be increased by 100%. A second effect follows without delay. Subaru's senses are dulled by 50%. Even as he forces himself to keep moving forward, the world around him bends and distorts even more violently. The single figure of Shiroyuhi splits into many, scattering across Subaru's vision like countless copies peeling away from the original. Illusions close in around Subaru from every direction, making it nearly impossible for him to tell which Shiroyuhi is real and which ones are nothing but traps. Then Shiroyuhi's voice echoes from every side at once, filling the entire domain. "Once you've stepped into my domain, there's no escape." Subaru grits his teeth and gathers every bit of concentration he can, trying to see through the overwhelming deception surrounding him. But even when he focuses all of his strength into one precise point, it still is not enough. The illusions refuse to break, and his frustration only grows sharper. Shiroyuhi's voice rings out again, cold, calm, and absolute, because everyone here is me, and I am everyone. At that moment, the scene suddenly shifts outside the domain, where Hatsuka is sitting by herself, quietly waiting. Hatsuka looks around the area, and a small flicker of worry begins to show on her face. Subaru's stream has already come to an end. Since the stream is already over, Hatsuka feels Subaru should have returned by now. She has been waiting there because she wanted a chance to apologize to him for what happened earlier. Her thoughts grow uneasy, and before long, she remembers the words that arrogant man had thrown at her that morning. No matter how many times she tries to push it away, she cannot stop thinking about what that smug guy said to her earlier in the day. Hatsuka's expression tightens with concern. She had not expected Blue Zone to make such an aggressive move, and definitely not this soon. Guildmaster Kyojo had once fought alongside Narukami Subaru back in his prime.
Hatsuka pauses as that thought weighs on her, leaving her conflicted. To be honest, if Subaru joined Blue Zone, there really might be a lot he could learn there. On top of that, Hatsuka does not even know what is going to happen to her from here on out. If she thinks only about Subaru's future, then maybe letting him go would actually be the right choice. But at that exact moment, a blinding flash and a deafening burst erupt nearby, startling everyone in the area at once. Every eye immediately turns toward the source of that overwhelming surge of power. Hatsuka's heart seems to stop for a beat as she stares at it, her voice shaking as realization hits her. Narukami, as the tension rises to its breaking point, the scene cuts once more, this time revealing Shiro Yuhi's status window and showing every detail of his stats, making it brutally clear just how dangerous and overwhelming his power truly is. Then, the true nature of Cyrus is revealed. It is not just an ordinary skill, but a space created to completely block off all interference from the outside world. In other words, once someone is trapped inside that space, their odds of surviving are practically non-existent. And right now, Narukami Subaru is standing alone, fighting against countless clones of Shiro Yuhi. Shiro Yuhi explains what makes this domain so terrifying. Inside his space, Subaru's physical abilities are suppressed, while every bit of pain he feels is pushed to its absolute limit. The thunder you're so proud of becomes completely useless here, Shiro Yuhi says, his voice overflowing with confidence. Which means there's no way you can defeat me. You chose the wrong opponent. Just then, a screen appears in front of Narukami Subaru, displaying a critical warning. The system informs Subaru that his fatigue level has already reached 84. At the same time, Subaru can feel his condition slowly getting worse. Breathing heavily, he understands the situation and thinks to himself that Blue Zone has studied him down to the smallest detail. If he uses thunder inside this place, Subaru knows without a doubt that he will collapse afterward. That leaves him with only one choice. He has to hold back his thunder and fight using his instincts and items instead. Once that decision is made, he steadies himself for his next move, pulling together what little strength he has left. Subaru activates Cloud Stride. With swift, fluid movements, Subaru cuts through the distorted space and starts bringing down the countless illusory clones around him one after another. As Shiro Yuhi watches Subaru move through the domain, a thought quietly passes through his mind. It is impressive that Subaru has managed to last this long inside Cyrus, but even with that endurance, Shiro Yuhi still sees it as nothing more than Subaru desperately buying himself a little extra time. Even as that thought remains in the air, Narukami Subaru keeps pressing forward, slicing apart one clone after another. And with every step he takes, something about his movements starts to shift. Subaru's speed and agility now feel completely different from before. Sharper, smoother, and almost unnatural. Watching him move like that, Shiro Yuhi is taken by surprise, because Subaru is doing all of this without using thunder at all. Meanwhile, Subaru continues advancing straight toward Shiro Yuhi. His eyes have turned completely red, as though his mind has slipped into an entirely different state. Even with countless enemies closing in from every direction, Subaru's body moves with a strange and unshakable certainty. He is no longer slashing around in panic or guessing where to strike. Every step he takes feels deliberate, as if his eyes have already pierced through the swarm of illusions and locked onto the real Shiro Yuhi hiding among them. The moment Shiro Yuhi sees Subaru advancing with that level of confidence, his expression finally begins to twist. For the first time, a sharp sense of danger flashes across his face, and he mutters under his breath, "I messed up." At that exact moment, a spear of thunder starts forming in Narukami Subaru's hand, crackling wildly as fierce energy gathers around his palm. With his eyes fixed straight ahead and not the slightest hesitation in his voice, Subaru declares, "I've already found you. Now try to escape." The thunder attack launches forward with terrifying speed. Subaru tears straight through every clone blocking his path, cutting through one illusion after another as he closes the distance in a single explosive rush. But right as Subaru's strike is about to reach its target, Shiro Yuhi's voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, sharp and shaken with disbelief. "You shouldn't even be in any condition to move properly, right?"
Shiro Yuhi snaps, clearly unable to understand how Subaru is still forcing his body forward. But Subaru does not slow down, and he does not stop. Instead, Subaru answers him in a calm, almost freezing tone. "Thanks to the handicap thunder gives me, I'm already used to fighting under pressure." Then the truth comes into view. Subaru has activated the mark of thunder. He steadies himself for the next blow, and the pressure around him grows even heavier, more dangerous, and far more intense than before. The power behind Subaru's next attack is completely different from anything he has shown so far. Without even a flicker of hesitation, he launches himself forward again and drives the strike directly into Shiro Yuhi. The impact shakes Shiro Yuhi to his very core. For one brief instant, even he cannot process what just happened, unable to understand how Subaru managed to break through the domain and actually land a clean hit on him. Then a system notification flashes across Shiro Yuhi's screen. The mark of thunder has been carved into him, and from that moment onward, Subaru can read his movements. Shiro Yuhi narrows his eyes, staring straight at Subaru as irritation begins to burn in his gaze. "You've barely learned thunder, and you're already acting this high and mighty?" A faint smile slowly creeps across Shiro Yuhi's face, but there is nothing friendly in it. The curve of his mouth carries only mockery as he says, "But whatever. You're already under the curse of hallucination anyway." The instant those words leave him, the space around them begins to shift. All of the clones surrounding Subaru start to warp at once, their bodies bending and twisting as their forms begin merging together. The entire battlefield turns unstable, as if the very space inside the domain is starting to distort beyond control. It looks as though reality itself is being folded under Shiro Yuhi's command, twisting away from simple illusions and reshaping into something much darker, heavier, and far more dangerous. As Shiro Yuhi watches the transformation unfold, quiet excitement slips into his voice. Now the real show begins. He pushes the power of his card of hallucination even further, and the countless separate illusions Subaru had been cutting down begin transforming into something far worse. Those scattered illusions fuse together, layer by layer, until they become one terrifying form. A single massive creature born from every illusion that had surrounded him. The fused creature rises over the battlefield, unnatural and oppressive, its enormous body formed from the countless illusions that had once closed in around Subaru. As that overwhelming presence takes shape, Shiro Yuhi's voice echoes once again from somewhere beyond it. "The dulling of your senses is only the beginning. This is the real horror of the curse of hallucination." As Shiro Yuhi's words echo through the distorted space, the dark creature reveals its full form, growing even larger than before and towering above Subaru like a nightmare given physical shape. Just standing before it feels suffocating, as though its presence alone is pressing down on Subaru's chest. The truth behind the curse becomes painfully clear. It forces the target to believe they are facing the very thing they fear most. No matter what enemy is actually in front of them, their own mind twists that figure into the opponent they believe they can never overcome. Then, as if to prove the true power of the curse, Shiro Yuhi gives one final command. Take a good look, and there, standing directly before Narukami Subaru, is Kyojo. The figure's voice comes out heavy and absolute as it declares, "I am your sorrow, your hatred, and your fear. I am everything you are afraid of." The moment Subaru sees Kyojo standing there, a violent wave of emotion crashes through his chest, with rage, shock, and fear striking him all at once. Subaru's thoughts tremble as he breathes out the name, Kyojo, off to the side. Shiro Yuhi watches his reaction with obvious amusement and casually remarks that, for a little game, this has turned out to be far more entertaining than he expected. Meanwhile, the fused illusion of Kyojo slowly reaches one hand towards Subaru, its massive body looming over him like an unavoidable sentence being handed down. The motion is slow, deliberate, and almost impossible to escape from as the illusion stretches towards Subaru and speaks. "If you submit now, I won't hold you responsible." In the next instant, the illusion seizes Subaru in its grip. Its fingers clamp down with crushing force, squeezing him as if it intends to completely erase him from existence. Subaru struggles inside that overwhelming grasp, his body trapped beneath a pressure strong enough to crush him. Even then, he forces his head up and speaks through the strain, his voice weakened but not broken. "Thanks, you reminded me." And with those words, something in his expression begins to shift. Determination cuts through the fear clouding Subaru's eyes as he continues. "No matter what happens, I'm never joining Blue Zone. I'd be betraying those guys." Then, gathering every ounce of strength still left inside him, Narukami Subaru shouts from the depths of his chest, "I have a reason why I absolutely have to survive." Immediately after Subaru's declaration, another red system window appears in front of him, glowing sharply against the distorted space. The system warns that Subaru's fatigue has now reached 90, but even as his physical condition continues to deteriorate, his thoughts become clearer, pushing him toward one desperate decision. Subaru realizes that if he forces his fatigue all the way to the absolute limit and makes his body endure beyond what it should normally survive, he can withstand the Lord of Thunder for roughly 10 seconds. At that very moment, an enormous surge of cold lightning begins crashing down onto Subaru's body. The force is violent and overwhelming, pouring through him with such brutal intensity that it feels as if the lightning could rip him apart from the inside out. And yet, Subaru refuses to collapse. He clenches through the pain, steels his resolve, and admits to himself that this is a gamble, but at this point, there is no other path left for him to take. A system window flashes before Subaru's eyes, announcing that the Lord of Thunder now dwells within his body. From that very instant, the countdown begins. 7 seconds remain. Narukami Subaru sharpens his focus, forcing himself to endure the unbearable strain as he prepares to survive every last moment of that limit. For the time I have left, I'll push through with the Lord of Thunder. Lightning erupts from Subaru, uncontrollably crackling across his entire body and even streaming from his eyes, making him look as though he has become a living vessel of thunder itself. Subaru's entire presence changes, turning fierce, unstable, and overwhelmingly powerful as he pushes through each passing second of that brutal limit. And then, at last, the time runs out. A new system window appears before him. The system announces that the Lord of Thunder has cut off its own output. In the next instant, the raging lightning wrapped around Subaru vanishes completely. Now standing in place and breathing heavily, Narukami Subaru slowly lifts his head and looks straight toward the massive illusion of Kyojo. From somewhere inside that towering figure, Shiro Yuhi's voice echoes out. His voice is full of mockery, carried by absolute confidence. What? No last struggle at all? Guess that's all you're capable of. Then I'll go ahead and finish this. A figure begins walking forward through the distorted space. The instant Shiro Yuhi notices the newcomer, his expression changes, confusion and alarm flashing across his face at the same time. "How did you get into my space?" he asks. The figure is Hatsuka. Her voice remains calm, but the anger beneath it is unmistakably sharp as she commands, "Let go of his hand." In that moment, the atmosphere shifts once again. Hatsuka looks genuinely furious, and her very presence seems to disrupt the flow of the battle. The moment Shiro Yuhi recognizes her, he remembers seeing her earlier that day, and surprise flashes through his thoughts. "You're that girl from this morning." Shiro Yuhi's confusion deepens as the realization sinks in. Cyrus is not a space that any ordinary player should even be capable of perceiving. Just then, another system window opens in front of him, announcing that the target of the Curse of Hallucination has changed. Almost immediately after that, another notification appears before Shiro Yuhi. It warns him that his mana is insufficient, and because of that, the skill effect cannot be applied. The moment Shiro Yuhi reads the message, frustration completely overtakes him. The situation he had controlled so perfectly begins slipping through his fingers, and for the first time, the balance of the fight starts turning against him. Unable to hold his anger back, Shiro Yuhi snaps, furious that this had to happen now of all times. But before Shiro Yuhi could even finish what he was trying to say, a new system window suddenly flashed into existence in front of him. It cut straight through the tense moment like an emergency warning, announcing that the effect of the hallucination curse had finally expired. In that exact instant, the fake world surrounding them broke apart completely. The twisted battlefield vanished, the distorted scenery cleared, and there on the ground, Narukami Subaru's collapsed body finally came back into view after the illusion shattered. Narukami Subaru looked absolutely wrecked. His body seemed drained of every last bit of strength, his breathing was faint and unsteady, and from the way he lay there, it was obvious he was barely holding on to consciousness after everything he had just endured. Meanwhile, Shiro Yuhi was still struggling to understand how the situation had suddenly been interrupted. His eyes snapped toward Hatsuka, suspicion tightening across his face as he demanded an explanation from her. "How did you even find this place?" he snapped at her. But then his eyes sharpened even more, as if another question bothered him far more. "No, more importantly, why are you here at all?" Hatsuka did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. She answered him straight on, her voice calm, firm, and completely clear. "I'm his manager." The moment Shiro Yuhi heard that, his eyes narrowed and distrust spread across his face as he stared her down. "Manager?" Shiro Yuhi repeated, his voice turning colder with every word. "So the two of you were tricking me this whole time?" Hatsuka's expression instantly hardened, anger rising visibly in her gaze as she fired back. "Don't twist this around. You never asked, so I had no reason to tell you." For a brief moment, Shiro Yuhi only smiled, like he was trying to cover up the embarrassment of being caught off guard. He spread his arms slightly, gave a loose, careless shrug, and answered in a tone that sounded almost lazily dismissive. "Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore," Shiro Yuhi continued, his confidence slowly crawling back into his voice. "Now that you've walked into my domain, you're trapped here like rats." But before he could push that thread any further, Hatsuka cut him off with one small, deliberate gesture. Her voice came out sharp, steady, and completely unmoved. "Too bad for you, but that little trap of yours has already been torn wide open." The instant those words reached Shiro Yuhi, the confidence on his face visibly cracked. His expression changed at once, and deep inside him, panic began to crawl up through his chest. The Vice Guild Master had specifically ordered him to make sure nothing about today's incident leaked outside.
What the hell?
Shiro Yuhi thought, his mind racing as he tried to piece everything together. Realizing the situation was slipping far beyond what he could control, he quickly forced himself to change his approach, trying to reel the whole mess back in before it collapsed completely.
When Shiro Yuhi spoke again, his voice had become smoother, calmer, and much more calculated. Looks like there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Let's all settle down and talk this through. What do you want? Credits? Items? Just say the word. But Hatsuka did not give him even a glance. She ignored him entirely and walked straight toward Narukami Subaru.
Without hesitation, Hatsuka dropped down beside Narukami Subaru and carefully helped him up, supporting his exhausted body as if everything else around them had become irrelevant. Then, without even bothering to turn back toward Shiro Yuhi, she spoke in an icy voice. I don't want anything from you, so hurry up and get lost. Hatsuka continued in that same firm tone, making it clear there would be no negotiation. She told Shiro Yuhi to deliver a message to Blue Zone and make sure they stayed away from Narukami Subaru for good. As Shiro Yuhi listened, his thoughts began spiraling and a heavy sense of dread settled over him as he realized just how badly this had gone wrong. If I let Narukami Subaru leave now, he'll just start streaming again. Shiro Yuhi thought anxiously, his nerves tightening with every second. There's no way someone like him is going to keep quiet about what happened today. Blue Zone will dump all the blame on me. That thought hit Shiro Yuhi like a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, and then an even worse possibility followed immediately after. And if that happens, I'm definitely getting thrown out of the guild. That fear alone pushed him right up to the edge. Shiro Yuhi clenched his fist, grinding his teeth together as desperation twisted across his face. I clawed my way up here with everything I had, he told himself, his pride and fear feeding the same dark decision. As his resolve hardened, he slowly drew his weapon, and his intention became painfully obvious. If killing both of them was the only way to protect his position, then that was exactly what he was ready to do. And now some nobody from the 4th floor thinks he can ruin everything? Shiro Yuhi thought bitterly, anger burning hotter inside him. There's no way I'm letting you escape like this. With that final thought driving him forward, he launched himself into a sudden violent attack. But before he could even reach them, everything changed in an instant. Hatsuka moved. Her reaction was so fast and so precise that it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. In one clean motion, she intercepted Shiro Yuhi's attack, and in the very next instant, his body was sliced cleanly into two. The sheer speed and brutality of Hatsuka's counter left Shiro Yuhi completely stunned. Even in his final moment, he could not understand what had happened, how she had done it, or when she had even begun to move. Narukami Subaru, who had watched the whole thing unfold right in front of him, slowly pushed himself upright, just as shaken by what he had witnessed. After the fight ended so suddenly, a heavy silence settled over the area. After some time had passed, Narukami Subaru and Hatsuka moved over to a nearby bench and sat down quietly. Neither of them said anything at first, as if they both needed a moment to process how violently and suddenly everything had turned. Eventually, Narukami Subaru was the one who broke the silence. His voice stayed calm, but the curiosity behind it was impossible to hide. So basically, you're a former ranker who dropped out at the exam on floor 8. Hatsuka answered plainly, without trying to soften it or make it sound complicated. Yes. Hearing that simple confirmation, Narukami Subaru gave a small nod, and a look of understanding slowly appeared on his face.
I see, Narukami Subaru murmured, as if the pieces were finally clicking together in his head. Then he glanced back toward the place where the fight had ended and added, no wonder a floor 7 player didn't stand a chance.
Hatsuka looked genuinely troubled now, her usual calm slipping for once. A faint sheen of sweat had appeared on her face, and unease showed clearly in her expression as she rushed to explain herself. I thought you were in danger, so I had no choice but to step in. Please don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster. There was real worry in Hatsuka's voice, like she was afraid Narukami Subaru might see her differently after witnessing that overwhelming strength. But Narukami Subaru answered without the slightest hesitation, his tone filled with awe rather than fear. A monster? Not at all. I'm just overwhelmed because your strength was way beyond anything I imagined. Where did you even learn a drawing technique like that? I honestly thought you were using thunder or something, Narukami Subaru added, still trying to make sense of what he had just seen. There was no fear in his words at all, only pure astonishment. Hearing that, Hatsuka's tension eased a little, and a small smile began to tug at her lips.
That's what you're focusing on? Hatsuka asked, sounding almost amused by the way he reacted. But Narukami Subaru did not linger on that subject for long. His curiosity shifted again as he looked at her and said, by the way, Hatsuka, you seem to know that guy.
Hatsuka responded quickly, like she wanted to clear up the misunderstanding before it had any chance to grow. He suddenly approached me this morning, she explained. He was acting way too familiar, and I almost punched him right then and there. But I held myself back so it wouldn't cause trouble. Narukami Subaru raised an eyebrow. Trouble? Hatsuka nodded, and her expression turned serious again. Apparently, Blue Zone is trying to poach you again. If they came at you with ridiculous terms, you might actually start wavering, right? I couldn't let myself become the person holding you back if that happened. Her voice softened just slightly, letting the concern beneath her blunt words show through. But I was careless, Hatsuka admitted, frustration tightening her face. Even if you ever say you want to join a guild like that, I'll absolutely oppose it. Narukami Subaru answered with a small, dry comment. At this rate, it looks like I wouldn't be able to join them even if I wanted to. Hatsuka drew in a deep breath, clearly feeling the weight of the mess they had ended up in. She ran a hand through her hair, her brows pulled together as she tried to figure out what they were supposed to do next. After messing things up this badly, what are we supposed to do now? Hatsuka muttered, frustration obvious in her voice. Then she forced herself to think practically and added, For now, we have to report this to the agency, right? But before she could carry that thought any further, Narukami Subaru suddenly spoke up and cut in. I've got an idea, Narukami Subaru said. The moment Hatsuka heard those words, she turned her eyes toward him immediately, her full attention locking onto him as she waited to hear exactly what he had in mind.
I've got an idea. The moment those words left his mouth, Hatsuka's eyes shifted straight toward him. Her expression sharpened with curiosity, and she focused on him completely, waiting to hear exactly what kind of plan he had come up with. Right after that, the scene cut away without warning, and a glowing system window suddenly opened in front of everyone's eyes. On that screen, one sentence stood out so clearly that it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. I was attacked for no reason. The person broadcasting that message was none other than Narukami Subaru himself. Facing his audience through the stream, he kept his voice steady, but there was a serious weight behind every word. First, he was chased by assassins during the exam, and now he couldn't even relax anywhere without staying on guard. The chat exploded almost immediately, with viewers throwing out reactions nonstop. Some were stunned by what he had just revealed, while others were already trying to piece together who might be pulling the strings behind the attack. Subaru kept going, and the look in his eyes gradually turned colder. He admitted that he still didn't know for sure who the mastermind was. He had a rough guess in mind, but since he wasn't completely certain yet, he decided not to say anything careless for the time being. As the tension from his words lingered in the air, the scene shifted again. This time, the view moved into a high-class office building, one that clearly belonged to a powerful organization. A caption appeared across the screen, revealing the location as the Blue Zone Vice Guild Leader's office. Inside that office, the Vice Guild Leader was absolutely furious. His face twisted with anger as he slammed one hand down hard against the desk and shouted, demanding to know what on earth was going on. He couldn't understand it at all. No matter how strong Narukami Subaru might be, the idea that a semi-ranker had lost to someone who had only reached the 4th floor was completely unacceptable. Just then, a young woman rushed into the office, lowered herself respectfully, and reported that someone was asking to meet with him. But before the suffocating pressure in the room could even settle, the scene cut away again. The focus returned to Hatsuka and Narukami Subaru standing together. Hatsuka turned toward him with worry in her eyes and asked if he had seen the emergency broadcast just now. Subaru gave a small, composed nod and answered that Blue Zone was a massive guild, so there was no doubt someone from their side had seen it. A guild that represented an entire world, like Blue Zone, cared about its public image more than almost anything. If people found out they had tried to recruit a 4th floor player by attacking him, their reputation would crash straight to the bottom. Hearing that explanation, Hatsuka's brows drew together slightly. She told him that, in that case, he shouldn't have exposed them in such a direct way. But Subaru answered calmly, saying it might have felt satisfying for a brief moment, but from that instant onward, both Sutin and Blue Zone would have been locked in as enemies. That was exactly why he had kept it at the level of a warning and only told them not to try something like that again. As Subaru explained everything with such calm logic, the view lingered on Hatsuka. She stood there quietly, looking at him with a soft blush spreading across her cheeks, realizing just how seriously he was thinking not only about himself, but also about the company and everyone involved with it. A moment later, Hatsuka stepped a little closer to him, her expression filled with concern. She told him that, as his manager, she couldn't just sit back while he was thinking this deeply about the company. Then she asked him to take the next day off from streaming, promising that she would deal with the viewers' backlash herself. But Subaru rejected the idea right away, shaking his head without hesitation. He told her that he still planned to stream tomorrow, because thanks to her, his condition was perfectly fine and he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Even as he said that with confidence, another thought quietly rose in the back of his mind. Earlier, Lightning Lord had stopped activating on its own. Because of that, his exhaustion never actually reached its breaking point. Subaru couldn't help wondering if the reason was that he still hadn't fully adjusted to this new body yet. While Subaru was deep in thought, Hatsuka looked him over from head to toe, then let out a powerless sigh. She told him it was hard to take his words seriously while he was standing there in clothes that looked that battered. Subaru glanced down at his ruined outfit, scratched the side of his head awkwardly, and admitted that he had come there directly after the exam. He added that he really did need to buy some new clothes. The moment Hatsuka heard that, her face brightened as if she had found the perfect chance to shift the mood, and she quickly stepped forward. Then, after briefly changing the subject, her tone became serious again as she told him that Joe had said there seemed to be a survivor from Blue Eyes. The instant those words reached Narukami Subaru, his expression changed completely. The calmness in his eyes vanished in a flash, replaced by sharp shock and an urgent intensity that he couldn't hide. A survivor. He asked the question immediately, his voice tightening at once. Hatsuka quietly nodded back, confirming what she had just said. And in the very next second, Subaru suddenly stepped in closer to her, the distance between them shrinking in an instant. His voice was filled with urgency as he demanded to know where the survivor was and exactly where Joe had seen them. Hatsuka was visibly startled by how sudden and intense his reaction became. Still, after a brief hesitation, she answered him carefully. Joe hadn't given her any detailed information, but from what she had heard, that survivor might have sold their soul to the demons. Subaru quietly repeated the word under his breath. Demons. At that moment, the existence of the mysterious race known as demons came into focus. They were an unknown species that lived within the tower's demon realm, beings whose true nature remained almost completely unexplained. Just like players, demons also grew stronger by moving up and down the tower, constantly throwing themselves into battles to increase their power. Depending on their goals and interests, players could sometimes cooperate with demons, or end up clashing with them as enemies. But one truth about them never changed. Demons were seen as the purest form of evil within the tower. In the same way that players hunted monsters, demons hunted players. What made them truly terrifying was that they didn't need a reason to do it at all. Before long, notifications began flooding across the screen one after another. Each headline seemed more dangerous than the last. Conspiracy theory. Was there a traitor inside Blue Eyes? Blue Eyes' internal conflict revealed. A new theory claimed that a Blue Eyes survivor had colluded with the demons. Subaru stared silently at the headlines as they continued appearing across his screen. The longer he watched, the darker his expression became. Information connected to Blue Eyes was suddenly spreading everywhere at once, and that made him feel there was a strong chance someone was deliberately pushing these rumors into the open. His eyes narrowed with a cold edge. The more Blue Eyes' reputation collapsed, the easier it would become for Blue Zone to wipe away every remaining trace of them. Narukami Subaru continued scrolling through the endless stream of reports and headlines glowing on his screen. Then, among all the noise, one particular statement drew his attention. Kazuki Kyojo had announced that they would not make a public statement until the facts were confirmed. After reading it, Subaru lowered his voice and muttered that he didn't care about that right now. Whoever the survivor was, all he could hope was that they would manage to hold on until he found them. The scene then moved somewhere else, where other people were already talking about the rumors spreading so quickly. Their voices echoed through the area as they mentioned that a Blue Eyes survivor had joined forces with demons, and that traces of them had been discovered in the Forest of Death on the 6th floor. The people shown now were the mysterious white-haired man and Rina. Rina looked at him with a serious expression as the conversation unfolded. The white-haired man answered calmly, saying that this was the rumor currently spreading everywhere. Then his voice cooled even further as he continued. Recently, even Blue Zone players had started coming to the hut to investigate. Things around them were becoming more and more unsettled. As the conversation carried on, the view slowly revealed the horrifying scene surrounding the two of them. Dead bodies were scattered all over the ground nearby, corpses left behind by the two of them without the slightest hesitation. The whole area felt soaked in bloodshed, giving off a heavy, dangerous atmosphere. The white-haired man looked ahead with an indifferent gaze before speaking again. On top of everything else, information about other survivors was suddenly being exposed in such an open way. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said it was obviously bait. After a short silence, he continued in a thoughtful tone. They were probably wondering why no one had shown up yet. Then he questioned what exactly they were trying to plot. Rina turned toward him directly and asked what he planned to do next. Without even a second of hesitation, the white-haired man gave his answer. Of course, he had to go and see it for himself. With that decision made, the two of them slowly started walking forward. They moved through the grim battlefield, stepping past the corpses staining the ground around them. As they advanced, the white-haired man spoke one last time, a faint but dangerous smile curling across his face. Sometimes, the fish that bites the bait ends up dragging the fisherman into the sea instead. Doesn't it? The scene then shifted to the 8th floor, where the air inside the office felt tense and oppressive. The Vice Guild leader stood in silence while his manager prepared everything for the upcoming meeting. Once she confirmed that everything was ready, she respectfully informed him that the preparations were complete. Hearing her report, the Vice Guild leader let out an irritated sigh, clearly annoyed by the timing. He muttered that all of this was happening when he was already busy enough. Then, after a short pause, he gave the cold order to begin. The space in front of him flickered, and a figure soon appeared on the communication screen. It was the same yellow-haired man from before, John Tai, Hatsuka's superior. As soon as John Tai appeared, he greeted the Vice Guild leader with a polite and respectful tone. He first apologized for being unable to visit the 8th floor in person because of his current capabilities, then said it was an honor to meet him in this way. The Vice Guild leader responded with formal courtesy, though the sharpness in his expression never faded. He said the honor was his, and that he had heard John Tai was the person responsible for growing Sutton into what it was today. As he looked at the yellow-haired man through the screen, countless thoughts moved through his mind. So this was John Tai. Until 15 years ago, he had worked as an architect for the Magic Way Guild. Meanwhile, John Tai merely laughed lightly and brushed off the compliment, saying he was only a hired hand. Even so, the Vice Guild leader did not relax in the slightest. Deep down, he remained on guard. A man who had once served as an architect for a major guild capable of rivaling Blue Zone was now supposedly nothing more than a department chief at an entertainment agency. That alone was enough to make him wary. He couldn't afford to let his guard down around someone like John Tai. Just then, John Tai continued speaking with a calm smile, saying that he had heard many rumors about the Vice Guild leader as well. According to those rumors, the Vice Guild leader had contributed more than anyone else to making Blue Zone as enormous as it was now, second only to Guild leader Kazuki Kyojo. The moment those words reached him, frustration flickered deep in the Vice Guild leader's eyes, second only to Kazuki Kyojo. Even though his face stayed composed on the surface, the irritation burning inside him was impossible to miss. Meanwhile, John Tai continued casually, as if he hadn't noticed anything at all. With a light smile, he apologized for letting his introduction drag on when the Vice Guild leader was already busy. Then his expression gradually turned more serious. John Tai then moved straight to the main point. As the Vice Guild leader already knew, Sutton still had not officially announced its position regarding this incident. He continued speaking calmly despite the tension between them, admitting that, to be honest, they couldn't move easily because of who their opponent was. The Vice Guild leader answered at once, his tone cold but tightly controlled. He suggested that there seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding. John Tai kept his expression polite, but there was quiet pressure behind his voice, as he replied that it was an undeniable fact that a Blue Zone player had attacked their streamer. The Vice Guild leader, however, refused to accept the accusation so easily. Without looking shaken at all, he asked whether that wasn't simply a personal matter between individuals. Even then, John Tai did not back down. Calmly, he continued by saying that whatever the intention may have been, if something like that happened again, they would have no choice but to treat it as intentional. The atmosphere between them instantly became extremely tense. After a heavy pause, the Vice Guild leader finally answered with a restrained expression, saying that he understood Sutton's position clearly. As far as the guild was concerned, they had nothing more to say about the matter. With that, the communication screen shut down in an instant, cutting off the connection and bringing the meeting to an end. The focus returned to John Tai's side, where he stood beside the same female employee from earlier. The instant the call disconnected, all the tension he had been forcing himself to hold finally drained out of his shoulders. He exhaled deeply, as if he had been holding his breath the entire time, then admitted with complete honesty that he was genuinely relieved he had not been in a position where he needed to visit that place in person. He continued with a tired look, saying that if he had actually stood in front of Akari Genji face to face, the pressure alone might have suffocated him before he even managed to open his mouth. Hearing that, the woman beside him smiled brightly, her expression full of admiration, and immediately praised him, saying he had been magnificent. In her eyes, he was the only person in the entire company capable of speaking to Akari Genji like that. The moment John Tai heard Akari Genji's name, the irritation on his face returned at once. He snapped that there was no way he could simply keep quiet after what had happened. To him, that man was practically no different from a mobster, and he could not believe Akari Genji had dared to pull something like that on their streamer. Still bristling with anger, John Tai quickly shifted his attention and asked another question. He asked if Narukami Subaru was taking the day off from streaming, especially after everything he had just gone through. The manager gave a small, thoughtful nod and answered that she assumed he would be resting for the day. But John Tai immediately shook his head, his expression turning serious. He told her to make sure Subaru did not worry about anything and simply got proper rest. Once Subaru managed to overcome this whole situation, Jantai believed he would grow even more as a streamer. Just then, the manager's eyes suddenly moved toward the screen, and surprise flashed across her face. She quickly spoke up, saying that it had started. Narukami's stream was already live. The moment Jantai heard those words, his eyes widened slightly in disbelief as he asked what she had just said. At the same time, Narukami Subaru's familiar voice echoed through the broadcast, calmly apologizing to his viewers for being late. Right after greeting everyone, Subaru wasted no time and immediately dropped another shocking announcement. He told his audience straight out that he was going to clear the 4th floor today. The instant those words came through the stream, his entire chat erupted. Messages rushed across the screen non-stop, with viewers cheering, reacting, and flooding the broadcast with excitement as the energy around his stream exploded all at once. Even after everything that had happened to him, the trust and encouragement pouring in from the viewers was almost overwhelming. Subaru looked at the response calmly, then added in a steady voice that he had a reason he needed to hurry. Before long, the view moved away from Subaru's stream and shifted to the 6th floor, a harsh place known as the Desolate Lands. The land stretched out in a barren, lifeless expanse, with almost no warmth or color in sight. Across that bleak terrain, a large group continued moving forward carefully, watching their surroundings as they advanced. Among the group, one man finally let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, clearly worn down by the constant movement, before opening his mouth to complain. He grumbled that after being sent to the 3rd floor, he was now being dragged all the way to the 6th, saying he had seriously been sent from place to place far too much lately. Walking beside him, a young woman kept her composure and answered in a calm voice. She said they had most likely been called there because the investigation was finally finished. The man did not look convinced at all, and he immediately turned his head toward her, asking if she really believed that. Without pausing, the woman replied that this was what the guild was saying. The moment the word guild came out of her mouth, several people nearby instinctively turned their attention toward her. The man clicked his tongue in clear annoyance and repeated the word guild like he was sick of hearing it. Then he asked if she had any thoughts of her own at all. His expression darkened as he continued, questioning whether she truly believed that even if there was a blue-eyes survivor, that person would actually sell their soul to the demons. That was the part that felt strange to him. They were talking about Blue Eyes, not some ordinary team. His voice grew louder as his frustration built, and he reminded her that every single member of that group had been powerful enough to stand on the same level as their guild leader, or even the vice guild leader. So why would people like that ever need to sell their souls to demons in the first place? Before he could keep going, the woman panicked and quickly covered his mouth with her hand, urgently whispering for him to calm down and stop talking so recklessly. At that exact moment, the air around them suddenly changed. From the front of the group, a powerful figure slowly stepped forward, and the instant he appeared, everyone nearby stiffened as if the pressure had locked their bodies in place. Someone in the group spoke up nervously, their voice trembling as they wondered how else anyone could explain the vice guild leader personally coming all the way down to the 6th floor. The intimidating man standing before them was soon identified by name and rank. Rank 30, Blue Zone Vice Guild Leader, Akari Genji. And for the first time, his full status panel appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. 3 days later, a new moment began. A system screen suddenly opened in front of everyone, announcing that Narukami Subaru had reached the challenger rank. At that very same instant, a massive explosion of force erupted around Narukami Subaru, shaking the entire arena with an overwhelming impact. The pressure bursting from his body alone felt powerful enough to crush ordinary players where they stood. Subaru quietly looked forward, his gaze steady, before muttering about how long it had taken him to reach challenger. Right after that, another status window opened in front of him. The screen showed his updated growth clearly. His strength, stamina, agility, and focus had each risen by 2 points, while his mana had increased by 1 point. Looking at those results, Subaru calmly began explaining how he had managed to grow at such an unbelievable speed. In his eyes, there were 2 clear reasons he had been able to reach this point so quickly. First, he had fought higher-ranked players while still remaining in the lower tiers, which allowed him to earn bonus points. Second, the moment players faced him directly, many of them completely lost their will to fight, causing most of his matches to end almost instantly. As soon as he finished explaining that, another notification window appeared before him, announcing that he had successfully cleared the 4th floor. As his reward, every single one of his status attributes increased by an additional 2 points. Subaru silently stared at the screen as the rewards continued stacking up in front of him. Then the focus shifted toward the same player from the previous chapter, the one who had challenged Subaru earlier. Without hesitating, that player sent him 20,000 credits directly. Immediately after that, another donation message appeared, this time from someone using the title Narukami Subaru fan, who also donated 20,000 credits. Then 3 more pop-up windows appeared one after another in rapid succession, each showing a donation of 10,000 credits. The support kept pouring in without pause, making it painfully clear just how terrifying Subaru's reputation had already become among the players. Finally, the last system window slowly opened before him. As he moved on to the 5th floor, the atmosphere around him changed completely. The 5th floor was known as Murim. This was a world unlike the ones before it, a realm so powerful that it competed for the top position every single year in the interworld competition. That grand tournament had been the stage where every world connected to the tower fought to determine their rankings long ago. Back in the earliest days of the tower, the forces of Murim built their foundation on the 5th floor and became the very first power to fully stabilize their influence there. Because of that history, most regions across the 5th floor had naturally taken shape under Murim culture. Martial arts sects, wandering warriors, powerful clans, and ancient traditions dominated the land from one region to another. In Murim, strength stood above everything else, and only those with enough power to survive could keep climbing higher. As that world opened before him, Narukami Subaru continued walking forward steadily without slowing down. His expression remained completely calm as he said he would check the rankings one final time before ending today's stream. As soon as Subaru said that, a large system window opened in front of him, and the screen immediately began calculating his newly updated ranking. For several moments, the numbers on the screen changed rapidly, flickering through the rankings until the final result finally locked into place. Subaru Narukami was ranked 122,082nd. At that moment, his live stream was performing unbelievably well. The viewer count kept climbing without stopping, and the chat was overflowing with excitement as more and more players gathered to watch him. After witnessing his terrifying growth speed inside the tower, it was impossible for people not to pay attention. At the same time, the blue-haired guy everyone already recognized suddenly appeared in front of Subaru, greeting him politely with a bright smile before introducing himself. He told Subaru it was nice to meet him, then introduced himself as Shaun Hayan, the temporary manager who had been assigned to him. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru showed a faint look of surprise and immediately asked about the temporary manager part. Shaun Hayan nodded and calmly explained that Hatsuka would need a little more time to climb up here. Then, without missing a beat, he asked Subaru if he was hungry. Shaun invited him to come inside for the time being. After that, the two of them entered a restaurant together. Inside the restaurant, dishes covered the tables from one end to the other, filling the space with an almost overwhelming amount of food. While Shaun Hayan kept eating without slowing down at all, he casually started talking again. Between bites, he told Subaru that he might as well say it now, he was a huge fan of Subaru's streams. Meanwhile, Subaru quietly watched him from across the table, taking in the sight with a calm expression. Seeing how much Shaun continued eating, Subaru could not help thinking that the man definitely had an impressive appetite. After watching him for a while, Subaru finally asked the question that had been sitting in his mind. He looked at Shaun directly and asked whether he and Hatsuka were friends. The moment Shaun heard Hatsuka's name, he smiled right away. He said that he and Hatsuka were childhood friends, and that ever since they were kids, they used to do practically everything together. Back then, she had only been about this tall. As he spoke, Shaun raised his hand and gestured to show Subaru how short Hatsuka had been in those days. Then, laughing as he remembered the past, he added that back then, she had actually been even bigger than him. After listening carefully to Shaun's story, Subaru quietly began thinking that he might be able to learn something about Hatsuka through him. Not long after that thought crossed his mind, Subaru suddenly stood up from his seat, clearly preparing to leave. Seeing Subaru get up, Shaun Hayan immediately looked confused and asked where he was going. Subaru calmly answered while already making his way toward the exit, saying there was someone he needed to see, so he would be a little late getting back. Subaru asked Shaun to send his regards to Hatsuka. After that, the focus moved to a completely different location on the 5th floor, where cold winds swept across the mountains, revealing the place known as Manjo Peak. The feeling in this place was nothing like anywhere else in Murim. The surrounding mountains stood in complete silence, as if even the wind had been swallowed. The air pressed down heavily from every direction, and an overwhelming presence seemed to seep through the land itself. It almost felt as though the entire region had a life of its own, quietly watching anyone who dared to step inside. Along that lonely mountain path, Narukami Subaru moved forward at an unhurried pace, showing no sign of fear or hesitation. But as he walked deeper into the area, his gaze suddenly caught on a small cat sitting nearby, and the sharpness in his expression softened just a little. Subaru lowered himself quietly into a crouch, then reached out and gently stroked the cat's head, his touch calm and familiar. In his heart, he silently greeted it. Tama, it really has been a long time. But right at that moment, a voice rang out from somewhere ahead. Hey, what are you doing there? I assume you didn't come all this way without a reason. Subaru slowly raised his head toward the voice, his posture still composed, before answering without the slightest panic. If I opened that door without permission, Subaru said calmly, there's a good chance I would never be allowed to return here again. After his words fell, the mountain path sank into a brief, heavy silence, as though the unseen person was measuring him from the other side. A moment later, that mysterious voice sounded again, this time with a trace of interest. You don't seem to be an ordinary youngster. Come in. At the very least, I'll let you see my face. As those words echoed out, the huge door ahead slowly began to open on its own. The little cat padded inside without the slightest fear, and Subaru followed quietly behind it. At that moment, a tremendous force wrapped around him from all sides, pressing against his body so fiercely that even taking a breath felt difficult. Even under that crushing pressure, Subaru did not stop. He kept his gaze forward and continued walking one step at a time, as if the invisible weight bearing down on him was not enough to force him back. But the instant Subaru fully crossed through the doorway, the feeling around him shifted all at once. The oppressive atmosphere behind him seemed to vanish in a single breath. The suffocating pressure disappeared completely. In its place, the world became strangely peaceful and clear, almost as if a hidden realm had been carved out inside the mountain, separated from everything outside. This secluded land was called Mirror Clear Plain. From somewhere in the distance, an old man slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed directly on Subaru as though he had already seen through more than Subaru expected. You? The old man asked, his voice calm but sharp. How did you find your way here? Subaru stood with his back turned toward him, yet under the soft light of Mirror Clear Plain, his shadow stretched out strangely large and imposing, making him look far more mysterious than an ordinary visitor. Without even turning around, Subaru answered in a steady voice. I heard a rumor. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly at that, and he repeated the word with quiet suspicion. A rumor. Subaru finally gave his answer, his tone still calm and controlled. Yes, I heard that a formation master lives here. The old man remained silent as Subaru continued. Someone capable of explosively drawing out a player's hidden potential. And standing there inside Mirror Clear Plain, the identity of the mysterious old man was finally made clear. He was none other than rank 15 Jin Yun. The moment Jin Yun's name surfaced, everything shifted back to another time. The bright stillness faded away, and the world was pulled into a darker, more chaotic memory, leading to a completely different place. The 7th floor dungeon, the Black Wyvern habitat. That area looked like a nightmare that had been torn open. The ground was cracked and broken. The air reeked of blood and scorched flesh, and traces of lightning still crawled across the battlefield like scars left behind by disaster. At the center of that ruined battlefield, the real Narukami Subaru lay collapsed on the ground, wounded so badly that he seemed barely able to cling to life. His entire body was covered in injuries, and each shallow breath looked painful. Then, the same small black cat slowly approached him again. From behind it, a voice suddenly rang out. It's a miracle you're even alive. It was Jin Yun. The old man studied Subaru's battered condition carefully, then leaned his attention closer and muttered, Let's see. At first glance, the wounds themselves don't seem that deep, Jin Yun said. But as his eyes moved over Subaru's body, his expression shifted. Wait a moment. Are those lightning scars covering you from head to toe? What in the world is this? Some kind of self-harm? As he spoke, Jin Yun slowly made his way down toward Subaru, his step steady and unhurried, the painting brush in his hand giving him the air of someone who was both irritated and curious. Meanwhile, Subaru was barely conscious, his body lying weakly against the broken ground. Still, he forced his mouth to move and squeezed out a strained reply. If you have time to stand there mumbling to yourself, please help me. The moment Jin Yun heard that, he brought his painting brush down and smacked Subaru right on the head. You little brat, he shouted. How dare you talk to me like that when we've only just met? Even though his voice sounded angry, there was a strange hint of amusement in the old man's eyes. Then his tone settled slightly as he added, However, there are no meaningless encounters in Murim. At this very moment, meeting me must be your destiny. As Jin Yun spoke, the pressure around him suddenly grew heavier, and his presence became far more commanding. With complete confidence, he declared, When it comes to formations, no one is better than me. Since that is the case, I will help you. Right after those words left his mouth, Jin Yun began constructing a huge formation around Subaru. The heaven and earth key formation spread across the ground as powerful streams of energy surged outward, and ancient symbols and patterns started lighting up around Subaru's injured body. The force gathering inside the formation was so intense that the air itself began to twist and distort. As the entire array activated at full power, Xinyan's voice became serious. "I won't hold back my strength," he warned. "So you'll need to lend me a hand as well." That powerful formation was the very reason Subaru had survived back then. With that memory fading away, everything slowly returned to the present, where the current Subaru now stood once again in mirror-clear plane. Back in the present, Subaru quietly walked behind Xinyun, his eyes moving across the calm scenery of mirror-clear plane. As the familiar landscape spread out around him, he took in each detail in silence before murmuring softly to himself. Nothing has changed, Subaru thought, his gaze lingering on the quiet land before him. Even though more than 20 years had passed, mirror-clear plane looked almost exactly as he remembered it. After walking together for a while through that peaceful, open space, the silence between them began to feel heavier. Xinyun eventually glanced toward Narukami Subaru and asked in a calm but probing voice, "By the way, have we met somewhere before?" Subaru only looked back at him for a brief moment, then continued forward without letting any visible reaction cross his face. "No," Subaru answered evenly. "Today is the first time." Xinyan's eyes narrowed a little after hearing that reply. "I see. For someone I've supposedly just met, you seem to know quite a lot about me." His gaze shifted across the surrounding plain for a moment, then returned to Subaru with sharper attention. "And you don't seem intimidated by this unfamiliar place either." Hearing that, Subaru answered in a natural tone, as if the old man's suspicion did not bother him at all. "Well, you were once so famous that there probably wasn't a single person who didn't know about you." Beneath his mask, Subaru seemed to carry the faintest hint of a smile as he continued. "That's probably why, Uncle Xinyun." But instead of accepting that explanation, Xinyun slowly shook his head. "It isn't just that." At that same time, the small black cat, Tama, walked quietly beside Subaru, staying close to him as though she had already decided he was someone she could trust. Watching the cat's behavior, Xinyun's voice became noticeably more serious. "Tama almost never approaches people on her own." His eyes remained fixed on Subaru, searching for something beneath the mask. "More than that, you feel familiar to me as well." As those words fell, the atmosphere around them slowly became heavier. Since Subaru had arrived here while already knowing exactly who Xinyun was, the old master naturally understood that there had to be a purpose behind his visit. He finally stopped walking and faced the matter directly. "Since you came here knowing my identity, I assume you're seeking treatment." Then Xinyun's expression hardened slightly. "But I have no intention of helping someone who refuses to even show his face, especially when he's wearing a mask like that." A cold silence settled between them before he added bluntly, "It's incredibly suspicious." Hearing this, Subaru fell quiet. In his mind, old memories began to surface one after another. Uncle Xinyun had been one of the few people who knew what his real face looked like. And as Subaru thought about it, he slowly realized something important. If even an expert on Xinyun's level could not see through him, then this disguise should be more than enough to deceive Blue Eyes and Kazuki as well. A faint confidence rose inside Subaru. Since he had already come this far, testing it here first might not be a bad idea. With that decision made, Subaru slowly lifted his hand toward the mask covering his face. In front of Xinyun, he prepared to remove it at last and reveal what had been hidden beneath. The moment Narukami Subaru saw Xinyun's reaction to his uncovered face, he immediately understood that the old man had been shaken to the core. Xinyun stared at him without saying a word, his entire expression frozen for a brief moment. His eyes widened as if a ghost from the past had suddenly appeared before him. Then, with stunned disbelief written all over his face, Xinyun quietly muttered, "Goodness!" And in that moment, Narukami Subaru's face was finally revealed without the mask. For a few seconds, the air between them grew strangely tense. Xinyun had truly believed, even if only for an instant, that he was looking at someone he once knew. But in the very next moment, the old man suddenly swung his fist and struck Subaru hard on the head. "You don't look a damn thing like him," Xinyun shouted. "Only the name is similar." Subaru raised a hand and rubbed the spot where he had been hit, clearly caught off guard by the sudden punch. Still, Narukami Subaru remained calm as he replied, "I haven't even told you my name yet, have I?" Xinyun immediately scoffed, looking at him as if that question was foolish. "Did you think an old man like me couldn't use a kit? You were acting so much like him that I couldn't help watching your streams, lad." The moment those words came out, Subaru's attention sharpened, and his eyes settled more directly on the old man. Looking straight at Xinyun, Subaru asked in a quieter voice, "Do you remember the real Narukami Subaru?" For the first time since their conversation began, the old man's expression softened. His voice lowered as well, carrying both nostalgia and irritation as he answered, We were acquainted, yes. But then he suddenly went and died on me. Zhenyun's face tightened with old resentment as he continued. He even promised he would come see me again, and then he never kept that promise. Heartless bastard. Not that saying any of this to you changes a thing. After hearing those words, Subaru fell silent for a moment. Then Narukami Subaru slowly smiled. It was not a mocking smile, nor was it careless. It was the kind of smile that came from finally understanding something. At last, he realized why the old man had treated him this way from the very beginning. Subaru then spoke gently but directly. You watched my streams and started projecting Narukami Subaru onto me. Didn't you? The moment Jinyun heard that, he went silent. A faint embarrassment crossed his face, as though Subaru had perfectly exposed the truth he had been trying not to admit. After a short pause, Jinyun let out a heavy sigh and muttered. Seems old age makes a man clingy, even when he knows full well how foolish it is. But that emotional mood lasted only a moment. Almost immediately, Jinyun raised his brush again and smacked Subaru on the head with a sharp snap of irritation. That aside, you've been running your mouth far too freely for a brat. And just like that, the heavy feeling between them shattered instantly, replaced once more by their rough, bickering, almost comedic exchange. After settling himself down a little, Jinyun crossed his arms and spoke in his usual gruff tone. You should thank Tama for this. If this little one hadn't taken a liking to you, I would have chased you out already. Hearing that, Narukami Subaru glanced down toward Tama, then smiled faintly and replied, I see. I'm honored, Subaru said politely, but the instant those respectful words left his mouth, Jinyun clicked his tongue in obvious annoyance and snapped back at him. What are you getting bashful for? Jinyun barked, his expression turning even more irritated. The treatment costs 1 million credits, but what you brought me is only a mere 200,000. As the brutal reality of the treatment cost finally settled over him, Narukami Subaru gave a small, helpless smile and quietly pulled off his t-shirt, exposing himself for the examination. Even then, he still tried asking one last time, half joking and half desperate, if there was any chance the price could be lowered. But Jinyun shut him down without even pausing. Nonsense. If you try to bargain your way through this, you'll end up cursing the entire process today. I'll only treat the portion you've actually paid for. Even after being answered so bluntly, Subaru did not complain or argue back. He simply lowered his head with respectful acceptance and gave a calm reply. Thank you for still considering my situation. Seeing that attitude, Jinyun said nothing more and began inspecting Subaru's body with careful, practiced eyes, checking his condition from head to toe. As Jinyun examined Subaru's physique more closely, the old man's casual expression slowly faded, replaced by a sharper and more serious look. After a short while, he muttered to himself, as if measuring every detail. Let's see now. Your foundation isn't bad. But then his eyes narrowed a little, and despite his strict nature, even he seemed slightly impressed. No. For someone who only just reached the 5th floor, you're actually quite remarkable. Hearing praise from someone as harsh and hard to please as Jinyun, Narukami Subaru immediately focused on the one question that mattered most. He looked at the old master and asked directly, how far can you take it? Jinyun answered without rushing, his tone steady and experienced. There are many different types of treatment. The direction, the intensity, and the burden on your body will all depend on what kind of person you're trying to become, lad. At that moment, the look in Subaru's eyes changed completely. The faint uncertainty from before disappeared, and his expression turned firm, almost frighteningly calm. He had no more reason to hide the goal he had been carrying deep inside himself all along. Staring straight at Jinyun, he finally said it aloud with complete resolve. What I need is an absurd amount of stamina. Enough stamina to endure tens of thousands of thunderstrikes. The instant those words left Subaru's mouth, the air in the room seemed to tighten. Even Jinyun's face stiffened slightly, his gaze growing colder as he realized just how reckless and dangerous the young man's ambition truly was. After a short, heavy silence, the old master finally spoke in a low voice. Even Narukami Subaru was killed by thunder, you know. Jinyun's words landed heavily in the room, but the young man in front of him did not flinch or look away. Narukami Subaru answered with calm certainty. I know. Jinyun stared at him for another long moment, as if trying to understand the kind of resolve standing before him, before asking again. If you already know that, you still intend to challenge it? But Subaru's reply came without the slightest pause. His eyes stayed clear and steady as he declared that he would not regret his choice, even if he ended up walking the exact same road toward death. The weight behind those words silenced the room again. This was no longer the careless dream of some reckless boy chasing power without understanding the cost. It was the decision of someone who knew the danger perfectly well and still chose to step forward anyway. Looking straight into Jinyun's eyes, Narukami Subaru spoke with unwavering conviction. If thunder is the thing that kills me, then thunder is also the thing that's going to save me. The moment Jinyun heard those words, he fell silent once more. Deep inside him, a familiar feeling rose up again. The same unsettling sensation he had been trying to ignore ever since this young man appeared before him. As he stared at Subaru, his thoughts began to stir uncontrollably. There it is again. Why does he keep overlapping with him? It was not their appearance. Their faces looked nothing alike. And yet, the way Subaru spoke, the madness buried inside his resolve, and that reckless willingness to throw himself towards certain death for the sake of his goal all reminded Jinyun of someone he could never forget. To Jinyun, Subaru resembled the original Narukami Subaru far too much. It almost felt as if the same soul had returned and was now standing before him again, only wearing a completely different face. After quietly sorting through those thoughts, the old man let out a faint sigh in his heart. This would not be simple work. Even so, he finally began the treatment. Holding his special brushing hand with steady control, Jinyun started drawing strange formations and symbols across Subaru's body, each stroke landing with careful precision. Every movement of Jinyun's brush carried the weight of experience and skill polished over countless years. While his hand continued moving across Subaru's skin, he explained the situation in a serious tone. First of all, you don't have enough credits. Because of that, we'll have no choice but to divide the treatment into several separate sessions. Don't give up halfway. Keep coming back, and I'll keep the door open for you. That single word, rough as it sounded, carried far more warmth than Jinyun probably meant to reveal. Beneath his sharp tongue and stubborn attitude, the old man had already decided to support Subaru in the only way he knew how. And soon after that, the scene changed completely. The story moved from the treatment room to the terrifying environment of the 6th floor, where the atmosphere felt nothing like the floors before it. The moment this place came into view, the ground was already littered with corpses, bodies scattered across the area as if a brutal battle had just swept through. Most of the fallen were members of Blue Eyes, their bodies lying motionless across the blood-soaked ground. Blood darkened the battlefield, spreading across the earth beneath the shadow of the surrounding forest. The trees stood thick and ominous, and the air itself seemed heavy with danger. This was not ordinary territory. This place belonged to the demon realm. At the same time, countless demons could be seen pushing forward through the gloom, preparing to launch another attack. Their twisted bodies, monstrous appearances, and violent aura made one thing painfully clear. In this battlefield, death could come from any direction at any moment. Among all the bodies scattered across the ground, only 2 members of Blue Eyes were still standing. One was a spearman, gripping his weapon with desperate strength, while behind him an archer girl supported him from a distance. As another demon charged in, the spearman swung his spear fiercely and cut it down before shouting through clenched teeth, "These rotten demons!" From there, the structure of the tower itself became clear. Every floor inside the tower was separated into 3 distinct regions: the human realm, the middle realm, and the demon realm. Since ancient times, humans and demons had followed an unwritten rule that neither side would cross into the other's territory. Between them stood the middle realm, a domain ruled by the Dragon Lord, serving as the boundary that kept both worlds apart. But the 6th floor was different. The Forest of Death existed in a dangerous gray zone, a place where the borders between territories had grown blurred and unstable. Because of that unstable boundary, the forest gradually became a refuge for low-rank and mid-rank demons that had been cast out from their original packs. Over time, the entire area turned into an extremely dangerous region, filled with wandering demons, constant ambushes, and endless bloodshed. Inside the suffocating silence of the Forest of Death, the surviving archer girl from Blue Eyes glanced nervously through the dark trees, her eyes scanning every shadow around them. After everything they had endured, exhaustion and fear weighed heavily in her voice as she quietly asked, "Hey, do you think the others are safe?" But the spearman beside her answered immediately, his tone cold and painfully serious. "You're in no position to worry about anyone else right now. Focus on keeping yourself alive." His face was tight with frustration, and the exhaustion in his eyes showed how close he was to reaching his limit. Still gripping his spear with both hands, he forced himself to continue speaking. "In this place filled with demonic miasma, we've been walking in circles along the same path for 3 whole days. Looks like I finally lost it too." The thick demonic energy lingering throughout the forest had twisted their sense of direction completely. No matter how far they walked or how many turns they took, the scenery around them seemed to repeat endlessly. The farther they pushed into the forest, the heavier and more hopeless the atmosphere became, as if the darkness itself was pressing down on their minds. But just as the spearman began to believe his sanity was finally slipping, the archer suddenly widened her eyes. In a hurried voice, she said, "No, I can see him too." The moment those words left her mouth, the view shifted upward, toward the top of a massive tree hidden deep within the dark forest. There, sitting calmly on one of the thick branches, was a mysterious figure. His presence alone felt unnatural, almost impossible, in a place where ordinary people should never be able to stand so casually. The archer lowered her voice and whispered carefully, "There's no way a person would be standing in a place like this. He's within range of my arrow. I'll shoot once and test how he reacts." But just as she prepared to fire, the spearman suddenly grabbed her hand and stopped her. Fear had already spread across the spearman's face. His fingers tightened around her wrist, and his voice shook as he stared up at the figure in the tree. Who are you?" At that exact moment, the mysterious man's face was finally revealed. He had striking red hair, and across his face was an eerie, wicked smile that made a chill crawl down their spines the instant they saw it. Before either of them could properly react, the red-haired man vanished from the branch without a sound. In the very next second, he was already standing directly behind them. His movement had been so fast that neither the spearman nor the archer even sensed him approach. Now positioned behind the two survivors, the red-haired man spoke in a calm voice that was all the more terrifying because of how relaxed it sounded. "You want to know who I am?" Only then did the two of them realize that he was holding another man by the chin, lifting his battered face into view. The captured man was horribly beaten, barely conscious, and already in a miserable state that made it clear he had no strength left to resist. The red-haired man's expression then twisted with anger, and his voice sharpened as he declared, "After barging into another man's territory, you have no right to question me." The instant the spearman heard those words and finally got a clear look at the man's face, an earlier memory flashed through his mind. He remembered hearing a rumor from another team member that one of the older members of Blue Eyes had joined forces with the demons. As he stared at the red-haired man, shock spread across the spearman's face. His presence felt completely different now, but that face, it couldn't be. At the same time, an overwhelming spiritual pressure began pouring out from the red-haired man, crushing the surrounding area with terrifying force. The intensity of that presence alone made it hard to breathe. The archer girl immediately began trembling, and before she could steady herself, her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground. He had not even attacked yet, but the terrifying aura released by the red-haired man was already enough to dominate them completely. The spearman's body had gone rigid under the crushing pressure of Arashiro Kai, and no matter how desperately he tried, he could barely move even a single muscle. Sweat rolled down the spearman's face as pure fear swallowed him whole. Staring at the terrifying red-haired man before him, he muttered in despair, "We can't win. He's less like a human and more like an untamed beast. It feels like we've stepped straight into a bottomless abyss." The gap in power between them was simply too enormous. It was so overwhelming that the spearman could no longer even imagine raising his weapon and fighting back. This was not just a matter of strength. Arashiro Kai's very existence felt monstrous, like a savage beast wearing the shape of a man. Then the spearman's gaze shifted toward his injured teammate, whose condition was getting worse with every passing second. Realizing there was no path to victory left, the spearman forced himself to speak with determination, even though fear still gripped his body. "This is an order. Run in the opposite direction with everything you've got." The archer girl tried to answer, clearly unwilling to abandon him so easily. But the pressure bearing down on her body was so heavy that she could barely force her voice out. Before either of them could move or respond any further, Arashiro Kai suddenly shifted his gaze somewhere else, as if he had sensed a new presence entering the area. And at that exact moment, someone finally stepped into the scene. The newcomer spoke calmly and politely, "My apologies." The instant he appeared, the unbearable pressure crushing the two surviving members of Blue Eyes suddenly vanished. Both of them immediately gasped for air, breathing hard as if they had just been dragged back from the edge of drowning. The man who had arrived continued in a composed tone, "Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness, Blue Eyes Arashiro Kai." With those words, the terrifying red-haired man's identity was finally made clear. He was a former member of Blue Eyes, Arashiro Kai, with his ranking still unknown. The moment Arashiro Kai heard the newcomer's voice, his expression shifted. Arashiro Kai narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "I was wondering where that stench was coming from, and now here you are, crawling over to me on your own. Kazuki's dog." The hostility in his voice was impossible to mistake. Almost immediately after speaking, Arashiro Kai launched himself forward and unleashed a technique known as explosive palm. The moment the attack activated, a massive burst of destructive energy erupted outward. The force behind the attack was so terrifying that the surrounding air seemed to twist and warp as the violent wave of power surged straight toward the newcomer. The man who had appeared was none other than Akari Genji. He crossed both of his weapons at once and desperately tried to block the overwhelming energy released by Arashiro Kai. Even for someone of his level, receiving that attack head-on was brutally difficult. His body shook under the strain, every muscle tightening as he fought to withstand the crushing force slamming into him. While holding back the attack, Akari Genji forced the words out through gritted teeth. "I didn't come here to fight." Meanwhile, the two surviving members of Blue Eyes did not waste the chance he had created. They immediately turned and fled from the battlefield as fast as their weakened bodies could carry them. As they ran through the forest, the spearman's mind remained tangled in shock and disbelief. Arashiro Kai. Is that really him? And if it is, then why has the Vice Guildmaster returned to the battlefield? Then Akari Genji suddenly dropped down onto one knee before Arashiro Kai and spoke with urgency. "Hear me out." Seeing that strange and unexpected behavior, Arashiro Kai frowned in irritation, his patience already wearing thin, and demanded, "What the hell are you playing at?" Akari Genji quietly lifted his gaze in response, his face remaining calm despite the danger around him. Then he answered in a steady voice, saying that the two of them wanted the same thing, and that was exactly why he had come here, fully aware of the risk waiting for him. Arashiro Kai looked down at him with clear irritation, casually dragging one hand back through his red hair. His patience already seemed worn thin as he cut him off and said there had been enough build-up, so Akari should stop circling around and get straight to the point. Only then did Akari Genji finally reveal the real reason he had taken such a deadly gamble by coming all the way into the demon realm. Keeping his eyes fixed on Arashiro Kai, he spoke with a grave seriousness and said that if Kai was willing to lend them his power. Then Akari addressed him directly, calling him Lord Arashiro Kai, and declared with absolute certainty that together, they would be able to kill Kazuki for sure. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere around Akari Genji seemed to darken, and a dangerous smile slowly crept across his face, as if he had finally revealed the move he had been hiding all along. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man was completely absorbed in his meal, shoving dumplings into his mouth at an almost unbelievable speed. His attention was locked entirely on eating, as if nothing else in the world mattered more than the food in front of him. But that careless mood was shattered when someone suddenly punched him right on the head and yelled at him, demanding to know how he could still be eating at a time like this. The one who struck him was none other than Hatsuka. Hatsuka looked furious, her frustration written all over her face as she continued scolding him. She reminded him that Narukami-san had already been missing for 2 full days, and they still had no way to contact him. To her, that was obviously strange, especially since Narukami was usually so impatient that he had cleared the trial in only 3 days. The people nearby watched the argument play out, while the blue-haired man calmly stacked another dumpling onto the growing pile in front of him. Without much concern, he casually replied that Narukami was probably just meeting up with an old friend or something, and that careless answer only made Hatsuka's anger flare even higher. Hatsuka immediately snapped back that Narukami did not have any friends, and more importantly, she wanted to know why the blue-haired man was still hanging around there like he had nowhere else to be. He only smiled at her teasingly and asked if she was really such a big fan of Narukami, adding that surely the guy must still have at least 1 or 2 friends somewhere. Then he cheerfully praised the place for letting him eat as much as he wanted on the company card, looking so carefree that it seemed like nothing in the world could trouble him. He kept enjoying every bite without a hint of worry, completely relaxed in the middle of the tension. But just as he was joking around, the air around him suddenly changed. The color in his eyes shifted, and his expression sharpened in an instant, as though he had picked up on something unusual approaching from nearby. The easygoing smile on his face faded little by little, and he muttered that just when he had started thinking his luck today was unusually good, trouble had to show up. At that very moment, a large group of Murim soldiers appeared before them. Along with those soldiers came a mysterious woman whose presence immediately pulled everyone's attention toward her. Their sudden arrival made it obvious that this was not an ordinary visit, and in an instant, the mood across the entire area tightened as everyone sensed that something serious was about to unfold. The woman then began walking toward the two of them with slow, calm, and confident steps. Watching her approach, the blue-haired man glanced over at Hatsuka and casually asked what they were going to do. Hatsuka did not show even the slightest trace of concern. In a cold, firm voice, she told him to just stay seated right where he was, making it clear she had no intention of retreating. When the woman finally stood before them, she lowered her head respectfully and greeted Hatsuka, saying it had been a long time, senior sister. Only then did her identity become clear. This woman was none other than Divine Refinement Mayuki. The moment Hatsuka heard that greeting, her expression darkened with anger. She immediately answered that she did not remember ever having a junior sister like her, and the hostility between them was impossible to miss. Their past was clearly anything but friendly. Yet Mayuki ignored the sharp rejection and continued with composed politeness, saying that if Hatsuka came with them quietly, everything could be resolved without trouble. Her tone sounded respectful on the surface, but there was unmistakable pressure hidden beneath her words, making it clear this was not truly a request. Hatsuka's eyes narrowed at once. She swept her glare across everyone standing there, then issued a chilling warning in a voice that carried pure killing intent. If any one of them took even a single step closer, none of the 5 would leave this place alive. The instant she said it, a terrifying aura erupted from her body, spreading through the surroundings like a wave of cold pressure. The entire atmosphere became unbearably heavy, and the Murim soldiers who had come with Mayuki immediately felt the danger pressing down on them. Acting on instinct, they drew their swords and prepared to strike at any moment, their faces tightening with tension. But before anyone could move, Mayuki lifted one hand and stopped them, keeping her composure even under Hatsuka's deadly pressure. She looked straight at Hatsuka and said the city lord would not wait much longer. Hearing that, Hatsuka slowly rose to her feet, her eyes filled with firm resolve as she faced Mayuki directly and declared that she had absolutely no intention of ever going back there. For a short moment, silence settled between the two women as they stared each other down. Mayuki then answered with an equally firm expression, asking if Hatsuka had forgotten that this was not something she had the right to decide for herself. Her words carried a weight of authority, making it clear that the situation was far more serious than it had first appeared. The confrontation between the former sisters had reached a dangerous breaking point, with powerful fighters gathered on both sides and the possibility of battle hanging in the air. Hatsuka stared directly at Mayuki, her voice turning cold and intimidating as she replied that Mayuki seemed to be the one who had forgotten something. Then she asked since when Mayuki had gotten the courage to look her in the eye while speaking. As Hatsuka said this, her terrifying aura continued pouring from her body, so intense that it felt like the air itself had grown heavier around them. Her killing intent was impossible for anyone there to ignore, and it reminded every person present exactly why so many people feared her. Even under that crushing pressure, Mayuki remained composed. She slowly lowered her head and said that she had already delivered the message, and now, since her purpose had been fulfilled, Mayuki chose not to push the confrontation any further. She seemed to understand that one more exchange could easily spark a battle right there, and there was no need to let the situation spiral out of control at that moment. With that, Mayuki turned away and departed together with the Murim soldiers, bringing the tense standoff to a temporary end. For now, the threat had passed, but the pressure she left behind still lingered in the air. Meanwhile, another streamer was sitting in front of a screen, watching someone else's broadcast with tired eyes. As the words on the display caught his attention, he leaned in slightly and began reading them aloud. The message said that the reward would be substantial, and that anyone who knew a player named Isaac should send tips to the Golden Lion Guild, which was eagerly waiting for information. The streamer also read that Reinhardt planned to temporarily suspend his live streams after this video. As he kept browsing through the information, he looked visibly worn out. He continued scrolling for a while, trying to make sense of everything on the screen. But before long, drowsiness started creeping over him, and his eyelids slowly grew heavier until his eyes closed for just a brief moment. Because of that, the device in his hand slipped loose and dropped straight onto his face. The impact jolted him awake immediately, and he grabbed his head with a pained groan. Still half asleep, he muttered that he must have dozed off for a second, then wondered aloud just who Reinhardt was trying so hard to find. Still rubbing the sore spot on his head, he continued talking to himself, pointing out that Reinhardt had even put up a bounty and was taking a break from streaming over this. Then he pushed that thought aside and suddenly realized that 3 whole days had already passed. Narukami Subaru, who was supposed to challenge the 5th floor, still had not appeared. At this rate, the streamer worried that even if he wanted to go live, he would have no new content to cover at all. He sighed to himself, wishing Narukami would start streaming right about now. And almost as if that wish had been heard, a notification window suddenly appeared in front of him. The instant he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise, because the message on the screen clearly said that Narukami Subaru had started a live stream. This time, Narukami Subaru had taken on a completely new challenge. He announced that from this point on, he would keep streaming non-stop until he either cleared a floor or completed a task. The moment his broadcast began, he smiled casually at the viewers and greeted them by saying it had been a long time. As expected, the chat exploded right away with people asking where he had been, why he had vanished for several days, and whether he had been taking a break from streaming. But instead of answering those questions immediately, what had happened during those missing days was revealed. After the formation had finally been completed, Narukami stood there having endured the entire process, while Jinyun looked at him with obvious admiration and said that enduring 2 full days without moving even an inch was quite impressive. Hearing that praise, Narukami answered with confidence, saying that of course he had managed it because he had been desperate. After all, an opportunity like this was something that might only come once in an entire lifetime. All the pain, pressure, and effort he had forced himself through had been worth it, because he knew he was receiving something extremely valuable in return. At that moment, two system windows appeared in front of him. The first displayed that the physical enhancement procedure had been completed, and immediately after that, a second window appeared with the results. The notification showed that his vitality had increased, and that his recovery rate had permanently risen by 32%. These results were far beyond a normal improvement. When Narukami opened his status window and checked the changes for himself, the excitement on his face was almost impossible to hide. Looking over the remarkable boost in his abilities, Narukami thought to himself that gaining this much growth for only 200,000 credits was incredible. He could hardly wait to see what the finished product would be like. Even though the procedure had already given him powerful benefits, he understood that this was only one part of a much larger transformation that would make him even stronger later on. Back in the present, Narukami Subaru had already begun his new challenge, and without wasting a second, he looked toward the camera with confidence and declared that it was time to get right into it. The moment he stepped into the trial area, the system immediately rewarded him with 10,000 credits simply for participating, giving him a bonus before the real challenge had even begun. Soon after, another notification appeared before him, announcing that the next stage was about to start. The message declared the commencement of the 5th floor trial, and the nature of this trial was then revealed in greater detail. The explanation made it clear that every trial on the 5th floor was specially shaped around the player taking it, reflecting their unique individuality and the growth they had achieved up to that point. In other words, this was not a fixed test that everyone could prepare for in the same way. From this stage onward, no two players would ever be given the exact same challenge, no matter how similar their paths might seem. Each trial was personally designed around the individual's path, abilities, choices, and experiences, making the 5th floor one of the most unpredictable and dangerous stages in the entire tower. No one could know in advance what kind of test would be waiting for them. Narukami Subaru soon arrived before the entrance of a cave and began making his way toward it. But just as he approached, a soldier suddenly rushed out from inside, raising his spear to block Narukami's path. The soldier shouted that this was not a place where outsiders were allowed to step foot. Without giving Narukami any chance to explain, he immediately thrust forward and launched an attack. But the difference in strength between them was clear from the very first move. The moment the spear came toward him, Narukami caught it casually with his bare hand, stopping the weapon as if it weighed almost nothing. At the same time, powerful lightning burst out from Narukami's body and surged violently through the spear, racing along the weapon in a flash. The soldier's expression changed instantly as the electricity shot through him. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his condition deteriorated at a frightening speed under the overwhelming force of Narukami's lightning. Before long, a system window appeared in front of Narukami, announcing that he had proven his qualification as a warrior and successfully cleared stage 1. Just like that, he had completed the first stage with almost effortless ease. After clearing it, Narukami continued walking forward, heading deeper into the trial. But before he could get very far, the defeated soldier desperately called out from behind him, trying to stop him one last time. The soldier shouted for him to wait, insisting that from this point onward, he absolutely could not be allowed to pass. Narukami paused and looked ahead with curiosity, then asked what exactly was waiting beyond that point. Just then, another figure appeared from the distance. A calm voice called out to Vega, telling him that it was all right. The one who spoke was a beautiful young woman, and she walked forward with a composed, graceful presence. Her arrival immediately changed the atmosphere around the cave entrance. She turned her gaze toward Narukami and said that this person was not an enemy. Hearing her words, the soldier quickly moved to her side and bowed his head respectfully. Lady Valkyrie. The instant Narukami heard that title spoken aloud, his eyes opened a little wider, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he stared at the woman in front of him. Narukami repeated the word in disbelief, wondering if she truly was a Valkyrie, and if that meant the place before him was Valhalla itself. Seeing his reaction, the woman gave a faint smile, as though his confusion had already confirmed something for her. She calmly told him that she had known he was not an enemy, but at the same time, it was obvious he truly had no understanding of where he was or what was happening. Then, with her gaze still fixed on him, she properly introduced herself. She said her name was Viola, Valkyrie Viola, and just as Vega had called her, she was indeed a Valkyrie. She then explained that this place was near the border of the Conrad Kingdom. The moment those words settled in the air, the past began to unfold. Long ago, someone stood before 3 Valkyries with a sincere and apologetic expression, his voice carrying both regret and trust as he spoke to them. He apologized to the 3 of them, but Viola immediately shook her head and refused to let him carry that guilt. She told him not to say such a thing, because protecting and serving in this way was their duty as Valkyries. Hearing her answer, the man's voice softened with gratitude, as he thanked her for saying that to someone as inexperienced as himself. The one speaking was the same familiar red-haired man who had appeared earlier. He looked at the Valkyries with complete trust and told them he would be counting on them until the day he ascended to the throne. Above all else, he ordered them to protect the Heart of Lightning at any cost. As the memory continued, his true identity was finally revealed. He was Thor, the legendary god of thunder from Asgard. That revelation instantly gave everything Narukami had seen a much deeper meaning. What first appeared to be a simple trial was now clearly tied to ancient legends, the Valkyries, the mysterious Heart of Lightning, and even Thor himself. The fifth floor was no ordinary challenge at all. It was becoming something far more dangerous and far more important than Narukami had expected. At the same time, on floor 8, the Blue Zone Guildhouse was filled with movement and activity. Countless carts rolled in the same direction one after another, creating a busy, organized flow throughout the entire area. Just from the endless stream of people transporting goods and resources, it was clear that the guild was operating at full capacity. Soon, the focus moved to the Blue Zone Central Tower, a massive structure rising over the surrounding landscape like a symbol of the guild's power, status, and authority. At the base of that enormous tower, a luxurious supercar glided smoothly into place and came to a quiet stop. The car doors slowly opened, and from inside stepped Vice Guild leader Akari Genji, carrying himself with the calm confidence of someone used to standing at the center of power. As soon as Akari stepped out of the vehicle, he lifted his head and looked up toward the giant screen attached to the tower, his eyes settling on the message displayed above. A message from the guild leader was playing across the screen for everyone in the area to see. Akari stared at it for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh and muttered that no matter how many times he saw it, he still could not get used to it. Soon after, he made his way inside the building. Inside, a woman approached Akari at once and spoke to him in a serious, businesslike tone. She told him he was 10 minutes late, and that all of the executives had already gathered, with only the guildmaster still absent. Akari, however, did not look troubled by this at all. Without even slowing his steps, Akari casually answered that he had no time to care about something like that. He said they could wait because the one who grew impatient first would be the one who lost control of the room. The two continued down the hall together until they stopped in front of a large set of doors. Just before entering, the woman glanced toward Akari's neck and quietly suggested that he should cover it a little more. Akari only gave a brief response, but her words immediately pulled his thoughts back to an encounter from some time earlier. For a split second, that memory flashed through his mind. Still, Akari did not allow himself to linger on it for long. He quickly pushed the thought away, straightened his focus, and returned his attention to the present moment before him. A moment later, the massive doors were pulled open, and Akari stepped into the room with the same composed attitude he had carried from the beginning. Inside, the members of the newly formed Blue Zone team were already waiting for him. The air in the room felt heavy with authority, and it was obvious that these were not ordinary guild members. Gathered before him were the 7 executives, the highest-ranking figures within the organization. On this day, all of them had come together for the executive regular meeting. The guild's most powerful decision-makers were finally seated in one place, and from the tense mood filling the room, it was clear that whatever they were about to discuss would not be simple. After entering the meeting room, Akari Genji walked calmly toward his assigned seat and sat down among the other executives, showing no sign of being bothered by the eyes on him. The moment Akari took his seat, one of the men at the table turned his attention toward him and spoke with open mockery in his voice. He said Akari seemed to have free time today for once, especially considering he had skipped the last Guardian raid. The man was Executive Adolphe, and his words were clearly meant to provoke him, causing the tension in the room to rise immediately. Akari stayed composed and answered right away, saying that he had only acted under a direct order from the guildmaster. But Adolphe clearly had no intention of dropping the issue that easily. Leaning back in his chair, Adolphe smirked and threw out another insult, asking if Akari was basically admitting he had been removed from the mission because he was useless. The atmosphere around the table grew heavier at once. One of the nearby executives reacted loudly to the remark, while Akari himself slowly stood from his seat. The calm mask Akari had been wearing finally disappeared, replaced by anger that was plain to see. He stared straight at Adolphe, his voice turning cold and dangerous, as he asked if Adolphe was prepared to take responsibility for that attitude. Even then, Adolphe did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, Adolphe met Akari's glare directly and fired back, asking if Akari was seriously talking about responsibility to them, the very people who risked their lives every time they went on a Guardian raid. By then, the hostility between the two executives was impossible for anyone in the room to ignore. Pride, authority, and resentment were colliding right in front of everyone, and it looked as though the argument might explode into something far worse at any moment. Just before the situation could escalate further, a woman seated nearby stepped in and warned Adolphe to know his place. She told him not to say anything he would not want reaching the guildmaster's ears. This woman was Executive Peer, and although her voice was calm, it carried enough authority to briefly interrupt the confrontation. Adolphe clicked his tongue in frustration and snapped that his men had been wiped out. He continued bitterly, saying there was no way some high-ranker wasting time on floor 6 could understand a damn thing about what they were dealing with. The moment those words came out, Akari's anger surged even higher. Akari's expression changed completely, becoming far more intimidating than before. The room seemed to grow colder as everyone noticed the shift in his presence, and it became painfully clear that he might actually lose control if this continued. Pierre quickly reached out and grabbed Akari's arm, trying to stop him before the situation spiraled into open conflict. Just as the two executives stood on the edge of a serious clash, another voice suddenly cut through the tension in the room. Watching the argument unfold, the executive ranked 38th let out a tired sigh and told everyone to calm down. He asked them to cut Adolphe some slack, saying the man had been sleep-deprived lately. His attempt to lighten the mood made the room pause for a moment, but even so, the hostility between Akari and Adolphe remained painfully clear. The executive regular meeting had barely even begun, yet the gathering of the 7 executives was already on the verge of falling apart into chaos. The heat inside the meeting room continued to rise, and the growing argument was becoming harder and harder for the others to tolerate. Then the executive ranked 40th, an elderly man, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs that they should step outside and settle the matter properly. His outburst only threw more fuel onto the conflict. Meanwhile, the executive ranked 41st looked visibly uncomfortable, clearly unhappy with the way the meeting was collapsing before it had even started. But before anyone could respond to the old man, the executive ranked 32nd spoke up, trying to bring everyone back to order. He told them to remember where they were and warned them what would happen if the guildmaster saw this. But before he could even finish his sentence, something happened that silenced the entire room at once. The massive doors at the entrance slowly began to open, and the sound alone was enough to make every executive freeze. All eyes immediately turned toward the doorway. A moment later, the person everyone had been waiting for finally entered the meeting room, the guildmaster himself. The atmosphere changed completely the instant he appeared. He did not need to raise his voice at all. His presence alone forced every executive into silence. As he walked into the conference room, he began addressing everyone gathered there, saying that 20 years had already passed since they slew Floor 8's guardian, Hydra. He continued by saying that their guild had grown at a terrifying speed, with its membership multiplying dozens of times over. And yet, no matter where they went, people still talked endlessly about Hydra. Even now, the outside world could not stop obsessing over that 9-headed snake bastard. As he spoke, he moved calmly toward the head of the table and lowered himself into the seat reserved for him, taking control of the room without a single wasted motion. Standing off to the side, Akari Genji watched the guildmaster closely, his eyes fixed on him as he listened to every word. From the look on Akari's face, it was obvious that he was not especially pleased with the guildmaster's opening remarks. Even so, he kept his mouth shut and continued listening. The guildmaster went on, saying that in other words, the tower's time was still frozen on floor 8. The meaning behind those words was heavy. Despite all the guild's expansion and achievements over the past 20 years, the world still remembered them most for one thing, the defeat of Hydra. To him, that meant their progress had been standing still all this time. At that moment, the guildmaster's full identity was finally revealed. He was ranked 4th overall, the guildmaster of Blue Zone, Kazuki Kyojo. And the moment Kazuki finished speaking, Akari and Pierre both addressed him at the same time, beginning to speak about the Floor 9 raid. But before the discussion could move forward, Akari took the initiative and immediately brought out his report. Akari announced that the investigation of Floor 6's Forest of Death had been completed. The room fell silent again as every executive turned their attention toward him. The arguments from earlier were pushed aside for the moment, and the focus of the meeting shifted to the investigation and the secrets hidden within that dangerous forest. Information that could influence the guild's plans for the upcoming Floor 9 raid. After presenting the report, Akari looked directly toward the guildmaster and waited. Kazuki Kyojo studied him briefly, then simply asked him to continue, and Akari did so without hesitation. Akari explained that they had found traces showing humans had temporarily stayed in the Forest of Death, but judging by the evidence, a considerable amount of time had already passed. He added that if the person they were tracking had joined forces with the demons, slipping out of the human realm would have been easy. The room grew quiet as everyone listened carefully to the seriousness behind his words. The meaning of the report was severe. Whoever they were pursuing might have already escaped beyond humanity's reach. Kazuki Kyojo leaned back slightly, falling into thought for a brief moment before finally speaking. He said that knowing that person, he had already expected him to have crossed into the demon realm by now. Still, he ordered Akari to continue tracking him just to be safe, because there was no telling when he might appear again. Akari gives an immediate nod, his response short and firm. Understood. With that issue set aside for the moment, the attention in the room naturally shifts, and Pier begins stepping into her own report. Following the order she had been given, Pier explains that she went to seek out Tenma regarding the request for cooperation on floor 9. But even after waiting at floor 5 for more than half a month, Tenma never appeared before them even once. The moment that report leaves her mouth, a ripple of reaction spreads through the executives seated around the table. Several of them immediately show visible displeasure, their expressions tightening at the news. One executive, ranked 42nd, clicks her tongue sharply, unable to hide her irritation. She mutters that just because Tenma holds the number 1 rank, they must think they are far above everyone else. In her eyes, the Blue Zone Guild is acting for the future of the tower itself. Yet Tenma's refusal to even appear feels like a blatant insult to everyone present. At that moment, another executive leans into the conversation with a knowing look, saying he may understand the reason behind Tenma's silence. He suggests that Tenma simply does not want anyone to witness them fail, imagining them fleeing from the raid with their tail tucked between their legs. A few people around the table cannot help but smirk at the mocking remark. Then, from the side, an older executive raises his voice and grumbles that the arm he lost during his 3rd raid still aches even now. There is almost a strange pride in the way the old man speaks about the wound he suffered years ago. But Adolphe cuts him off without hesitation, telling him that losing an arm is not something worth bragging about, and the quick exchange draws scattered reactions from the others in the room. Kazuki Kyojo swiftly pulls the conversation back toward the real matter at hand. His gaze moves across the gathered executives one by one, and when he speaks, his tone is calm but filled with certainty. Tenma challenges Guardians alone, without relying on any group, so even if they cannot borrow Tenma's power, it does not truly change their position. Kazuki's voice stays composed, but the weight behind each word grows heavier. What matters most is preventing Tenma from taking the Guardian before them. The instant he says this, the room falls into a tense silence, because every executive understands the meaning behind it. The Floor 9 raid is not just another simple expedition. This is a chance that could alter the future of the Blue Zone Guild and possibly shift the balance of the entire tower. Kazuki's eyes narrow, and his expression turns colder as his resolve becomes unmistakable. No matter what method is required, whether it means cooperation, competition, or even direct conflict, the Blue Zone Guild intends to secure the Floor 9 Guardian for itself. And from the hard, unwavering look in the Guildmaster's eyes, it is clear that Kazuki is fully prepared to go as far as necessary to make that outcome a reality. The discussion over the Floor 9 raid reaches its end with Kazuki Kyojo delivering a final, powerful declaration. He looks over every executive gathered before him, his presence filling the room with the authority of someone who expects obedience. He tells them to prove why they stand at the top, and to prove, without failure, who truly deserves to be called the master of this tower. His words strike the room like an order that no one dares to question. The executives understand exactly what Kazuki is demanding of them. This is no longer only about a raid. It has become a battle for dominance, a chance to show the entire tower who really holds power. Afterward, the view shifts to a completely different place. Kazuki Kyojo walks alone through a quiet, isolated area, the atmosphere growing colder and heavier with every step. Eventually, he stops before a large chamber, far removed from the tension of the meeting room. Staring at what waits inside, he speaks in a calm, almost casual voice, saying it has been about 5 years, and apologizing for not coming sooner because he had been busy with many things. Inside the chamber, a woman is sealed away. The woman inside is Hana Iori, a former member of Blue Eyes. Her entire body is suspended within the chamber, surrounded on all sides by a strange, mysterious liquid. Kazuki moves as if this is nothing unusual. He casually reaches toward a nearby control panel, places his hand on it, and presses one of the buttons. Right away, the liquid inside the chamber begins to drain. As it slowly sinks lower and lower, Iori's figure becomes clearer through the glass. Then her eyelids tremble open weakly, and in a faint voice, she mutters that she is still not dead. Kazuki does not answer her with any real seriousness. Instead, he simply lets a small smile appear on his face. He tells her not to sound so grim, then asks whether she wants to see Kai. The instant that name reaches Iori's ears, the look on her face changes completely. Iori can barely believe what she has heard, and she asks if Kai is not already dead. For the first time in their exchange, Kazuki's voice takes on a slightly more serious tone. Kazuki admits that even he once thought it should have been impossible, but says Kai is truly alive. The news strikes Iori with overwhelming shock. Then Kazuki continues, adding that perhaps the other two may still be alive as well. The moment those words sink in, tears spill down Iori's face. All the years of pain, despair, and not knowing seem to collapse inside her at once. Through her tears, she whispers that this is enough, that as long as they are alive, that is all she needs. For one brief moment, genuine relief softens her expression. But Kazuki immediately follows that fragile hope with another cold truth. He tells her that the problem is, he has no idea where they are. The relief on Iori's face vanishes in an instant. She stares at him as if she cannot accept what she just heard, and only one stunned word escapes her mouth. What? A horrifying realization begins to form in Iori's mind. She asks if that is the reason he kept her alive all this time. Kazuki does not need to say a word. The smile on his face gives her the answer. In that instant, every trace of gratitude and hope is wiped away, replaced by pure rage. She screams that he is the worst, her voice echoing through the chamber as she calls him an inhuman bastard. As she shouts, the chamber activates again, and the mysterious liquid begins pouring back in, slowly rising around her body once more. Little by little, Iori is swallowed again by the liquid, sinking back into the prison that has kept her trapped for years. Kazuki shows no reaction to her fury. He simply turns away without looking back and begins walking off, leaving her behind as he quietly says that the time has finally come to end this. He adds that the new tower will have no place for people like her. His footsteps slowly fade into the distance, while the chamber seals itself shut again, and Hana Iori is left alone in the darkness. After that, the focus returns to Narukami Subaru and Valkyrie. The soldier who had been clinging to Narukami Subaru's leg is still nearby, making the situation look even more awkward. Subaru looks directly at Valkyrie and asks why someone from Asgard would be here in the human world. Valkyrie lowers her head before answering him. She admits that although the mission ultimately ended in failure, she had actually been sent here with a specific duty. The instant those words leave her mouth, the soldier panics and quickly cuts in, urgently telling the great Valkyrie that she must not reveal anything unnecessary. Before the soldier can continue, Valkyrie interrupts him and calls him by name. She tells Vega that Subaru already knows who she is, yet he still has not attacked her. Vega hesitates, still uncertain, but Valkyrie calmly makes the point clear to him. She explains that Subaru possesses the power of Thunderbolt. A short while later, after everything begins to settle, Vega lowers his head in shame and apologizes to his lady for his actions. After hearing his apology, Valkyrie answers him gently, saying it is nothing. She admits that she was also late in stepping in to stop the situation before it went too far. Watching the two of them speak, Narukami Subaru realizes that the whole confrontation came from a misunderstanding. He apologizes and says he had gotten the wrong idea, but Valkyrie immediately shakes her head and tells him there is no need for that. Valkyrie explains that Vega was only acting with excessive caution. The soldier remains quiet as he watches Subaru, and the tension between them slowly begins to fade from the air. Subaru then decides there is no point in circling around the issue and asks Valkyrie directly why she is in a place like this. Valkyrie looks back at him and answers that she is actually the one who wants to ask that question. She asks where Subaru obtained the power of thunder. Hearing that question, Subaru falls briefly into thought, focusing on the word thunder. Subaru realizes that Valkyrie does not seem to be separating the two kinds of thunder he possesses. To her, the blue and yellow lightning may simply look like differences in strength or output. After thinking it over for a moment, he answers that he received it as a reward for defeating a giant. The moment Valkyrie hears the word giant, her expression shifts ever so slightly, and she repeats it under her breath. Narukami Subaru notices the change and asks if something is wrong. Valkyrie quickly regains her calm and apologizes, explaining that because of a promise she made with a god who lives in another world, she cannot speak about it or explain the matter further. Narukami Subaru quietly thinks to himself that some kind of restriction must be preventing her from speaking freely. Realizing that pressing her would not lead anywhere, he lets that subject go and instead asks about something else. He wants to know what the failed mission was. Valkyrie pauses for a brief moment, seeming to choose her words with great care. Then she finally gives him the answer. The mission concerned the Throne of Thunder. She says they came to this world to protect it. As soon as those words are spoken, a memory-like image from the past flashes through Subaru's mind. In that vision, Thor stands with unshakable determination and declares that until the day he ascends to that seat, the Heart of Thunder must be protected no matter what. Hearing this, Subaru immediately begins putting the pieces together inside his head. The phrase that stands out most clearly to him is the Heart of Thunder. He wonders whether the throne and the heart are somehow connected. Without wasting another moment, he opens his status window and begins searching through his inventory. After looking through it for a short while, Subaru takes out the item he has been carrying with him all this time. It is the Heart of Thunder. The instant the item appears, a status window materializes in front of his eyes, displaying its information. It reads, Empty Heart of Thunder, untradeable, bound, with its rank and category listed below. Subaru stares at the strange item and sinks into thought once more. Subaru begins thinking about what this empty Heart of Thunder could mean, but before he can finish sorting through the idea, Valkyrie continues her explanation. Valkyrie explains that the reason they must protect the throne from those enemies is because the Heart of Thunder is hidden within it. Subaru listens closely and immediately catches the most important part of her words. Keeping his usual direct attitude, he asks who they are. Valkyrie's face hardens, and she begins revealing the true enemy. Giants who have joined hands with demons, beings tied to the blazing realm and sworn enemies of Asgard. It is a realm ruled by Surt, the king of the giants, who has joined forces with demons together with his own sons. The moment Subaru hears that, the scale of everything suddenly expands far beyond what he had imagined, and he cannot stop his thoughts from racing. Subaru thinks back to what people say about Floor 5, that its trial changes depending on each player's individuality. But now the names being thrown around are Muspelheim, giants, demons, and even Valkyries. What was supposed to be a normal floor challenge has suddenly begun to sound like a war involving entire worlds and ancient powers. Valkyrie continues, and this time, a faint trace of worry slips into her voice. She explains that the enemy managed to sniff out the truth, and now they know the Heart of Thunder entrusted to them by the young lord is here. Subaru's gaze lowers toward the object in his possession, and he realizes the situation is far more dangerous than he thought. If enemies from another realm are actively hunting it, then the Heart of Thunder may be much more important than he ever understood. After a short pause, he asks how many of them there are, addressing her as Lady Valkyrie. Valkyrie answers right away, saying there are only 3 of them, including herself. Subaru blinks at that number, clearly surprised. After hearing about the Throne of Thunder, the Heart of Thunder, the Giants of Muspelheim, and even an alliance between giants and demons, that answer sounds almost unbelievably small. For a treasure tied to something this massive, the force sent to protect it feels far too limited. Subaru looks straight at Valkyrie and says that for people who came all this way to guard something so important, 3 is an awfully small number. Valkyrie then begins explaining the reason in more detail. She tells him that as long as the system continues to function, they cannot use their full strength. Even descending into this world while keeping their physical forms intact is already no easy task. The word system immediately catches Subaru's attention, and he looks at her with clear curiosity before asking what she means. Valkyrie nods and explains that the system is a restriction designed to stop gods, demons, and giants from deeply interfering with the human realm. In other words, it is a literal device meant to protect the human world, and that is why only 3 Valkyries were able to descend. As Subaru listens, he finally begins to understand why beings as powerful as Valkyries are still unable to act however they please. Even with the Heart of Thunder in danger, the system stands between realms like a wall, stopping higher beings from directly influencing the human world. That restriction is what keeps the balance between worlds from collapsing. After taking in Valkyrie's explanation, Subaru immediately asks the question that matters most to him now. He wants to know what happened to the Throne of Thunder. Valkyrie's expression darkens slightly, and then she gives him a short, devastating answer. It was stolen by demons. For an instant, Subaru's eyes widen. If the throne has already been taken, then to Subaru the next step seems obvious. Without hesitation, he says they simply have to take it back. But Valkyrie immediately shakes her head, her answer firm and heavy. That is not possible. Subaru frowns, unable to understand why she would say that. He asks why not. For a moment, Valkyrie only looks at him, her expression carrying an oddly innocent hesitation, as if she is searching for the right way to say what comes next. Then she quietly tells him that what she wants to ask of him is separate from the matter of taking back the throne. The air around them grows heavier, because her words make it clear that this problem is not as simple as retrieving a stolen artifact. But before Subaru can ask anything else, the focus suddenly shifts to another place entirely. The scene moves to Flory, inside the Golden Lion Guild house. A tense, sorrowful mood hangs over the place like a dark cloud, and in the middle of it all stands a man with a scar across his face. From behind him, 2 men approach carefully and call out to him, asking if he is all right and addressing him by name as Reinhardt. Reinhardt does not answer right away. He simply stands there without moving, frozen in place as if the weight of what happened has locked his entire body still. Tears can be seen running down his face while grief and rage twist together inside him. After a moment of tense silence, one of the men steps closer with caution. The man asks whether they have found out who did it. The subordinate lowers his head and apologizes, saying they still have not found the culprit. Reinhardt immediately turns toward him and demands to know why. Nervously, the man explains that there were no traces left behind showing how the culprit escaped. However, because the body burst apart from the inside, there is a strong possibility that lightning-type magic was involved. Reinhardt's face stiffens the moment he hears those words. He repeats the phrase lightning-type magic in a low, dangerous tone, and the subordinate quickly confirms it. The subordinate continues, adding that since the body was discovered in an empty lot away from public view, they are investigating it as a possible grudge-related case rather than a simple accident. The moment Reinhardt hears that, his anger explodes. A terrifying pressure bursts from him, and without warning, he drives a brutal punch straight into the subordinate. The force of the blow is overwhelming. The man is sent flying a great distance across the guild hall before crashing hard onto the ground. Reinhardt's face is twisted with grief and fury as his trembling fists remain clenched. He glares at the fallen subordinate and spits out that the man is an imbecile. His son had only just climbed up to the second floor. Reinhardt shouts that there could not possibly be any grudge worth talking about. His voice echoes through the guild hall, and everyone around him falls silent. His son's death is clearly something he cannot accept, and hearing it brushed off as a personal grudge only pours more fuel onto his rage. Then, in the middle of his outburst, a memory suddenly rises to the surface of his mind. He remembers a call from his son, and in that memory, his son's voice sounds excited as he asks whether Reinhardt knows a streamer named Narukami Subaru. As Reinhardt's thoughts keep racing, he recalls what his son had said about Narukami Subaru. His son had complained that the name alone irritated him, saying Subaru was getting cocky just because he could use a little lightning. He had even mentioned that if he ever ran into Subaru, he planned to teach him a lesson. That memory lingers for a moment before one word suddenly strikes Reinhardt like a spark. Lightning. Now that he thinks about it, those two had also started climbing the tower around the same time. His eyes narrow as the pieces begin slowly connecting in his mind, and he decides that this is something he needs to investigate further. With that thought, the focus leaves the Golden Lion Guildhouse and returns to Narukami Subaru and the Valkyries. Back where they are, Valkyrie looks noticeably nervous. The composed warrior hesitates for a moment, then finally gathers herself and asks if Subaru can use that power of thunder to help save her comrades. For a brief moment, silence settles over the area. The soldier nearby stands tense and alert, watching Subaru closely as if every second before his answer feels unbearably long. Subaru answers at once. Of course. His response comes so quickly and so directly that Valkyrie is completely caught off guard, and she stares at him in disbelief before asking why he would agree so easily. Subaru gives a small shrug, as if the answer is obvious. His thunder is connected to her people in some way, and since he wants to understand that power better, going with her is the only natural choice. By following Valkyrie, he can learn what this power really is. Helping the Valkyries is part of it, but Subaru is also chasing answers of his own. The Heart of Thunder, the Throne of Thunder, Thor, the Giants, and the strange thunder inside him have all become tangled together. If going with Valkyrie brings him closer to the truth, then Subaru has no reason to turn her down. The soldier, however, still cannot fully accept it. He looks at Subaru with suspicion and admits that he still finds it hard to understand. Why would Subaru help them, and would he really risk his life without any personal motive? The soldier says it would make far more sense if Subaru wanted something in exchange. Subaru pauses for a moment, then casually lifts his hand and points toward Valkyrie's weapon. He says that in that case he will take that. If everything works out, he wants Valkyrie's holy sword as his reward. The instant Subaru says that, the soldier almost bursts with outrage. He shouts that Subaru must be joking and tells him not to say something so ridiculous. His voice rings out loudly as he stares at Subaru in complete shock. Asking for the great Valkyrie's weapon is something he clearly cannot accept. But before he can finish protesting, Valkyrie raises one hand and silently stops him. The soldier shuts his mouth at once, and Valkyrie steps forward. Her face is filled with both determination and desperation as she looks Subaru directly in the eyes. She tells him that right now, nothing matters more to her than her lost comrades. If he can save them, she will give him whatever he wants. As she says this, Valkyrie removes her sword without the slightest hesitation and places it in front of Subaru. The act is so sudden and resolute that everyone watching is left stunned. For a Valkyrie, a holy sword is not just a simple weapon to be handed over. It represents her pride, her duty, and the very identity she carries as a Valkyrie.